Huaxia, Wucheng. Tianlan Magic High School, Class 1-8. September 1st, the first day of school, the wonderful high school life officially begins. Xingye sat by the window in the back row, gazing at the campus scenery outside, his thoughts gradually drifting away. He had been in this magical world for several years now, and looking back, it still felt unbelievable. That's right, he was the legendary transmigrator. But fortunately, he wasn't transmigrated after being hit by a car. Instead, while reading the novel Full-Time Mage, he was suddenly chosen by a system and his physical body was transmigrated into the world of Full-Time Mage. Only, the system got stuck at 99.99% right after transmigration and refused to activate no matter what. Staring at the progress bar forever stuck in his mind, Xingye felt utterly helpless. When he first arrived, he returned to his teenage body, without any ID or money. He had no choice but to do illegal work, painstakingly saving some money to get a fake ID from a black market dealer. Using his last savings, he secured a spot for the high school entrance exam, and with his intelligence and understanding of this world, he barely managed to get into Tianlan Magic High School. But he knew this was just the beginning. This world revolves around combat. Only the strong can have status, wealth, and beautiful women. I really don't know when my system will activate. Xingye stared at the classroom door, muttering to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, someone sat down beside him. Hey, classmate, my name is Mo Fan. You picked a good seat, back row by the window, great spot. A cheerful greeting snapped Xingye back to reality. He looked and it was actually the famous Mo Guzi. Hello, from now on we're deskmates, please take care of me. Xingye smiled in response. Although Mo Fan was a bit reckless, absent-minded, and liked to cause trouble, he was very loyal to his friends and worth befriending. The two quickly hit it off. However, an unexpected event soon occurred. Just as they had exchanged a few words, the long-awaited voice sounded. Host detected contact with main character, system successfully activated. Successfully contacted Naruto, the male lead of Naruto, reward, a complete full 9 tails chakra. When the system voice sounded, Xingye was stunned. Mo Fan beside him was attracted by the newcomer Zhang Xiaoho and didn't he notice? Xingye's mouth opened wide in shock. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Xue Mushun walked into the classroom, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, students, quiet down. Next, we will begin the magic awakening ceremony. Students who are called, please come up to the podium. Number 1, Mubai. Mubai, the green tea guy sitting in the first seat of the first row, stood up, adjusted his collar arrogantly, and swaggered toward the podium. Xingye finally snapped back to reality. He had studied the 9-tailed chakra he just received for a long time, but didn't he feel any changes in his body? He had no choice but to temporarily shift his focus back to the magic awakening since this was a magical world, and awakening magic was equally important. He should be able to awaken magic, right? Next, Li Wu. Sure enough, Mubai successfully awakened ice magic. One by one, the students walked up to the podium and awakened their magic in turn. Sai, Xingye, do you think I'll be able to awaken magic? Mo Fan, sitting beside him, was restless and anxiously asked Zhang Xiaoho, then turned to ask Xingye. Don't worry, I'm not even sure if I'll succeed myself, but you definitely will. Xingye patted Mo Fan's shoulder to comfort him. Compared to others' nervousness, he was much more relaxed. After all, he had the system, even though it seemed to be a bit problematic right now. Next, Zhang Xiaoho. Wind element. Not bad, talented, but don't slack off in training. Xue Musheng nodded with satisfaction, thinking the year-end bonus was one step closer. In this magical world, the initial awakening of a mage is crucial. Each type of magic has its pros and cons, but if you awaken a useless magic early on, especially without background and financial support, your development speed will be slowed. Like the light element awakening, it means becoming a super tycoon. No matter how strong the later stage demon sword or advanced single target damage is, you need a good early foundation. Most commoners don't have the conditions. Being able to train to the intermediate stage is considered lucky. The Galaxy Vein and Star Sea Vein cost hundreds of millions. Where would the resources come from to cultivate the later stages? Next, Xingyi. Xue Musheng looked at the two remaining names on the list, sighed, and felt the year-end bonus was slipping further away. Xingyi stood up, walked through the crowd, and stepped onto the podium. Stretch out both hands, press them on the awakening stone, close your eyes, and feel the spiritual world. He nodded, placed his hands on the awakening stone. As soon as he closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world, he suddenly felt a burning heat, and a huge sun appeared before his eyes. Is this fire element? Too big. Could it be the chakra of the 9 tails? He pondered in confusion. The only explanation for this massive energy sphere was this power. The dazzling firelight forced him to close his eyes and return to his body. Outside, the awakening stone was dyed a fiery red, as if it was burning, the temperature so high that it even burned a hole in the podium. Xue Musheng was dumbfounded. This is fire magic? The temperature is so high? As soon as Xingye opened his eyes, he saw Xue Musheng shouting excitedly. He was more thrilled than anyone else. After all, the year-end bonus was secured. Who wouldn't he be happy? The podium had a big hole burned through it. The power of fire magic was incredible. Xue Musheng looked at Xingye, his heart bursting with joy, seeing him as an uncut gem. People below the podium started chatting excitedly. Wow, sir, this is actually the strongest magic besides lightning. I want it too. Why am I just a third wheel? Did Big Brother hack the system? Xingye is so handsome, I'm switching fandoms, no more Mubai for me. Various voices intertwined, some envious, some admiring, and some displeased. The green tea guy's face turned ashen, clearly overshadowed. Xingye politely said, "Thank you, teacher, I'm going back to my seat." He was neither arrogant nor impatient. Xue Musheng nodded, feeling that his path in magic would go far. Beside him, Mo Fan asked jealously, "You're so lucky to have awakened the fire magic I wanted most." Xingye patted his shoulder. "It's your turn next, keep it up, I believe in you." Mo Fan nodded and went on stage. Zhang Xiaoho peeked over. "Brother Yi, you're amazing. I'm Fan Gu's brother Zhang Xiaoho, looking forward to working with you." Just as Xingye was about to respond, the system notification sounded. Successfully contacted the Fire Shadow character Konoha Maru, reward ninjutsu, fire release Fire Dragon Ball. He felt as if he could cast the Fire Dragon Ball with just a thought. He carefully checked the system. It had already activated when the magic awakened. Host, Xingye. Ninjutsu level, Genin. Taijutsu level, unranked. Genjutsu level, unranked. Chakra amount, Genin. System prompt: you possess fire attribute chakra and can only use Fire Dragon Ball, making you a mediocre fighter. However, you have 9 tails chakra hidden inside. Although it is restricted to Genin level, the chakra is abundant. With hard training, you can soon break through to Chunin. Xingye smiled bitterly. This system mistakes fire magic energy for chakra? Then isn't my fire magic energy equivalent to 9 tails chakra? I'll never run out of fire energy in the future. Just as he stared at the system, a shout came from the classroom door. What? Someone in the next class actually awakened lightning nature? Did this guy just get insanely lucky? Why, I want to jump off a building. Why wasn't I the one to awaken the lightning element? A few exclamations immediately drew the whole class's attention, and everyone eagerly rushed out to join the commotion. In the classroom, besides Mo Fan, who was still awakening, only Xingye remained, studying the system. Mo Fan had just awakened the fire and lightning elements, his face full of confusion, not understanding why he could possess 2 elements at the same time. Xingye watched Mo Fan's awakening process but did not feel envious. Although being born with dual elements was indeed powerful, at least twice as strong as others. But after all, it was still limited by the magic system. Whereas he, who possessed the system, could master 2 power systems simultaneously. The power system of the Fire Shadow was no less than magic at high levels of cultivation. It could even destroy the world. As Xingye and Mo Fan were both immersed in excitement, Xue Musheng and the others from the class returned. They saw the red light emitted from the awakening stone in Mo Fan's hand and were astonished. The backdoor Mo Fan actually awakened the fire element. Impossible, I don't believe it. Fake. Those who had awakened the light element looked at him with jealousy and unwillingness. Mubai saw that his nemesis Mo Fan had also awakened the fire element, and his nose twisted in anger. He shouted in his heart, "Why? Why do 2 bottom rankers get to awaken the fire element?" He himself was excellent in both character and academics, yet only awakened the ice element. Although the ice element was strong, others easily obtained the fire element, which made him very unhappy. Could it be that lying flat is the way to go? Mubai shook his head, feeling that lying flat would only make things worse. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and Xue Musheng showed a satisfied smile on his face as he walked over and patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. It was as if the year-end bonus was already beckoning to him. After comforting the students, Xue Musheng finished explaining the meditation knowledge points. Just awakened, they could only practice meditation and star control. After finishing, he took Xingye and Mo Fan to the principal's office. Mubai was not brought along because the Mu family had a strong background and was hard to win over. Xingye and Mo Fan had no backing, making them easier to cultivate, so they were naturally prioritized. On the other side, Mubai's face grew even darker, feeling neglected today. It's okay, Mubai, you have the Mu family behind you. They have nothing, how can they compare to you? Ask Uncle Mu to help get some resources, and he'll crush everyone in no time. The sycophant Zhao Kuan III kept comforting him beside. Hearing this, Mu Bai's mood slightly improved, thinking to himself that he really had connections. Those two poor kids, Imo Fan and Xing Yi, simply couldn't compare to him. What he didn't know was that there was a type of person called a big brother, and they were all cheat code players. Coincidentally, both Imo Fan and Xing Yi had their own cheat codes, and each was more powerful than the other. If Mu Bai knew what was happening in the principal's office at this moment, he would definitely lose his composure. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhou Min, who had awakened the fire element, and Su Zhaoting, who had just caused a school-wide sensation by awakening the thunder element, were both there. They stared at Xing Yi with eyes like they were looking at a monster. So this is the legendary innate spirit type? And fire element too? Zhou Min looked at Xing Yi enviously as he placed both hands on the star-sensing stone. Next to him, Mo Fan was completely confused. As a failing student from another world, he had no idea what innate spirit type meant. That's right, Teacher Shui Mushing has no vision, but I do. Mooning Shua independently awakened the ice element Stardust back then, and her strength is also very strong. Xing Ye, you must be a naturally born fire-type spirit. I never expected that. I was just testing the strength of the Stardust, but there was a surprise. Ha ha ha. Principal Zhu laughed happily, feeling like he had found a great treasure. Xing Ye was also a bit surprised. He knew his fire element was strong because there was a huge nine tails chakra hidden within the fire Stardust. He didn't expect the strength to reach the level of a naturally born spirit. But thinking about it, it made sense. The power of the nine tails chakra is comparable to the peak of shadow level, easily destroying mountains. His beginner level fire Stardust having this strength was more than enough. He just didn't know it because he had only just started learning magic. Principal Zhu glanced at Xing Ye with a gentle tone. Xing Ye, now that you have a naturally born spirit, you can be recommended early to the Imperial Capital Academy, or even any domestic university. But I respect your choice. Do you want to continue staying at Tianlan Magic High School for the full 3 years, or go to university early? If you stay here, I will fully support your development, rest assured. Xing Ye looked at Principal Zhu's serious expression, and at Zhou Min and Su Zhaoting's envious faces, while Mo Fan still stood there foolishly. Without hesitation, he linked arms with Mo Fan and said boldly, I've decided to stay. For the newly made brother, and for the school's nurturing. Hearing this, the originally naive and cute Mo Fan's eyes welled up with tears, and he excitedly hugged Xing Ye, patting his back. Xing Ye, I didn't expect you to stay for me, you're truly a brother among brothers. In fact, this was just an excuse from Xing Ye. The real reason he stayed was for the system rewards, to meet people like Yi Xinxia, Tang Yu, and Zhang Kong who might trigger rewards. Just now, when talking with Principal Zhu, Su Zhaoting, and Zhou Min, he didn't get any rewards, which meant they weren't important enough in the system's eyes. Xing Ye also somewhat understood this strange system. Only by befriending key figures can one earn rewards. As for why the rewards are things from Naruto, that still needs to be figured out gradually. On the other side, Principal Zhu was extremely happy to hear that Xing Ye was going to stay. He hadn't held much hope originally, since university resources were far richer than those of Tianlan Magic High School. But unexpectedly, Xing Ye was so loyal, choosing to stay for his brothers and the school, so he must be well nurtured. He promised many benefits and then let them go back first. Xing Ye received the most benefits. Not only did he get everyone present to keep the secret of his innate spiritual seed, but he also got a password-free 3 million yuan bank card and a mortal grade star magic weapon usable for 6 months. The others only got a few tens of thousands as effort awards. After all, this is a world where the strong dominate, and those without strength or potential can barely move forward. Holding the bank card and star magic weapon, Xing Ye returned to his shabby little building on the outskirts of Bo City. After all, with no one to rely on and having only been in this world for a few years, he could only rent cheap housing. In a few years, Bo City would face disaster, so buying a house was pointless. Locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Xing Ye sat on the bed, not rushing to train but preparing to try the nine tails chakra in the fire-type star. At school, he had been afraid of accidents and hadn't dared to fully unleash it, but now he could finally control it freely. He closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world, once again seeing the blazing chakra in the fire-type star. When he first touched it, he felt the nine tails chakra burning like a fireball. Outside, the tail beast's cloak gradually condensed on Xing Ye's body, forming a protective layer like flames, burning fiercely and covering his entire body. Opening his eyes and seeing the scene before him, Xing Ye knew his idea had succeeded. When he obtained the nine tails chakra, he had thought about manifesting this form, even fully transforming into the tail beast. After the recent test, he could only temporarily form a tail beast cloak with one tail. Forcing a full tail beast transformation, or a fully materialized tail beast cloak like Kurama's, with his current physical endurance, would probably cause his body to explode. Forget it, one should be content and happy. This current state already makes me invincible among novice mages. Now the tail beast cloak only greatly accelerates wound healing, equivalent to having infinite healing skills, but it doesn't increase combat power. Besides, he still doesn't know any magic. Fortunately, he knows a fire-style ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Ball, which is enough to make him king among novice mages. After finishing the test, Xingye took out the star magic artifact, ready to begin today's training. Time was tight and the task heavy. The star magic artifact could only be used for 3 months. If he wanted to use it again next time, he would probably have to wait until the magic release exam next semester. Every single second had to be seized. During meditation, Xingye was completely focused. Ordinary beginner-level mages could meditate for 5 hours a day, but with a mortal-level star magic artifact, he gained an extra hour. It didn't seem like much, but an extra hour every day, little by little, would lead to rapid progress. In the blink of an eye, it was the second semester of the first year of high school. Early in the morning, within Xingye's spiritual world, the fire-type nine-tailed chakra continuously washed over the star. The fire-type star was unusually volatile, as if it possessed the power to destroy everything. 2.5 minutes later, buzzing loudly, the fire-type star expanded to more than twice its size, successfully advancing to beginner level 2. Xingye looked at the enlarged star with a heart full of accomplishment. Thanks to the nine-tailed chakra, every training session was easy and natural, and his breakthrough speed greatly accelerated. At this point, most people at school probably hadn't even mastered 1 star, but he had already mastered 7 and broken through to beginner level 2. More importantly, after the breakthrough, he could endure more nine-tailed chakra and now could release the tailed beast cloak with 2 tails. Although there was an extra tail, it only enhanced healing abilities and no other special skills appeared. After nurturing the star several times, Xingye exited the meditation state, pondering what other abilities the tailed beast cloak could develop, and rode his old bicycle toward school. Tianlan Magic High School. Just entering the classroom, Xingye heard a piece of gossip. I heard a new teacher is coming today. I heard too, and apparently she is a beautiful teacher who will teach our practical classes. Really? My spring has finally arrived? You call that spring? You got drunk after eating just a few dishes. Under the starry night, listening to their gossip, she walked back to her seat, thinking about some rumors regarding Tangyu. She is the guardian of the Hongzhou totem Black Serpent, the niece of the adjudicator Tang Zhong, and a family member of the chief adjudicator. Personally, there is nothing special about her, but her background is quite powerful. The totem Black Serpent itself is of supreme monarch level. The label Bear Big Brainless also fits her well. After all, she dares to make bold claims and chase after Salang despite only having mid-level strength. At that moment, the classroom door slammed open. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as a black-haired woman walked in. She wore a fiery red pencil skirt, her figure stunning. Her 2 full breasts almost burst the fabric, trembling slightly. The whole class's attention was instantly captured. The boys were stunned, and the girls were silent. Hello everyone, I am Tangyu, the new practical class teacher. Your original teacher is ill and needs to rest, so I will be taking over. After a brief introduction, the boys applauded enthusiastically. The girls quietly compared their figures, feeling a bit sad inside. Xingye, what do you think of teacher Tangyu? Beside her, Mofen habitually drifted off and chatted with Xingye about men. Xiongdi is brainless, has a strong background, neither interesting to pursue nor easy to give up. Xingye blurted out. Mofen was stunned by this evaluation. Just as he was about to retort, a familiar voice came from the classroom. The 2 who just spoke from the back, stand up. The whole class's attention focused on Xingye and Mofen. The 2 reluctantly stood up. As Xingye just stood up, the system notification sounded. Successfully contacted the Naruto character Sasori, reward illusion, magic tree binding kill. Tangyu and Sasori are both teachers, that's right. Xingye didn't care about the system's judgment, as long as there was a reward. This illusion is similar to plant-based magic. When cast, the user first disappears, trees grow from under the enemy's feet to entangle them, then attack bursts out from the trees. It's an excellent surprise attack move. When Xingye was analyzing the illusion magic, Tang Yu's words brought him back to his senses. I remember, you 2 are the students in the class who have awakened fire magic, right? Tang Yu glanced at them, confirming their identities. After all, she majored in fire magic and had reviewed the profiles of everyone in the class before coming. Xingye and Mofen, the two fire magic students, naturally drew her more attention. Don't get distracted in class, pay attention. Alright, sit down. She didn't intend to punish them. After all, they had just awakened fire magic, were still young, and had high spirits. She couldn't hurt their pride in public. But Tang Yu didn't expect that even if she punished them publicly, they wouldn't care. Xingye had a thick skin, and Mofen was mentally mature. Small things wouldn't discourage them. Alright, everyone, let us continue the lesson. Ring ring ring. The first class ended. Although it was unclear how many had actually paid attention, the students were full of energy, especially the boys. At the end of class, Xingye and Mofen were about to go home when Tang Yu approached them. You two, come with me to the office. I have something to say. After saying this, she turned and walked ahead, leaving Xingye and Mofen looking confused. Yi Gu, Fan Gu, keep it up. Zhang Xiaoho cheered from the side, then quickly ran off. Helpless, the two could only follow and see what the teacher wanted to say. In the office, Tang Yu crossed her long, beautiful legs, staring at the two bad students in front of her. Xingye and Mo Fan instinctively felt nervous. This was the teacher's domain, and the aura was strong. I know your family situation is average, and you've been a bit lax since awakening your fire element, but if you don't study hard, Tang Yu patiently advised. In the end, Xingye and Mo Fan resolved to turn over a new leaf and be good people. No, good students. Actually, they both worked hard at cultivation. After all, by a twist of fate, they came to the magical world with the goal of becoming the strongest magicians. They usually paid attention in class. This time they were just caught slacking off a little. Mo Fan, you go home first. I still need to talk to Xingye about something. After Tang Yu said this, Mo Fan left as if by teleportation, and before leaving, he cast an encouraging glance at Xingye, making him twitch involuntarily. Xingye, I kept you here because I want to give you something. Tang Yu took a bank card out of the drawer. This card has no password and contains 2 million. I know your family is struggling. This is a gift from your teacher. Although it can't help you with cultivation, it can improve your life. Xingye took the card in a daze, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After saying a few encouraging words, he went home. Back home, Xingye still hadn't fully processed what had happened. He glanced again at the bank card in his hand before slowly calming down. It wasn't because of the amount of money, but because he wondered if Tang Yu was being too good to him. They had known each other for less than half a day, and she had already given him 2 million at once? At that moment, he labeled Tang Yu as Berda, the wealthy. Thinking it over, Tang Yu wasn't a bad woman, although a bit clumsy. But the benefits she gave were real, like when she later helped Mo Fan solve the problem of the little loach swallowing the star-devouring magic artifact for free. And then there were the rose flame and the black snake scales. Although Mo Fan also helped, the benefits were considerable. Most importantly, the totem black snake could be borrowed at will. Xingye looked around his shabby house and smiled to himself, not out of self-mockery, but because he felt deeply indebted to Tang Yu. She definitely knew she was financially strained and had no idea that Principal Zhu had rewarded him with 3 million. Only a few people knew about that at the time. Tang Yu was completely unaware. There was no way she could know about this kind of system hack. So, she probably gave 2 million because she saw herself as poor. After all, Mo Fan still had his father to support the family, but in her eyes, Xingye was truly destitute. For Xingye, money was not an issue. As long as he focused on cultivation, he would have no worries about the future. But precisely because of this, he felt deeply indebted to Tang Yu. At the peak, there are hypocritical supporters. At dusk, there are devout followers. Tang Yu just now was genuinely helping him. Now, besides the fire element, what else about Xingye is worth investing in her eyes? Xingye's personality is all about repaying kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. He repays benefactors generously and makes his enemies wish for death in vain. Is it Tang Yu? Although she's a bit clumsy, she helped me just now. I've got this woman covered. Who dares to mess with her from now on? Xingye tightly gripped his bank card, jumped onto the bed, almost shaking it apart. Today's passionate training begins. Tianlan Magic High School. Time is ruthless and will not pause for anything. Today is the annual magic assessment and also the day for new students to be assigned to classes. Each class lined up in neat formations on the playground, taking the exam independently. In front of each class was a star sense stone, capable of sensing the strength of stardust. The brighter the glow, the better the results. Of course, the star sense stone has its limits. Its brightness will not exceed the maximum power. Xingye was not worried about exposing his strength, which had already reached intermediate level 2. No one expected that, having just awakened his magic less than half a year ago, he would advance so quickly. Wait a moment, just inject the magical energy into the star sense stone. As long as you haven't been slacking off these past 6 months, you won't be too weak. Talent is important, but hard work will never be in vain. Principal Zhu stood on the podium, speaking passionately to encourage the students below. But the people below had already started whispering among themselves. Sigh, I've only mastered 6 stars, and I heard their essay release test coming up. Looks like no chance for me. Your attitude is way too casual, your face is practically screaming arrogant. Stop it, I've been busy reading science fiction novels these past 6 months, and I've only mastered 3 stars so far. It's over, brother. You're definitely going to be expelled. Better find security and just lie down early. I heard Mubai from the next class has already mastered 7 stars, and he still has to take the release test later. What a genius. Talent is important, hard work won't be wasted just empty motivational talk. After Principal Zhu finished speaking, it was the school board member Muhi's turn. As expected, it was another round of the same old motivational cliches. Xingye found it even more laughable. A Grand Steward of the Black Inquisition, shouting about striving to protect humanity, it was quite ironic. He thought Muhi was nothing more than a small pawn in Serana's hands, with no real power. The real key was that water-type disaster victim and the black alchemist who concocted the frenzied spring. One created the torrential rain, the other brewed the frenzied spring, mixing it into the rain to cause disaster. Actually, Xingye already had some ideas on how to deal with the disaster in Bo City, though he wasn't sure if they would work. He remembered that when the tailed beast cloak reached 4 tails, it could release the tailed beast orb. At that time, the damage from the 4-tailed beast orb was enough to be invincible at the mid-level. Plus, he had a massive chakra reserve, almost unlimited firepower. He wondered to what extent a fire-type star cultivator would have to train to withstand the power of the 4 tails. As the thought crossed his mind, Xingye had already come up with some countermeasures for the crisis in Bo City, so he withdrew his thoughts and looked back at the high platform. On this special day, we have also invited Bo City's most outstanding female mage. That's right, Mu Ningxue, who entered the Imperial Capital Academy at just 14 years old. Let us welcome this magical prodigy of the same age with a round of applause. Muhi smiled as he looked at Mu Ningxue stepping onto the stage. Everyone in the audience was focused on this beautiful, well-connected, and powerful female mage, eager to catch a glimpse of the genius. So she is Mu Ningxue, huh? I've heard the name for a long time, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful in person. Not only beautiful, I heard her magical talent is top-notch, and she awakened on her own very early. And it seems that in just a few months, he learned the beginner-level ice magic ice vines. Someone exclaimed. A few months? I've only mastered 6 stars so far, I really can't compare to him, another sighed. The key is that he not only has talent but also looks in background, the topic immediately heated up. As soon as Mu Ningxue appeared, the whole school started gossiping she was the genius of Bo City. Brother Yi, is this your first time seeing the little princess? Pretty, right? Zhang Xiaoho came over to ask. Xingyi nodded, indeed beautiful, her white hair rare like an ice elf. But Zhang Xiaoho was wrong, this was his second time seeing Mu Ningxue. The first time was when he just transmigrated, and Mu Ningxue was still little then. He knew Mo Fan would elope with Mu Ningxue, so he intercepted them in advance. But it wasn't that he took her away himself, rather, he guided the servant to discover her escape plan and stopped the elopement. Of course she is beautiful, after all, she is a princess even brother Lian Fan can't have, Zhang Xiaoho said with a smile, glancing at Mo Fan. At this moment, Mo Fan was already captivated by Mu Ningxue on the stage and didn't even hear what Zhang Xiaoho said. Xingyi shook his head helplessly, this situation was hopeless. After all, love that cannot be attained is the most beautiful. The assessment officially began. First up, Hiyu, the host announced. Sure enough, the first was the magic bitch, who achieved an excellent grade of A. It wasn't long before it was Xingyi's turn. When his name was mentioned, Principal Zhu and Mu He, along with others, all looked over. Mu Zhuoyun couldn't help but ask, Principal Zhu, is there something special about this student? As a businessman, he sensed the expectation for Xingye in Principal Zhu's eyes. Principal Zhu smiled mysteriously, special, you'll find out soon enough. He didn't want too many people to know that Xingye was a born spiritual type. Xingye stepped onto the assessment platform, stared at the star sense stone, and without hesitation pressed both hands on it, injecting magical energy. The star sense stone immediately shone brightly, its red light as dazzling as the blazing sun, attracting everyone's attention. What is this light? It's blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes, someone shouted. Who threw a flashbang? It's too dazzling, another complained. Could the first S-level rating be about to appear? Everyone speculated. The people in the audience squinted as they watched. The examiners were momentarily stunned, then began scoring. S+, S+, S+. The three examiners unanimously gave scores exceeding the maximum. It should have been the highest S grade, but Xingye's performance far surpassed the standard. Mu Zhuoyun originally wanted to see what else was special about Xingye, but upon seeing these results, he immediately had the idea of recruiting him. After all, investing a bit of resources to gain such a genius would be a great asset for the Mu family. Just as Mu Zhuoyun was pondering how to make an offer, Mu Ningxue beside him suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Xingye. At this moment, Xingye had already submitted an application for magic release. The examiners were shocked and asked, "You want to take the magic release test?" They had previously thought he mainly practiced underworld cultivation and was not strong in magic, but they did not expect him to be able to release magic. Xingye nodded firmly in response, "Yes, I want to take the release exam." He trained diligently, not only to become stronger but of course also to show off and attract attention. What's the point of practicing magic if you're not going to show off? Buzz buzz buzz. The stars slowly arranged themselves into shape. Principal Zhu, Mu Zhuoyun, and the crowd below were all shocked, thinking that today the first double score would appear. Fire blaze. Scorch. 7 stars connected into a fiery red star trail, followed by a burst of golden flames 3 times larger than ordinary fire blaze, scorching intensely as it fiercely struck the wooden dummy used for the exam. The wooden dummy instantly turned to ashes, leaving not a single fragment behind. S+, S+, S+. The 3 examiners remained expressionless but gave the highest score. They could no longer find suitable words and could only describe it as demonic talent. Except for a few who knew that Xingye possessed a spirit seed, everyone else was shocked. Mu Zhuoyun was the first to react, fire-type spirit seed. Ordinary people didn't understand, but as a mid-level mage, he could tell that this flame was no ordinary fire. Its power and color far surpassed common flames. Dad, he's like me, both born with spirit seeds. Mu Ningxue, usually silent, was also astonished. She hadn't expected that Bo City would have a mage with the same talent as hers. She had already understood the source of that strange feeling just now, kindred spirit. At this moment, complex emotions surged in Mu Ningxue's heart, but she quickly suppressed them. Mu He and Mu Zhuoyun were extremely excited to learn that Xingye and their daughter both possessed spirit seed talents. Mu He was excited because he had discovered a talented individual without any background. If he could bring him into the Black Church, it would be a great achievement. Mu Zhuoyun was equally excited because once he succeeded in recruiting him, his network would expand. Talent, strength, and resources are all indispensable. With talent, investments naturally pour in. His foothold in the imperial capital relied heavily on Mu Ningxue, a golden signboard with powerful talent. Now, if Xingye also joined, wouldn't the Mu family have 2 golden signboards? This would inevitably attract more investment. As their thoughts turned, Mu He and Mu Zhuoyun approached Xingye together. Mu Zhuoyun smiled and said, "Xingye, the Mu family just received several batches of fire-type resources yesterday. Since we lack fire-type mages at home, your uncle is giving them to you as a gift, as long as you're willing to come study with the Mu family." He smiled brightly, like a chrysanthemum. Before he finished speaking, Principal Zhu's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Zhuoyun, this is like undermining me." The two kept arguing. Xingye had anticipated that Mu Zhuoyun would come to recruit him after all. Even Mo Fan had been targeted, so he naturally wouldn't be an exception. However, the other party's attitude was surprisingly friendly, which caught Xingye off guard. On further thought, it made sense. Mu Zhuoyun knew he was talented and held no grudges, so his attitude was naturally different. Xingye thought to himself that in this world, only those with talent, strength, and background are respected. But he didn't dwell on it and directly refused. "Sorry, head of the Mu family, I'm used to freedom and don't want to join any faction for now." Mu Zhuoyun was momentarily speechless, but Mu He's face turned red with anger. "Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. You even dare to reject my big brother, I." Before he could finish, Mu Zhuoyun sternly interrupted. "How can you talk to Xingye like that? If he doesn't want to come, we can't force him, understand?" Mu He lowered his head and said nothing. Watching the two perform this little act, Xingye chuckled inwardly. If his mental age weren't much older than his appearance, he probably would have been deeply moved. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Mu Zhuoyun often stood up for him, a classic red face and black face cooperation. Mu Zhuoyun smiled at Xingye and said, "That's just his temper, don't mind it. Since you're not willing to join our Mu family now, you can still contact me if you need anything in the future." Saying this, he took a card out of his clothes and handed it to Xingye. Xingye didn't embarrass him and took the card directly. After all, Mu Zhuoyan hadn't offended him, so there was no need to turn hostile. As for what happened with Mo Fan, Xingye thought it was normal. Mo Fan did indeed abduct another family-s girl when he was young and didn't return Mu Ningxue as a father who wouldn't be protective. If it were his own daughter taken away by a poor kid, which father wouldn't be angry? So Xingye wouldn't judge the current situation based on Mo Fan's thoughts. Different times, different people, different stories. As long as no offense was given, he wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. After taking the card, the two said no more, and Xingye returned to class. Awesome! Brother, ye actually got double S+, you're definitely the top of the school this time. Just back in class, Zhang Xiaohuo's eyes sparkled as he shouted. Keep it low-key, don't get too cocky, Xingye pressed down with his hand, but the corners of his mouth stretched into an unstoppable smile. Showing off really does feel great. You stole all my spotlight, didn't he even give me a chance, Mo Fan grumbled sourly. He noticed that Mu Ningxue hadn't paid much attention to Xingye before, but as soon as Xingye performed, Mu Ningxue kept glancing over. He even wanted to reveal that he was naturally dual elemental, but decided against it. After all, he was still on bad terms with Boqing's local emperor Mu Zhuoyan, so it was safer to develop steadily. The assessment continued. Xingye's performance was so outstanding that the others looked like mere props. It wasn't until Mu Bai, Su Zhaoting, and Zhou Min appeared that the scores stopped having such a gap. Next, Mo Fan. As soon as Mo Fan stepped up, the gazes of Mu He, Mu Zhuoyan, and Mu Ningxue all focused on him. Mu Bai showed a meaningful smile, and Xingye saw it too, knowing what was about to happen next. Sure enough, Mu He and Mu Bai teamed up to frame Mo Fan. Fortunately, teacher Tang Yu discovered the sabotage in time, helped Mo Fan escape danger, allowed him to retake the exam, and he achieved an excellent 3S score. Mo Fan successfully completed the magic release assessment, earning 3S and rising to second place in the entire school. Mu Bai was so angry his face turned red, and the classmates in the class were all stunned. Damn, what is going on today? One got in through connections, the other was at the bottom of the class, and now both have made a comeback? There are strange things every year, but today there are especially many. Sigh, don't say more, see you on the rooftop later. Seeing Xingye and Mo Fan's comeback, the underachievers cast envious glances, while the previously outstanding students were deeply discouraged. Just as everyone was discussing, the situation on the stage changed again. Mu Zhuoyan originally thought he couldn't win over Xingye, so he turned to extend an olive branch to Mo Fan. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan was blunt and retorted with 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The two also agreed on a 2-year challenge, to settle the score at Yuhong's 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony. This duel also concerned the distribution of Boqing's Earth Holy Spring. Xingye was not interested in their fight, nor was the Earth Holy Spring particularly attractive. After all, his fire system contained the infinite energy of the nine-tailed chakra. As long as he trained properly, a breakthrough was imminent, so he had no need for the Earth Holy Spring. Not long after, the annual magic assessment concluded successfully. Students with excellent grades will be placed in the honors class after the semester starts, enjoying better resources. Just as Xingye was riding his broken bicycle home at night, Mu Bai stopped him. Uncle Mu asked me to invite you to visit the Mu family, come with me. Mu Bai, with an expression as if he owed someone $1 billion, dropped the sentence and left. Xingye was still confused, not because of Mu Bai's attitude, but because the system notification sounded. Successfully contacted Naruto's second male lead Uchiha Sasuke, reward bloodline limit, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Although they were classmates, due to personality differences, the two hadn't interacted much before, so no system rewards had been triggered. Unexpectedly, this sly guy gave him the Sharingan. Though it was just 1 Tomo, it could copy and observe others' movements, equivalent to gaining 2 buffs in battle. Just as Xingye was checking the reward, Mu Bai felt no one was following behind, turned his head and shouted, "Are you coming or not? If not, I." In an instant, he saw a flash of red pupil light in Xingye's eyes and was stunned. Immersed in joy, Xingye noticed Mu Bai preparing to turn around through the Sharingan and quickly closed the Sharingan. Here it comes, I'm going right now." Although he wasn't afraid of being discovered by others, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since he hadn't fully matured yet. Being cautious was better. Afterwards, Xingye followed Mu Bai to a black business car. The car door opened, and inside sat Mu Ningxue. Mu He was driving, and Mu Zhuoyan sat in the front passenger seat. Xingye didn't hesitate and sat directly next to Mu Ningxue. The interior of the car was spacious enough for several of them to sit comfortably. He leaned against Mu Ningxue like that, his arm occasionally brushing against her, feeling the mingling of cold and warm body heat. Your hand touched my leg. Mu Ningxue pursed her lips but still spoke out. She could feel that this guy's body was unusually hot, completely opposite to hers. Although it was quite comfortable, the two of them were still not familiar with each other. Seeing her cheeks flush pink, Xingye moved a little to the side. Successfully contacted one of the female leads of the Fire Shadow, Conan. Reward, origami technique. Just as he moved away, the system notification sounded. He was delighted to receive the origami technique. This ninjutsu had wide applications. Not only could it turn the body into paper sheets to evade attacks, but it could also transform into wings, like gaining an additional winged weapon. Studying the origami technique, he had already arrived at the Mu family estate in the center of Bo City. The architectural style here leaned towards European, resembling a small castle. Xingye sighed, having worked 996 every day before, he had never seen such a grand setup. But he had a golden finger, able to steady the situation and avoid embarrassment. Mu Zhuoyan treated him to a big meal, during which he tested whether he wanted to join the Mu family. Xingye still gave a perfunctory answer, saying he would think about it. After the meal, he found an excuse to slip away, mainly freeloading. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and the second semester of sophomore year arrived. Xingye's strength greatly increased. The fire-type Stardust rose to the initial third-level perfection, ready to break through to the intermediate level at any time. One reason was entering the honors class at the start of school, gaining 3 months of Stardust magic weapon usage time, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed. Another reason was the powerful Nine Tails chakra continuously providing energy. Within a year, he cultivated from initial second level to third level perfection. The tailed beast's outer cloak transformed into the 3 tails, greatly enhancing healing abilities, equivalent to a basic level 3 healing light. More importantly, the healing effect was continuous, as if constantly bathed in healing light, making it hard to die. Today, Xingye bought breakfast as usual and rode his old bicycle to school. The atmosphere in the class was unusual. Many students were gathered together discussing. Have you heard? Yeah, isn't it just wilderness training? Aren't you scared? This time, they're going beyond the in-realm for training. Being scared doesn't help. How can we not go? If we can't fight, we just run. Before Xingye could inquire further, those who were frightened had already shouted out. After all, they were a bunch of high school students who hadn't even killed a chicken before, so fear was normal. Just as Xingye sat down, Zhang Xiaohou, who had arrived early, ran over. Brother Yi, in a few days is the wilderness training. Can I cling to your thigh? Zhang Xiaohou blinked his eyes, acting pitiful, which made Xingye very annoyed. Go away. Follow me, and I'll take you to kill demon beasts. Xingye pushed him aside directly. The reason for his confidence was that he had already solo killed a demon beast. During this year, he registered as a hunter mage and killed quite a few servant-level demon beasts outside the in-realm. Killing demon beasts was just to train his combat power, to avoid having cultivation without the ability. Faced with the school's field training, Xingye handled it with ease. Moreover, there seemed to be an instructor connected to the Black Church. While Xingye was thinking, Zhang Xiaohou was already jumping up excitedly. Monkey, why are you so happy? Mo Fan walked into the classroom, looking at the lively Zhang Xiaohou while munching on a bun. Zhang Xiaohou recounted the field training experience. Going to train outside the in-realm? No problem, those little demon beasts, I can take down one with a single punch. Mo Fan was full of confidence. This year he had joined the city demon hunting team and killed many small demon beasts. Xingye also knew that Mo Fan had joined the city demon hunting team early and felt that Mo Fan was stimulated by him, acting a year ahead. This made Xingye realize that he was in the real world. This world changes with choices, and various unexpected situations will arise in the future. To cope, he must become strong quickly. Thinking of this, Xingye directly entered a meditative state, not even wanting to attend class. Classes were useless, getting stronger quickly was what mattered. In the spiritual world, Xingye's fire-type stars slowly absorbed the nine-tailed chakra, gradually growing stronger. The energy continuously struck a mid-level barrier. Breaking through it would make him a mid-level mage. Xingye kept striking again and again until the 9th time, when he was already exhausted. Just when he thought it was hopeless, a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier. Seeing the crack, he rekindled hope and forced himself to continue striking. After an unknown number of strikes, the crack in the barrier grew larger and larger, and finally, when Xingye's spirit was completely weak, the barrier was successfully broken. 7 crimson stars leapt like carp jumping over the dragon gate, flying into a larger star cloud. At this moment, the fire-type star cloud already had 49 stars. Xingye looked at these stars, his smile never fading, but he was also a bit troubled. To release a first-level mid-tier spell, he had to connect these 49 stars into a star map, which required retraining and control. After breaking through to mid-tier, Xingye opened the system panel again. Host, Xingye. Ninjutsu level, Chunin. Taijutsu level, Genin. Illusion level, Chunin. Chakra amount, Chunin. System prompt: except for slightly weaker physical strength, other indicators have reached the Chunin level. After thinking it over, Xingye understood that the ninjutsu and taijutsu levels in the system are related to magical abilities. For example, ninjutsu not only includes fire dragon bullet but also encompasses fire magic. Chunin chakra amount represents a magical breakthrough to the intermediate level. When magic reaches the advanced level in the future, the chakra amount will show Jonin. After confirming his strength, Xingye opened his eyes and saw teacher Tang Yue focused on teaching. During this period, his relationship with Tang Yue had progressed significantly. Now, even if he didn't pay close attention in class, he wasn't afraid of being criticized, provided he scored excellent results in every exam. Otherwise, he would still be sent for tutoring. When the bell rang, Tang Yue packed up and left the classroom, and Xingye decisively followed her. Teacher Tang Yue, wait a moment, I have something to talk to you about. He stopped her in the corridor. What's the matter, student Xingye? Is there something you don't understand? Do you want to come to my house for tutoring tonight? Tang Yue asked with a smile. Xingye twitched the corner of his mouth, recalling the lace camisole she wore when she caught him for tutoring after his grades dropped before, and quickly shook his head. No need, teacher, my grades are very good now. He thought to himself, going to her house might lead to mistakes. He continued, I just broke through to the intermediate level and want to ask you to take me to the big city for magic awakening. Although Bocheng had intermediate awakening stones, their quality was poor. He still wanted to buy guiding stones to lead the awakening. There were no guiding stones in the small town, so he had to rely on Tang Yu to take him. Tang Yu was surprised upon hearing this, but considering his talent, she thought it was reasonable for him to break through to the intermediate level in 2 years. During the last magic assessment, she already knew Xingye was a born spiritual type and couldn't judge his cultivation speed by ordinary standards. She suddenly felt useless. Her students had all broken through to the intermediate level, while she was still stuck at intermediate level 3, perfect completion. Tang Yu sighed and said, take a day off tomorrow, I'll take you to Song City for magic awakening. After saying this, she took out her phone and made a call, arranging everything. Xingye thought to himself, it's great to have connections. A phone call solved the problem. For ordinary people going for magic awakening, just queuing, making appointments, and filling out forms would take months of hassle. The next day, Tang Yu and Xingye took a day off and took the bullet train to Song City. The scenery outside the train window made Xingye look forward to the differences of the big city. After getting off the car, Tang Yu took Xingye and headed towards West Lake. After awakening your magic, I'll take you around Song City. Which type do you want to awaken? They walked down the street like siblings. Xingye said, I want to awaken the summoning type. I might need to buy a guiding stone, not sure if it's expensive. The summoning type is very strong. A single beast can fight against a team of mages of the same level, although it consumes a lot of resources. Fortunately, his fire type relies on the nine-tailed chakra, so it doesn't require many resources and isn't too stressful. Tang Yu nodded, don't worry, I have connections in Song City, and the guiding stones for summoning type are the cheapest. Xingye felt reassured since Tang Yu is a judge in Song City and has connections. Soon, they arrived at the Song City Magic Association, which was much larger than the one in Bobo City, truly a big city. Because they had made an appointment, they went straight to the awakening room. Xingye, I've bought the summoning guide stone for you, you can go straight in to awaken. After chatting briefly with a middle-aged man, Tang Yu said to Xingye. Xingye marveled at Tang Yu's attentive service. Everything was a green light, no waiting at all. She didn't even mention the price. It felt like being kept. After registration, Xingye was led into a sealed awakening chamber. Inside, there was only one awakening stone, which looked much better than the one at Tianlan Magic High School. The stone faintly shimmered with a silver light like moonlight. Without hesitation, Xingye placed both hands on the awakening stone and entered the spiritual world with his mind. In the spiritual world, the fire-type galaxy quietly absorbed the nine-tailed chakra energy, growing stronger continuously. Before long, a surge of energy flowed out from the awakening stone into Xingye's spiritual world, triggering a beam of moonlight-colored radiance. Summoning system? Looks like the money spent on the guiding stones wasn't wasted. Pretty good. As the moonlight grew stronger, the power of the summoning system successfully manifested. Just as Xingye thought it was over, a pure black streak suddenly appeared beside him. He was stunned, and then a brand new star system appeared. What is going on? Two magic systems awakened? Is this the shadow system? After slowly processing it, he began to sense this newly appeared shadow system. Upon feeling it, he realized that this shadow system seemed related to his Sharingan. The Sharingan belongs to the Yin attribute chakra, which activated the star power of the shadow system. The shadow system and the Sharingan are interconnected, similar to the symbiotic relationship between the Nine Tails chakra and the fire system. He could feel that if he wanted the Sharingan to evolve into the Two-Tomo stage, the shadow system must break through the intermediate level. The shadow element of magical energy is equivalent to the ocular power of the Sharingan. I didn't expect Yin-natured chakra to also awaken the shadow element. It's truly unexpected. Logically, it should have been a psychic-type mind magic. Upon further thought, this also makes sense. The Sharingan is psychic-type, but Yin-natured chakra and the shadow element both belong to the realm of darkness, so their mutual enhancement is normal. While he was pondering, the door to the awakening chamber suddenly opened. Xingye, how is it? Has the summoning element awakened? Tang Yu walked in and glanced at the moonlight-colored awakening stone. Wow, the summoning element really awakened, congratulations! Xingye was momentarily stunned, confirming that the awakening stone was indeed moonlight-colored. The shadow element was awakened by his Sharingan, so there was no shadow hue on the awakening stone. Yes, Teacher Tang Yu, let's go first and not disturb the others. Regarding the shadow element, he decided not to mention it for now anyway. It was hard to explain. He would wait until it was discovered before saying anything. The two left the Magic Association and strolled along the West Lake, enjoying the scenery. Just as they were enjoying the lake's beauty, ripples suddenly stirred on the water's surface. A massive golden serpent, as tall as a skyscraper, emerged from the water, its golden vertical pupils fixed on Xingye beside Tang Yu. Big guy, how can you suddenly appear during the day? Go back quickly, don't scare others. Tang Yu was startled by this totemic mystical serpent. It wasn't the fear of the snake itself, but the worry that it might frighten those who didn't know it. After all, many people were unaware of this guardian deity of Song City, and some even harbored hostility toward the totemic mystical serpent. Here, a particular council member was specifically criticized. The mystical serpent always obeyed Tang Yu's commands. Now it slowly retracted its enormous body back into West Lake, leaving only a pair of golden eyes staring at Xingye. It also emitted a hiss sound, as if communicating with Tang Yu. Tang Yu frowned and glanced at Xingye. Do you feel a kind of dark power in Xingye's eyes that you don't quite like? Upon hearing this, Xingye immediately understood the serpent must have sensed his Sharingan. Sorry, I'm just an evil little Uchiha brat, but surely not enough to concern a sovereign-level totemic mystical serpent, right? However, Tang Yu continued, if this power grows strong enough, it can even control you? Xingye then recalled that as long as the Sharingan is powerful enough, it can indeed control any creature. No wonder the serpent was so sensitive who likes being controlled? Tang Yu was also surprised she hadn't expected Xingye to have such an ability. Things were getting more complicated, so Xingye had to reveal that he had just awakened shadow-type powers and vaguely mentioned that the Sharingan was part of the shadow system. Tang Yu nodded, thinking it over before saying, the awakening of the shadow system might be your talent, but the control ability is an anomaly. Xingye nodded repeatedly beside her, thinking she was right about everything. After understanding this, they didn't probe further. After all, the world is vast, and all kinds of strange talents are possible. Then Tang Yu introduced the background of the totemic mystical serpent, and soon the human and serpent became friends. Song City is famous for its water towns. Summer should have brought pleasant weather, but for some reason, it was somewhat sultry. Tang Yu took Xingye for a walk through the fields of Shishui Town. This is Song City's famous tourist town, with the most beautiful rivers. What do you think? She smiled, watching Xingye look around. Xingye was stunned when he heard the name Shishui Town, feeling it was familiar. Soon, he recalled this was where Mofan obtained the fire-type spirit seed, Meiyan. No wonder it was so hot. He just didn't know if Meiyan had fully matured yet. Xingye asked, Teacher Tang Yu, has there been anything strange in Shishui Town recently? Like the lake water decreasing? He remembered that Meiyan was nurtured underground in Shishui Town. Fire-type spirit seeds raise the temperature, causing water to evaporate and the land to crack. To find Meiyan, you just need to find the hottest place. After hearing this, Tang Yu took out her phone and checked the Song City Adjudicator's information network for a while. Shishui Town has indeed had some abnormalities recently. Despite abundant water sources, the weather has been getting hotter over the years, she said as she looked. Found it, a lake in Shishui Town. The water level has noticeably dropped over the past few months. Although it hasn't reached a severe level yet, it has never been like this before. After saying this, Xingye pulled Tang Yu toward the lake. Tang Yu, being pulled along, looked puzzled, not understanding what the student intended to do. Xingye, why are we going there? Is there something special? As an intern judge, although lacking experience, she also felt that something was indeed unusual in Shishui town. She couldn't determine the cause, but Xingye seemed to know something. I guess there's a fire element spirit seed hidden at the bottom of that lake. I wonder if it's already matured. Tang Yu was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. She hadn't expected there to be a spirit seed here. That was a treasure every mid-level mage dreamed of, worth millions. She followed Xingye to the lakeside and could clearly see the water level had dropped significantly. But it hasn't reached the level of attracting widespread attention yet, and the Magic Association hasn't noticed for the time being. Is there really a fire-type spirit seed hidden at the bottom of the lake? Although the surrounding temperature is abnormal, is it too risky to conclude there's a spirit seed based on this alone? Xingye didn't hesitate and jumped straight into the water. If you don't believe me, you can go down and see for yourself. Teacher Tang Yu, come with me. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, he was roughly confident. If he was wrong, he could always look again. Anyway, Mei Yan was definitely hidden underground in Waterplay Town. Hey, teacher, don't rush, you're always making me work hard. Tang Yu watched Xingye dive, glanced at her own ample chest, and thought to herself that she was definitely going to get wet today. Since he was her proud student, she couldn't just watch him take risks, she had to follow him. Without hesitation, Tang Yu also jumped into the water, closely following Xingye to prevent him from getting into trouble. The two of them dived down together. As mid-level mages, their physical fitness far surpassed ordinary people, and they could hold their breath for a long time. Using shadow magic, they could see clearly even though the bottom of the lake was pitch black. They soon reached the lakebed, which was just a patch of mud, but the deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. The water temperature was estimated to be close to 100 degrees Celsius, but fortunately, both of them had fire magic, so this temperature couldn't harm them. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Can I use magic to dig through the mud here directly? Xingye swam up to Tang Yu, pointed at the ground, chirping, then tilted his head to look at her, as if seeking her opinion. This lake was in the city, and according to the rules, ordinary mages were not allowed to cast spells casually within city limits. Seeing his expression, Tang Yu rolled her eyes, completely baffled by what he was thinking. Xingye could only accept it, assuming himself to be the honorable judge. 7 stars, blazing like flames, quickly connected in a line. Star trail out. Magic appear. Fire sizzle explosion. A fist smashed onto the riverbed, flames blazing fiercely, not even the lake water could extinguish them. The ground instantly cracked open, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, and the surrounding water temperature rapidly rose, beginning to boil. Starry Night and Tang Yu near the fire pillar were blasted backwards several meters by the shockwave. After steadying his stance, Starry Night locked his gaze on the towering fire pillar that was the rose flame he had been searching for. Tang Yu beside him widened her eyes, too shocked to speak. If she could talk, she would definitely question what kind of luck this was. Finding a spirit seed by feeling was even harder than winning the lottery. Starry Night didn't explain much, just pointed at the fire pillar, then at Tang Yu and himself, clearly asking, "Do you want this spirit seed, or me?" Tang Yu didn't have a fire-type spirit seed yet, while Starry Night already possessed the Nine-Tails chakra, which was equivalent to having a growable elemental seed. It was uncertain if he could absorb another spirit seed now, so if Tang Yu wanted it, he wouldn't refuse. Tang Yu looked at him and shook her head no. Starry Night felt a warmth in his heart and didn't say more. At worst, he could find a better one later and share it with her. He swam to the fire pillar. The deep red flames did not extinguish in the lake water but grew even stronger. When he touched the rose flame, he confirmed he could absorb it. Unfortunately, this spirit seed's power was not strong, only enhancing fire magic by 2.1 times instead of the expected 2.5 times. Could it be that he arrived too early and the spirit seed hadn't matured yet? Just as he pondered, the rose flame slowly infused into the fire-type star cloud. When it approached the Nine-Tails chakra, it automatically absorbed energy and grew stronger. Starry Night immediately noticed how could any movement in the spiritual world escape his attention? Can the Nine-Tails chakra also serve as energy, absorbed by the spirit seed to grow stronger, he wondered, yet he allowed a large amount of Nine-Tails chakra to be released, letting the rose flame devour it freely. After all, the Nine-Tails chakra was vast, and absorption was limited. It could also slowly absorb natural energy to replenish itself, the legendary perpetual motion machine. However, the energy had a limit. Once full, it stopped and wouldn't replenish infinitely. The red transparent nine-tails chakra gradually attached itself to Mei Yan's pillar of fire. The color of Mei Yan's flames deepened, and its power rapidly increased. 2.2 times, 2.5 times, 2.8 times, finally reaching 3 times. At this point, the flames had completely turned red-black. Xingye was extremely excited and quickly absorbed Mei Yan entirely into his own fire-type nebula. The next time he cast fire magic, the bonuses from the Nine-Tails chakra and Mei Yan would stack, boosting the power to an astonishing 6 times. This was even stronger than the usual 4 to 6 times amplification of high-level soul types. The power of a beginner-level 3rd-rank fire magic fire nourishment explosion was already close to that of an intermediate-level 3rd-rank spell Fierce Fist 9 Palaces, practically a mobile magic cannon, surpassing even Mofin. After finishing the absorption, Xingye walked over to Tang Yu, made an OK gesture, then pointed to the shore, signaling to go ashore first. Soon, the two successfully landed. Phew, I'm suffocating. Tang Yu took deep breaths of fresh air, her body swaying violently, proudly forming a graceful arc. Although she had only been underwater for a little over 10 minutes, it was still very hard for an intermediate mage to endure holding their breath for so long. Tang Yu asked curiously, Xingye, after absorbing the spirit seed, how much has your fire magic S-power increased? She herself had no chance to absorb a spirit seed, mainly because the resources were precious. She was only a trainee adjudicator with little achievement, so neither her family nor the adjudication council would give her much support. Without proven value, it was hard to get investment. Xingye did not hide it and said, the power increased threefold, plus additional effects of continuous burning, flame spreading, and detonation. High-quality elemental seeds all have special functions. As a top-tier spirit seed, it was normal for Mei Yan to have these abilities. Continuous burning and flame spreading were common to almost all flames, but the detonation effect was very powerful. It could cause the flames to explode on the enemy, dealing secondary damage, effectively making one magic attack hit twice, an excellent skill for finishing off opponents. After hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes were full of envy. Now, Xingye's strength probably rivaled hers. Xingye looked at this teacher De Xiong and thought to himself that since she was only a mid-level mage, he should repay her help. After all, she had helped him many times. Just now, I felt that the spirit seed at the bottom of the lake wasn't strong at all, it couldn't possibly have a triple boost. How did it suddenly become so powerful? Tang Yu squinted at Xingye, suspecting he was hiding some secret. His talent was truly extraordinary. The fire-type spirit seed was naturally strong, and with a mid-level awakening, he had mastered magic from 2 elements. The shadow element even had special abilities. It all seemed strange. Xingye suddenly froze, and Tang Yu also felt she shouldn't casually pry into someone else's secrets. After all, it was impolite. Forget it, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. But remember, don't touch those dangerous things, okay? Tang Yu warned. Xingye was stunned not because he was afraid of being figured out who would believe he had a system. He suddenly realized that his nine-tailed chakra could provide energy to power mid-level magic and could also be absorbed by Mei Yan to become stronger. Could this energy also help Tang Yu break through to the advanced level? Got it, Teacher Tang Yu, I have a method that might help you break through to the advanced level. Xingye grabbed her hand, wanting to try transmitting chakra. Tang Yu's cheeks gradually flushed. Wait a moment. Although I don't know how you plan to help me break through, we can't just do it here, right? Let's go back to town and find a hotel first. Xingye nodded, the surroundings desolate, no mistakes could be made during the breakthrough. The two returned to the small town and rented a hotel room. Tang Yu stretched lazily, her figure looking even more alluring. She looked around the room and muttered to herself, I never thought the first time I stayed in a hotel with someone else would be with my own student. Thinking of the hand that had just grabbed hers, her face flushed again. Xingye closed the door and teased, now you're a student, but maybe in the future, you'll be my wife? Tang Yu turned around and glared at him fiercely, her face burning red with embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and try your thing, I'm still waiting to break through. She avoided his gaze and sat on the bed with her eyes closed. Come on, let the teacher see how you help me break through to the advanced level. Xingye sat opposite her, a powerful energy flowing from his hands into Tang Yu's body. She was about to scold him, but the thought vanished instantly. The energy was too strong, pressing down on her so she couldn't think of anything else. The power of the nine-tailed chakra wildly poured into her fire-type nebula, making her already maxed-out fire cultivation even more complete. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, as if some kind of shackles had been broken. The edge barrier of the fiery nebula collapsed with a roar, and the nebula surged into a vast galaxy. Xingye! I've broken through to the advanced level. Tang Yu excitedly opened her eyes and smiled at the man who helped her break through. She had been stuck at the intermediate level for a long time, and now that she finally broke through, her mood was especially excited. At this moment, her fondness for Xingye suddenly intensified. Xingye opened his eyes and, looking at Tang Yu's moist and charming eyes, couldn't help but feel delighted. He glanced outside. The sun had set, and moonlight poured into the room. "Congratulations, Teacher Tang Yu. Is there a reward?" "Like a grateful kiss, perhaps." Xingye shamelessly lifted his chin, posing as if waiting for a kiss. Seeing his expression, Tang Yu didn't get angry. Instead, her eyes flickered away, and her heart raced. "You bad student, you don't understand respecting teachers, no reward for you," she said, grabbed the blanket by her feet, and wrapped herself completely in it. Seeing this, Xingyi felt a surge of joy, thinking the opportunity had come, determined to win over the sexy and beautiful teacher. Not getting a reward didn't stop him from being shameless. "Alright, since there's no reward, I'll just sleep here." He took the chance to lie down. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu still kept her face covered, silent, tacitly allowing his presence. He didn't force her either, obediently lying down to rest. Since helping Tang Yu break through to the advanced level, a few days had passed. Though their relationship was somewhat subtle, it had not worsened. Instead, their relationship felt more like friends, with less of the formality between teacher and student. Xingye didn't expect things to develop this way. He thought there would be some awkwardness. This made him suspect that Tang Yu also had feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have accepted his closeness so readily. At last, things were moving in a positive direction. Xingye gazed out the bus window at the scenery, lost in thought. Today was the day for outdoor training. The bus passed through the wasteland outside the city and arrived at the Xiefeng mountain station after half a day. When they got off, everyone saw a man leaning against the wall playing with fire, his face covered in stubble. "Zhang Kong." He seemed to notice their gazes and extinguished the flames with a flick of his hand. Marching in military boots, he scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on the female student like an old rogue. Xingye shook his head inside, feeling that he was truly giving up on himself here. He was clearly a genius. Even if he couldn't defeat the holy city, as long as he worked hard to get stronger, he would eventually be able to rescue Qinyuer. The two of them escaping the fate of miserable lovers together was far better than waiting to die in this remote small town. Although he was somewhat despondent in handling Qinyuer's matter, there was no denying that he was still a man. Whether it was killing the winged azure wolf alone, or jumping into the death abyss wearing the Kai robe with a determination to die, and later going alone to the holy city to save Qinyuer, he showed great courage. After enjoying the sight for a moment, Zhang Kong spoke. "Hello, I am the chief instructor for this training, Zhang Kong. No need for small talk, consider yourselves lucky because you are the first batch of trainees I'm leading. This training assessment is very simple." He gave a cold smile and continued, "I have here a lowest difficulty bounty mission. If any one of you completes it, everyone's grade will be an A. But if no one completes it, no one passes. Bounty missions can only be accepted after registering with the Hunter Alliance, and whether they can be completed is another matter. Even the lowest level bounties are not something students who have never seen demons can easily handle." The students sighed one after another, feeling the task was impossible. What a joke, making us take a bounty mission. Some bounties are hard even for veteran hunters. It's over, no chance of passing the training, no more books to read, might as well just find a class to attend casually. Just as everyone was complaining, Tang Yu stepped forward. The students thought she would say something to ease the difficulty, but unexpectedly, she had no intention of helping. Chief Instructor, Xingye was promoted to an intermediate mage a few days ago. I suggest we treat him specially, Tang Yu said without hiding Xingye's breakthrough, indirectly increasing the difficulty. It wasn't that she didn't want her students to pass the trials, but if they couldn't even get through a small trial, how could they face stronger demons? If they couldn't pass the trials, it would be better to live safely in Anjia forever, which was also a form of protection. Xingye didn't hide it either and directly released the magical aura of an intermediate mage. A rolling heat wave hit everyone, leaving the other students dumbfounded. Intermediate mage? I'm only a level 1 novice, and someone has already broken through to intermediate? I must be dreaming, someone pinch me. Everyone stared at Xingye in shock, as if looking at a monster. Zhang Kong also showed a surprised expression. He had seen many geniuses. He had once represented Huaxia in the World Academy competition and was considered a genius among geniuses. Having awakened magic for just over 2 years, Xingye had already cultivated into an intermediate mage genius. Such talent was almost unmatched among millions. Logically, he should be able to enter any top academy, so why was he still in Bo City, this remote border town? Although Zhang Kong was puzzled, he didn't ask further. After all, this was Xingye's choice, just like his own choice to hide here and avoid reality. After a moment of thought, Zhang Kong first assigned the tasks and arranged for the students to form teams and begin their trials. Then, he walked up to Xingye. Kid, I don't know why you're still staying in this small town, but you're not suited for this kind of low-level trial right now. Zhang Kong stroked his stubble, pondering what kind of assessment to give Xingye. Seeing his hesitation, Xingye took the initiative to speak. Chief Instructor, why not catch a battle general level demon as my trial? Zhang Kong was stunned, not expecting Xingye to be so reckless. You are an intermediate mage, but you haven't fully mastered intermediate magic yet, and you dare to challenge a battle general demon? One demon can hold off a whole team of mages at the same level. You are underestimating demons and overestimating yourself. In Zhang Kong's eyes, Xingye was just young and reckless, overly confident. But Xingye was unconvinced. Chief Instructor, how about we make a bet? If I can defeat or even kill a battle general demon, you reward me with a magical tool. If I lose, I'll give you this 5 million yuan bank card. Saying that, he took out the bank card like a gambler. Although he couldn't release intermediate magic, with the help of ninjutsu, a battle general demon wasn't too hard to deal with, so he wasn't too worried. Seeing Xingye so confident, Zhang Kong was also interested and agreed without much hesitation. Alright, I agree. But if you lose, this 5 million will be the price of your arrogance. He wasn't greedy, but Bo City was really so poor there was no profit to be made. Fearing Xingye would back out, Zhang Kong finished speaking and cast a high-level wind magic wings of wind, flapping his wings behind him, turning into a blue streak flying toward the mountains to find the battle general demon. After Zhang Kong left, Xingye immediately opened the system and claimed the reward, successfully contacted one of the Naruto male protagonists, Jiraiya, reward, Rasengan. Xingye had expected to be rewarded with Jiraiya's Sage Mode, but unexpectedly, it was the Rasengan. This reward isn't bad at all. Although the power of the basic Rasengan is roughly equivalent to mid-level magic, it can be used for close combat attacks, which is a significant advantage. After all, there are very few close combat methods in magic, and having the Rasengan perfectly fills that gap. However, Jiraiya's Sage Mode has a drawback. After transformation, his face looks as ugly as a frog's. Thinking about turning into that, Xingye felt a wave of repulsion and decided it was better not to use Sage Mode. When Xingye received the reward, Zhang Kong soon brought back a bone spike savage wolf that had just broken through to the warlord level. Its aura was still unstable, clearly an unlucky fellow. Zhang Kong directly threw it to the ground from the air, kicking up dust. When the dust settled, Zhang Kong stood on top of the unconscious bone spike savage wolf's head. Kid, I won't kill this bone spike savage wolf that just advanced to warlord level. As long as you can defeat it, you win, Zhang Kong said. Defeating a demon and killing it are very different. When you defeat an opponent, they won't fight to the death. Killing them, however, is very dangerous. After all, a cornered dog will jump over the wall, and demons are even more ferocious. Xingye nodded without hesitation. Lowering the difficulty was certainly good. This time, he wanted to test his strength and find his position. He immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes changed from black to scarlet, with a tomo in the pupil. Others couldn't tell because he wore colored contact lenses, something he got in Song City to conceal his Sharingan and avoid being captured as an anomaly for experiments. Soon, Zhang Kong woke the bone spike savage wolf. The moment it woke up, it identified Xingye as the one who had awakened it. You full of rage, the bone spike savage wolf lunged at Xingye like lightning. It was extremely fast, swinging its claws at Xingye, aiming to smash him into a pulp with one strike. But Xingye used his Sharingan to see its movements in slow motion and easily dodged the attack. He then created some distance and began to connect 7 stars. A thought of the star trail. Fire burst. The 6-fold amplified level 3 basic magic struck the bone-spiked direwolf. Its fur instantly ignited, and a large bloody hole was blown open in its abdomen. Zhang Kong stood aside, shocked with his mouth wide open. The power of basic magic can actually rival intermediate level? Could it be a spirit type? Xingye pressed the advantage, the black-red flames raging and burning again. Fire burst. The flames bombarded the bone-spiked direwolf, worsening its injuries. The bone-spiked direwolf quickly reacted, realizing that Xingye was not weak but a formidable enemy capable of taking its life. It braved the fierce flames and lunged at Xingye again, its sharp wolf teeth biting as if to tear Xingye to pieces. As the wolf teeth closed in, Xingye used the Sharingan to cast an illusion. In an instant, the bone-spiked direwolf's teeth pierced through Xingye's body. Just as it was about to feast on its prey, an attack pierced through its abdomen. Boom! A huge circular bloody hole appeared inside the bone-spiked direwolf, and a wild energy swept through. It collapsed and died, not even knowing how it was struck, dying unwillingly. The battle ended, Zhang Kong arrived, his face full of shock and confusion. He looked at the relaxed Xingyi and asked, "How did your final strike kill the bone-spiked direwolf? Why was it attacking the air just now?" In fact, Xingyi didn't use magic but a close combat divine skill, the Rasengan. That's what caused the huge circular bloody hole in the bone-spiked direwolf. As for attacking the air, it was caught in Xingyi's Sharingan illusion, mistakenly thinking it was injured. Although the Sharingan was still at a basic level, it was more than enough to create a momentary illusion. Xingyi said nothing more and instead rudely reached out his hand. "Chief Instructor, where is my reward?" Zhang Kong helplessly shook his head and rubbed his hair, not expecting to lose to this kid. "Don't worry, once your classmates complete the mission and return, the rewards will naturally be generous." After saying this, he hurriedly left, claiming to take care of the students, but in reality, he was making a quick escape. For the next 3 days, Xingyi waited at the Xiefeng Mountain relay station, wanting to go back but having to wait for his teammates to finish the bounty mission. He walked over to Zhang Kong and asked with concern, "Chief Instructor, how are they progressing?" "A few of them are doing quite well, like Zhou Min, Mubai, Zhang Xiao, and Mo Fan. Take a look yourself." After saying this, Zhang Kong handed over a device similar to a tablet, which was displaying footage of Mo Fan and the others. This tablet was a military device capable of real-time video synchronization. At this moment, Mo Fan and the others had already reached a cave. Seeing the cave, Xingyi recalled that a ghost wolf beast was hidden inside, though the beast had already gone mad. Noticing his daze, Zhang Kong asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this cave?" Xingyi thought for a moment, shook his head without speaking, afraid of alerting the enemy, especially since there were still black church foes around. He glanced at Bai Yang standing beside Zhang Kong and thought that Mo Fan and the others would surely turn danger into safety, so it didn't matter whether he said anything or not. Soon enough, Bai Yang's ghost wolf beast lost control. "Ah! My ghost wolf beast has lost control. What? Quickly protect those guys, don't let them die." Zhang Kong hurriedly rushed towards Mo Fan's direction, while Xingyi did not follow, knowing the outcome. Everyone was fine, and Mo Fan would still kill that mad wolf. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhang Kong returned with his people, with only Zhang Xiaoho slightly injured. The heaviest injury was Bai Yang's, as the death of a summoned beast would severely impact the summoner's spirit. "Really well done. Chief Instructor, don't forget my magical tool, hee hee." Mo Fan was eager for a reward. As soon as he returned, he was still supporting 2 magic users and was really broke. Xingyi also reminded everyone, just in case someone forgot. Zhang Kong, who was about to leave, almost fell when he heard this, feeling heartbroken. This time he had suffered a big loss. But he had promised, so he could only go back to resupply. At the same time, the students all knew that Xingyi had single-handedly defeated a battle general level enemy. "Brother Xing, don't forget us when you become a grand mage." That's right, that's right. Everyone admired him, and some even wanted to become Xingyi's adopted sons, clinging to him in hopes of rapid advancement. "Mubai, don't be discouraged, you still have a chance." Zhao Koan-san quickly encouraged when he saw the leader losing heart. Mubai looked at Zhao Koan-san, who was busy making chicken soup, and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, I just realized the gap between me and Xingyi. When someone is only slightly better than you will chase after them without hesitation, even feeling defiant. But if the gap is as wide as an abyss, recognizing reality is not cowardice, but growth. Understanding that you are not a genius, just an ordinary person. However, I will still strive to become stronger." After a brief period of confusion, Mubai set his sights on his old rival Mo Fan. Now, his target changed from Xingyi to Mo Fan. After the Shadow Wolf Beast was killed, the students all received grades for their training results. Mo Fan and Xingyi also received rewards. Mo Fan got the side bone shield, while Xingyi chose cash. He planned to buy a soul vessel, which would cost at least tens of millions at the lowest level. Although expensive, he had to buy it. After increasing his strength, he would kill more demons, and a soul vessel was indispensable. 2 years of demon hunting had allowed him to accumulate considerable wealth. Along with the several million invested by Principal Zhu and teacher Tang Yu, Xingyi was already a multi-millionaire. For ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure, but for mages, this money was still not enough. During the holidays, Xingyi went out early and returned late, hunting demon beasts near the Yin realm, striving to quickly gather enough money to buy the vessel. His combat skills improved rapidly. Magic, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan were all used with mastery. In just 2 months, he earned over 10 million. Mages spend money like water, but with strength, earning money is easy. Solo hunting demon beasts meant keeping all the profits a servant-level demon corpse could sell for hundreds of thousands, while a warlord level 1 could fetch millions. After finishing his daily tasks, Xingye set off on his way home. Passing by a school, a sudden explosion rang out. Inscription Girls Middle School? The school Yi Xinxia attends? He saw the school gate and recalled that this school had once produced demons. Without much thought, he headed towards the explosion site. He had never met Yi Xinxia before, maybe this time he could encounter her. Of course, he was just going to do a good deed. Meeting Yi Xinxia and getting a reward were just bonuses. Soon, a shadow appeared near the school cafeteria, transforming into Xingye's figure. Traveling at night using shadow magic is really fast. Just as he approached the cafeteria, a girl's scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Xancia, you run quickly, go find the city monster hunting team, don't let the monster come near. Help! After confirming the direction of the voice, Xingye immediately rushed to the cafeteria. Inside, he saw a giant one-eyed rat as big as a person, definitely a big rat from the south. Goo goo! The one-eyed ape rat sensed danger and suddenly threw the person in its hands away. Xingye quickly jumped up, caught the thrown person, while connecting the star trail and casting magic, fire spark explosion. 6 times the firepower instantly struck the one-eyed ape rat, and the rat died completely in an instant. Just as he was about to check, the girl in his arms moved. Quick, go check on Yun'er, she was just attacked by a demon. Xingye immediately turned to the other girl lying on the ground. After a simple check, he found she was only lightly injured, with no life-threatening danger. Don't worry, your friend is fine, just lightly injured. After saying this, he noticed that the girl in his arms was actually Yi Xancia. Successfully contacted one of the female leads of the Fire Shadow, Hinata, reward bloodline limit, Byakugan. Sure enough, contacting Xancia came with a reward, and it was the Byakugan. Although the Byakugan's abilities are not as diverse as the Sharingan, its X-ray vision and 360-degree field of view are powerful enough to prevent most sneak attacks. If it can evolve into the Rinnegan in the future, its strength would even rival the Rinnegan. After receiving the reward, Xingye looked happily at Xancia in his arms. She was more beautiful than he had imagined, and her figure was fuller. After all, she was a healing-type mage, a healer, so a fuller figure made perfect sense. You're holding on too tight, it's making me a little uncomfortable. Xancia said softly, blushing. Xingye was a bit excited and hugged a little too hard, quickly loosening his grip. Sorry. After relaxing, he still held her tightly. It's okay, my name is Yi Xancia. Thank you for saving us. She avoided his gaze, feeling that he cared about her a lot. My name is Xingye. The two began chatting off and on, waiting for the city demon hunting team to arrive. At this time, Xingye learned that the other girl was Lin Yun'er, the sister of Lin Yusen, a guardian soldier of the Sacred Spring. They hadn't talked long before Mo-fan arrived first. Xancia. Xingye? Seeing his sister and classmate hugging, he felt conflicted. He was relieved that his sister was safe but also felt a hint of loss, as if his sister was drifting away from him. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he asked with some doubt, Xingye, what are you doing here? Later, he understood that it was Xingye who saved Xancia. The cold feeling in his heart eased considerably. Soon, Su Dahuang arrived with the demon hunting army, and the ambulance also arrived at the same time. After briefly questioning Xingye and the others, they were allowed to leave, while Lin Yun'er was sent to the hospital for a checkup. Brother Xingye, thank you so much for saving me. Xancia will never forget your kindness. If you ever need anything, just come to me, and I will do my best to help. At the school gate, Yi Xancia looked at Xingye seriously, her eyes firm, as if she was always willing to fight for him. Beside her, Mo-fan felt uncomfortable hearing Xancia call someone else brother, but he said seriously, from now on, call useful bros. Suddenly realizing Xingye was far better than him and that he couldn't help with things Xingye couldn't, he added, I will do my best to help. Seeing his expression, Xingye smiled and shook his head, secretly thinking about wanting his sister, but wondering if his brother-in-law would agree. Afraid of being repaid with ingratitude, he held back from saying anything. After a simple farewell, everyone went home. During the holiday, Xingye still went out every day beyond Anjie to hunt demons, then returned home to train. Life was peaceful. The holiday ended, and the new semester began. During this time, Xingye successfully connected the star chart of intermediate fire magic. Though not proficient, he had completed it, and now only needed to practice diligently. Meanwhile, he raised both shadow and summoning magic to level 2 of the beginner stage. After all, this was the second time reaching this level, though in different magic systems, and his operation was more skillful, progressing rapidly. His improved strength made him confident and no longer afraid of the upcoming disaster in Bo City. Xingye, the Magic College entrance exam is less than a year away, and you're still distracted in class. A coquettish yet reproachful voice came. Xingye looked up and saw Tang Yu standing by his desk, staring at him with a half smile. This guy dared to ignore her while not paying attention in class. She couldn't let it go and was going to give him a serious tutoring. While I was thinking about the question teacher Tang Yu just asked. Yes, that's right. Xingye hurriedly explained, almost convincing himself. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him. I didn't ask any question. What are you thinking about? Obviously, she didn't buy it. Xingye had strong talent, but she didn't want him to neglect theory. She wanted him to fight for more resources at the top academy, so both his strength and theory had to be top-notch. Xingye couldn't answer immediately and instinctively glanced at the large white rabbit candy on Tang Yu's chest, which was dazzlingly big. Well, of course I was thinking about teacher Tang Yu. Xingye didn't know how to respond, so he honestly spoke his mind. The classroom instantly erupted in noise, everyone staring at him in surprise, some admiring, others shocked. They all thought Xingye was truly brave. After all, a mature and sexy female teacher like Tang Yu naturally occupied some space in the boys' minds. But at most, they only dared to think about it secretly. Who would dare to say it out loud in front of the whole class like Xingye did? Tang Yu hadn't expected him to be so direct. Although she looked shy, she was mostly happy. After all, they had spent a long time together, and the experiences they shared earlier in Song City had made her fond of Xingye. But she was a teacher and couldn't relax the rules. She put on a stern face and said, Xingye, your studies are important. I'll let this little distraction slide this time, but there must not be a next time. After speaking, she gave him a sharp glare, as if scolding his boldness. Then she continued the lesson, but everyone's mind couldn't focus. The bell rang, class was over. Tang Yu packed up her books and stared at Xingye, who was sitting by the window in the back row. Xingye, come out here. She walked out of the classroom to wait for him. Mo Fan laughed beside her and said, you can't escape this time, good luck. Xingye was unfazed, waved his hand and said, no big deal, watch how I handle her. Then he walked out. In the corridor, Tang Yu leaned on the railing with both hands, looking at the scenery outside the school. The breeze lifted her hair, creating a beautiful scene. She smiled and said, don't just stand there, come over. Xingye walked over and smiled, teacher Tang Yu is so beautiful, I was stunned just looking at you. The two stood side by side, gazing at the distant view of Bo City. Tang Yu took out a black box that looked like a Rubik's Cube and said, the soul container you wanted has arrived. It can hold the essence of a commander-level demon, but only one, and it costs over 20 million. The surface of the box had golden patterns, resembling a small Pandora's box. Although it looked sinister, Xingye didn't mind as long as it was useful. Alright, there's 25 million in this card. Here you go. Xingye took out the card. Tang Yu refused, no need, I'm your teacher, I can't accept your money. Last time you helped me break through to the advanced level, consider this soul container a gift in return. After all, for her to break through to the advanced level herself, she would have to use the Star River vein. The Star River vein was worth at least hundreds of millions, so for a mere soul container costing just over 20 million, she naturally wouldn't ask Xingye for money again. Alright, then I'll accept it. He didn't say much and directly accepted the soul container. It was prepared for the winged Song Wolf. Although it couldn't guarantee killing it, it was better to be prepared. The disaster in Bo City was drawing closer. Having lived there for so long, he had developed feelings for the place. Now he could only do his best to prepare and have a clear conscience. By the way, teacher Tang Yu, I recently discovered quite a few underground tunnels in Bo City that lead outside the city. You'd better have the chief instructor investigate them. Previously, I hadn't planned to go to Wei Fong, nor had I kept Zhang Kong's contact information. Now, I'm using Tang Yu to notify him, so he can minimize the damage the disaster causes to Bo City. At the same time, I want Zhang Kong to attract the Black Church's attention, to avoid being targeted when I go to blow up the cave. If things go well, Zhang Kong can also earn merit. The cave leading outside the city? Tang Yu is a judge, and she immediately sensed something was off. Alright, I understand. She didn't suspect Xingye, nor did she think he was joking. She quickly called Zhang Kong and presented the information as if she had discovered it herself, aiming to make it more convincing. After all, Xingye was just a student, and Zhang Kong might not take him seriously. After arranging everything, Xingye continued his routine life, steadily growing stronger. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Phew, I hope today I can find a dimensional summon beast that suits me. After awakening the summoning system, he entered the dimensional plane daily at fixed times to search for summoned beasts, just like going to work. Finding a summoned beast with potential wasn't easy. It had to have the potential to become a supreme monarch, otherwise it would only serve as transportation like Fan and Old Wolf S. Half a year passed, and he still hadn't found a suitable summoned beast. Forget it, let it be. After searching for so long, a few more days wouldn't hurt. Finding a good summoned beast was worth waiting for. Although he was only a contract worker, if trained well, it could still become a powerful combat force. Closing his eyes, 7 silver moon-colored stars instantly connected into a star trail. The soul of Xingye appeared on a patch of black scorched earth. When he opened his eyes, he was startled. What is this place? This is clearly wrong. He was completely confused. Previously, when entering dimensional planes, it was always mountains, plains, or deserts. But this time, it was scorched and barren land. Now he had directly arrived at such a desolate place, and in the sky, there were 9 sun-like stars emitting a black-red glow. Could it be that I accidentally wandered into another plane? It can't be the dark plane, right? Does the dark plane even have suns? While observing this unfamiliar world, Xingye casually drifted in one direction. He was not afraid. After all, he was only a spiritual soul body now. Even if he were killed, it would only cause some spiritual damage, and he could recover quickly. The more he drifted, the more he felt this place was utterly empty, not even a living creature in sight. Just as he was wondering if he had mistakenly entered the dark plane, a fierce wind suddenly struck, accompanied by a tremendous roar. What is that? Such a loud roar, could it be a peerless, ferocious beast? He rushed toward the direction of the sound without hesitation. After all, he was already here. Before long, an astonishing scene came into view. 2 giant beasts, each over 1,000 meters long, were fiercely fighting in the air. Although the distance was far and the full details were unclear, their momentum was overwhelming. What kind of terrifying beings are these? At least emperor level, maybe even dominators? Being weak, he had no understanding of the true strength of these 2 ferocious beasts. If their true forms were present, he would probably have been scared stiff by now. Just as he was about to flee, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You bastard, how dare you steal my child as the national beast? The voice startled Xingye, but after calming down, he realized it wasn't directed at him. It was one of the 2 ferocious beasts in the sky speaking. He found it strange that he could understand it and thought it was probably because their life levels were so high that they communicated through telepathy, allowing him to perceive it as well. And he heard the words, national beast. Could this be the tomb of the fallen kingdom's beast? While pondering, the 2 fierce beasts in the sky were already fighting and drifting farther away. Xingye wanted to follow and take a look but noticed a withered forest not far away. Could that be the lair of the fierce beasts? Although aware of the danger, his curiosity drove him to resist no longer. Just now, he heard one of the fierce beasts mention having offspring. Although one might have been taken by the other, if there was a second cub, wouldn't it be a great gain to form a contract with it? With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Xingye plunged headfirst into the withered forest. After all, dying would be without regret. At the same time, luck was on his side. The 2 fierce beasts in the sky had already disappeared somewhere unknown. How lucky, they didn't even notice me. Perhaps one was too busy fleeing, and the other was worried about the child, so neither noticed him. They felt like little ants, posing no real threat. But Xingye remained vigilant, quickly searching the deadwood forest for the powerful and ferocious beast's child. Soon, he saw an unusually tall dead tree in the distance, seemingly piercing the clouds. Xingye's intuition told him that a great opportunity must be hidden here. He hurried closer and discovered an egg embedded in the tree. It was black and gold all over, covered with cracks, and about to hatch. Roar! A loud roar came. Clearly the egg's mother had returned. Xingye dared not hesitate and immediately condensed a spiritual imprint, placing it on the egg. Although uncertain if it would succeed, he was determined not to leave empty-handed. You cowardly fool, daring to touch my child, you're asking for death, an angry voice echoed in his mind. He endured the pain and continued the contract. In an instant, the ferocious beast appeared before him, opening its abyss-like mouth, ready to bite. Fortunately, the spiritual imprint was finally successfully engraved on the hatchling inside the egg. After all, this little one had not fully been born yet, and its mind did not resist Xingye. The spiritual body returned to the physical form, and Xingye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Phew, that was close. Successfully engraving the spiritual contract and returning safely, I never want to go through a near-death experience like that again. When the ferocious beast swallowed him just now, he quickly returned thanks to the contract, which saved him from death. Although that kind of existence could kill him 10 times over with a mere breath, it spared him because of the child. Better not take risks from now on, or you might not survive the next time you try. Now, it's time to check the harvest. Xingye connected 7 summoning stars in a row. Dimensional summon. A silver moonlight flashed, a dimensional rift opened, and an egg the size of a person fell out. Hiss, being able to summon the egg directly is really impressive. The giant egg before him, full of cracks and black golden in color, suddenly reminded him of the ferocious beast that almost killed him earlier, its mother. Hee hee, now your child is in my hands. I bet you're furious, huh? Although the opponent was powerful, he still didn't believe that creature could break through dimensions to kill him. But seeing this egg, he was also troubled with this little one with such high bloodline die of old age before hatching. The higher the bloodline of a powerful creature, the longer its lifespan. For example, the dragon demons in Europe take at least several hundred years to mature. He decided to try accelerating the hatching using summoning magic energy. After all, summoned beasts can absorb magic energy to grow, so maybe the thing inside this egg could too. After infusing magic energy, the cracks on the eggshell increased. There's a reaction. Is it about to hatch? No sooner had he spoken than the eggshell began to peel away, revealing a pair of golden eyes and black golden feathers. More importantly, the aura of a battle general. Born a battle general, with extraordinary strength, easily killing enemies above its level. When the eggshell completely shattered, he discovered it was actually a bird. A crow? No, the feathers are black and gold. Wait, it has 3 legs? He stared in shock at the creature before him, confirming this earth-shattering secret. Could it be the 3-legged golden crow? Impossible, right? The legendary first 3-legged golden crow was said to be the descendant of Dijuan and Shiha. If that fierce beast just now was really Shiha, he would have been killed long ago and couldn't he have escaped to the magical dimension. He dismissed the thought and looked back at the newly hatched bird. It was gnawing on the eggshell, definitely of high lineage. Whether it was that fierce beast or this little one, they should both be descendants of the 3-legged golden crow, which would explain the 3 legs and those features. However, the aura of flame seemed somewhat faint. After all, the true 3-legged golden crow is the Yangwu, a divine bird living on the sun, and its fiery traits should be much stronger. But now, it looked like this guy was just a 3-legged crow with golden pupils and black gold feathers, showing no trace of the solar divine fire aura. He wasn't greedy either, he was already very satisfied to have obtained a dimensional beast with this lineage. From now on, he just needed to provide it with fire element resources for cultivation. Little one, from now on you'll be called Little Wu. Eat up this magical energy first, and I'll send you back so your mother won't worry. Xingye stroked Little Wu's feathers and gave it the remaining summoning magic energy. Wow wow. Little Wu nuzzled his hand, extremely happy. After eating, Xingye sent it back. Finally found the summoned beast, and it just so happened to be Little Wu at the tomb of the fallen kingdom beasts. What a jackpot. More than half a year of persistence wasn't in vain. Let us tidy up and go watch Mofan's performance. This afternoon was exactly Mofan's 3-year appointment. Although it was expected, the school required attendance, so it was hard to refuse. After quickly styling his hair handsomely, Xingye rode his old bike toward the Mu family estate. Mu family. As soon as Xingye arrived, he saw a scene. Mofan was exchanging insults with Guo Kaitang, the deputy captain of the city demon hunting team and Mu Ningxue's cousin. Mofan suddenly saw Xingye and waved, saying, "Old Ji, you came to watch my performance too?" Guo Kaitang snorted coldly, "Performance? Don't get wrecked by Yuan." She glanced at Xingye, nodded, and followed the demon hunting team members inside. Mofan was used to her disdain, slinging an arm around Xingye's shoulder and complaining, "She's Mu Ningxue's cousin. I once secretly watched her bathe when I was a kid, so she doesn't like me. But I didn't expect her to be somewhat friendly to you, probably because she knows your talent. Don't mind it." The two walked and chatted as they entered the manor. Inside, it was already packed. All the prominent figures of Bo City had arrived. Several beautiful young women surrounded Chief Instructor Zhang Kong. Xingye stepped forward with a teasing tone, "Chief Instructor, you really have quite the taste." Zhang Kong felt awkward, thinking of Qin Yuer sealed in the Tianshan Mountains, his conscience uneasy. "Ahem, these ladies just needed some help, so I came over, that's all." After speaking, he changed the subject and said seriously, "Aren't you planning to join the Wei faction? With your talent, your future is limitless. The Wei faction can provide better training for you." Xingye shook his head, "No thanks, I'm used to freedom and don't want to be controlled." Zhang Kong didn't insist further. Soon, Mu Zhuoyan finished his speech, and the match between Yuang and Mo Fan began. Xingye boredly watched the two take turns in the duel from the VIP seats. Feeling bored? Aren't you worried Mo Fan will lose? Tang Yu smiled and sat down beside him. Lose? Although he's careless, he's good at hiding his trump cards. After all, he has a natural dual element talent. Xingye was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then quickly regained his composure. Tang Yu in front of him was truly extraordinary. Mo Fan having dual element talent didn't surprise her much. That's true, no need to worry about that. But I have something even more important to tell you, a surprise. Tang Yu said proudly, I secured you a spot at the Earth Saint Spring. How about that? Impressive, right? The Earth Saint Spring was established to cultivate promising mages in Bo City. No one dared to oppose Xingye getting a spot, given his outstanding talent. Although the Earth Saint Spring Lun Ti helped much with his breakthrough to intermediate level fire magic, he also had two level 2 beginner talents in summoning and shadow magic, which he could use to break through. While the two were talking, Mo Fan and Yu Ong's match ended, with Mo Fan winning. Except for Xingye and Tang Yu, everyone else was surprised by Mo Fan's dual element talent. Mu Zhuoyun, although not fond of Mo Fan, kept his promise and released the Earth Saint Spring spot. After a quick tidying up, Xingye and Mo Fan met up and headed together to the Earth Saint Spring in the Silver Trade Building. How was it? Wasn't I just awesome? Mo Fan proudly showed off to Xingye. Hiding for so long was all for this moment to amaze everyone, so I definitely have to put on a good show. Xingye glanced at him and responded indifferently, oh. Mo Fan's smile instantly froze. He had expected Xingye to be envious, but all he got was those 3 words. Mo Fan was no longer a magic novice and knew how powerful Xingye's innate spirit type was, especially in the early and intermediate stages, saving a lot of cultivation resources. But after a mage breaks through the intermediate stage, they can absorb spirit types on their own, with effects no worse than innate spirit types. And Mo Fan had an extra magic system once developed. He could equip spirit types to all magic systems, greatly boosting his strength. At that point, Xingye's innate spirit type advantage would disappear. Now Xingye only replied with oh, and Mo Fan thought to himself, could it be that he looks down on my dual system talent? At this moment, Mo Fan felt stifled and anxious, about to explode, but couldn't find anywhere to vent. Xingye beside him had no idea what he was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, even if Xingye was born with dual systems, it was hard to compare to his system. Having 2 power systems was definitely not something to take lightly. Everyone arrived at the Silver Trade Building, where the Earth Sacred Spring was located inside. Xingye, you take these shadow-type star chart books for now. Although I'm not sure if you can break through to the intermediate level, it's better to be prepared. Tang Yu took several scrolls out of her pocket and handed them to Xingye. Seeing this, Mo Fan immediately interrupted, Teacher Tang Yu, I'm your student too, don't be biased. He was suspicious in his heart there must be a secret between these two. Tang Yu pondered for a moment, then took out 2 fire-type star chart books. Compared to the 5 or 6 books in Xingye's hands, these were obviously much fewer. These 2 were originally for Xingye, but since he mastered the fire type quickly and didn't use them, they were now given to Mo Fan. Mo Fan smiled as he took them, but his suspicion about some hidden matter between the two grew stronger. After saying goodbye, Xingye and Mo Fan entered the Earth's Sacred Spring. Tang Yu would soon leave Bo City. They only needed to focus on their cultivation for a few more days. At the entrance, a female officer in Weifang military uniform approached, her gaze firm. Are you Xingye? She asked. Xingye was stunned, not understanding how she knew his name. Aren't you the one who saved Lin Yuner from Mingwen Girls' Middle School? I am her sister, Lin Yusen, here to thank you for saving my sister. This is a token of my gratitude, please don't refuse. Lin Yusen saluted and handed over a bank card. Only then did Xingye recall that when he saved Xin Xia, that girl was indeed her sister, and he had saved her as well. But at the time, he only intended to save Xin Xia. The girl was just incidental. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. So he pushed the bank card back and said, I don't save people for rewards. Please take it back. Although Xingye is greedy, he is clear about right and wrong and never accepts money from heroes. Lin Yusen was momentarily stunned, her eyes full of admiration, feeling that her approach was somewhat abrupt. She didn't say anything more. Alright, if you need help in the future, just come to me anytime. Now, I'll take you inside. After saying that, she took the lead and walked ahead. Xingye followed out as well, leaving only Mo Fan standing there in shock. He suddenly wondered if the deskmate he had for the past 3 years had been replaced by someone else's soul. The two entered the Earth Holy Spring, and the huge stone door slowly closed, leaving only Xingye and Mo Fan. Only then did Mo Fan come to his senses, looking at Xingye in disbelief and saying, "You're way too upright, aren't you? Someone offers you money and you don't even accept it?" Xingye ignored him, gave him a cold look, and found a spot to sit down. "I'm going to cultivate now, don't bother me." With that, he entered deep meditation. "Okay, sure." Mo Fan responded sluggishly. After Xingye entered deep meditation, he immediately felt a large amount of energy seeping into his skin, converging into his spiritual world, and flowing into the shadow element. He didn't cultivate summoning first because the beginner level summoning only had one move, dimensional summoning, which offered limited power increase. With the crisis in Bo City imminent, he had to hurry, and the shadow element was the most practical choice. As long as the shadow element reached beginner level 3, he could cast the flying shadow spell, greatly increasing speed and evasion. If he could break through to intermediate level, the powerful giant shadow nail binding technique would significantly enhance control, naturally boosting combat power. Xingye, as an intermediate mage, naturally cultivated faster than a beginner, and with the energy of the Earth Holy Spring, the shadow element stardust was rapidly spreading, visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had just sat down to cultivate when the little loach on his neck suddenly started wriggling energetically. "Sho, I know you're anxious, but don't move yet. We need to save the water of this Earth Holy Spring. I'm going to cultivate with Xingye, so stay put." After some effort, he managed to control the little loach and then immersed himself in cultivation. Time slowly passed, and the disaster in Bo City drew ever closer. At Xiefeng Mountain Station, the sky drizzled with yellowish rain, as if foretelling the impending catastrophe. Suddenly, roars echoed outside the city walls. Roar, roar, roar. Shadows flickered through the rain, gradually taking shape demons. They came in hordes, numbering at least 1,000, and still increasing. So many demons? Zhang Kong stood on the city wall, staring at the densely packed demons below, his gaze growing increasingly grave. A group of more than 50 demons is called a nest, usually with one warrior-level demon inside. More than 50 nests form a clan, totaling at least 2,500 beasts and 50 warrior-level great demons. Such a clan likely also has a commanding-level great demon. As soon as the demon entrance was discovered, Zhang Kong sensed the danger and arranged for the elderly and children with limited mobility to stay closest to the protective barrier, while also increasing the number of troops. Facing the hordes of demons, he still felt powerless but did not panic. He immediately ordered the blood-red alarm to be sounded. At this moment, the demon entrance to Bo City had been sealed. As long as the demon horde could be held off, the vast majority of residents could safely retreat into the barrier. This place must not fall. Everyone, stay strong. Don't be afraid, fight to the end with me. Water magic ready. Release. A rumbling vibration entered the Earth's sacred spring, waking Xingye. He looked toward the sealed gate and saw Lin Yusen, dressed in a brown military uniform, rushing in. Outside the door, blood flowed like a river, guards' bodies lay everywhere, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. Xingye was surprised. Hadn't the demon entrance already been cleared? Why were there still demons here? After a moment, he realized that the Black Church Court was targeting the Earth's sacred spring. Lin Yusen quickly rushed to the sealed gate, preparing to open it. At that moment, a one-eyed rat larger than a small car charged in. Giant-eyed blood rat. Lin Yusen's pupils contracted. There was no time to cast a spell. The giant-eyed blood rat lunged forward, claws slashing. Rose flame fire sizzle burn. A burst of black-red fireball erupted from behind, fiercely smashing into the giant-eyed blood rat. The giant rat was slammed against the wall, turning to ashes within seconds. Lin Yusen's eyes widened, her mouth opening wide enough to fit a whole sausage. Such a powerful spell. This was only a first-level beginner spell, yet it could instantly kill a servant-level demon. Truly a prodigious genius. Its power was in no way inferior to mid-level magic. She was stunned, completely beyond her understanding. Seeing her reaction, Xingye shook his head with a smile. "Damn, you're way too twisted." Mo Fan beside him was also shocked. He had just woken up and didn't understand what was happening, but seeing Xingye easily kill the demon, he secretly felt relieved that Xingye wasn't his opponent in the magic duel. Otherwise, he could have wiped us out in one move. I was going to help, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Xingye walked over, helped Lin Yusen up after she fell, and asked, "How's the city now?" Lin Yusen gritted her teeth and said, "Leader Zhang Kong has already sounded the blood-red alert. There are a large number of demon wolves outside the Xiefeng Mountain Station that need to be held back. Although Bo City has quite a few demons, it's still somewhat under control, but the city itself is already in chaos." Xingye frowned deeply, thinking this was still the better scenario. At least there were fewer demons. Blood-red alert? Only then did Mo Fan react, feeling shocked inside. The blood-red alert signified disaster was coming, demons running rampant. Various sudden crises hammered his mind like a heavy mallet. Don't just stand there, hurry and follow me. Lin Yusen said no more, walked to the corner of the altar, pressed a hidden button, and the earth sacred spring was instantly drawn into a small bottle. Then, she opened the underground secret passage. Xingyi patted Mo Fan, who was still dazed. Don't just stand there, move quickly. Mo Fan nodded mechanically and followed behind the two. Soon, the three emerged from the secret passage and arrived at a small hill. Isn't this the back mountain of Tianlan Magic High School? Mo Fan had just spoken when suddenly a huge black shadow caught everyone's attention. The entire Bo city could clearly see it. Woo woo! A huge wolf howl echoed throughout the city. At this moment, humans once again felt the terror and prison-like despair of being ruled by demons. At the top of the Silver Trade Building stood a massive demon. Its huge tail coiled around the building, as if destroying everything in front of it. That's the winged azure wolf. Xingye, the Earth Holy Spring is not safe in my hands. I'll entrust it to you first. I have to go save the people of Bo City. You all head to the safe barrier first. Lin Yusen hurriedly finished speaking, shoved the small bottle containing the Earth Holy Spring into Xingye's hands, and turned to rush down the mountain. Brother Yi, that. Mo Fan stared fixedly at the Earth Holy Spring in his hand, almost drooling, silently chanting, I want it. He knew this was a treasure of Bo City, but if he could escort it to the safe zone and earn merit, maybe he could get a share. Seeing this, Xingye raised an eyebrow and smiled slyly, saying, Want it? As he spoke, he tossed the small bottle back and forth in the air. Mo Fan nodded without hesitation. Alright, I can give it to you, but you owe me a favor in the future. Fair enough? Although Mo Fan was still broke now, he would definitely make big money later, otherwise, he couldn't support so many magic users and summoned beasts. His opportunities were profound, and in the future, whatever he wanted could be exchanged using this favor. This Earth Holy Spring was no longer very useful to him anyway, since it originally belonged to Little Mudfish and now was returned to its rightful owner. If Mo Fan were too weak, facing so many crises later, wouldn't he lose a helper? On the other side, unaware that he was about to be badly tricked, Mo Fan didn't think much and nodded. Thus, the two reached this dirty deal. Alright, Mo Fan, you go to the school first and protect our old classmates. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment and asked, Aren't you coming with me? With his current strength, it was hard enough to protect himself. If he encountered a battle general level demon, he would most likely have to run. Even using the star chart technique to cast mid-level fire magic, without the support of a spirit seed, killing a battle general demon was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention he only had 2 star chart books. Xingyi wasn't going with him, which made him uneasy. Stop nagging, nothing will happen. I have things to do, just go quickly. Xingyi impatiently kicked him. You jerk, fine, if I die, I die. Mo Fan muttered to himself and walked away along the mountain path. Xingye looked at his back, rolled his eyes, and his vision instantly became clear. The winged blue wolf lying on top of the Inmao building also saw everything clearly. It was like sitting on a throne, watching the soldiers expand its territory. Ha, you really think you're invincible? Xingye sneered coldly and without hesitation activated the 9-tailed chakra in his spiritual world. The massive chakra formed a tailed beast cloak-like liquid, with tails continuously increasing. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, until the 4th tail fully appeared. At this moment, Xingye had completely transformed into a deep red 4-tailed fox demon, fully tailed beastified. This was the first time he fully released 4 tails. Although the chakra inside was only energy clusters, there was no loss of control or madness. When tailed beastified, the winged blue wolf also sensed the anomaly, but it was proud and powerful, not even bothering to glance at Xingye. Xingye originally worried about being targeted, but after seeing Yikanglang's attitude, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly condensed the ultimate tailed beast technique, the tailed beast ball. A complete tailed beast ball can instantly destroy several mountains, or even small cities. However, Xingye currently only has 4 tails, so he obviously cannot condense such a powerful tailed beast ball. Still, it is enough to deal with a commander-level Yikanglang. When Xingye first began condensing the tailed beast ball, the proud Yikanglang clearly sensed the danger. This time it could no longer ignore Xingye. Driven by wolf instincts, it decisively launched an attack, aiming to eliminate the threat before it. Its huge flesh wings quickly spread out and lunged fiercely toward the mountaintop where Xingye stood. The tailed beast ball was now fully condensed. Xingye swallowed it in one gulp and continued compressing it. The next moment, a deep red laser-like attack shot out from his mouth. It instantly pierced through Yikanglang's body, broke through the sky, and even evaporated the rain clouds above. The entire Bo city saw the pillar of light shooting straight into the sky and was shocked. Roar, roar, roar. Struck by the sudden injury, the winged blue wolf was in too much pain to fly and could only crash into the mountain. Xingye knew very well that one-tailed beast orb was not enough to kill the winged blue wolf. After all, their sizes were vastly different. So he fired the first attack while quickly condensing the second-tailed beast orb, leaving no chance for the opponent to counterattack. At this moment, the winged blue wolf, struggling to stand up again, hadn't reacted yet when the second-tailed beast orb already fell. This time, Xingye didn't compress it into a laser but directly struck with the entire tailed beast orb. Compressing the tailed beast orb increases penetration, but since the winged blue wolf was already injured, Xingye chose to expand the damage area for bombardment. When the winged blue wolf arrogantly ignored the danger, its fate had already been rewritten. Tailed beast orbs fell like raindrops, and the winged blue wolf was blasted beyond recognition, covered in wounds all over its body. Its breath gradually weakened and eventually vanished completely. The first to notice the death of the winged azure wolf were not the residents of Bo City suffering from the disaster, but the demons who had just been tormenting it. After the winged azure wolf's breath disappeared, the demons instinctively felt fear. Driven by instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, upon seeing their leader dead, they immediately fled madly towards the outskirts of the city, afraid of being killed. In the end, only those low-level, mindless demons remained inside the city. The residents of Bo City initially found it hard to believe, but given the absurdity of the situation, they had no choice but to accept it. On the other hand, after confirming the winged azure wolf was dead, Xingye exited the half-tailed beast transformation state. This tailed beast mode really can't be activated casually, it hurts too much. Luck was really on my side. The winged azure wolf was arrogant and underestimated me at the start. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to kill this guy. After leaving the tailed beast state, his skin was covered with wounds, as if it had been burned. Enduring the pain, he walked to the corpse of the winged azure wolf. As he approached, he saw a blue light drifting up from the body. It's the soul essence. Seeing the light, he knew the soul essence had fully emerged. He quickly took out the soul vessel given by teacher Tang Yu and carefully collected it. A complete soul essence of a commander-level creature is worth over 100 million. After securing it, Xingye removed the valuable parts from the winged azure wolf's body, such as the wings and beast bones, and after breaking them down, stored everything in the storage magical tools he had bought earlier. What a pity, such good beast skin, now all pitted and damaged, it's worthless. He looked at the beast skin shattered by the tailed beast's jade explosion and felt a bit regretful. But he understood there was no time to dwell on it, then any mistake would have meant death. Without hesitation, Xingye followed the mountain path down, heading toward the city center of Bo City. On the road, I encountered some low-intelligence servant-level little demons. They hadn't escaped Bo City. They were demons driven by desire, unlike the warrior-level demons who knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Xingye casually sent them to the sky with a first-level beginner spell. At this moment, more than a dozen black shadows suddenly flashed across the chaotic street. Under the cloak of one of the black-clad figures, a dark and twisted face was revealed, half of it disfigured. It was none other than Mu Yuan, the lackey of the Mu family's Black Church. Xingye? Didn't he enter the Earth Holy Spring together with Mofan? Could the Earth Holy Spring be on him? Mu Yuan stared at Xingye, who was hurrying along, his eyes full of malice. This was the priestess' last chance for a remedy. He had failed to defeat Mofan in the magic duel back then and lost the chance at the Earth Holy Spring. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and he absolutely could not let it slip away. He must obtain the Earth Holy Spring. Mu Yuan turned around without hesitation, looking at the gray-robed cultists who were also wearing black cloaks. There is very likely a sacred earth spring on that person ahead. He directly revealed that Xingye and Mofan had entered the sacred earth spring together. Upon hearing this news, the gray-robed cultists became extremely excited. Because they knew that the great Lord Saran needed the sacred earth spring. As long as they obtained it, they could win Lord Saran's favor. In an instant, their gazes at Xingye were like eyes fixed on a big fat piece of meat, each wanting to take a bite. At the same time, a chill ran down Xingye's back. He instinctively activated his Sharingan and sharply looked back. Suddenly, more than a dozen pitch-black, gorilla-like monsters rushed onto the street, swiftly lunging at him. Black beast demons? Seeing these monsters, Xingye immediately recognized them as the Black Cult's Black Beast demons, their appearance extremely distinctive. He knew he was targeted by the Black Cult, and without hesitation, quickly connected to the star trail, unleashing a fierce heatwave from within his body. With the Sharingan's ultra-high dynamic vision, no matter how fast the Black Beast demons ran, they appeared slowed down several times in his eyes. Rose flame fire sizzle explosion. Flames surged out, and a massive explosion instantly turned more than a dozen Black Beast demons to ashes. The Black Cult members were stunned by this scene, but it did not stop Xingye. Rose Flame Fire Sizzle Explosion. Another wave of six-fold amplified level 3 basic magic slammed hard at them. Facing death, they finally came to their senses and scattered to flee, cursing continuously, but it was all in vain. In an instant, except for Mu Yuang, all other Black Cult members were reduced to ashes. Xingye had no intention of letting Mu Yuang go. He was preparing a special reception for him. Brother Yi. I'm Mu Zhuoyan's adopted son. We met last time at the Mu family manor. Mu Yuang crawled and knelt before Xingye, begging for mercy. Spare me, spare me. I was forced into this, I beg you. Xingye sneered coldly and kicked him away. Trash like you doesn't even deserve to die. Mu Yuang had once turned his own parents into Black Beast demons. Trusting him was out of the question. Killing intent burst from Xingye's eyes as he activated the two-tomo Sharingan he had just evolved after breaking through the shadow system at the Earth Sacred Spring. Two black tomo rapidly spun in his crimson pupils, releasing powerful ocular power that forcibly dragged Mu Yuang into the illusion world. There, Mu Yuang endured 18 kinds of tortures designed by Xingye. After the Sharingan evolved to two-tomo, Xingye could trap basic-level mages forever in an illusion dream, torturing them endlessly until their minds broke and they became vegetative. However, intermediate-level mages have stronger mental strength and higher resistance to illusions. Unless the Sharingan evolves to 3-tomo, they cannot be controlled at will. Illusions are extremely rare in this magical world, with few effective defenses. Only dimensional mages with strong mental power can resist them. Otherwise, mages of the same level would collapse immediately at a single glare from Xingye's Sharingan. A few seconds passed, and Mu Yuang, lying on the ground, was already dead. It seemed brief to the outside world, but in the illusionary world, he was tortured countless times, his mind completely shattered. Alright, it's time to send you off. Otherwise, your companions will be lonely. Goodbye, Mu Yuang. After saying this, a small black and red flame, the size of a fingernail, fell on him, instantly burning him to ashes, completely disappearing. Xingye watched the flames burn out and left without looking back. To him, Mu Yuang was nothing more than an insignificant clown, and it didn't matter if he died. Moreover, with Mu Yuang dead, Su Zhaoting was unlikely to turn into a Black Beast demon, which was a happy outcome for everyone. Having finished this good deed, Xingye traveled for half an hour and arrived at the entrance of a large supermarket. If I remember correctly, Xinxia should be hiding inside here. He had told Xinxia in advance that Buqing would face disaster, since the future was uncertain, and besides, Xinxia wouldn't end up in trouble anyway. So Xinxia was most likely hiding in this supermarket now. Without delay, Xingye opened his white eyes and locked onto Xinxia, who was hiding in the freezer. There were also many servant-level giant-eyed ape rats inside the supermarket. 7 dim stars connected to form a trajectory, and Xingye moved swiftly like a shadow, instantly arriving beside the freezer. Seeing Xingye frozen into unconsciousness, Xingye was deeply distressed and immediately carried her out, slowly warming her with fire magic. As the temperature rose, Xingye gradually woke up. Seeing Xingye holding her, her eyes moistened, and tears rolled down like pearls. Brother Xingye. At this moment, Xingye developed a strong dependence and love for Xingye, her heart overwhelmed by the intense emotions. Xingye pinched her little face and smiled, saying, "It's okay, with brother Xingye here, Xingye will never be in danger again." Xingye saw the wounds on Xingye's body and recalled the fierce battle, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Brother Xingye, let me heal you, just a moment." She wiped away her tears, released healing magic, and slowly repaired the wounds left by Xingye's tailed beast transformation. A few minutes later, the wounds healed. After comforting Xingye carried her back to the street outside. After finding Xingye no longer traveled on foot but directly summoned the 3-legged golden crow for transportation, full of grandeur. As for why he didn't use the 3-legged golden crow when he first started looking for Xingye, he wasn't sure if Xingye was actually in the supermarket, so he could only ask around along the way. Now that he had found her, there was no need to walk along the street, he could go straight to the safety barrier. Meanwhile, Mofen and the others ran into trouble. "Mofen, do you have the Earth Saint Spring?" Bai Yang put on a harmless expression and reached out to grab the Earth Saint Spring. Of course, Mofen wouldn't hand it over easily, he still wanted to achieve great merit. Bai Yang was clearly not a good person and wanted to steal the credit. Mofen kept his distance from Bai Yang and said coldly, "Instructor Bai Yang, I will personally deliver it to Chief Instructor Zhang Kong." He deliberately emphasized personally to annoy Bai Yang. Unexpectedly, Bai Yang had no intention of stealing credit, he planned to seize the Earth Saint Spring. After all, he was from the Black Church Court. Hearing this, Bai Yang's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Then go to hell. Accompany me with the shadow wolf beast." The ghost wolf beast suddenly swiped its claws at Mo Fan. Mo Fan threw out a flame with a backhand, fire G explosion. The flames burst open, failing to kill the ghost wolf beast instantly but knocking it away. Seeing the ghost wolf beast losing, Bai Yang summoned the black beast demon and shouted angrily, "Attack! Seize the sacred spring!" The black beast demon and the ghost wolf beast charged at Mo Fan simultaneously. The other students panicked. Only Zhang Xiaoho, Mu Bai, Zhou Min, Su Xiaoting, and Ren Suimum barely held their ground. They could only barely withstand the black beast demon. One person alone could not kill the demon. Mo Fan also struggled to deal with the sneak attacks from the ghost wolf beast and Bai Yang. Just as the stalemate continued, a scorching flame descended from the sky. In an instant, Bai Yang, the ghost wolf beast, and the black beast demon turned to ashes, and the ground sand and stones melted into lava. "Little Wu, well done. Mo Fan, you owe me your life now." Xingye's voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw him standing on the back of a huge crow, holding Xinxia in his arms. His aura was so handsome it was impossible to ignore. "Xingye, what kind of demon beast is that?" Mo Fan stared intently at the three-legged golden crow, then glanced at Xingye, and then at the blushing Xinxia, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. He had long suspected that this demon beast was Xingye's summoned beast, but he never expected him to have such a cool mount. What was even more infuriating was that Xingye was holding his sister and showing off, which made him furious. Xingye completely ignored Mo Fan's angry glare and said calmly, "Its name is Little Wu, my dimensional summoned beast. The flames just now were spit out by it, and its power is quite strong." As he spoke, he stroked Little Wu's black and golden feathers with satisfaction. It was both good-looking and powerful, far stronger than demon beasts of the same level, simply perfect. Everyone who saw this demon beast was filled with envy and jealousy, and Mo Fan was no exception. Xingye's strength was too great, easily defeating tough enemies, leaving people speechless. "Alright, enough chatting. Let's head to the safety barrier first." The team leader, Ren Shuemu, walked over and smiled at Xingye. "Thanks to your timely arrival, we would have been in big trouble otherwise. Come with us." Xingye nodded and walked ahead holding Xinxia. Mo Fan looked on, feeling displeased but said nothing. Everyone could see that Xinxia was already showing signs of a girl's heart fluttering. The journey was very safe. Occasionally, they encountered a few small demons, which the three-legged golden crow easily dealt with. Everyone increasingly felt the gap between themselves and Xingye, yearning to become stronger. Passing through the woods, a towering wall-like light screen appeared before their eyes, a barrier. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tension and unease instantly vanishing. Just inside the barrier, Xingye saw Lin Yusen organizing order. She also noticed him. "Xingye, it's good that you're alright," Lin Yusen said as she approached, her face beaming with a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. How is the evacuation of Bo City residents going?" Xingye asked, looking at the temporarily erected tents. Because Yikanglang mysteriously died, most of the demons fled, so casualties should be minimal. Leader Zhang Kong also sent people to hunt down the remaining demons, so there shouldn't be any major problems, Lin Yusen replied. Lin Yusen smiled easily, clearly satisfied. Although the disaster was severe, the casualties were few, which was a great stroke of luck. Xingye nodded in agreement. Although both city's buildings were heavily damaged, the casualties were effectively controlled. Fortunately, with a deputy guard captain like her, they survived unscathed. "Xingye, what about the sacred earth spring I entrusted to you?" Lin Yusen asked. "I need to take you to hand it back to Leader Zhang Kong. Of course, we will reward you for protecting the sacred earth spring." The sacred earth spring was Bo City's priceless treasure, belonging to all residents, and she had to handle it impartially. Xingye glanced at Mo Fan resting not far away and said, "The sacred earth spring is with him. I had urgent matters at the time, so I entrusted it to him. Let us have him come meet the chief instructor." He pointed to Mo Fan. Because of Xingye's intervention, Mo Fan did not drink the sacred earth spring directly. Although he missed the opportunity, his merit in protecting the spring all along was significant, and using it a few more times later wouldn't be a problem. After all, the sacred earth spring's energy was limited and nearly depleted. Led by Lin Yusen, Xingye and Mo Fan arrived at the lookout tower. Zhang Kong gazed toward Bo City's urban area, where many old houses had collapsed due to the demon rampage, but the streets were now free of demons. Residents were gradually emerging, heading toward the safe barrier. After observing silently under the starry night, he quietly closed his white eyes. Wearing colored contact lenses, he went unnoticed by Zhang Kong. After all, mages do not have clairvoyance abilities. The two of them came up behind Zhang Kong, who immediately asked about the Earth Saint Spring. Although reluctant, Mo Fan handed it over. The little loach on his neck struggled to resist but was suppressed. Chief Instructor, protecting the Earth Saint Spring wasn't easy. You don't know that Bai Yang under my command is actually from the Black Church. Mo Fan said shamelessly, if it weren't for Xing Yi arriving just in time, I would have been killed long ago. Seeing his pitiful expression, Zhang Kong twitched the corner of his mouth. Stop whining and crying, just say it directly. What reward do you want? He had no intention of letting Mo Fan work for nothing. Rewards are given for meritorious service. Mo Fan protected a treasure, earning considerable merit, and as long as the request wasn't excessive, it would be granted. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. He was here for the reward. Chief Instructor, I request to use the Earth Saint Spring more times. Zhang Kong nodded without hesitation. After all, this request was not excessive. The Earth Saint Spring was originally a training ground for geniuses in Bo City. Although Mo Fan was not as good as Xing Yi, he was still recognized as a magical prodigy in Bo City. While the two were discussing, a neat squadron of flying eagles appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching. In fact, when the disaster in Bo City occurred, Zhang Kong had already requested reinforcements from surrounding cities. This was the reinforcement troop. As for why the army was not requested when the demon cave was discovered, it was impossible to mobilize troops lightly based on mere speculation. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there are many demon empires, and defenses are tight. They would not make a fuss over something that had not yet happened. With reinforcements, the speed of clearing the demons greatly increased, but the collapsed buildings needed to be rebuilt. Bo City would also become a military fortress. After Zhang Kong left, Xing Yi and Mo Fan returned to the temporary tent. Brother Xing Yi, as soon as the tent opened, Xinxia called sweetly. Mo Fan felt uncomfortable hearing this and complained, I'm your brother. You forgot your roots just because you haven't married yet. Xinxia's face turned as red as an apple. Xing Yi ignored Mo Fan, crouched down and held Xinxia's hand, saying seriously, Xinxia, I'm going to Modu tomorrow. Will you come with me? Xinxia's face flushed even more, her heart racing, looking forward to that wonderful life. But thinking of her father Mo Jiaxing and aunt, she hesitated. Just as Xinxia hesitated, Mo Fan interrupted, Xingya, you're going to Modu too? I want to go as well. Let us go together, and I can take Dad to see the big city. Mo Fan's words dispelled Xinxia's doubts, and she happily agreed. The next morning, Xingya and his group took the bullet train to Modu, this brand new big city. After arriving in Modu, Xingya immediately rented a large duplex apartment near Mingzhu Academy. The apartment was spacious and bright, fully equipped with appliances, ready to move in with just a suitcase. On the balcony were a small table and stools, along with a stylish little bar table and wine cabinet. Brother Xingya, just the two of us living here, isn't that a bit wasteful? Xinxia said this, but her face smiled sweetly, her heart full of affection. The two living together was thanks to her father-in-law Mo Jiaxing. Mo Fan originally wanted them to live separately, fearing trouble for an unmarried couple. But Mo Jiaxing saw that Xinxia truly liked Xingye, said nothing more, and directly sent Mo Fan away. No problem, living in a bigger place is more comfortable. Brother Xingye still has commanding level spirit cores worth over 100 million, so the rent is nothing, Xingye said, rubbing Xinxia's little head. Xinxia, tidy up the apartment first. I have to go out to handle some business. I'll cook a big meal for you to celebrate when I get back. Xinxia nodded without asking more, trusting that Xingye wouldn't leave her behind. After leaving the apartment, Xingye took out his phone to check the map and found the Qingtian Hunting Lodge in Modu South Old Street. Soon, he took a taxi there. At the door sat a little girl with twin ponytails eating watermelon. Successfully contacted Shikamaru from Naruto, reward, shadow imitation technique. Xingye was stunned as he looked at the reward. The little girl was Lingling, the brains of the operation. The shadow mimicry skill given by the system had become his shadow control ability. Lingling said, old established Qingtian hunting agency, fair to all, commissions start at 300,000, anything less is not accepted. Before Xingye could react, Lingling launched a combo attack that caught him off guard. I'm not here to commission, I'm here to apply for a job, Xingye said. Lingling was originally bored, but seeing Xingye's youthful appearance, she immediately looked down on him. Young mages often lack strength and experience, and as a master hunter, Lingling naturally had the right to be picky. Just as Lingling was about to chase Xingye away, a steady old voice came from inside the hunting agency. Lingling, invite the guest in first, your tone is too rude. Lingling pouted and quickly ran into the hunting agency, saying as she ran, "Grandpa, he's here to apply for a job, too young, not much experience hunting demons." Xingye followed inside and handed over a resume he had prepared in advance, which detailed his magic level, hunter rank, and experience in Bo City. Although Xingye's hunter rank was not as high as Lingling's, he was already a high-level hunter. Over the years, he had used his holidays to hunt demons outside the Yin realm, gradually improving his strength. Old Man Bao looked at the resume and nodded with satisfaction. From Bo City, high-level hunter, fire-type spirit seed, second-level summoning system, not bad. To reach a high-level hunter around the age of 18 in a place like Bo City, at least a mid-level mage, and to have a rich record of demon hunting, a talent for the fire spirit race is even rarer. Lingling was also looking at the resume. The expression of disdain disappeared, and she began to acknowledge Xingye. "I didn't expect him to be a magic prodigy." Old Man Bao said, "Xingye, your strength and talent are quite good. You haven't brought the despair that followed Bo City's disaster. The Qing Tian Hunting Guild welcomes you." The news of Bo City being attacked by demons was reported nationwide. Xingye passed the interview smoothly, and Lingling became his partner. Lingling, worried about being underestimated, took out her hunter ID. "Don't underestimate me, I am a hunter master." Xingye already knew Lingling was not simple. She was famously known as the demon hunting little wife. After getting to know each other, Xingye took out a soul vessel containing the essence of a winged azure wolf and placed it on the table, saying, "Old Man Bao, here is a complete essence of a commander-level demon, along with beast bones and wings. Help me exchange it for a spirit-level or soul-level nebula magic artifact, and convert the remaining money into fire-type spirit seeds." Xingye knew that the essence of a commander-level demon was worth at least 230 million. Adding the bones and wings, the value was at least 450 million or even higher. The price of nebula magic artifacts ranges from tens of millions to over 100 million, depending on the specific level. A commander-level essence can fully exchange for a nebula magic artifact, with plenty left over. The remaining money is enough to buy many fire-type spirit seeds. This way, Xiaowu's meals for the upcoming period would be guaranteed. To accelerate Xiaowu's growth, Xingye had to spend a lot of money, otherwise, the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow would be wasted. He definitely didn't want his summoned beast to suffer from malnutrition. On the other side, Old Bao and Lingling listened to Xingye talking casually, as if selling cabbages by the roadside, and were also shocked by his words. "A commander-level spirit core?" Old Bao hurriedly opened the soul vessel that Xingye had placed on the table, and sure enough, he saw a complete commander-level demon spirit core. What surprised him was not the spirit core itself, but that a mid-level mage could actually obtain a commander-level demon spirit core. He recognized that this spirit core belonged to the winged azure wolf, the demon that had brought disaster to Bo City. Though curious, Old Bao didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their secrets, and as long as Xingye didn't do evil, he wouldn't interfere. "Alright, I'll help you handle this spirit core. The spirit-level nebula magic device and fire element spirit seed 1T be hard to get." With his status and connections, it was easy for him to acquire these resources from the auction house. Lingling wanted to ask about the origin of the spirit core, but since they weren't that familiar yet, she let it go. She thought that since they were partners, she would eventually learn Xingye's secrets in time, no need to rush. Xingye also knew that Old Bao had figured out the spirit core was from the winged azure wolf, but so what? Even if Old Bao knew he had killed the winged azure wolf, he wouldn't know how he did it. At that time, most people in Bo City only saw the winged azure wolf get shot and fall wounded by a laser-like attack. No one had seen its tailed beast form, nor did they know what method Xingye used to kill it. Moreover, Old Bao was a man of good character and wouldn't harm him without reason. After finishing the matter, Xingye left the Qing Tian hunting agency. Recently, the agency hadn't received any commissions, so he had nothing to do for the time being. For the next half year, Xingye and Xinxia practiced together in the apartment, occasionally taking on commissions from Lingling. Old Bao quickly helped him obtain the required nebula magic artifact and fire element spirit seed. The nebula magic artifact is soul level, capable of extending daily practice time and accelerating the training speed of low-level magic. More importantly, after Xingye finishes practicing, Xinxia can use it, making it perfect. Due to the disaster in Bo City, he did not participate in the magic college entrance exam. Originally, he wanted to rely on his talent for special admission to enter Mingzhu Academy early. But he realized that if he enrolled now, he could only enter the fire department. Because when he previously practiced at the Earth Sacred Spring, he devoted himself entirely to the shadow department, causing his summoning department skills to remain at intermediate level 2. This meant he couldn't enter the Summoning Department Academy, nor could he legitimately compete for resources from other magic departments at the orientation conference to gain qualification for the 3-step tower training. So he decided not to rush enrollment but to use this time to break through the Summoning Department to intermediate level before entering Mingzhu Academy. Once there, if he could defeat 200 people in the Beast Fighting Tournament, he would gain resources for all freshmen and exchange them for a chance to enter the 3-step tower. Moreover, with the support of the Nine-Tails Chakra and the Nebula Magic Artifact, his fire element training speed was also very fast. Once fully trained, he could use the powerful force of the Nine-Tails Chakra to break through the fire element directly without resistance. With the 3-step tower's support, reaching the advanced fire element level might take only about a year. In the room, Xingye sat on the bed with the jade pendant of the Nebula Magic Artifact hanging around his neck. In his spiritual world, the 7 stars of the Summoning Department fiercely struck the intermediate barrier. Soon cracks appeared in the barrier, growing larger until it shattered with a roar. He had successfully broken through to the intermediate level of the Summoning Department. As expected, the third breakthrough was much easier than I imagined, and I succeeded without much effort. Xingye stood up and stretched. After practicing for half a year, the special admissions for Mingzhu Academy should start this year. It's time to experience college life. Thinking about meeting the girls at the academy, he was in a great mood. Indeed, looking at beautiful women can make one live longer. A good mood naturally leads to good health. He tidied his hair and walked out the door. In the living room, Xinxia was practicing. Brother Xingye, you broke through to intermediate in the summoning department? Like him, Xinxia chose to practice at home and was also preparing for the special admission route. But she decided to go to Song City Academy because their healing department was better. Xingye had also advised her to attend Mingzhu Academy, but she was stubborn and insisted on her choice. Yes, I broke through and am preparing to go to Mingzhu Academy. Xingye walked over and habitually pinched Xinxia's cheek. After half a year together, Xinxia had grown used to his affection. Brother Xingye, be careful, leave early and come back early. She was like a wife seeing her husband off to work, warm and reassured. After a brief intimate moment with Xinxia, Xingye arrived at the apartment he rented near Mingzhu Academy. The apartment was very close to the academy, just a few steps away, saving time. Arriving at the special admission area of Mingzhu, Xingye found that there were actually quite a few people here. Hey, Xingye! It's really you! A familiar shout came, and he turned to see it was Mo Fan. Mo Fan, I didn't expect you to come today too, Xingye said in surprise. Mo Fan smiled and walked over, patting Xingye on the shoulder. Perfect timing, let's go together. Special admissions do not consider magic college entrance exam scores as long as the strength or uniqueness is outstanding. Candidates go straight to the interview. There were 3 interviewers, all professors or teachers. One elderly man caught Xingye's attention. The nine-tailed chakra slightly trembled in his presence. It felt like encountering a strong opponent, both fearful and excited. The old man was none other than the legendary forbidden spell level master, Dean Xiao. You must be Xingyi and Mofan, right? Summon your dimensional familiars, said a teacher wearing thick glasses. Although summoning is rare, if the summoned beast is useless, rarity means nothing. Therefore, the quality of the summoned beast is an important point of evaluation. Xingye quickly connected the summoning stars, 7 stars forming a star trail. Dimensional summon. A portal opened, and a 4-meter-tall crow with black and gold feathers flew out, circling in the sky before landing beside Xingye. After half a year of feeding, the little crow grew rapidly, becoming larger and reaching the level of a battle general. Although it couldn't easily defeat a minor commander-level demon, it would never be defeated. Battle general level? Great battle general? Seeing this summoned beast, Dean Xiao and the 2 professors were all shocked. Summoning beast growth is difficult. Both time and resources are extremely critical. Dean Xiao confirmed, Xingye, your major is fire magic, and you have reached the intermediate level, correct? Reaching the intermediate level at this age shows extraordinary talent. What's even rarer is that his summoning skill is also at the intermediate level, and his summoned beast is already at the rank of a great general. This strength is enough to crush many overrated high-level mages. Xingye nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 professors both gasped in surprise, marveling at his talent. Dean Xiao then focused on carefully observing the 3 legs of Xiao Wu. Xingye, do you know what race your summoned beast is? I find it quite special. He also noticed that the dimensional beast summoned by Xingye had a strong bloodline and looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall exactly which demon beast it was. Xingye was momentarily stunned but didn't mention that Xiao Wu possessed the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. He knew that the three-legged golden crow was one of the national beasts of the Dragon Kingdom and wasn't sure if Dean Xiao was aware of its existence. Moreover, he didn't want others to know that his summoned beast was so powerful. After all, an innocent man with a precious jade is often suspected. He understood this principle. Even if Dean Xiao was broad-minded, it was always better if fewer people knew. Dean Xiao didn't ask further and only asked Mo Fan to summon the dimensional beast for confirmation, then smoothly approved their admission to the summoning department of Mingzhu Academy. Interestingly, Mo Fan actually summoned the old wolf, which even Xingye hadn't expected. After passing the interview, Xingye returned to the apartment and shared the good news with Xinxia, and the two celebrated well that night. On the first day of school, September 1st, Xingye went to Mingzhu Academy early in the morning and moved his luggage into the dormitory. Xinxia was not old enough to meet the requirements of Songcheng Academy, so she could only continue training in the apartment. Xingye promised her that he would definitely return to the apartment to keep her company after class. Mingzhu Academy requires freshmen to live on campus, but there are no restrictions on coming and going as long as they return to the dormitory to sleep at night. They are free to go wherever they want during the day. When Xingye first entered the dormitory, it was a standard 6-person room, spacious, with a balcony. There were not many summoning students, so he was assigned to a mixed dormitory. There were already 3 people in the dormitory. Everyone met for the first time and didn't talk much. Mo Fan wasn't here. He was probably assigned to another dormitory. While Xingye was tidying his bed, a friendly young man came over to strike up a conversation. "Bro, this is a mixed dorm. Which magic department are you from?" Xingye put his luggage on the bed, glanced at him, and said, "Summoning." "How about you?" 666, awesome. Being able to awaken summoning magic and dimensional magic is super rare. I'm unlucky, awakened the weakest light element, almost wanted to give up. If it weren't for some money at home, it would be hard to cultivate. The young man looked at Xingye with envy while showing a bitter expression. Hearing that the other was cultivating the light element, Xingye immediately thought of someone, but wasn't sure if the person in front of him was that person. The other party introduced himself proactively. "Brother, my name is Zhao Manyan, nice to meet you." Zhao Manyan extended his hand, his movements carrying the aura of a clan disciple, yet revealing a carefree attitude, like a wealthy and influential playboy. Xingye did not underestimate him. Although his magical talent was average, his family was wealthy, and in the future, finding rare resources might depend on him. The two quickly became close, like long-lost brothers. Zhao Manyan also reminded Xingye about the welcome ceremony tomorrow and inquired about his dimensional summoned beast. "My summoned beast is just a big crow," Xingye modestly brushed it off. Zhao Manyan was half doubtful but didn't ask further. After resting for the night, the welcome ceremony began the next day, with the main event being the beast fighting competition. Xingye didn't go with Zhao Manyan to the Qingdao Pavilion but went backstage as a summoning system freshman to prepare, where he ran into a frustrated Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, what's wrong? Heartbroken?" Xingye teased. "Don't joke, it's my old wolf that's injured, might not be able to participate in the beast fighting competition," Mo Fan explained helplessly. It turned out his ghost wolf beast was injured fighting in the summoning dimension. "Don't worry, I'm enough." Xingye patted his shoulder confidently. Dean Xiao then gave an inspiring speech, encouraging everyone to pursue supreme magic, igniting the enthusiasm of the freshmen. The summoning system freshmen took the stage one after another, and the beast fighting competition officially began. "Who goes first?" someone asked. "I will," Xingye said without hesitation, ready to sweep the entire arena alone. Just as he reached the center of the fighting ground, several other freshmen from different departments rushed forward, trying to steal the spotlight. Xingye stood his ground firmly and immediately summoned Xiao with the 3-legged golden crow. The freshmen, seeing a real demon beast, were so frightened their legs went weak. After all, they were like flowers grown in a greenhouse, never having seen such a powerful demon. Naturally they were scared. At the same time, several summoning freshmen behind him were also stunned. Is this really a battle general level summoned beast? Or even a higher ranked great general level? How is that possible? Which freshman can defeat a battle general level? Isn't this against the rules? Several department heads couldn't help but voice their doubts. For freshmen just entering school, fighting a few servant-level demon beasts is still reasonable. But facing a battle general level demon beast is basically courting death. Not to mention a great battle general level. After all, most freshmen are just novice mages, and intermediate mages are even rarer. Where is the violation? What's wrong with students relying on their own trained summoned beasts? If you can find a few intermediate mages to compete, I wouldn't object. Dean Xiao replied coldly, glaring at them. Several directors were immediately left speechless. Indeed, there was no explicit rule forbidding intermediate mages and war general level beasts from participating. At this moment, in the arena, the three-legged golden crow gently flapped its wings, blowing away several challengers who wanted to show off. Sister Mu, this guy is too strong. A war general level summoned beast, right? A girl in the stands excitedly grabbed the hand of her companion beside her. Tutu, stop shaking, I'm dizzy. But this summoned beast is really powerful, its bloodline is high. But why have I never seen a crow with 3 legs before? The girl frowned, trying hard to recall the types of demons, but had no clue. The three-legged golden crow displayed absolute dominance, and those who had just wanted to challenge fled one after another. Seeing this, Dean Xiao had no choice but to allow the number of challengers per round to increase to 10. Once the news spread, those who had just fled returned, their confidence reignited. Being able to defeat such a powerful summoned beast not only meant gaining resources but also bragging rights. The arena quickly gathered a team of 10, but as soon as they stepped in, they were blown off by a strong gust from the three-legged golden crow. Several teams went up consecutively, all easily defeated. Xingye never made a move, not even shifting position. Seeing everyone gradually becoming numb, he decided to motivate them. When no one was willing to go on stage and lose face anymore, Xingye shouted at Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao, the rules of this beast fighting competition are unfair. Why do others get resources when they defeat our summoned beasts, but we get nothing when we win? Xingye's words stunned everyone. Dean Xiao said fairly, that's true, but there is another rule in the beast fighting competition, it's just that no one has ever achieved it before. That is, if the summoning department can eliminate 200 people from other departments, all the resources for the new students in the entire school will belong to the summoning department. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally dispirited new students suddenly became excited. Is this for real? This rule is so crazy. If the summoning department wins, all our resources will be gone. Don't worry, we still have a chance. He has only eliminated a few dozen people so far. There's no chance. The summoned beasts are so powerful, one flap of their wings and we're wiped out. Don't be afraid, among so many new students there must be intermediate mages. The people from the 4 great families of Magic City haven't even appeared yet. The intermediate mages deliberately stayed until the end, hoping to seize the opportunity to harvest resources. The next team to appear was significantly stronger. Some could even hold their own against the three-legged golden crow and counterattack a few times, although they were eventually eliminated. However, if the three-legged golden crow went all out, a single fiery strike could turn half the arena into a molten lava pool, showing a huge gap in strength. When the number of eliminated contestants reached 196, the last 4 contestants appeared. They were all intermediate mages and came from the 4 great families of Magic City. Finally, it's the intermediate mages' turn. We're saved. They are from the 4 great families of Magic City. Who are the 4 great families? The 4 great families of Magic City. On the far left is Dongfang Lai from the Dongfang family, in the middle are Mu Nugio from the Mu family and Bai Tingting from the Bai family, and on the right is Lu Zhan from the Lu family. Hasn't Dongfang Lai already enrolled? Why is he only coming now? I heard the Dongfang family discovered clues about a fire element spirit seed in Song City. Dongfang Lai was responsible for the search, but since he hadn't found anything for a long time, it delayed him by a year before he came here. The fire-type spirit seed is a treasure. Was it finally found? Not sure. The 4 appeared, and the atmosphere in Qingdou Pavilion instantly became lively, with all eyes focused on them. Xingye knew Dongfang Lai, Mu Nugio, and Bai Tingting. They all had outstanding magical talents. Dongfang Lai's mutated fire star talent was extremely strong, and his fire magic talent was superior. Mu Nugio and Bai Tingting each had their strengths, excelling in different magical fields. Only Lu Zhan, representing the Lu family, was someone Xingye had no impression of, but he didn't pay much attention. After a glance, Xingye withdrew his gaze. Your talent is exceptional. Interested in joining the Dongfang family? We can provide the best resources. Dongfang Lai said earnestly. Xingye's strength far exceeded his expectations. Facing such talent, he didn't want to offend him but rather wanted to win him over. Plus, with that powerful summoned beast, he wasn't confident of a sure victory. But now that things had come this far, the 4 great families of the Magic City had to step in. Otherwise, their family heirs would lose face being so easily defeated by an outsider. If reconciliation was possible, that would be best. No need, I'm used to freedom and don't want to join any family, Xingye firmly refused. He understood Dongfang Lai's meaning, to make him admit defeat and join them, enjoying resources better than those of the academy. But he never wanted to rely on others. The cultivation opportunities at Sanbu Tower were not necessarily worse than those of the Dongfang family. As long as he could cultivate fire magic to a high level, his strength would inevitably surge. Even if it meant offending some people, he was willing to pay the price, because only by being strong himself could he truly rely on himself. Although he didn't understand why Dongfang Lai only enrolled this year, he didn't think much of it after all. The real world never stays the same. Elsewhere, Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, and Lu Zhan were stunned after hearing Xingye's response. Xingye was powerful, and they had checked his background. For the four great families of Modu, this was just a piece of cake. But Xingye came from a small city, which had been attacked by demons a year ago. They had expected him to join a great family without hesitation, since that was a rare opportunity for ordinary people. Unexpectedly, he refused. Although disappointed, they gained more respect for him. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they could only let strength speak. The four immediately entered combat mode. Although all were mid-level mages, facing such a powerful demon beast for the first time, they could not afford to be careless. The battle erupted instantly, with the four fiercely clashing against the three-legged golden crow, unleashing endless magic. Dongfang Lai and the others were far superior to the previous weaklings. Although suppressed by the three-legged golden crow, they still had room to counterattack. Just as they thought that defeating this battle general-level demon beast would secure victory, a scorching wave suddenly swept across the arena. The high temperature caused the ground to start cracking. During the previous fight, Xingye had not made a move, and everyone thought his summoning skills were his only strength. Little did they know, fire magic was his main specialty. Before Dongfang Lai and the others could react, Xingye quickly connected a series of star trails. Meiyan Fire Nourish Explosion. The initial level 3 magic with 6 times damage was unleashed. Lu Zhan was blasted away, heavily crashing into the magical barrier. Dongfang Lai and Mu Nujio were also injured. However, Dongfang Lai resisted the fire damage due to his fire affinity. Although Mu Nujio used Kuan's forest for protection, she was still severely burned. To ensure Mu Nujio's safety, the referee took her off the field. The only one unharmed on the field was Bai Tingting, who was positioned at the back. Seeing this scene, the new students of Qingdou Pavilion were stunned. Xingye's summoning skill was intermediate level, and his fire skill was even a spiritual type. 4 intermediate mages had just entered the field, and 2 were instantly killed. Dongfang Lai looked at the only remaining healer, Bai Tingting, and smiled bitterly without a word. 3 damage dealers were reduced to 1. How could they fight? 1 against 2. It turned out that the battle general level demon beasts were already terrifying enough, but Xingye's fire skill was intermediate level, with astonishing power. As a member of a long line of fire families, Dongfang Lai felt powerless for the first time. After Mu Nujio and Lu Zhan were sent to the hospital, Xingye stared at Dongfang Lai and Bai Tingting and said, "You should admit defeat, you are no match for me." Bai Tingting hesitated, but Dongfang Lai shouted, "Impossible." The Crimson Star map appeared, flames erupted from his body, and he was able to contend with Xingye's fire. Although Xingye had a 6-fold amplification, Dongfang Lai's flames were only struggling. He slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing the intermediate level 2 Fierce Fist Earth Fiend. Xingye anticipated this move because his fire affinity talent can boost magic by 1 level. Ordinary mages would struggle to counter it, but with his 6-fold amplification, he easily broke through the level 1 Fierce Fist. Rose Flame Fierce Fist Sky Blast. 2 flames collided, the explosion thundered, scorching fire pillars surged, the arena turned to ruins, dust billowed, obscuring vision. Oh my god, Dongfang Lai just used an intermediate magic level 2 Fierce Fist, that's incredible. I heard he has a talent that can unconditionally raise fire magic by 1 level. So that means he was actually using an intermediate level 1 Fierce Fist, but his talent lets him perform level 2? That's insane. So our resources are safe this time? Not necessarily. Didn't you see the school forum? That summoning guy also has a talent, and he has a fire spirit type. It's hard to say who will win. Information about talents is usually recorded by the Magic Association, so it's not hard to find out some details with a little inquiry. The dust on the arena gradually settled. Spirit type? How could there be such a freak? Dongfang Lai's face was full of shock. He still didn't know that Xingye's fire system was so strong, not only a spirit type but also enhanced by the Nine Tails chakra. He just felt that having such a strong spirit type right after entering school must mean a very wealthy background. In fact, the fire spirit type he had been desperately searching for in Song City a year ago was this very one. And Xingye had taken Mei Yan away early on, which caused Dongfan Lai to enter Mingzhu Academy a year later. Dongfan Lai leaned against the edge of the barrier, struggling to open his eyes and look at Xingye, who was still standing in the center of the arena. Only he himself knew that during their magical clash just now, his flames were completely suppressed. He was blasted away by a tremendous force, directly crashing into the barrier. Fortunately, his flame resistance was strong, so he didn't completely lose consciousness, but his stamina was greatly reduced, making it difficult even to stand. The referee announced that Dongfan Lai was no longer able to continue fighting. As for Bai Tingting, she had given up long ago when Xing Yi and Dongfan Lai were casting spells, feeling she couldn't help. Dean Xiao, I've already eliminated 200 people. Isn't it time to announce the results? Xing Ye's gaze locked onto Dean Xiao on the podium, speaking bluntly. His goal was to seize all the freshman resources for the department and exchange them for the qualification to train at the three-step tower. There was no need to delay. Other teachers wanted to ease the situation, but Dean Xiao directly announced. Alright, since 200 people have been eliminated, all freshman resources this year will belong to the summoning department. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. No one could accept all the resources going to the summoning department. Dean Xiao not only did not stop it but also scolded everyone, expressing his disappointment. He even revealed Xing Ye's identity from Bo City, intending to provoke them. After learning that the person who defeated them came from Bo City, rather than from other great families, everyone fell silent. As a result, Xing Ye became the public enemy of all the freshmen in the school. However, he didn't care. He had already prepared to face such a situation when he was fighting for resources. Because no one else from the summoning system took the field, Xing Ye single-handedly broke through 200 people. Everyone else sensibly only took their own share of the resources. The most crucial thing was that his strength was enough to deter anyone from playing tricks, except for one shameless guy. Bro! You're my big brother. Brother-in-law. You know how poor I am, there are so many people in the magic system, please give me some food, I'm starving. As soon as Xing Ye got off the arena, Mofan grabbed his shoulder and cried out. Alright, besides the training opportunity at the three-step tower, there are other rewards. I'll pick one for you then, stop making a fuss. Xing Ye pushed Mofan away. The snot almost made him sick. The reward was meant for Mofan after some consideration. Besides the qualification to train at the three-step tower, the other rewards were only beast blood and a magical tool. Beast blood is used to enhance the bloodline of summoned beasts. Xing Ye's own three-legged golden crow bloodline was frighteningly high, so he had no use for such things. Mofan would most likely choose the beast blood, which could help him strengthen his power and prevent him from being unreliable in the future. After the beast fighting competition, most of the people in the dorm moved out, leaving only Zhao Manyan. Xing Ye was very happy fewer people made it easier to train. But with Mofan moving in, it was a bit livelier. In these days, the whole school was talking about Xing Ye, the big demon king. His reputation had spread to the main campus, and videos of the beast fighting competition were going viral on the forum. Some even compared his fire talent with Mu Ningxue's ice talent, but these were just casual chats. The second hottest topic was the campus beauty ranking. Every time new students enrolled, the forum would buzz about the new goddess. This time, the goddess was naturally Mu Nugio. After Xing Ye grabbed all the resources, Mu Nugio, representing the Mu family, donated another batch of supplies. She was naturally beautiful and strong, so she became the new goddess of the freshmen. Bai Tingting from the Bai family was slightly inferior and ranked second. Xing Ye idly browsed the forum and looked at the goddess ranking. He thought Bai Tingting was not worse than Mu Nugio, and in some aspects even better. After all, she was a healer. In the days that followed, besides returning to the apartment to accompany Xinxia, Xing Ye spent the rest of his time attending classes and training. A few weeks later, he received a message from Dean Xiao, asking him to go to the office to collect the rewards from the beast fighting competition. Xing Ye took Mofan to the office. When they arrived, Dean Xiao was busy handling some documents. The two respectfully greeted Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao put down the documents and asked with some confusion, "Mofan, you came too?" Mofan scratched his head and smiled, saying, Xing Ye promised that if I picked something from his rewards, I would come and take a look. Dean Xiao was a bit surprised after hearing this, but since both of them were from Bo City and had a good relationship, he understood. After all, they had also participated together in the special recruitment at Mingzhu Academy. Dean Xiao said, I don't care how the rewards are distributed. Let's talk about today's matter. These resources for freshmen are quite complicated. The magic students at the school can't use them, so they've been converted into rewards for you. He took out several magical tools and a bottle of red beast refining blood and placed them on the table. Xingye quickly said, I don't need other resources. I want an opportunity to enter the three-step tower for training. Dean Xiao nodded, the three-step tower? Perfect, I was planning to give this to you anyway. The Qing campus isn't eligible to enter, but this reward is enough to exchange for one time. Right now, what I can give you is this bottle of beast refining blood and one of these magical tools, he said, pointing to the items on the table. Xingye didn't choose immediately but instead looked at Mo Fan, whose eyes were wide open. Mo Fan hesitated. After all, they were all treasures, and as an adult, he wanted them all. Dean Xiao saw his expression and helplessly suggested, Mo Fan, I recommend you choose the beast refining blood. Your ghost wolf beast bloodline is ordinary. If you want to cultivate it long term, you must strengthen your bloodline power. Mo Fan looked at the beast refining blood but wondered in his heart, since Xingye also had a summoned beast, why was it given to him? Dean, Xingye also has a summoned beast. Does the beast refining blood not work for him? Mo Fan asked. Dean Xiao said bluntly, Xingye's summoned beast has a strong bloodline, but this bottle of beast refining blood is useless to him. Mo Fan understood. It turned out his old wolf was too weak. Feeling complicated, he still chose the beast refining blood, planning to nurture the old wolf long-term. Strengthening the bloodline was essential. After hesitation, Xingye chose the magical tool reward. Dean Xiao, I don't want the magical tool anymore. Change it to cash, Xingye said. He wasn't interested in magical tools and had few options to choose from, not even armor or shields. Exchanging for money to buy resources was more practical. Strength was the key. Outside the three-step tower, Dean Xiao brought Xingye here. After a brief explanation, he told the two students guarding the tower, take him inside and explain the rules. I'll leave first. The dean was busy, so personally bringing Xingye here showed his exceptional talent. The two senior students were surprised. They didn't expect Dean Xiao to personally bring someone. Could Xingye have a background? Senior, can we lead the way now? Xingye reminded. The senior with black hair took a deep breath and smiled. Of course, Junior, is this your first time at the three-step tower? Xingye nodded and followed the senior. Entering the three-step tower, the long corridor seemed endless. The pressure increases the higher you go, but there are also more benefits. Remember to know your limits. I'll take you up to here, the senior said before turning to leave. The senior could only escort people inside but could not stay long. After the senior left, Xingye quickened his pace upward. Soon, he saw floating steps leading to a higher platform. He did not hesitate, knowing he could only train for 7 days and had to make the most of his time. At first, it felt like climbing stairs, but halfway up, the pressure noticeably increased. Fortunately, releasing magical energy could resist the pressure, and having the Nine Tails chakra made the consumption of magical energy almost imperceptible. Before long, Xingye arrived at the first-level platform and immediately felt a strong elemental energy surge towards him. This energy continuously flowed into his body, allowing him to absorb it non-stop even without specifically meditating. The elemental concentration on the first level is 20 times that of the outside world. Training here for 1 day is equivalent to training outside for 20 days. Plus, with the soul-level nebula magic artifact, the speed can exceed 40 times. Xingye's lips curled slightly, thinking that this was only the first level. The first level is 20 times, the second level is 30 times, and the third level reaches 40 times. As long as one can reach the third level, combined with the nebula magic artifact, 1 day of training is equivalent to several months outside. With the Nine Tails chakra, breaking through has no bottlenecks and can practically take off directly. Xingye did not delay and headed straight for the platform leading to the second level. The pressure on the stairs increased noticeably, but he easily handled it thanks to the vast Nine Tails chakra. Just as Dean Xiao said, the elemental concentration on the second level is 30 times. Dean Xiao had previously roughly introduced the situation of the three-step tower, including the difficulty and effects of each level. After a brief rest, Xingye arrived at the stairs leading to the third-level platform. Although he possessed the endless energy of the Nine Tails chakra and was not afraid of running out of magical energy midway, it was said that to reach the third level, one not only needed strong magical energy but also resilient mental strength, otherwise, collapsing halfway could endanger one's life. Going all out. Xingye gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. Intense pressure instantly enveloped his feet, and magical energy surged to resist the oppression. Fortunately, the Sharingan gave his mental strength far beyond that of ordinary people, preventing him from being crushed by the pressure. He clenched his teeth and climbed step by step. After an unknown amount of time, when he stepped onto the last step and reached the third level, all the pressure instantly dissipated. Finally here. Although the magical energy is infinite, my current output is too low, almost couldn't hold on. Although he had the Nine Tails chakra, his fire magic level was only that of an intermediate mage, and his magical energy output could only maintain an intermediate level. Fortunately, this was just enough for him to reach the top of the third level. After a short rest, Xingye entered deep meditation. The vast energy within the three-step tower merged into his spiritual world, enriching all his magical attributes. 7 days later, Xingye walked out of the three-step tower, full of vigor. With the help of the three-step tower, his fire magic rapidly broke through to intermediate level 3. With the Nine Tails chakra, as long as there was enough time, theoretically, he could continue to improve. His shadow and summoning magic also advanced to intermediate level 2, greatly enhancing his overall strength. Although his fire magic had reached intermediate level 3, due to the power of the Nine Tails chakra, he might not need to use the Milky Way vein to break through to advanced levels. However, shadow and summoning magic still required the Milky Way vein to continue improving. The Milky Way vein is worth over 100 million, so funds must be prepared in advance, otherwise, getting stuck at a magic level would be troublesome. Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Although he had the system and plugins, if he hadn't previously killed the winged azure wolf and obtained its essence along with a large sum of money, his cultivation might still be stagnant. In this magical world, you need at least 2 of the following: talent, resources, and background, to go further. Thinking of his partner Lingling as the wise wife of the hunter world, Xingye felt much more at ease. The next day, Xingye went to the Qingtian hunting agency. Coming from an ordinary background, he could only rely on his strength to improve. As he sat at the bar reflecting, Lingling walked over, swinging her twin ponytails, opened her laptop, and handed him a commission to look at. This commission is pretty good. Take a look, it suits you well, and the pay is quite substantial. Xingye took the laptop and saw that the client was Mu Nushin, the younger sister of Mu Nujio. Her magical talent wasn't as strong as her sister's, but she had a good business mind and had taken over the family business proactively. What surprised him was that the Mu family, such a large noble house, had issued an open commission to all hunters. The Mu family is one of the 4 great noble families in the Magic City, with many high-level mages and several transcendent mages. They have a certain influence internationally. Forbidden spell mages or limited transcendent mages are the main force. Even a big family like the Mu family encountering trouble shows this task is not simple. A guaranteed minimum of 10 million? Such a big offer. The commission stated that regardless of success or failure, completing the task would earn a guaranteed minimum of 10 million. Although money wasn't much to him, this guaranteed amount was already astonishing. There was also additional bonus pay. This indicated the task was extremely difficult, and surely some had failed before. After carefully reading the commission details, Xingye finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. The Mu family discovered a fire element resource vein in Song City, but they must send a mage with a fire element spirit seed to investigate. The task seems simple, but it requires a very specific mage configuration. More importantly, even the Mu family themselves do not understand the conditions inside the vein, making it very risky. The temperature in the fire element vein is extremely high, and it is still unknown whether ordinary fire element spirit seed mages can withstand it. Lingling, let us take this task, Xingye decided after reading the details. Although dangerous, it might also hold opportunities. Great! The Mu family has arranged to gather tomorrow morning. You go back and prepare first, and we'll go together tomorrow. Lingling smiled sweetly. She loved monster hunting tasks the most. Following Xingye to accept tasks meant she finally didn't have to go to school anymore. After confirming, Lingling hurried upstairs to prepare, while Xingye returned to the apartment to accompany Xinxia. The meeting point was the Mu family estate in Song City. When Xingye and Lingling arrived, most of the other hunters had also gathered. They were received by Mu Nushin, who issued the commission, while Mu Nujio stood beside her. Mu Nujio was not surprised to see Xingye, as she already knew from the last beast fighting competition that Xingye had a natural fire element spirit seed, so it was only natural for him to participate in this task. She walked straight up to Xingye. Classmate Xingye, good to see you. Thank you for showing mercy last time. Mu Nujio, who loved magic and longed to become stronger, respected Xingye greatly. She knew that if Xingye hadn't shown mercy during the last beast fighting competition, she would have been injured long ago. Mu Nushin followed curiously. Sister, is this the Xingye you've been talking about? He really looks like a young talent. The two sisters standing together made Xingye's eyes light up. It's okay, we're all classmates, I won't hurt you. Miss Mu Nushin, I've heard you have great business acumen, nice to meet you. Xingye responded with a smile. Mutual praise among merchants was common. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Mu Nushin and Mu Nujio went back to handle the task details. Xingye didn't listen much but instead noticed the system rewards. Successfully contacted Fire Shadow Senju Hashirama, reward, would release. Successfully contacted Fire Shadow Senju Tobarama, reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. The system actually treated Mu Nugio and Mu Nushin as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Xingye frowned, thinking this system was really unreliable. But fortunately, the rewards were not bad. After receiving these two rewards, Xingye clearly felt he could use the wood release ninjutsu, as if he was born with it. However, this wood release ninjutsu was not as powerful as he imagined, more like a small sapling just sprouting. In contrast, the reward for the Flying Thunder God technique was quite good. Some memories about the Flying Thunder God directly flooded into his mind, including information about the technique. By the time Xingye finished digesting the reward content, Mu Nyuxin had also finished explaining the precautions. For this commission task, the Mu family sent a team leader, a young man in his 20s with a delicate appearance and a bit of the pride of a clan descendant. After the introduction, as expected from the Mu family, his name was Mu Yen, a core descendant, with a status lower than Mu Nugio and Mu Nishin. Then everyone set off towards the fire elemental mineral vein in the outskirts. Xingye noticed that Mu Nushin did not follow, but Mu Nugio was at the back of the team, obviously also participating in the task. You're coming too? Don't you lack fire elemental ability? Xingye walked over and asked. Of course I'm going. I'm an intermediate mage. As long as we don't go deep into the mine, I can handle the outside temperature, Mu Nugio said passionately, eager to see and train herself. Xingye nodded, and the two chatted briefly before arriving at their destination. The ground was already severely cracked, with chaotic fissures and abnormally high temperatures. Song City shouldn't be this dry. Obviously, something is affecting the environment, so the appearance of fire-type resources makes sense. Xingye looked around at night, feeling that this place was becoming increasingly familiar. Isn't this near the lake where Mei Yan appeared that time, he said in surprise. Although it was a bit distant, he and Tang Yu had once searched nearby for traces of Mei Yan, so he naturally remembered. What's wrong? What lake? Mu Nugio asked in confusion. Nothing, just a very beautiful lake nearby, Xingye made up a reason casually and continued to ask. How did your Mu family discover that there are fire-type mineral veins here? He was very curious about how the powerful Mu family from the Magic City had extended their reach to Song City. Although the four great families of Magic City compete fiercely, they are considered of the same root. A year ago, the Dongfang family detected fire-type spirit seeds here in Song City and sent many mages to search, Mu Nugio answered. So our Mu family also joined the search, but after a long time with no results, the Dongfang family gradually withdrew, while our Mu family still sent a few people to continue looking. Although we didn't find a fire element spirit seed recently, we discovered a fire element mineral vein not far ahead. Mu Nugio pointed to an expanded cave entrance on the ground, which looked like a mine shaft with sturdy supports. This is the cave entrance. We went in before, but the temperature was too high to explore deeply, so we sought help. Mu Yan briefly introduced the mine situation, with limited information. The fire element here is dense, so it's very likely to nurture fire element spirit seeds. Ling Ling took out an instrument to measure, her eyes shining as she said this. Xingye touched his nose, confirming that his rose flame was indeed a product of this mineral vein. He felt a bit regretful for not discovering it earlier, but also relieved. Everyone's fate is different. Even if the vein belonged to him, he might not have been able to mine it. Yeah, maybe. He replied casually, not wanting to say much. Now that they had the item, saying too much wouldn't help. Mu Nugio was extremely excited to hear there might be fire element spirit seeds. She hadn't awakened the fire element, but finding spirit seeds could be exchanged for resources. Not far away, Mu Yan also became excited. Although Ling Ling was a little girl, he knew she came from the well-known Qingtian hunting guild. As a member of a noble family, he understood these things. Get ready. When we go in, try to explore as far inside as possible, Mu Yan said as he began preparing the detection equipment. He was a high-level mage with a fire element spirit seed, and among the younger generation of the Mu family, his strength was considerable. After everyone was ready, they entered the expanded cave entrance. Ling Ling didn't understand fire magic and was not a mage, so Xingye stayed on the surface with her. As soon as they entered the cave, the temperature immediately rose, getting hotter the further in they went. Are you okay? You don't have fire magic. Why don't you wait here for us? Xingye asked with concern, handing water to Mu Nugio, who was sweating heavily. No, I'm fine. I can handle it, don't worry, Mu Nugio said after taking a sip of water. Xingye nodded and said no more, knowing she could manage. After delving deeper into the mine, everyone's expressions grew tense. After all, this was an unknown place that might hide dangers. Everyone stop, something's wrong. Mu Yen, who was walking at the front, suddenly shouted. What's going on? Why stop? The hunters behind immediately became alert, gripping their star crystals tightly, ready to fight. Mu Yen frowned as he looked ahead. The road ahead has collapsed. It wasn't like this before. In front of them was a huge sinkhole, clearly newly formed, with no support beams inside. This situation made everyone uneasy. The originally safe path was broken, and they could only go down into the pit to investigate. Let us go. After all, we're here to explore. We can't just give up like this. Xingyi glanced at the pit and said firmly. The old hunters, seeing that a young man wasn't afraid, also grew bolder. After entering the pit, it was like stepping into a new world. The walls were covered with various fire demon ores. These ores were important materials for making magical tools. Xingyi collected them without hesitation. This was part of their reward. The others were also busy gathering ores, immersed in the joy of treasure hunting. Suddenly, a jet of flame burst out. What's going on? Everyone shouted in alarm. Mu Yen rolled on the ground covered in dust, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Fortunately, there was a water mage in the team who quickly put out the fire. Mu Yen said angrily, I just saw a fire demon crystal on the ground and wanted to grab it, but I didn't expect it to be connected to the underground flames. Everyone looked at the pillar of fire blocking the way ahead, falling silent, unsure how to respond. Just as everyone was thinking, a series of chain reactions erupted. Roar, roar, roar. The flame eruption caused the temperature in the pit to rise sharply, and the structure began to collapse. It's going to collapse. Someone shouted. Quick, run back. Back to the mine tunnel we just came down from. The emergency made everyone realize that the only option was to run for their lives. They desperately sprinted towards the exit. Xingya, what are you doing? Hurry up and go. Mu Nujio shouted. She was shocked to see Xingye not running, but instead rushing towards the pillar of fire, as if seeking death. However, Xingye charged into the flames and soon emerged unharmed, leaving Mu Nujio dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Xingye had already run several meters ahead while she was still stunned. Although she didn't understand how he could be unharmed in such intense heat, there was no time to think about it now. If they delayed, the two of them would fall behind the group. Rocks kept falling from the top of the pit, cracks spreading wider, making the situation increasingly dangerous. Go quickly, or else we will. Mu Nujio didn't finish her sentence before a huge rock suddenly crashed down. Watch out! Xingye immediately threw himself at her, blocking the giant rock. Bang! The boulder collapsed the path, but fortunately, neither of them was injured. Mu Nujio was pinned down, her heart racing, looking at Xingye gratefully. Get up, you're pressing on me too hard. Xingye awkwardly got up. Sorry. What do we do now? The path is blocked. Mu Nujio looked at the boulder in front of her in despair. The pits and cracks were increasing, debris kept falling, and collapse could happen at any moment. They might be buried alive. She looked at Xingye and found that he was calmly staring at the stone in his hand. We're about to die, and you're still looking at a stone? What is that? Fire demon crystal? Mu Nujio asked in surprise. You rushed into the flames just for this? Xingye calmly put away the fire demon crystal and said, no background or backing, you can only rely on yourself. Don't worry, we won't die. He looked around and realized that trying to force through the boulder would only speed up the collapse. There was no way out. The road is completely blocked. Do you have any solution? Mu Nujio looked at him calmly, feeling a bit relieved. Xingyi was helpless and had to reveal his trump card, reaching out his hand and saying, hold on to me, I'll take you out. Mu Nujio was stunned for a moment, but trusted him and reached out to grasp his hand. Xingyi said nothing more and directly pulled Mu Nujio into his arms, their bodies pressed close together. Before she could react, the space around them flickered, and the two of them appeared outside the mine, back on the surface. Mu Nujio opened her small pink mouth wide in surprise, staring at the setting sun on the horizon, making sure this wasn't a dream. How did you do that? She stared at Xingyi in disbelief, wondering if he possessed spatial magic. If not, how could they instantly move from the bottom of the mine to the surface? But she knew that spatial teleportation required at least a high-level spatial mage. How could he possibly do it? Her mind was in complete chaos. It's just a little magic tool for escaping, don't overthink it, Xingye said with a smile, knowing she was guessing wildly. In fact, he used the Flying Thunder God technique, having already inscribed the spell on the ground before going down the mine. Okay, I understand. I won't blurt it out. Mu Nujio realized she shouldn't have asked about the secret. Moreover, Xingye was her lifesaver. Without him, she might have already died. Once safe, she began to worry about the hunters and Mu Yan who went down the mine with them. Those were living beings. The two had been waiting at the mine entrance, and Mu Nujio also notified the Mu family, requesting someone be sent for rescue. Soon, the Mu family sent many mages, especially earth element mages, to form a rescue team. After that, Xingye had no role to play. After finding Lingling, the two returned to the Magic City. Although the mission wasn't considered complete, the Mu family still politely gave him a reward and an additional 40 million as a thank you gift. After this trip, Xingye's wallet got a lot heavier. Besides 50 million, he also obtained some scattered fire demon ore and a complete fire demon crystal. The fire demon crystal has pure and powerful energy, making it a high-level rare fire element resource. Back in the Magic City, after bringing Lingling back to the Qing Tian hunting lodge, Xingye immediately went to the magic resource shop and sold the scattered fire demon ore, keeping only the most expensive fire demon crystal. "Boss, this is top-quality fire demon Oregon. Can you pay a bit more?" The shop owner's eyebrows twitched continuously. Looking at this guy who had been nagging in the store for hours, he was truly at a loss. Alright, I'll give you a bit more. Stop nagging, young master. After some smooth talking from Xingye, he earned over 8 million more from selling the fire demon Oregon. Fire demon ore is a mid-level resource, so naturally, the price wasn't too high. By the way, Xinxia has also broken through to mid-level. It's just right to buy her some healing resources to stabilize her cultivation. Without hesitation, Xingye began purchasing healing resources in the store. Since it was white magic, the store's stock was limited. Seeing the price, Xingye couldn't help but ask, "Boss, can you give me a discount?" The boss, seeing his expression, had no choice but to offer a discount. Xingye's habit of bargaining was formed when he first came to this world. Back then, he had nothing, an empty home. Thinking about it now, he didn't know how he got through it. After spending over 6 million to buy up the mid-level healing resources, Xingye left the store satisfied. Although not much, it was enough for Xinxia to cultivate for a while. Back at the apartment, he immediately handed the resources to Xinxia. "Brother Xingye, you also need cultivation resources. Don't buy such expensive things for me." Xinxia looked at the items in her hands, feeling like she was always a burden to Xingye, but at the same time, she was touched. Their family had never been wealthy since childhood, so such precious things made her heart feel warm. Xingye smiled and rubbed her face. "Don't say that. You cultivate well. Becoming stronger is the most important." Xinxia tightly held his hand and suddenly threw herself into his arms. Brother Xingye nestling against him, she felt warm all over. Holding her, Xingye suddenly laughed. "By the way, besides these, I also prepared a gift for you." Xinxia looked up, curious. Xingye said nothing more and took out a white camisole from his storage magic tool, adorned with faint white lace, pure yet sexy. Seeing this embarrassing piece of clothing, Xinxia's face immediately flushed red, like a little apple. Xingye eagerly said, "Xinxia, try it on quickly and see if it fits." Her cheeks burning, she still quietly agreed. Although shy, she was gradually getting used to it, as Xingye occasionally bought her some shy clothes to wear. Xingye originally wanted her to do a fashion show right then and there. Shy, Xinxia took the clothes back to her room and closed the door heavily. Not long after, the door slowly opened, and a girl like a little elf stepped out. She had purple hair, wore a pure white lace camisole, paired with long, slender legs wrapped in white stockings, looking pure and sacred. That shy expression made Xingye want to embrace this cute little lamb at first sight. "Brother Xingye, this dress neckline is too low." Xinxia lowered her head, instinctively covering her chest with both hands. Xingye looked at the low-cut dress and saw that her full figure filled out the chest area smoothly and plumply. She really was a gifted nursemaid with an astonishingly ample bosom. Seeing this little white rabbit in front of him, Xingye couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes burning as he stared at her. "Brother Xingye." Xinxia looked at his burning gaze, feeling both happy and scared. Happy because he liked her, scared because she knew tonight she would truly become a woman. Xingye listened to her soft voice, lost his reason, took big steps forward, hugged her slender waist, and bent down to kiss her. Xinxia was stunned for a moment, then clumsily responded. After a messy bout of kissing, their feelings were completely ignited. Xinxia's watery eyes were full of springtime affection. "Xinxia, will you be my woman?" Xingye asked softly. She responded simply, without vows, yet it meant more than 1,000 words. Xingye held her tightly, taking 2 or 3 steps back to the room. Xinxia buried her little head in his chest, her face blushing like a little apple. "Brother Xingye, please be gentle." She was nervous yet hopeful, like a timid little lamb. With a click, the door closed, startling Xinxia into a slight tremble. Seeing her adorable expression, Xingye's lips curved slightly. He gently stroked her hair and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid, close your eyes, leave everything to me. Listening to the voice of the one she loved, Xinxia gradually relaxed and chose to close her eyes, afraid she might faint from nervousness. After a while, Xingye looked at Xinxia sleeping on the sofa, shook his head, his heart full of affection. After carrying the still naked little lamb back to the bed in the room, Xingye didn't leave but lay down directly, sharing the bed and pillow with Xinxia. The two held each other tightly and gradually fell asleep. These days, Xingye had been entwined with Xinxia until the new semester started, and the two reluctantly parted. What was even more heartbreaking was that Xinxia had just reached the age to attend university. As a rare white magic healer with intermediate cultivation, she was almost guaranteed admission to Song City Academy. Their studies forced them to see each other only occasionally. Fortunately, Xingye no longer had to live in the school dormitory, as freshmen were only required to stay in dorms for the first semester. In the second semester, he could freely choose his residence. Xingye sat alone in the apartment when his phone rang. It was a message from the adorable Xinxia. Brother Xingye, I passed the Song City Academy interview. Happy.jpg. Looking at Xinxia's emoji, Xingye's mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Our little Xinxia is really amazing. Awesome.jpg. Brother Xingye, you're so mean shy.jpg. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I asked the housing agent to help find a roommate, and someone just contacted me. They will come to see the place. If it's a pretty girl, just say yes, so the house won't feel too empty. Well-behaved.jpg. Seeing a string of messages, Xingye didn't expect Xinxia to be so generous. Feeling warm inside, he decided to pamper her properly the next time they met. Got it. Remember to tell me if anything comes up, okay? Got it. Brother Xingye message received.jpg. The two chatted sweetly for a while before stopping. Thump thump thump. Just as he put down his phone, there was a knock at the door. Xingye was about to say the door was wrong when he suddenly remembered Xinxia mentioning a prospective tenant. Although he didn't expect it to be a beautiful tenant, it wouldn't be polite to refuse, so he opened the door. The girl outside said, "Hello, I heard there's a house for rent here. May I ask?" Before she finished speaking, she froze upon seeing Xingye. Xingye? Why is it you? Mu Nugio exclaimed in surprise. Xingye was also surprised. Ah, you're the big demon king. The two were still stunned when Ada suddenly shouted loudly from behind Mu Nugio. Her shout immediately brought them back to their senses. Xingye looked at Nugio wearing a long summer dress, while Ituta wore a round, white t-shirt. He cleared his throat and said, "You guys come in and have a seat first. This should be the house you want to see." Although he didn't understand why they wanted to share a rental, Xingye still politely invited them inside. As soon as Nugio entered, she took the initiative to pour tea, appearing virtuous. Xingye took a sip of tea and then asked, "You're not short on money, right? Why are you looking for a shared rental?" Nugio and Ituta frowned upon hearing this. Ituta blurted out, "We're not looking for a shared rental. The agent said it was a whole rental." Xingye was momentarily confused because the rental information was posted by an agent found by Xinxia, and he wasn't clear on the details. Nugio checked her phone for a moment and said, "I got it. The agent made a mistake when uploading the information." She explained that because the apartment was luxuriously decorated and the rent was high, the agent mistakenly thought it was a whole rental and ended up writing the information incorrectly. Xingye asked, "So are you still looking for a place, or will you share?" Ituta patted Nugio's arm and said, "I've been tired all day and don't want to move again. Let us just live here. Mun's sister, what do you think?" After hesitating for a moment, Nugio nodded in agreement. Although sharing with a man might affect her reputation, Xingye had saved her before, and she was also curious about his spatial magic and powerful abilities. She felt living together would help her understand him better. After moving in together, Xingye didn't disturb them much. Mu Nugio was virtuous and an excellent cook, and life was simple and orderly. Besides attending classes, sometimes she accompanied Lingling on commissions, spent time with Xinxia, and occasionally visited teacher Tangyu to maintain their relationship. It's worth mentioning that teacher Tangyu was promoted to a higher rank ahead of schedule, received a raise, moved into an office, and no longer had to do fieldwork. Small tasks like capturing chow he were naturally assigned to the junior trainee adjudicators. On a friend's suggestion, Mo Fan also joined the Qingtian Hunting Institute, becoming an unexpected part-timer, though his partner was not Lingling but another senior veteran. Just as Xingye thought everything was calm, a call from Lingling shattered his peace. Xingye, come to the school stadium quickly, Mo Fan messed up the commission. Hearing Ling Ling's urgent voice, Xingye didn't hesitate and rushed to the stadium. Before he arrived, he saw Ling Ling holding a notebook. Xingye, over here. Ling Ling waved. How's the situation? Where's Mo Fan? Xingye already guessed in his heart that only the Linpi mother demon could be causing trouble. Quick, get inside the stadium. There's a parasitic demon beast there, I found it. Mo Fan just went in, and I'm afraid he'll cause more trouble. Ling Ling handed over the communicator. Hearing it was a parasitic demon beast, Xingye confirmed the presence of the Linpi mother demon. I'm going in. Tell me your location. The stadium was packed due to a concert, making it impossible to tell who was parasitized with the naked eye. Xingye opened his wide eyes, taking in everything at once. The walls, buildings, and the strength of the magical energy inside every person were all clearly visible. Those who were parasitized were obvious at a glance. Before Ling Ling could point it out, Xingye had already identified the target. Flames suddenly exploded, and scorching waves of fire rapidly spread in the confined space, burning the hidden parasitic demon. Xingye? What's going on over there? You ran into demons as soon as you went in? Ling Ling asked in surprise. Actually, Ling Ling's concern was unnecessary, but Xingye didn't tell her, considering her fragile state of mind. It's nothing. Help me find the nearest demons and the location of the Linpi mother demon. Ling Ling reported the locations, but Xingye locked onto them even faster with his sharp eyes. Before long, the demons inside the stadium were almost all cleared by the two of them. Xingye? Yeah, it's me. While clearing the last few demons, Xingye and Mofan finally met. These are the last ones. I just found the Linpi mother demon, but it's been avoiding me. Before he could finish, a deafening scream suddenly echoed through the room. Xingye and Mofan exchanged a glance and immediately rushed in. Inside, besides a few demons, were the main culprit of this incident, the Linpi mother demon and two girls. The Linpi mother demon panicked, sensing a powerful mage behind it. Knowing it was doomed, it decided to take down one or two others with it. A slender tongue quickly shot out from its mouth, aiming at the two girls. Shadow mimicry. In the nick of time, Xingye's shadow suddenly appeared, immobilizing the Linpi mother demon. As time paused, a dazzling star map unfolded before Xingye. Roseflame Fierce Fist 9 Palaces. A third-level intermediate Fierce Fist was unleashed, with black-red pillars of fire shooting straight into the sky, enveloping the entire stadium in a heatwave. The Linpi mother demon, covered in blue-yellow scales, struggled desperately within the fire pillars, but it was all in vain. Even a great demon just entering the commander stage would lose layers of skin from such a blow. The flames completely purified it. The Linpi mother demon died thoroughly, its scales falling off, revealing the parasitic woman inside. At this moment, a complete essence floated out. Xingye's eyes lit up as he quickly took out a necromantic vessel and carefully collected it. Beside him, Mofan was envious to the point of itching teeth and drooling, regretting his slow reaction that allowed Xingye to kill the Linpi mother demon first. Don't say I'm stingy. The corpse and the credit for saving the person are yours. We'll split everything evenly. After all, even if there was no merit, there was effort, and besides, the other party was his elder brother-in-law. The task of killing the Linpi mother demon was originally his. Really, Godfather? Ha, that glorious title doesn't suit me. Let old Zhao be the hero. I just ran into him at the stadium. Mofan took out his phone, called old Zhao, and soon the two reached an agreement. The Linpi mother demon's corpse and the credit for saving the person were exchanged for a thunder-type spirit seed. The spirit seed was worth 20 to 30 million, roughly equivalent to the essence of a demon warrior at the warlord stage. After the three divided the loot, Xingye looked at the woman who had been parasitized, feeling a headache coming on. If she wasn't saved, she might not survive. Just as he was worrying, Xingye caught sight of the girl dazing off nearby. Bai Tingting. That's right, one was Bai Tingting from the Bai family who had challenged him in the beast fighting tournament years ago, and judging by her outfit, the other was probably a pop star performing at the stadium concert. The key point was, Bai Tingting was a healing mage. What are you standing there for? Hurry and save her. Xingye walked over and lightly tapped her head to bring her back to her senses. Bai Tingting finally snapped out of it, not because she was scared by the Qilin skin mother demon, but because she was shocked that Xingye had actually cultivated to mid-level stage 3. Oh, I'm coming. With Bai Tingting's help, the parasitized woman finally stabilized. Xingye could finally take a break. He watched Bai Tingting as she continued casting healing magic. Her white-hot pants hugged her long, slender legs, but the most captivating were her proud, deep cleavage, probably a large G-cup. Just one more glance is almost unbearable. He sighed, healing-type girls really are all extraordinary. Look at his own Xia, look at Bai Tingting in front of him, and that scheming bitch Nan Rongni from the Guofu team. Each one has great ambitions and impressive figures. It seems there's a secret behind healing-type girls. He must study them more in the future. Only by becoming stronger can he save more people and help more desperate girls. While admiring the beauties, he didn't forget the reward the system just gave him. Successfully contacted one of the Naruto heroines, Tsunade, reward, super strength. Seeing the system mention Tsunade, Xingye instinctively glanced at Bai Tingting's huge chest and felt secretly pleased. This time his judgment was correct. The reward of super strength made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. Finally, an ability related to physical combat, just what he needed to make up for his weakness in close combat. After careful feeling, he found that the use of super strength was quite complex. Super strength is not just about muscle power, it requires precise coverage of magical energy over various parts of the body to unleash powerful force. At his current level, he can only cover a certain part and cannot yet exert it throughout the whole body. Looks like I need to practice properly from now on. Just as Xingye was studying super strength, Bai Tingting finished her treatment and said, This woman is fine now, and also, thank you for saving me. She pursed her lips, blushed, and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Xingye didn't think much and nodded in response. Soon, the relevant personnel arrived to take over. Those going to the hospital took the patients, and those handling the scene managed the aftermath. The matter is settled. I have to go now. I still need to buy groceries. If there's trouble next time, come find me. Xingye glanced at the sky. It was completely dark. Handling the Lingpi mother demon took the entire afternoon. Just as he was about to leave, unexpectedly, Bai Tingting chased after him. Xingye, thank you for saving me. If you're going to buy groceries, can I come along? Bai Tingting blushed, feeling awkward as soon as the words came out, and quickly added, I'm good at cooking and want to make you a meal as a thank you. She nervously lowered her head, waiting for his reply. Alright, but can you walk on your own? Xingye looked at the small scrape on her calf. She trembled slightly while standing, her legs tightly pressed together, looking especially alluring. Does this girl have some kind of unusual fetish? Well, Bai Tingting felt a bit embarrassed at his words. Just as she didn't know how to respond, Xingye's hand gently brushed her slender waist, resting on her lower abdomen, slowly wrapping around her slim waist. Lean on me, it'll be more comfortable. Bai Tingting let out a soft moan when her belly was touched, then wrapped her arms around Xingye's neck and nestled into his embrace. Xingye raised an eyebrow, feeling his chest being tightly pressed, and secretly rejoiced. This girl is definitely not simple, truly hiding her talents. Half an hour later, Xingye was carrying bags of all sizes, while Bai Tingting linked her arm with his as they walked back to the apartment. Bai Tingting's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. They chatted a lot along the way, and upon learning that Xingye was sharing a rental with Mu Nujio and Ai Tutu, she impulsively suggested moving in together. Xingye agreed without much thought. After all, just looking at beautiful things made people happy. How could he refuse? Unexpectedly, a simple outing ended with him bringing home an adorable big milk mom. Thinking about his recent luck with girls, first Mu Nujio and Ai Tutu, now Bai Tingting, and if you add Xiao Xia, 4 girls revolving around him. But would they create a group chat? Never mind, Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, and Ai Tutu are all kind girls, so it probably wouldn't be complicated. Especially silly Ai Tutu, like a big white rabbit. With these thoughts, Xingye and Bai Tingting had already returned to the apartment, changed their shoes, and walked inside. Mu Nujio, wearing a camisole in the kitchen, heard the noise and came out. Seeing Bai Tingting, she was stunned. Ting, why did you follow him here? Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting have known each other since childhood. As the young ladies of 2 prominent families, they have a good relationship. It's getting late, let me help. Jiao, let us go inside and talk. Bai Tingting pulled Mu Nujio back to the kitchen. Xingye smiled and shook his head, knowing they were about to share some secrets between close friends. Before long, the 2 cooks worked together to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The big white rabbit Ai Tutu, smelling the aroma, ran down from the 2nd floor. Tingting, why are you here? Like Mu Nujio, Ai Tutu's first reaction was to suspect that Bai Tingting had been kidnapped. Bai Tingting explained that she wanted to rent together, and Mu Nujio and Ai Tutu warmly welcomed her joining them. Watching the 3 younger sisters laughing continuously, Xingye felt especially happy inside. In the blink of an eye, a semester quietly passed, and the new semester began on time. In these few months, Xingye's strength has improved significantly. His monstrous strength has become proficient enough to cover his entire body, and his fire magic is close to reaching the peak of the intermediate level, ready to break through to the advanced level at any time. But Xingye knows clearly that although having such strength at this age is considered genius, a genius is still just a genius. A genius without growth is worthless. Only by truly becoming stronger will one be valued. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Xingye picked up the phone and heard Ling Ling's voice. Xingye, there's a bit of trouble, come to the hunting office. Okay. After agreeing, Xingye did not disturb the three canaries who were training and went alone to the Qingtian hunting office. Upon entering the shop, Xingye noticed that besides Ling Ling, there was a mature older sister in the shop. That sister glanced at Xingye and smiled, saying, "You are Ling Ling's partner, right? I am her sister Ling Qing. Have a seat first." Ling Qing wore a white maid outfit, her figure excellent, with curves in all the right places, paired with black silk stockings on long legs, exuding full sensuality. After a brief glance, Xingye sat at the bar, noticing the drink prepared by Ling Qing placed in front of him. Dong! Ling Ling had intended to sneak a sip of the drink but was tapped on the head by Ling Qing. Kids should drink milk. Glared at, Ling Ling puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction, yet looked very cute. Ling Chang wiped a glass and said, "I work in the approval committee. I received news that Mo Fan might be targeted. You need to keep an eye on him." Xingye was very surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected that after killing Yuan, Mo Fan would still be targeted by the Black Church. "If I catch someone from the Black Church, is there a reward?" Xingye asked confidently. Ling Qing was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to be so bold. "Stop bragging." Before Ling Qing could answer, Ling Ling, drinking her milk, didn't believe it. She knew Xingye was a genius, both in magic and combat, but she feared the Black Church even more because you simply couldn't tell who belonged to them. They were like ticking bombs around you, ready to explode at any moment, but you had no idea where they were hidden. Xingye saw this little girl doubting his strength and decided to show her his power. Ling Qing also thought it was necessary to give some hope, otherwise working would be dull, so he said, "A gray robe is worth 500,000, a black robe 9 million, a blue robe 120 million. If captured alive, the value doubles." Hearing this offer, Xingye was tempted. The essence of a leader-level demon only sold for a bit over 100 million, and one leader-level demon could easily handle an entire high-level squad. A blue-robed steward was only a high-level cultivator, so wouldn't they be easier to kill? Although hard to find, capturing a blue-robed steward of the Black Church would earn a bounty of over 200 million, just enough to buy 2-star river veins to help him break through to high level in shadow and summoning skills. He immediately stood up and agreed without hesitation. "Alright, I'll keep an eye on Mo Fan during this time. Leave the Black Church people to me." Then he turned and left. Back at the apartment, Xingye pushed the door open and saw Mu Nugio, Bai Tingting, and AI Tutu sitting on the sofa chatting. The big-breasted AI Tutu jumped excitedly when she saw him, almost making Xingye nosebleed. He quickly wiped his nose and lay down on the sofa, asking, "What were you talking about just now?" Mu Nugio took out her phone and handed over the assessment notice, saying, "In a few days, there's a promotion assessment from the Qing campus to the main campus. We're looking for teammates. Big Devil, you haven't formed a team yet? Join ours, we'll definitely win." AI Tutu hugged Xingye's arm, her chest pressing right against him. Xingye helplessly gave in. "Alright, I'll join you guys, but we still need to add one more worker." Bai Tingting asked curiously, "Who else?" "Mo Fan." Xingye answered without much thought. Although the three girls were very tempting, he did not forget to protect Mo Fan and lure out the Black Church. Mu Nugio and AI Tutu looked confused when they heard the name because they had never heard of it. "Is it the one from the stadium last time?" Bai Tingting thought for a moment. Xingye nodded. For several days, Xingye had not hidden from Mo Fan that he was being targeted by the Black Church. The two agreed that one would act openly while the other stayed hidden, planning to draw out the Black Church on the day of the assessment. "Mo Fan, have you asked the monkey about where the shadow demon beast is?" Xingye asked quietly, looking at Dean Xiao on the stage. "I asked. It's probably hiding in some meat processing plant. We just need to look for it," Mo Fan replied. To lure out the Black Church, Mo Fan decided to pretend to be unaware and participate in the assessment normally, while Xingye hid in the shadows, ready to act at any time. At this moment, Dean Xiao was still giving an impassioned speech on stage. "Those who have not reached the intermediate mage level can leave. This battlefield is not for you." Listening, Xingye felt the cruelty of this world. Magical resources were limited, and those without talent and strength would eventually be eliminated. Even so, those eliminated were considered lucky, at least able to live peacefully in the Realm, avoiding the dangerous path of a mage. Time passed, and those who had not reached the intermediate level gradually left. But some still held hope, believing they could stay next year. As long as the heart does not die, the path of magic is endless. Dean Xiao saw that no one else was leaving, then turned to the remaining intermediate level novice mages. Congratulations on entering the main campus of Mingzhu Academy. Many were surprised, so hasty? No test yet? Dean Xiao immediately explained that the assessment was to find the shadow beast and put it into a cage. Groups of 5, and qualified groups would get one chance to train at the 3-step tower. Such a reward even the aristocratic families coveted. The next day, Xingye, Emofan, Mu Nujio, and others searched everywhere for the shadow beast, turning the meat factory upside down. Xingye, I found the shadow beast and sent the location. Come quickly. I feel like someone is following me, suspecting it's the Black Church. Xingye only received the message by evening. He didn't rush over but first sent Mu Nujio and the other 2 girls home to avoid them being caught by the Black Church, which would make rescuing them more complicated. After sending the message, he contacted senior sister Ling Qing, then headed straight to the location. Dimensional Summon. 7 silver-white stars formed a trajectory, tearing open a dimensional rift, and a black-golden Jinwu golden crow flew out. Xiao Wu, let us go get our bounty. Man and bird flew swiftly and soon arrived above a meat factory. After landing, Xingye saw Emofan confronting a group of gray-clad cultists. Xingye used shadow invisibility and was not detected. He also noticed 2 people standing on the high platform, clearly of distinguished status. On the high platform. Master Steward, why must we kill this kid? The black-robed cleric wearing an iron mask half kneels, his tone filled with doubt. He felt that a young man with mid-level cultivation wasn't worth such a big fuss. You don't understand. The man in the blue robe shouted angrily, he is Lord Salong's favorite, personally targeted for elimination by Lord Hujin. Once he is dealt with, we can get close to Lord Salong. He slapped him hard and cursed, got it? The black-robed cleric didn't even dare to breathe, enduring the beating and scolding without wiping the spit from his face. You go down too. The tribunal will be watching us closely these days. Resolve this quickly, or else. The man in the blue robe looked down at Emofan fighting below, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a strong magical energy rapidly approaching, so close it was almost within reach. Boom! With a loud noise, the wall beside him was pierced, revealing a huge hole. As the dust settled, Xingye appeared within it. You dodged that move, let us see how you handle the next punch. Xingye used his monstrous strength to create this hole. Without further ado, he swung his second punch. Blue flame fire sizzle explosion. The man in the blue robe reacted, casting a level 3 basic fire magic. But Xingye did not dodge at all, his powerful fist directly collided with the magic. He covered his entire body with mid-level 3rd-tier magical energy, giving him defense comparable to a demon at the Great Battle General stage. The system rewarded super strength has great growth potential, and with the magical energy covering it, both defense and strength are extremely high. This punch instantly dispersed the fire magic of the man in the blue robe. Basic level magic is hard to harm the physical body of a demon at the Great Battle General stage, let alone Xingye, who has extremely strong fire resistance. Bang! The magic was dispersed, and the super strength fist directly smashed into the body of the man in the blue robe. The man in the blue robe and Xingye were too close, and the time was too short for him to cast high-level magic, so he could only use basic magic and armored magical tools. Xingye's punch hit the man in the blue robe, sending both him and his armored magical tools flying like trash, crashing into a concrete wall. Mages have inherently fragile physiques even at the super tier, they are only about on par with a demon at the commander stage, or even weaker. After being hit by Xingye's punch, the man in the blue robe immediately passed out. Fortunately, the armored magical tools blocked part of the force, or he would have been killed outright. This is precisely the fatal weakness of mages and the reason humans have consistently lost to demons. Mages have weak physiques, making close combat dangerous. After dealing with the man in the blue robe, Xingye looked at the black-robed cleric beside him, who was so scared he was about to wet himself. Pfft, what a disgrace. Bare-handedly smashing a high-level mage and still having this kind of courage? You want to be a dog for the Black Church? After speaking, he released shadow mimicry, and his shadow quickly bound the black-robed cleric like chains, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Mofan easily took care of a group of low-level gray-robed cultists. After all, he is a mid-level mage, and facing low-level mages is effortless. At that moment, noise came from the main gate. Lang Qing, wearing a qipao, arrived with dozens of Judgment Council adjudicators. Seal off the scene immediately, don't let even a mouse escape. Yes, Deputy Chief Adjudicator. Seeing this, Xingye knew it was no longer his responsibility. Senior sister, handle the blue-robed steward and the black-robed cleric. Don't forget the bounty. He pointed to the man in the blue robe on the wall. Lang Qing saw the blue-robed man embedded in the wall and couldn't help but twitch. Catching a live blue-clad steward is worth 240 million, the black-robed cleric 18 million, with a total bounty of 258 million. Xingye's little mental calculator clicked away, and Lang Qing was both amused and exasperated. You really exceed my expectations, managing to subdue a high-level blue-clad steward with mid-level cultivation. Although she didn't understand how he did it, she didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets. This time you made an outstanding contribution. If you need cultivation resources, just tell me directly. I'll use the bounty to help you exchange them at the Judgment Council's internal discounted price. Is there such a good deal? Then I want 2 galaxy veins. The price of galaxy veins is around 100 million each, and without connections, it's even more expensive. Now, the prices within the Judgment Council are naturally the most favorable. Lang Qing nodded without saying much and directly dialed a call in front of Xingyi, explaining the situation here in detail, also mentioning that Xingyi needed 2 galaxy veins as a reward. After the report, Lang Qing looked at Xingyi again, with a hint of reproach, saying, "The Black Church is ruthless and reckless. Don't take risks next time, understand?" Xingyi confidently replied, "Don't worry, Sister Lang Qing, I have my own ways to stay alive." Seeing his firm resolve, Lang Qing said no more. After all, being able to defeat a high-level mage meant his strength was already quite formidable. Good, you made a great contribution this time. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Xingyi took down the blue-clad steward, and Lang Qing also benefited. Although it wasn't enough to promote her to chief judge yet, recognition was inevitable. A rose-like radiant smile blossomed on Lang Qing's face, and her mood was excellent. His senior sister, what about me? I contributed too. At this moment, Mo Fan limped over, clutching his wound. Alright, you get a share too. You dealt with those dozen or so grey-robed cultists. Your bounty will be given shortly. Lang Chang looked at the heavily injured Mo Fan and shook her head. You're even more reckless than Xingyi. Although mid-level mages easily suppress beginners, facing a dozen beginners at once inevitably leads to injuries. While they were talking, a middle-aged man dressed in a gold-threaded off-white uniform descended from the sky. 8 blue wings spread out behind him, clearly a high-level wind mage, a wind wing. This man was none other than Li Tian, the chief judge of the Approval Council. Deputy Judge Lang Cheng, I have brought the Star River vein, along with the bounty. Which one is Xingyi? Li Tian folded his wings and took out a wooden box with golden patterns from his bosom. Opening the box, inside were 2 Star River veins the size of eggs, shining with starlight, dazzling like gemstones. I am. Xingye stepped forward, carefully examining the 2 Star River veins. This was his first time seeing Star River veins previously. His breakthroughs in the fire element relied entirely on the 9-tailed chakra within his body. Chief Judge Lydian, Xingye has captured the blue-clad deacon alive, a great achievement. Could the bounty be increased? Lang Qing earnestly negotiated, and Lydian pondered for a moment before saying, since that is the case, I'll round the bounty up to 100 million. The internal value of the Star River veins was about 80 million, plus the bounty of over 90 million, so an extra 10 million was given as a bonus. After transferring the 100 million bounty to Xingye, Lydian also transferred Mo Fan's bounty, giving him a little extra as well. When finished, Lydian looked at Xingye and Mo Fan with a face full of satisfaction. Heroes emerge from the young. If you want to join the tribunal in the future, just tell me directly, no interview needed, you can become judges immediately. Thanks to their achievement of capturing the Black Church Court alive, Xingye and Mo Fan naturally could skip the tribunal's interview process. Both clearly understood the other party's intention to recruit them, but as young people who loved freedom, they could only pretend not to care. Seeing this, Chief Judge Lydian knew he couldn't accept them for now, so he turned to command the lockdown of the scene and got busy. After chatting briefly with Xingye and Mo Fan, Lang Cheng also returned to work. After the two left, Xingye said to Mo Fan, let's go, take the Shadow Beast back to the school cage. This mission is completely finished. On the way back to the school, although the classmates tried to stop them, they were easily dealt with. In the end, Xingye, along with Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, and Itutu, effortlessly secured the opportunity to train at the 3-step tower. After the tempering at the 3-step tower, Xingye's fire elements smoothly broke through to high level 1, while his summoning and shadow elements both advanced to mid-level 3. With some time to settle, he could push to even higher levels. Although the second training session was not as obvious as the first, the gains were still considerable. With Mu Nugio's efforts, both the plant and wind elements rose to mid-level 2, advancing both elements simultaneously. By Tingting Ni2 to each improved their main elements to mid-level 2, slightly less impressive. In the following days, everyone buried themselves in training to consolidate their strength. Suddenly, the phone buzzed. Xingye looked and saw it was Dean Xiao calling. "Hello, Dean Xiao, any good news?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Dean Xiao laughed. "Kid, can I reach out to you when you're free?" Xingye smiled and replied, "At your command, sir, I'll handle it immediately." Dean Xiao said seriously, "Recently, various academies are selecting exchange students. Among the freshmen, you are the best. I want you to go." Xingye hesitated a little. "I still need to train. There are resource rewards upon return. It's a rare opportunity." "Deal." Xingye had already planned to participate in this exchange student training, but he didn't expect Dean Xiao to offer an unexpected benefit. Dean Xiao reminded him, "Go to the imperial capital to showcase the strength of Mingzhu Academy, but don't be too conspicuous." After hanging up the phone, Xingye was overjoyed. He hadn't seen the ice beauty Mu Ningxue for 2 years, and this time he was going to the imperial capital on a public-funded trip, which would allow him both to train and to see her. "But before that, I need to go to the Magic Association to awaken a new magic discipline." On the day he broke through to the advanced level, he had already made an appointment for magic awakening, and today was finally his turn. After a brief preparation, Xingye headed toward the Mingzhu Tower, where the Magic Association was located at the top. Taking the elevator to the top floor, he found the registration desk. "Hello, I'm here to awaken magic. My name is Xingye." The person at the registration desk was a young woman who looked like a college student. She looked up and saw Xingye, her mouth suddenly opening wide as she exclaimed excitedly, You are the great demon king?" Xingye twitched his brows, knowing that this nickname was probably only known by people from Mingzhu Academy. The girl in front of him should be a student there. Sorry, my name is Qin Xiumian, also a student of Mingzhu Academy, currently an apprentice awakener," she hurriedly apologized, looking a bit awkward. "It's okay, I'm not a petty person, you didn't call me by the wrong name." Xingye waved his hand to show he was relieved. Qin Xiumian finally relaxed and was about to chat more when suddenly a stern voice called out, "Xiumian, don't talk to the guest for too long." A middle-aged man approached, and upon seeing Xingye, immediately broke into a broad smile. "Ha, you must be Xingye? Young and promising, already a high-level mage, your future is limitless. My name is Guo Liu, I am the awakener here. Follow me, let's go inside and talk." A young high-level mage making an appointment for awakening an experienced awakener naturally remembered his information. These prodigies, barring accidents, were destined for greatness, and those who helped them awaken would gain rare opportunities. Guo Liu had been waiting here for some time, hoping to make a good impression. Xingye nodded without refusal and followed him into the reception room. Qin Xiumian stayed behind, her face shocked. "The great demon king is already a high-level mage, that's amazing." In the reception room, Xingye and Guo Liu sat on the sofa, with a silver crystal placed on the table. "This is the spatial system guide stone you requested, but whether you can awaken the spatial system depends on yourself," Guo Liu said, taking a sip of tea. The spatial system guide stone was a special request made by Xingye when scheduling his awakening. After awakening the spatial system, not only can it enhance the spiritual realm and strengthen the power of the Sharingan, but it also provides many escape methods. Most importantly, the spatial system is not only cool but also extremely powerful. Who wouldn't want such a great ability? Now everything is ready, just waiting for the moment of awakening. "Alright, thank you, I'll go awaken now." Hearing Guo Liu say this, Xingye felt a bit nervous. He picked up the spatial system guide stone and entered the awakening chamber, preparing to focus on awakening. With both hands covering the guide stone, a special energy quickly entered his spiritual world. Originally, the spiritual world only had fire, shadow, and summoning systems. At this moment, stimulated by that energy, a silver light flashed. Seeing this, Xingye knew he had succeeded, spatial system awakening successful. As the silver light appeared, 7 stars simultaneously emerged. Just as he was about to exit the mental world, an unexpected event occurred. Next to the silver space-type stardust, a flash of deep green light suddenly appeared. "This, 2 more magic types have awakened? And one of them is plant-type?" Xingye looked on in surprise as the plant-type stardust gradually took shape, faintly revealing a small seedling inside. "What is this? Why is there a seedling?" he sensed with curiosity. He quickly realized, Would release and plant-type have actually formed a symbiosis? He hadn't expected would release and plant type to coexist symbiotically, just like shadow type and Sharingan, fire type and Nine-Tails chakra. The two formed a symbiotic relationship. As the plant type grows stronger, wood release will also be enhanced. Not bad, this gives me many more offensive options, and I don't have to specifically train wood release anymore. Previously, he rarely used wood release because it required special training. After awakening 2 magic systems, Xingye was in a good mood. He left the awakening room, exchanged a few words with Guo Liu, and then said goodbye. Guo Liu and Qin Xiaomian watched Xingye until he disappeared from sight. Guo Liu sighed, amazing, so young and already cultivated to a high level, and even awakened the space system. So lucky. Xingye didn't tell them he had awakened the plant system, he only reported the space system. Qin Xiaomian, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Xingye is pretty good, Guo Liu hinted. Xiaomian blushed and said, I'm willing, but he might not agree. A few days after the magic awakening, the day to go to the imperial capital as exchange students finally arrived. Besides Xingye, Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting were also selected as exchange students. Eta 2 was slightly weaker, so he wasn't chosen. Bai Tingting was a healing type mage, which qualified her for selection. If she had the same cultivation as Eta 2, she probably wouldn't have made it. At the team assembly point, Xingye saw Zhao Manyan and Mo Fan. After greeting each other, Dean Xiao walked in and announced, Xingye is the team leader for this exchange. Understood? Everyone replied in unison, understood. The new students all admired Xingye and no one dared to oppose him. They knew his strength was not something to provoke lightly. There were 9 exchange students in total: Xingye, Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Song Xia, Zheng Bingxiao, Xin Mingxiao, and Luo Song. Along with Professor Qiu Yuhua, Mingzhu Academy sent 10 people this time. After Dean Xiao finished giving instructions, Xingye and his group set off for the imperial capital. They boarded a private plane and arrived after several hours. They first toured the ancient Great Wall and several cultural relics, then headed to the Imperial Capital Academy. Just after entering the Imperial Capital Academy, a teacher came to greet them. Professor Qiu, long time no see. We've finally been waiting for you at Mingzhu Academy. Please come in, Lu Yiming said with a smile, teasing Qiu Yuhua. Qiu Yuhua was not to be outdone, waiting for us to come and overshadow you? The Imperial Capital Academy is the top academy in the country, while Mingzhu Academy ranks second. The two schools have always been at odds, each looking down on the other. Lu Yiming laughed, if you really can suppress the Imperial Capital Academy, the title of the top academy will belong to you. But I don't think you have that ability. Qiu Yuhua sneered, you said that, so don't back out when the time comes. His gaze fell on Xing Yi, full of confidence, firmly believing that this time Mingzhu Academy would take first place. Led by Lu Yiming, the group arrived at the dormitory designated for exchange students. The accommodation at the Imperial Capital Academy was first class, no need to say more. Professor Qiu, tomorrow exchange students from other schools will arrive one after another. How about we hold an academy exchange competition? The exchange competition is a direct way to compare strength and is also one of the important criteria for academy rankings. Another is field training. Qiu Yuhua did not hesitate, sure. He couldn't wait to see the other side suffer a defeat. You all should rest early. The Imperial Capital Academy is very much looking forward to competing with Mingzhu Academy. Lu Yiming smiled as he glanced at Xingye and the others, his eyes full of anticipation. After Lu Yiming left, Professor Qiu Yuhua said to Xingye, tomorrow's match is entirely up to you. Show them what you're made of. I'm old, I'll take a rest first. Qiu Yuhua obviously trusted Xingye and planned to relax and travel on his own. Xingye nodded in agreement. After all, Dean Xiao had promised benefits and accepted payment to help solve problems. Moreover, Mo Fan was assisting, though not as strong as himself, more than enough to deal with the Imperial Capital Academy. If anything went wrong, he could still clean up the mess. The next day, after finishing his fire constellation training, Xingye and the Mingzhu Academy group arrived early at the duel arena in the afternoon. The students from the Imperial Capital Academy were already present. Are those the Mingzhu Academy students? They look ordinary. I can take them all down by myself, Lu Zhenghe from the Imperial Capital Academy sneered disdainfully. He thought Mingzhu Academy was far inferior to the Imperial Capital Academy and not worth mentioning. Lu Yiming just smiled, neither refuting nor saying they would lose. Jingjing, Su Dalong, Liu Mingxian, Zhao Mingyue, you four go first in the opening match. Don't embarrass the school. Lu Yiming selected 4 students, playing it safe. But Xingye was not conservative at all. He directly sent out Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Zheng Bingxiao, and Luo Song. These four were strong, although Mo Fan missed a chance to enter the three-step tower again. His fire element had reached intermediate level 3, and the Azure Dragon Pendant's auxiliary effect was significant. Zhao Manyan's cultivation was slightly weaker but had financial backing and a complete spirit seed setup. Zheng Bingxiao and Luo Song were a bit less powerful but sufficient for the current situation. Xingye felt the match was a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, within minutes, the match ended, and the Imperial Capital Academy lost the first battle, their arrogance deflated. At this moment, Lu Yiming's expression grew serious. Just as he worried the Imperial Capital Academy would lose, a girl holding a parasol stepped onto the duel arena, her clear, bell-like voice ringing out, "Teacher, let me take the second match." As soon as the voice sounded, the boys immediately perked up. After all, the voice clearly belonged to a beautiful woman. Everyone looked toward the sound and gasped in surprise. In the shadow beneath the sun umbrella stood a girl as cold and pure as an ice lotus. Her face was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a pure white gown that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The white high boots accentuated her long, slender legs. The most dazzling feature was her silver hair, holy and noble, complementing her snow-white skin. The only flaw was her cold expression. Wow, so beautiful. Who is she? Is she also from the Imperial Capital Academy? Mu Ningxue. The genius of geniuses, ranked first on the talent list. Both looks and strength are on point, so captivating. She is my goddess. The moment Mu Ningxue appeared, the boys' enthusiasm surged instantly. Beautiful women are always the center of attention, and having both looks and strength made her even more impressive. She stood out at once, winning much admiration but also attracting jealousy from many girls because she was simply too dazzling. Lu Yiming felt relieved when he saw her, finally no longer worried about the Imperial Capital Academy losing face. "Alright, I'll arrange you all. Lu Jinghe, Ming Song, Xiao Feng, go on stage with the captain." With Mu Ningxue, he was full of confidence and quickly selected the team members. The four from the Imperial Capital Academy took the stage first, their eyes fixed on the Mingzhu Academy. Lu Jinghe, Ming Song, and Xiao Feng arrogantly gestured, as if forgetting their previous defeat. Only Mu Ningxue remained expressionless, staring solely at Xingye. This was because she not only knew Xingye but also felt the immense pressure emanating from him. Mo Fan from Mingzhu Academy scratched his head and said, "Mu Ningxue is on stage now, so only Xingye can deal with her, right?" Professor Chiu Yuhua beside him nodded. Fortunately, Dean Xiao called Xingye over, otherwise we might have had to draw with the Imperial Capital Academy, which would affect our reputation. At this moment, Shen Mingxiao stepped forward, wanting to show off in front of the beauty. "I can go on stage too." But Xingye ignored him and said coldly, "I alone am enough." With that, he walked straight onto the dual platform. Mingzhu Academy only sent out Xingye alone. Lu Jinghe, Ming Song, and Xiao Feng were shocked and angry, arrogant. "You're going to face all four of us by yourself?" Xingye's calm gaze swept over the four, finally resting on Mu Ningxue. "One of me is enough to deal with you. Enough talk, let us begin." "Ah! I'll destroy you right now." Lu Zhenhe roared angrily, unable to tolerate anyone pretending better than him. This match forbids the use of magical tools and artifacts, focusing mainly on magical communication, and it will be stopped as soon as a point is made. Seeing that the two sides were about to come to blows, the referee could only helplessly order the official start of the second round. Dimensional Summon. Xingye cast first, effortlessly reciting the star trail, and a dimensional rift opened, from which a black and gold three-legged crow flew out. "Go deal with those three men, don't kill them, understand?" He didn't care about Lu Jinghe and the others at all, his gaze cold. Lu Jinghe and the other two went weak in the knees when they saw the crow, completely afraid to act rashly. Xingye ignored them and turned his gaze to Mu Ningxue. After 2 years without seeing her, he felt her magical aura was stronger, but she still hadn't broken through to the advanced level. Ice Vine's cover. Mu Ningxue retreated, connecting 7 stars, releasing a level 3 beginner ice magic, directly targeting Xingye. She had no intention of saving Lu Jinghe, and the other two 4 against 1 was unfair to her, although she preferred fair duels according to the rules set by the opponent. Centering on herself, she quickly formed a thick layer of ice, frost covering the entire arena. The ice element dispersed most other elements, greatly reducing the power of all magic except ice magic. This is a domain? Ice domain? No, it's still incomplete. Professor Chiu Yuhua sensed the thinning elements and immediately thought of a domain but felt it was not yet perfected, obviously limited by cultivation level. Didn't expect the capital to have such a genius. He sighed and was also glad to have brought Xingye along. Mu Ningxue's domain was powerful, but with her intermediate cultivation, she could not fully unleash its power. Rose flame fire nourish explosion. Just as the ice layer was about to spread beneath Xingye's feet, the flames suddenly exploded, and a heat wave swept across the arena. Although Xingye had no fire-type domain, the combination of Mei Yan and the Nine Tails chakra increased the flame's power sixfold, enough to rival or even surpass the opponent. The flames scorched the ground, gradually turning it into boiling magma. The referee and everyone from the Imperial Capital Academy were shocked, and Lu Yiming's heart tightened even more. He had originally thought that with Mu Ningxue participating, the battle would end quickly, but he never expected the situation to be so unpredictable. Mu Ningxue on the stage saw that her attacks had no effect and stopped wasting energy on probing. Panbing Ice Lock Bone Crusher. Her expression was grave as she sensed that Xingye's flames were far from ordinary, even more terrifying than spiritual fire. She exerted all her strength to activate the Panbing domain, and thick icy chains quickly formed on the ground, clashing with a metallic sound. Seeing the opponent go all out, Xingye was unwilling to fall behind and quickly connected the stars into a magnificent star map. Mei Yan Fierce Fist 9 Palaces. 9 pillars of fire erupted from the ground, responding to the opponent's challenge. The icy chains collided fiercely with the blazing pillars of fire, and the clash of ice and fire instantly filled the arena with thick fog. However, Mu Ningxue's magic was only mid-level rank 1, while Xingye's 9 Palaces was mid-level rank 3. The difference in levels caused the originally evenly matched duel to instantly tilt in Xingye's favor. The flames roared fiercely, instantly turning the ice chains into steam. The pillars of fire did not stop, flying past and heading toward Lu Zhenhe, Ming Song, and Xiaofeng behind. The three were being teased by the little crow and were too distracted to notice Xingye suddenly turning to attack. Boom boom boom. The fierce flames knocked them flying, heavily slamming them against the protective barrier, and the three fainted on the spot. The audience, seeing this, swallowed nervously. Mu Ningxue looked at the three-legged golden crow beside her, which was staring intently at her as if it would tear her apart the next second, then looked at the calm and composed Xingye, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. I lost. She admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Although the wind magic had not yet been used, the ice magic was completely suppressed, and the wind magic could probably only be used to escape. Moreover, Xingye only used a single type of magic, and his strength far surpassed hers. After she admitted defeat, the onlookers erupted in uproar, and the people from the Imperial Capital Academy looked even more sullen. Lu Yiming's face turned pale, as if he had suffered a bitter defeat. Lost both matches, no year-end bonus, he muttered softly. The referee, seeing Mu Ningxue voluntarily surrender, announced loudly. The second match, Mingzhu Academy wins. With the announcement of the results, Mingzhu Academy defeated Imperial Capital Academy with a clean sweep of 2 wins, officially ending the exchange competition. It was only at this moment that the students from various academies sitting in the audience realized what had happened. Mingzhu Academy actually defeated Imperial Capital Academy this year. That's impressive. Could it be that Mingzhu Academy is rising to become the top academy in the country? The most crucial one is still the trainee called Xingye, otherwise Mingzhu Academy might not have won 2 matches. I remember now, isn't he the guy Mingzhu Academy calls the Big Devil? No wonder he is so strong. Ah, so handsome. He is going to be my male idol from now on. You groupie. The surrounding trainees were buzzing with discussion, some in awe of his strength, some envious and jealous, and many girls admiring Xingye's excellence. This made everyone realize that there are always people stronger than you, and the sky is higher than the sky, there will always be mightier ones. As the victorious Mingzhu Academy, they had already started celebrating. My brother Yi is really strong. 1 against 4, took them all down. Zhao Manyan felt both admiration and a bit of bitterness. After all, who doesn't he want to show off? Seeing Xingye show off while he could only play a defensive mage and take hits, jealousy was inevitable. I will definitely awaken the destruction magic. Stop dreaming, old Zhao, you'd be better off as an iron turtle shell. Mo Fan rolled his eyes and gave a mocking middle finger. Beside him, Mu Nuojio was full of fighting spirit, determined to target Xingye. Bai Tingting had become a die-hard fan, admiring him immensely. He's really amazing, truly the strongest. Heart sparkled in her eyes as she wondered if Xingye was just as strong in that area. A blush appeared on her face. She felt she had to act quickly, the competition was too fierce. On the arena, Xingye retracted the little crow and stepped down together with Mu Ningxue. At this moment, Lu Zhenhe and the other 2 were awakened by the healing mage. Ming Song and Xiaofeng looked unwillingly at Xingye, who was chatting with Mu Ningxue in the distance, and said to Lu Zhenhe, Zhenhe, are we just going to let it go? That guy stepped on our faces. Lu Zhenhe's eyes were fierce as he stared at Xingye. Of course not. We'll deal with him during the training. Then we'll tell him about Big Brother Lunyan and let him vent his anger. The exchange match is just a test of strength. The real focus is the field training in a few days. Perform well. Lu Yiming comforted the students, although losing both matches was a huge blow. The atmosphere inside the Imperial Capital Academy was unprecedentedly gloomy. Compared to the quietness of the Imperial Capital Academy, the Mingzhu Academy was bustling with activity. Xingye was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, each showing great concern. Nunugio came over to ask for battle tips and even decided to major in wind magic. Wind elemental magic is simpler than plant magic, and the market resources are more abundant and easier to obtain. Bai Tingting became Xingye's biggest fan, falling for this powerful man. Surprisingly, the usually carefree Song Xia also became his fan. Considering her admiration for the strong, this made sense. But seeing this scene, the other boys were heartbroken. While Xingye was surrounded by beauties, news of Mingzhu Academy's strong suppression of Daidu Academy spread across major universities. Dean Xiao of Mingzhu Academy and several senior professors were overjoyed. They had always been suppressed by Daidu Academy, and now they finally got some revenge. They believed that having Xingye lead the attack on the capital was the right choice. At the same time, Xingye's reputation quickly spread across the major academies. Many people were optimistic about him, believing he would surely secure a place in the National Academy competition. In the following days, everyone rested and prepared to face the outdoor training in their best condition. At this moment, Xingye was undergoing a crucial cultivation session in his room. Breaking through. He held the long-prepared Star River vein, absorbing its pure and powerful energy to break through the high-level barrier of the summoning system. In the spiritual world, the summoning system's star particles continuously collided, the barrier's cracks growing larger until it finally shattered completely. At this point, Xingye's summoning system officially advanced to a high level. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and the summoning system broke through to high level first. Although it was his first time breaking through with the Star River vein, since his fire system had already reached high level, this time he was also quite adept. The summoning skill has broken through to the advanced level, it's just the right time to enhance Xiao Wu. Xingye took out a piece of crimson magic crystal from the storage magic device. It was a fire magic crystal obtained during the exploration with the Mu family and had been well preserved until now. Fire magic crystals have various uses. They can be used to craft magic devices and are also important resources for breaking through to advanced levels. However, fire magic crystals can only be used to enhance fire magic. Using them to train other types of magic would be counterproductive. My fire magic has already broken through to the advanced level, so I don't need it myself. It's better to feed it to Xiao Wu. Even if his fire magic hadn't broken through, he wouldn't use it anyway. After all, possessing Nine Tails chakra, fire magic resources were of little use to him. The summoning skill had just broken through to the advanced level, so Xingye let Xiao Wu absorb a fire magic crystal to see how much it could improve. He secretly left the Imperial Capital Academy without telling anyone. He took a taxi to a sparsely populated suburb. Dimensional summon. The dimensional rift opened, and Little Crow flew out. Now Little Crow had grown to 7 or 8 meters tall as a small house. Come, Little Crow, you've been eyeing the fire demon crystal for a long time. Today you can eat it. Xingye didn't say much and directly threw the fire demon crystal over. He hadn't given it to Little Crow before because he was worried that his summoning skill was only at the intermediate level and might affect Little Crow's power growth. But now that he had broken through to the advanced level, even if he rose to the commander stage later, it wouldn't have any impact. Little Crow swallowed the fire demon crystal in one gulp and began absorbing the fire energy, rapidly growing in size. 10 meters, 12 meters, 14 meters, it kept growing until it stabilized at 18 meters. The increase in size wasn't the most striking change. The most shocking was that its feathers turned a fiery bright red, constantly burning with fierce flames. Its appearance no longer resembled a crow at all, but more like a vermilion bird. However, it still had 3 legs, and its power leapt to the commander stage, becoming a junior commander. I didn't expect to be promoted directly to the commander level, Xingye sighed. Little Wu was originally an advanced stage warrior, just one step away from commander. Absorbing high-level fire demon crystals to break through to commander was quite normal. Looking at the 3-legged golden crow whose feathers had almost all turned red, Xingye couldn't help but wonder if he had fed it too many fire-type resources. Little Wu, now that you're a commander, have you awakened any demon arts? Demon arts are special abilities possessed by most demon beasts. Those with strong bloodlines awaken them upon reaching a certain stage of growth. For example, the African Medusa can petrify, and the solar fire Little Wu previously emitted also counts as a demon art. Shoo shoo. Little Wu's call became noticeably clearer. Are you saying you can now directly transform into the sun? Little Wu's words almost made Xingye drop his jaw, but fortunately, after the explanation, he realized he had misunderstood. Transforming into the sun means turning the whole body into a small fireball, just like the real sun. The principle is to compress all the energy into a small sphere, then make the flames fiercer and the temperature higher. If Xiao Wu grows to the emperor level in the future, or even surpasses the emperor, the fireball he forms might really rival the sun. At this moment, Xiao Wu had already flown into midair, casting the newly learned demon technique. He wrapped his body tightly with his wings, and the flames on his feathers burned more and more fiercely until his figure inside was completely invisible, thoroughly turning into a small sun more than 10 meters in diameter. The scorching heat wave surged toward Xingye if he hadn't activated the tailed beast cloak in brute force mode in time, and if Xiao Wu hadn't helped dissipate most of the heat, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. Xingye struggled to lift his head and squinted, looking at the small sun in the sky. It was clearly midnight, yet the fireball illuminated everything as if it were broad daylight. Xiao Wu, come down quickly, it would be troublesome if we get discovered. Although this was the suburbs, it was still the imperial capital. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After recalling Xiao Wu, Xingye immediately ran off, leaving the city demon hunting team who had just arrived looking utterly confused. 2 days later, the exchange students from the Imperial Capital Academy, along with Xingye and others from Mingzhu Academy, all gathered at the arena. Dean Songha stroked his goatee and said to everyone, this time, the training destination is Jinlin City in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Hearing this place name, everyone looked puzzled, almost no one had heard of it. Zhao Manyan touched his blonde hair and asked in confusion, Jinlin City? I've never heard of this city before. As the second son of the Zhao family, he was well informed but had never come across this name. Teacher Kiowa slowly explained, Jinlin City disappeared from maps more than 10 years ago. It is now occupied by demons and has become a deserted city. Everyone's expressions turned serious upon hearing this. In this magical world, humans have always been threatened by demons. If not for the constant infighting among demons, humans would have been extinct long ago. Your mission is to enter Jinlin City to gather intelligence on the demons, to determine whether the city can be rebuilt. Dean Songha announced the task, and everyone understood how dangerous this would be. Lu Jinghe began to back out, asking, Dean, what if we encounter a commanding-level demon? Dean Songha said calmly, if we run into them, we can only play dead. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed, and they were already thinking about slipping away. Compared to the others, Xingye wasn't too worried. As long as they didn't encounter monarch-level demons, his little crow could easily defeat the opponents. Even if they did meet monarch-level ones, they could still run away if they can't win, can't they at least escape? Don't worry. After explaining the training requirements and the situation in Jinlin City, everyone prepared to set off. Professor Qiu Yuhua especially told Xingye, you're the strongest, remember to take care of your companions and don't let everyone die. The old professor didn't want the young people to end up as demon food. Xingye nodded, don't worry, I'll do my best. After packing their supplies, 9 people from Mingzhu Academy including Xingye, Mu Nujio, and Bai Tingting, and 8 people from the Imperial Capital Academy including Mu Ningxue, Jingjing, and Zhao Mingyue, a total of 17 people, set off in a grand procession, heading for the Jinlin Wasteland City. The Dongting Lake Plain was infested with demons, and the students were about to face terrifying enemies. They reached the end of an abandoned railway and came to a pitch-black cave. Song Xia pointed to the cave on the map and said, you can get to Jinlin City either by going through the cave or over the hill, but the tunnel is 3 kilometers long and may hide many demons. Climbing over the hill is safer, though it takes more time. At this moment, Lu Jinghe, who had little strength but loved to show off, jumped out, why take a detour? It's just some minor demons. I'll go ahead with Xiaofeng and Mingsong. You can take the detour yourselves. He led the 2 away, followed by Zhao Mingyue, Su Dalong, and Liao Mingxian. The rest, including the Mingzhu Academy group and Mu Ningxue and Jingjing, stayed behind. Mu Ningxue stayed because she trusted Xingye more. After all, everyone was from Bo City and familiar with each other, and Xingye was strong, making it safer in case of danger. Jingjing also chose to stay for safety. Seeing that the goddess Mu Ningxue didn't follow him but trusted the hated Xingye instead, Lu Zhenghe's face darkened, and a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. His plan became even more determined. Lu Zhenghe and his group gradually entered the cave. Song Xia frowned and looked at Xingye, asking, Captain, what do we do next? Xingye calmly said, let them go ahead, it's actually safer for us to follow. He knew there were cave demon slaves inside, and moving together meant they could watch out for each other. He certainly won't stop the few fools charging forward. He said to Zhao Manyan, "Old Zhao, light the lamps. We'll follow, but stay alert, there are definitely demons inside." Xing Ye and his group closely followed Lu Zhenghe and the others, entering the tunnel. Suddenly, screams and sounds of fighting came from inside the tunnel. Xing Ye immediately understood they had run into the cave demon slaves. "Watch out, cave demon slaves. Those controlling and healing, stay in the middle, destruction magic clear the way, others split to the sides. I'll cover the rear." He quickly gave orders, and everyone immediately went into battle mode. As the tunnel walls collapsed, cave demon slaves appeared one by one, wielding bone clubs, staring at them fiercely and hungrily. The situation was urgent, and everyone took out their ultimate skills and magical weapons. Imofan summoned the swift star wolf. Xingye didn't use the three-legged golden crow after all, the tunnel was too narrow, and the three-legged golden crow was too powerful, wasting it on these cave demon slaves. Though there were many demons, they posed no real threat. Magic light flashed everywhere, and the cave demon slaves were torn apart and burned one by one. Whenever things got tough, Xingye was able to turn danger into safety. Everyone was fully focused, no one dared to relax. Demons ran rampant here, falling behind meant a dead end. The cave demon slaves roared and charged. Xingye shouted, "Rose flame, fierce fist, 9 palaces." Flames erupted instantly, the tunnel blazing fiercely, and more than 10 demon slaves turned to ashes in an instant. Taking advantage of the moment, everyone desperately rushed out of the tunnel and soon reached the exit. The cave demon slaves couldn't pursue further and had to retreat back into the dark tunnel. Xingye looked around, confirmed safety, and said, "Count the number of people and check the injuries." "Ah, it's all your fault. My arm. My summoned beast." Just as everyone was about to check their injuries, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to see Lu Zhenghe lying on the ground, howling wildly like a madman. He looked extremely miserable. One of his arms was completely gone, likely torn off by the cave demon slaves. His mental state was also very poor. It seemed his ghost-marked savage wolf had already died. Su Dalong, Liao Mingxian, and others were in slightly better condition but still seriously injured, mostly with fractures or abrasions. "If you keep making noise, I'll throw you back into the tunnel to become dinner for the cave monsters." Starry Night had reached his limit with Lu Zhenghe shouting and quietly applied pressure on him using his spatial abilities. Whether from anger or physical weakness, Lu Zhenghe suddenly spat blood and fainted on the spot. Seeing that they were temporarily out of danger, Starry Night didn't bother with them. Mages have strong constitutions, even serious injuries are not fatal. "It's getting dark, let's find a place to camp first and continue the journey tomorrow," Starry Night said, looking at the setting sun and instructing everyone. As night fell, the boys sat around the campfire. Lu Zhenghe woke up but said nothing, squatting aside with a dark and grim expression. Su Dalong and the others had recovered significantly. The medical supplies they brought were effective and sped up their healing. They gradually realized who the real leader of this group was and began to gravitate toward Starry Night. Everyone gathered again and started talking about topics among men. "Are all those girls bathing by the river?" "Yes, they're all there." Just as the conversation was getting lively, Zhao Manyan coldly interrupted, "Are you all tired of living? Just injured and already looking to get hurt again? Don't forget the relationship between Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, and Xing Yi." Though Zhao Manyan was a playboy, he came from a prominent family and knew exactly who not to mess with. At these words, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting were goddesses of Mingzhu Academy, and the secret cohabitation with Xing Yi had long been rumored. Thinking of Xing Yi's formidable strength, everyone quickly restrained their thoughts. "I think it's fine to warm ourselves here, don't even think about taking a look, let alone making a move." Imofan had his own ideas, but looking at the three-legged golden crow beside him, now vastly changed and radiating a powerful aura, he immediately kept quiet. Xing Yi felt that this summoned beast was even stronger than the winged azure wolf he had seen in Bo City. In fact, the three-legged golden crow had indeed surpassed the winged azure wolf. On the other side, by the creek, Xing Ye had just finished checking the surroundings for demons on behalf of the girls. Under the watchful eyes of the girls, he turned and walked toward the camp, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected event occurred. Xing Ye decided to continue guarding the girls and, at the same time, check on their health. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, Mu Nujio and Mu Ningxue simultaneously cast plant and ice magic, erecting a barrier of plants and a wall of ice. With the rustling sound, the girls began to undress. All female and completely unguarded, they stripped off all their clothes. Their smooth, delicate bodies and slender jade-like feet splashed water, creating a beautiful scene. They did not realize that at this moment, the spring scenery was exposed. At one corner of the ice wall, a shadow flickered. It was Xingye, hidden and guarding. He was not afraid of being discovered. After all, his level 3 shadow magic was formidable. Under the moonlight, in the creek water, the girls played like night spirits, washing their smooth skin with water. Each girl had her own unique charm. Bai Tingting was the fullest and largest, truly a big G-cup. Mu Nugio and Mu Ningxue were no less impressive, almost reaching F-level strength. They were only 18 or 19 years old, with great potential for the future. Xingye looked at them, feeling very pleased this time he could enjoy a delicious feast of 6 courses. I really underestimated Mu Nugio and Mu Ningxue. Usually, you can't tell, but once they let loose, they amaze everyone, Xingye thought. They usually dressed conservatively, making it hard to see their figure advantages. Xingye's gaze shifted to Song Xia, Jingjing, and Zhao Mingyue. Their chests were not as full as Bai Tingting, Mu Nugio, and Mu Ningxue, but still considered standard. Song Xia is athletic, with visible abs, strong legs, even a bit intimidating. Jingjing and Zhao Mingyue both have good figures and appearances, although nothing stands out particularly. In the eyes of the boys, they are already goddesses. While Xingye was silently admiring the beautiful scenery, the girls had already started chatting. The women's conversation was much like the men's about who is handsome, who is beautiful, and who they like. Nugio, I heard that you and Tingting are already living with classmate Xingye, is that true? Do you like him? Has anything happened? After the life and death ordeal in the tunnel, the girls became good sisters. Once Jingjing got familiar, she couldn't wait to inquire about Mu Nugio and Xingye. Since Xingye displayed astonishing magical talent, everything about him was uncovered: birthplace, family, background, cultivation level, recent activities, almost nothing was hidden. Everyone knew that Mu Nugio and Bai Tingting were living with Xingye. But Mu Ningxue, the aloof ice princess who kept to herself, only found out now. Upon hearing the news, her brows furrowed slightly, her heart felt a bit sour, though she couldn't quite say why. The other girls, upon hearing this, immediately ignited their gossip instincts, all eyes turning toward her. Bai Tingting and Mu Nugio blushed heavily, clearly caught off guard by the question. Jingjing, don't say nonsense. We're just living together, nothing has happened yet. The thin-skinned Bai Tingting hurriedly defended herself. Once those words were out, everyone understood in their hearts, nothing has happened just meant it hadn't happened yet. Mu Nugio covered her forehead and didn't argue. She and Ada too were the first to live with Xingyi, a mixed-gender household, and no one believed their explanations. During their time together, she also gradually developed feelings for Xingyi. Since everyone already knew, she, Ada too, and Bai Tingting were completely tied to Xingyi. No one believed that nothing had happened, so it was better not to explain. Explaining just means covering it up. But you're so beautiful, I guess there's no guy who wouldn't like you. Jingjing looked at Bai Tingting with envy. It's okay, Jingjing, I'll help you make it bigger. Zhao Mingyue smirked mischievously and went over, starting to attack Jingjing. Humph. You're not much bigger than me either, take this. Jingjing refused to back down and counterattacked Zhao Mingyue. The two played and wrestled, causing the lake's surface to become turbulent. The water fight quickly escalated, involving Bai Tingting, Mu Nugio, Song Xia, and even the cold Mu Ningxue was pulled into the water. The 6 charming beauties played in the water like fairies descending to earth. This beautiful scene was enjoyed only by Xingye alone. After bathing, the girls returned to the camp. Xingye came back early and saw a group of honest boys guarding the fire pit, feeling very reassured. They really were gentlemen, not just acting that way because they were afraid of the 3-legged golden crow next door. There was no choice, this kind of rogue had to be dealt with personally. After a simple dinner, everyone set up their tents and went to bed early. The intense battle today had exhausted everyone. Xingye didn't take back the 3-legged golden crow, letting it keep watch with Mofin. The flames crackled loudly as they burned. At this moment, someone sneaked out of the tent, slowing their steps as if afraid of being discovered. But with the 3-legged golden crow guarding, they were immediately spotted. Lu Zhenghe, where are you going? Mofin asked. Going to the bathroom, Lu Zhenghe made up an excuse casually, looking sneaky. Mofin felt uneasy watching him and went to find Xingye. Old Ji, are you awake? Mofin called for a while before the tent was pulled open. Alright, you woke me up. What's up? Xingye said angrily. Mofin scratched his head and said, I just saw Lu Zhenghe sneaking out, he is definitely up to no good. Actually, Mofin wasn't wrong. Lu Zhenghe was secretly burying a signal device, hoping to let Lu Nian find them. Xingye knew about it but actually wanted to lure Lu Nian over. Lu Zhenghe couldn't escape, so he didn't bother to intervene. Don't worry about him. I'm here, so rest assured. I'm going to sleep now. Even if something happens, Little Crow can handle it. With that, Xingye crawled back into the tent. Mo Fan didn't ask further. After all, the biggest powerhouse in the team said it was fine, and it wasn't appropriate for a small fry like him to meddle. On the other side, Lu Jinghe finished setting up the signal device and carefully covered it with dry leaves. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. It's all your fault that my hand got broken. When my brother comes, I want you dead. After saying these harsh words, Lu Jinghe casually returned to the camp and entered the tent. A few days later, everyone followed the tracks all the way forward and finally reached their destination, Jinlin City. The dilapidated city left people momentarily at a loss as to where to start investigating. Why don't we find a place to settle down first? Someone suggested. Mu Ningxue stood beside Xingye and, rarely, spoke up with a suggestion. After these few days of interaction, their relationship had clearly improved. More importantly, the aura emanating from Xingye deeply attracted her. Just being close made her feel warmth throughout her body, and the coldness inside her gradually dissipated. She had felt this before back in Bo City, but at that time, they weren't familiar and couldn't get too close. Now, Xingye was completely unaware that the strong fiery aura within him was attracting Mu Ningxue. Alright, let us find a place to settle down first. Xingye didn't notice Mu Ningxue's unusual behavior and directly agreed to the idea. How about that building up ahead? Mo Fan had a sudden idea and pointed to a several-story building not far away. The building's surface was covered with moss and tree roots wrapped around it, but overall it was still solid and intact. That's the Jinlin City Municipal Building, Song Xia confirmed after glancing at the map. As soon as Xingye heard this, he became alert. There was a pseudo-horror demon at the battle general level in the building. Although it wasn't particularly strong, if they were trapped by it, the trouble would be considerable. Let us go check it out first, but there might be demons inside the building, so everyone be careful, Xingye warned. As long as they didn't confront the pseudo-horror demon head-on, this kind of plant-type demon was actually easy to deal with. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Jinghe, who was in a frenzy, sneered, "Cowards, demons are nothing. If you really want to lose another hand, go in yourself. I won't stop you." Xingye completely ignored his provocation. There was no need to argue with someone who was courting death. But the others couldn't stand it, especially Mu Ningxue, Mu Nujio, and Mo Fan, who had entered the tunnel with Xingye. "You're weak but have a big temper. Who do you think you are, talking to Brother Yi like that?" Zhao Manyan retorted mercilessly. "You're so weak, and we've already been good enough not to leave you behind. Now you dare to stir up trouble? Believe it or not, I'll throw you into a pile of demons," Song Xia responded fiercely. "If you don't have strength, just behave and stop targeting others." Mu Nujio also joined in the criticism. Even the usually calm Mu Ningxue ordered, "Lu Jinghe, as the team leader, I command you to apologize to Xingye." Lu Jinghe's face turned ashen, trembling with anger. What was most infuriating was that his former friends Su Daolong and Liao Mingxian no longer supported him. The anger from being ostracized made his head spin, and he charged straight into the building. After Lu Jinghe ran inside, Zhao Manyan smugly walked over and asked, "How was it? Was my attack strong enough just now?" Xingye smiled at him and shook his head, saying, "Alright, if there is anyone who doesn't fear death, let them go first. We'll rest for now." Lu Jinghe would definitely get into trouble, but whether he would die or not still depended on luck. Everyone found shade under a tree to sit and rest. Before long, a scream rang out. The familiar voice shocked them, then suddenly stopped. The vines on the building writhed wildly, as if alive, revealing the true form of the pseudo-horror demon. Except for Xingye, everyone else turned pale, relieved they hadn't gone inside. Just as they were considering whether to save Lu Jinghe, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, legs weakened, hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand, making breathing difficult. A fierce wind suddenly rose from afar, knocking everyone down. Immediately after, a terrifying aura pressed down. Only Xingye and his three-legged golden crow could still stand. Struggling to lift their heads, they saw a dark red giant lizard with huge wings flying through the air. That was a giant lizard pseudo-dragon. This demon, carrying dragon bloodline, was extraordinarily powerful. Although its lineage leaned more toward giant lizard and it was only a pseudo-dragon, at most at commander level, unable to break through to monarch level, it was still incredibly strong. Xingye comforted everyone, "Don't be afraid, this giant lizard pseudo-dragon isn't coming for us, it's here to deal with the pseudo-horror demon on the building." Sure enough, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon bypassed them and lunged at the building, biting down fiercely with its huge maw. The pseudo-horror demon and the reinforced concrete were torn to pieces, fragile like foam. Before the giant lizard pseudo-dragon at the Grand Commander level, the Battle General level advanced pseudo-horror demon was powerless to resist, devoured in just a few bites. After finishing the pseudo-horror demon, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon turned to look at Xingye's side, its blood-red vertical pupils fixed tightly on them. Heaven is doomed to destroy us. It's targeting us. Zhao Manyan lay on the ground, pale-faced, legs trembling uncontrollably. Just when everyone thought death was certain, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon sensed the enormous threat brought by the three-legged golden crow beside Xingye. Although the three-legged golden crow was only a minor commander level, the oppressive aura made it realize it couldn't win this fight. So, it decided to retreat. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon prepared to leave, Xingye spoke coldly, "Little crow, go kill that big lizard. If it won't come to us, we'll take the initiative." After speaking, Xingye jumped onto the three-legged golden crow's back, and the two soared into the sky. The three-legged golden crow streaked across the sky like a scarlet lightning bolt, instantly flying above the giant lizard pseudo-dragon and spewing a blast of scorching solar true fire. Caught off guard, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon was engulfed in flames, roaring in pain. Despite the immense power of the solar true fire, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon endured the burning pain, spread its wings, and took flight, choosing to flee rather than fight head-on. Trying to run? No way! Xingye shouted sternly, "Rose flame, heavenly flame, funeral flame rain." Xingye cast a high-level spell, connecting 7 star charts into a massive constellation. Suddenly, fire rained down from the sky, engulfing the fleeing giant lizard pseudo-dragon, intensifying the blaze. In the sky, the three-legged golden crow and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon chased each other. Xingye continuously unleashed magic, burning the pseudo-dragon's body full of holes. It tried to counterattack but was constantly pulled back by the three-legged golden crow, forced to flee rapidly and overwhelmed. Xingye also used the Sharingan to disrupt the opponent, leaving the giant lizard pseudo-dragon defenseless, only able to endure blows and scream in agony. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon was already exhausted, with large burns on its body, unable to hold on any longer. It couldn't even fly and crashed heavily into the city. Trapped in a desperate situation, it felt death approaching and struggled fiercely to resist. Seeing it was about to perish, Xingye and the three-legged golden crow decided to give it a swift end. The final strike was ready. Xingye jumped to the ground, while the three-legged golden crow burned fiercely in midair, instantly turning into a small sun, with heat waves sweeping across several kilometers. So intense? Xingye quickly dodged into a building to avoid being affected. The red sun slowly set, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, and its huge dark red demonic body instantly stiffened. It never expected to be burned to ashes by the sun. The three-legged golden crow returned to its original form, and only then did Xingye dare to approach. So scary. He looked at the ground melted into lava by the high temperature and marveled at how wise it was to take the risk and contract with Little Wu back then. A pseudo-dragon at the commander level died just like that. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Little Wu pulled the half-body giant lizard pseudo-dragon out of the molten lava and brought it before Xingye. It had taken Little Wu's attack head-on, with half its body turned to ashes. If Little Wu hadn't restrained his strength in time, probably even the other half would have been gone. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon's corpse fell to the ground, and a dazzling blue light floated out. Essence. Without hesitation, Xingye took out the soul vessel and collected the intact essence. Commander level essence +1. Last time, the essence of the winged azure wolf sold for 300 million. This time, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon's essence is even stronger, definitely worth at least 400 million. Then Xingye dismantled the corpse and found that except for the bones, teeth, and a pair of wings, most of the rest had been burned to ashes. Sigh, next time I need to be gentler, otherwise the demon corpses won't be worth much. After packing the useful parts, Xingye rode Xiaowu back. When they returned to the Jinlin City Municipal Building, an unexpected event occurred. Xiaowu, don't get off yet. On the ground, besides people from the Imperial Capital Academy and Mingzhu Academy, a group of strangers in Weifan uniforms were confronting Mo Fan and the others. Xingye was high in the air. If he hadn't activated his white eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see the situation below clearly. Interesting, I didn't expect Lu Nian to arrive so quickly. Could it be that the news about Lu Zhenghe's accident spread fast? After all, back then Lu Zhenghe lost one arm, and Lu Nian might have learned about the situation and arrived faster because of it. As for Lu Zhenghe now? Both arms are useless. This guy is really tough. He actually managed to escape from that building, but the other arm is also broken. Xingye watched coldly and noticed that Mo Fan was grabbing Lu Zhenghe by the neck, clearly negotiating terms with Lu Nian. A few people had fallen to the ground, including Su Daolong and Liao Mingxian, all insignificant individuals. After understanding the situation, Xingye decided not to observe from high above any longer. Go, little Wu, dive straight down vertically and give those bastards a big surprise. Remember not to hurt our comrades. Following the order, the three-legged golden crow headed earthward, diving down at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or 30 meters remained to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The solar true fire descended from the sky, instantly surrounding Lun Yan and his group in flames. Although Mofen and the others were a bit far away, the fire's reach was shallow and the impact minimal. Rock demon si heaven is sand. Lun Yan was stunned by the sudden flames, but as a high-level mage, he quickly cast a spell. A flash of light appeared in the sea of fire, and countless gray-white sand particles gathered to form a massive barrier. High-level earth magic? Xingyi looked at the barrier and guessed that Lun Yan was using high-level earth magic. As expected of a high-level mage, quite tough to deal with. Then let's keep adding fuel to the fire. Rose flame, heavenly flame, funeral flame rain. The constellation appeared, and the old trick was cast again. Xingyi and the three-legged golden crow continued to breathe fire, roasting Lun Yan like a roast chicken. They didn't have to worry about running out of mana at all. Xingyi, in particular, possessed a vast amount of Nine-Tails chakra, capable of sustaining fire breathing all day without issue. I'll help you, brother Yi. Imo Fan and the others, who had been blown away by the heat wave earlier, rushed over to join the fire attack camp. Muningshui and Mu Nujio were in charge of wind magic to help intensify the flames. The fire mages were responsible for setting fires, while those without fire or wind magic kept an eye on Lu Jinghe to prevent his escape. After several minutes of continuous bombardment, the sand barrier collapsed with a loud crash. The three-legged golden crow withdrew its flames, revealing Lun Yan collapsed on the ground, his face pale, breathing weak, and his life nearing its end. Lun Yan, do you have any last words? Speak quickly, so I can send you off. Xingye stepped forward, trying to coax him into revealing any secrets he might still be hiding. 4. Why? Why do you possess a commanding level demon beast? That old man Song, he actually lied to me. He lied to me. Lun Yan repeated this sentence over and over, his resentment almost overflowing. After all, he had spent years researching demon types, only to end up like this. It was no wonder he died with regrets. Xingye felt no sympathy for his plight, considering all the cruel human experiments Lun Yan had conducted. His death was almost merciful. Seeing that Lun Yan was completely defeated, Xingye stopped tormenting him, simply recorded what he said, and then let him go. It seems that old man Song, he was involved in this too. I need to find a way to deal with him, Xingye said, looking at the recorded video, already formulating a plan in his mind. After the flames burned out after 6 years, only a pile of dust and a blood-ink-colored bead remained on the ground. Xingye picked up the bead and examined it carefully. Is this the blood prophet that grants demon-type power? He had no intention of giving the demon-type power to Mofen. Such a trump card was better kept for himself. After all, his magical strength was stronger than Mofen's, so he could handle the demon power without much trouble. Moreover, as long as he obtained the condensed evil pearl from the Twin Guard Pavilion, the side effects could be resolved. Just as Xingye was about to place the blood prophet into his storage magical device, the bead suddenly shattered, and the blood ink-colored mist instantly enveloped him. Xingye! Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting hurriedly stood up, wanting to rush over. Mu Ningxue stopped them in time. Don't act impulsively. We don't know the situation yet. Approaching rashly might cause more trouble. Within the mist, Xingye felt a wave of emptiness and discomfort, his body feeling hollowed out. In his spiritual world, the blood ink-colored light flickered continuously, and the demon-type stardust slowly appeared, but it drained the surrounding magical energy. Fortunately, the massive nine-tailed chakra residing within him replenished the energy in time. Otherwise, Xingye would have been drained dry and turned into a demon, starting a frenzied slaughter. Without enough residual souls and essence to fill the demon-type energy gap, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With the assistance of the nine-tailed chakra, the demon-type power finally fully formed, becoming a starless magical stardust, quietly existing in Xingye's spiritual world, no longer possessing the violent devouring desire from before. Finally drained it all, not a single drop left. Xingye slumped to the ground, looking like an old sage, feeling utterly exhausted. He swore he never wanted to experience the pain of having his magical energy drained again. Xingye! Zhao Manyan and Mofen called out anxiously, "Are you okay? Brother Yi, don't die." Xingye looked helplessly at the two nervous guys and shook his head. Die my ass. If you guys go down, I'm not going down yet. After confirming that the brothers were all safe, Zhao Manyan and Imo Fan also calmed down. Mu Nugio, Bai Tingting, and Mu Ningxue saw that Xingye's expression had returned to normal and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a while and the magical energy returning to normal, Xingye turned his gaze to Lu Zhenghe lying to the side. To prevent him from escaping, everyone had already knocked him unconscious. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. Xingye silently activated the Sharingan, making the still unconscious Lu Zhenghe repeatedly experience despair and an illusion, ultimately dying in agony. Lu Zhenghe deserved it. No one spoke up for him. After all, if Xingye hadn't arrived in time, everyone on the scene might have died. After dealing with Lu Zhenghe, Xingye returned to the municipal building and took the seat of the fake fear demon. Everyone's mood was heavy, and they had no heart to continue training, so they returned the way they came. After returning to the imperial capital, Xingye first reported the details of this training experience to Dean Xiao and also exposed the collusion between Lun Yan and Songhe. The best way to take down a powerful figure is to find their archenemy. Mingzhu Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy are sworn enemies, and Dean Xiao is Songhe's rival. Moreover, Dean Xiao is upright and trustworthy. This incident involves many parties, and the surviving students and their families will not let it go easily. Mu Nugio and Bai Tingting are backed by the four major families of Modu. Jingjing's parents are senior officials in the Imperial Capital Research Department, Zhao Mingyue is a second-generation wealthy city elite, and Zhao Manyan is supported by the financially strong Zhao family. These scions of noble families and elite second generations will not rest unless the Imperial Capital Academy provides an explanation. The tribunal also intervened in the investigation, and Xingye was summoned for questioning, but it was only to understand the course of events. After the investigation ended, Xingye did not return to the Imperial Capital Academy, as this so-called top domestic academy had thoroughly disappointed him. The next morning. I'll be heading back to Moto soon, Xingye said. Not staying a little longer? Mu Ningxue looked up at him, rarely showing a trace of melancholy. This training experience made their relationship increasingly subtle. The warm aura emanating from Xingye made Mu Ningxue involuntarily draw closer to him. Only by staying by his side did she feel a long-lost peace and warmth, free from the pain her body had brought. The dean of Mingzhu Academy has been urging me to return. This matter is serious, and staying here might cause trouble. He himself didn't want to stay long. This was Songhe's territory and was simply not safe. He also needed to take Lun Yan's video back to Modu and hand it over to Dean Xiao to judge Songhe. Mu Ningxue didn't say much, only nodded. After a brief chat, the two temporarily parted ways, agreeing to meet again with the Guofu team. There was just over a year left until the World Academy competition began. At noon, Mingzhu and the others took a plane back to Modu. When we get home, I'll definitely have my father take action and put some pressure on Songhe. Zhao Manyan said angrily, and the others nodded in agreement. I will report to my family and let the Bai family get involved as well. This time, Bai Tingting was so angry that her chest heaved. The Mu family is not someone anyone can bully. Mu Nugio echoed in agreement. The students of Mingzhu Academy were filled with righteous indignation, ready to make a big fuss and demand justice. Within a few days, a storm brewed across the country, with the charge of attempting to harm a genius student being extremely serious. Every genius is a precious asset to the nation. How can such evil acts be tolerated? Led by Mingzhu Academy, the Mu family, Bai family, the tribunal, the research council, the magic association, and others all got involved. Even old Baoan Ai Tianba, the military chief of the Northern Military District, joined in. The incident grew bigger and bigger, attracting the attention of more influential figures. More and more people are demanding a reasonable explanation from the Imperial Capital Academy and Songhe. Songhe's actions have brought disgrace to the Academy Alliance, and many noble families are calling for accountability. With the video provided by Xingye, the evidence is conclusive, and Songhe cannot deny it. His behavior violated taboos and is unforgivable. In the end, Songhe was tried, stripped of his position as dean, and all his honors and resources were revoked. Lifelong imprisonment is also hard to avoid. Inside the dean's office of Mingzhu Academy. So, are you satisfied with the trial result? Dean Xiao smiled, stroked his beard, and looked at students Xingye, Mu Nugio, Bai Tingting, and others. We should have just killed that old Songhe outright. Zhao Manyan was dissatisfied, feeling the sentence was too light. People like Songhe, losing everything is the most terrifying thing. Letting him spend the rest of his life in prison is the most desperate punishment. Dean Xiao was very clear that Songhe was the most miserable right now. Once glorious, now reduced to a prisoner. If it were him, he probably would have wanted to commit suicide long ago. Yeah, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Xingye nodded, but what he cared about was not these things. Alright, sorry to trouble you this time. After the trial, Song Yi's assets have been retained. After discussion, these will be given to you as compensation. Dean Xiao knew that what Xing Yi and the others valued most was money. More explanation was less effective than direct compensation. This could also be considered hush money. After all, although this matter was the fault of Song Yi, Lun Yan, and others, it was also caused by negligence from those above. Benefits must be fully provided. Dean Xiao took out several storage rings. This is Song Yi's lifetime savings. We haven't touched it, it's all here. Divide it among yourselves. Xing Ye was unceremonious and immediately began to inspect. With a mental probe, wow, truly overflowing with wealth. Dozens of spirit seeds, more than a dozen magical tools and artifacts, plus a large amount of primal crystals, magic stones, and soul seed fragments. Gold cards, diamond cards, and property deeds were all tucked away in a corner. No wonder the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy hoarded countless treasures. He probably never dreamed these would fall into someone else's hands while he himself would spend the rest of his life in prison. A rough estimate values these resources at no less than 2 billion if sold. So much money! Mo fans stared in amazement. Even Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting, descendants of noble families, couldn't help but swallow hard. Noble families are wealthy, but they still need strength and investment to secure resources. For super-tier mages, this is a huge fortune. Not to mention for us high-tier mages, it's really a big piece of meat. In the end, Xing Ye took the largest share, and no one objected. After all, lives were saved mutually. It would be normal to give nothing. After distributing the resources, everyone left one after another. Xing Ye handed a storage ring to Zhao Manyan. What's this? Taking advantage of you? Zhao Manyan squinted and winked, trying to freeload. Don't mess around, Yu Zhao family son wouldn't be short of this kind of thing. Help me sell the stuff inside and see if we can exchange it for a galaxy magic artifact. At least spirit level, soul level would be better. The storage ring contained not only fire element spirit seeds but also some magical tools and artifacts, as well as some unusable primal crystals and magic stones, worth about 1 billion. These resources were useless just sitting there, better to sell them all and get a better cultivation magic artifact. This way, the cultivation speed could be much faster. After all, magical cultivation is the key. But it probably wouldn't be easy. Spirit-level galaxy magic artifacts could still be bought with money, but soul-level galaxy magic artifacts were extremely rare and almost had no market. Top-tier galaxy magic artifacts were usually bought in advance by big families to cultivate their descendants, rarely seen at auctions. Didn't expect you to be aiming for a galaxy magic artifact without even breaking through to the advanced stage. Impressive. Zhao Manyan stared at Xing Ye with a strange look. Enough, while you were chasing girls, I was working hard on cultivation. Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting are still waiting for me. Xing Ye waved his hand and walked toward the door, where 2 girls were standing waiting for him. I don't believe it, you live with 2 school beauties, how do you have time to cultivate? Zhao Manyan watched Xing Ye surrounded by 2 beauties, enviously grinding his teeth. Although he changed girlfriends every month, those women were all after money, nowhere near the school beauties around Xing Ye. Sigh, when will I awaken destruction magic? Zhao Manyan sighed, deciding to have a wild night at the bar. Xing Ye, Mu Nujio, and Bai Tingting returned to the apartment and saw Edu and Xinxia sitting on the sofa chatting. Xinxia came back during the holiday and had become close sisters with Edu, Mu Nujio, and Bai Tingting, sharing everything. Xing Ye sat down next to Xinxia, and Xinxia immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother Xing Ye, you're back. I missed you so much. Xing Ye rubbed her little face and smiled. You missed me after just a few days apart? Xinxia nodded and nuzzled his neck. After Xing Ye's training, Xinxia was no longer so shy and boldly showed her feelings, though she still buried her head during embarrassing little games. Humph, Xinxia, forgetting friends for a crush. Tutu looked at the 2 of them being close and felt a pang of jealousy. Her eyes darted, and suddenly a mischievous idea popped into her head. Brother Xing Ye, Tutu misses you too. Tutu shouted loudly and threw herself straight into Xing Ye's arms. Xing Ye was caught off guard but delighted and enjoyed the sudden embrace. This ball-carrying tackle was definitely unfair. Ah! Tutu. Feeling teased, Xinxia puffed up her cheeks and competed with Itutu for Xing Ye's warm embrace. In the kitchen, Mu Nujio and Bai Tingting watched the 3 playing on the sofa, exchanged a glance, and smiled with a mix of helplessness and affection. This scene is as warm as a mother cooking and a father playing with his daughter. Of course, as long as it doesn't feel strange to have 2 mothers, and the 2 daughters have grown up, this is just fine. Late at night, Mu Nujio, Bai Tingting, and Tutu were all sound asleep. But one room in the apartment was still lively and bustling. Brother Xingye, didn't you say last time that you wouldn't do this when Zhao Jiao and the others are here? Xan Xia shyly looked at Xingye under the covers, a blush rising on her face. She was a little angry but couldn't bear to make the one she loved feel bad. Xan Xia, this really is the last time, be good, Xingye gently coaxed, his tone exactly the same as last time. Really? Xan Xia knew very well that Xingye was a liar, he lied to her every time, but she still went along with his words. When have I ever lied to you? Xingye said as he tenderly played with her plump little feet. You lie to me every single time. Xingxia's face grew even redder, and her body gradually warmed up, clearly moved. Not at all, Xingye stubbornly denied, already having a plan in mind. Every time you say it's the last time, but it's never the last. Xingxia's voice grew softer and softer, finally burying her head in the quilt. Seeing her shy expression, Xingye felt proud, knowing she had already accepted everything that was about to happen. Xingxia was ready. Without hesitation, Xingye directly pinned her down. Xingxia felt the determination in Xingye's little head, did not resist, just buried her head in the quilt, not stopping him. Seeing her so shy every time, Xingye decided to train her properly this time. This time, he didn't act immediately. Only when Xingxia was panting and couldn't hold back anymore did Xingye pick her up and bring her in front of the room's mirror. Make her face her own vulnerability. Although Xingxia fiercely resisted, she was powerless against this villain. Soon, she could only be at Xingye's mercy. After a long time, Xingye, exhausted from tormenting Xingxia, carried her back to bed. That's right, this time they left marks all over the apartment. If it weren't for using some spatial technique for soundproofing, the intense noises would have woken up Nunugio and the others. After carrying her back to the room, Xingye returned to the balcony to continue his cultivation. More than a month later, Xingye finally received the soul-level galaxy magic artifact sent by Zhao Manyan. Although he didn't know where it came from, Xingye didn't ask much. After all, the Zhao family business spans the globe. It might have been brought back from overseas. After a simple trial, Xingye was pleasantly surprised to find that this soul-level magic artifact could increase cultivation speed by 3.5 times. Soul-level galaxy magic artifacts are already rare, and those that boost speed by more than 3 times are top tier. This one was even better, definitely the highest grade. Xingye sighed. Zhao Manyan really is the second son of the Zhao family, hardly cultivates, but skyrockets by throwing money around, truly an RMB player. This guy used to only know how to eat, drink, and play until the family crisis forced him to start cultivating seriously. Xingye shook his head and turned his gaze back to the magical artifact in his hand. If I had the 3-step tower, I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed would be. Although he was now a high-level mage and the effect of the 3-step tower was diminished, it was still better than nothing. Nowadays, with more and more magic users, cultivation speed naturally slowed down. This was unavoidable. Focusing solely on fire magic was fast, but it put one at a disadvantage against strong enemies. After several days of intense training, Xingye finally broke through the shadow system to the first level of the high rank and evolved his 2-tomo Sharingan into a 3-tomo Sharingan. The soul-level magical artifact really makes a difference. The shadow system broke through to high rank in no time. I really wonder if the Sharingan can evolve into the Mangekyo when the shadow system breaks through to the transcendent rank. From what he knew, evolving the 3-tomo into the Mangekyo was extremely difficult and often required enduring great pain to unlock. Damn it, I hope it won't require sacrificing someone close to open the eye, Xingye thought helplessly as he began to consider who he might have to sacrifice. If a sacrifice is really necessary, it can only be Mo Fan or old Zhao. At this moment, inside a bar in the Magic City, Mo Fan, drinking wheat juice, suddenly felt a chill down his back and an uneasy sensation all over. Old Zhao, why do I feel a cold breeze behind me, like something is watching me? Zhao Manyan frowned and looked toward a few heavily made-up women not far away. I don't feel right either. Are these girls suspicious? Is my body sending an alarm? He was about to go over and strike up a conversation when a bad premonition suddenly arose. There's definitely something fishy. This place is toxic. Let us go, old Zhao, we need to get out of here quickly. I feel awful all over. Mo Fan grabbed him and started heading out. Mo Fan didn't think much and pulled Zhao Manyan out of the bar. The feeling of being watched only eased after a long time. They thought they had escaped danger. Unbeknownst to him, Xingye received a call from Lingling. The mission had arrived, and she no longer planned to sacrifice them. There's a mission, come over immediately. After saying this, Lingling hung up the phone, giving no chance for refusal. Xingye heard the call end, his mouth twitching slightly. Could it be that she was afraid he wouldn't cooperate? But on second thought, it made sense. Having a hunter master still in school was indeed a bit odd. After greeting Mu Nugio and the others, Xingye left the apartment and took a taxi to the Qingtian hunting agency. Although he could ride Xiao Wu, riding a summoned beast in the city required a permit, which was too troublesome. Just as he entered the hunting agency, he saw Lingling sitting at the bar drinking milk tea, her feet swinging back and forth. "Lingling, are you the only one here?" Xingye walked over and pinched her chubby cheeks. "Bad guy, don't pinch, I'll get fat." Lingling brushed his hand away and continued, "Grandpa went to see an old friend, and sister is busy with her promotion." Xingye nodded. Old man Bao was a priest and knew quite a few important people. Lin Qing had just been promoted to chief judge, with a bright future ahead. Being so impressive in his 20s was truly extraordinary. "Spill it, what's the commission this time?" Xingye didn't want to waste words, he was short on money. Besides a few fire element spirit seeds and several hundred million in cash, he had nothing else. The fire element spirit seeds were left for Xiao Wu as snacks, but Xiao Wu was no longer satisfied and needed to consume fire element soul seeds to grow quickly. These things were simply not enough. Don't even think about giving Xiao Wu a soul seed, he doesn't even have a fire type soul seed himself. Fortunately, after breaking through to the advanced level, the Nine-Tails chakra increased the power of fire magic by 6 times, which can be considered a top-tier great soul seed. But it stops at 6 times, it probably needs to break through to the super level to get stronger. Lingling opened her notebook and displayed the commission details. "This commission was told to me by my sister. It was issued by the Magic City Tribunal to all hunter mages." The commission details and the tribunal's seal were clearly shown. Xingye didn't care who issued it, he just wanted to work and get paid. He glanced over it briefly and found the task quite interesting. "Vampires? That's right, vampires. They look exactly like humans and are a special kind of dark creature. Recently, they've been quite rampant and must be suppressed. But their traces are hard to find, so the tribunal just issued this commission," Lingling explained as she opened the vampire's information and photos. Xingye looked at the vampire in the notebook, who appeared no different from an ordinary human, and thought the mission was not simple. Find or kill a vampire, reward 70 million. Although the reward is generous, these dark creatures are hard to find. Lingling also showed a troubled expression because vampires, aside from looking like humans, are very smart, often hiding in the shadows and rarely showing themselves. This is much harder than hunting demons. Looking at the photo of the female vampire, Xingye suddenly thought of an important girl. "Lingling, help me find this person. She should be related to the vampire." "Who?" "Lu Ru, she has a sister named Lu Xian." Lingling was puzzled but still used the computer to retrieve information on the residents of Magic City. After filtering, 2 photos of girls appeared on the screen. The 2 looked very similar, like twins. One was mature and gentle, clearly the older sister, looking easy to bully. The other was lively and cheerful, probably the younger sister. Xingye immediately identified them. "As long as we find them, finding the vampire will be much easier." "Are they related to the vampire?" "Yes." Lingling looked confused, not understanding why Xingye was so sure. "Don't ask. Do you want to take the commission or not?" Xingye stood up, looking like he would leave if he didn't go, and Lingling helplessly put away the computer, slung her backpack on, and followed him out of the Qingtian hunting agency. On the way, Lingling almost went through all the information on Lu Ru and Lu Xian, including where the younger sister went to school and where the older sister worked. Although Xingye was not sure if Lu Xian was currently being targeted by the vampire, even if she wasn't, they could still keep watch. The 2 didn't go looking for their younger sister Lu Ru, fearing to alert the enemy. The fewer people who knew, the better. They went straight to the bakery where Lu Xian worked. "This girl doesn't look weak at all." "Xingye, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lingling and Xingye sat in the milk tea shop, staring at Lu Xian across the street. She looked perfectly normal, her complexion rosy, showing no signs of the fatigue or weakness typical of someone targeted by a vampire. "Not mistaken. She's definitely being targeted. Maybe we came too early, and the vampire hasn't made a move yet." Xingye also noticed Lu Xian was in good condition, showing no symptoms of anemia. The only possibility was that the vampire hadn't started acting yet. Then we need to keep a close watch on her from now on. Although Lingling didn't understand why Xingye was so sure, as a partner, she chose to trust him. In the following days, they continuously guarded Lu Xian. Using shadow abilities, they moved invisibly and were hard to detect. Xingye understood that vampires wouldn't easily attack ordinary people, fearing judgment would target them. Niedong would definitely observe multiple times and choose the right moment to strike. The key was whether Niedong had truly set his sights on Lu Xian. Just then, Lingling poked Xingye, "Look at this video." Xingye looked at Lingling's notebook. The video was taken yesterday. On her way home from work, Lucienne passed through an alley where, near a blind spot of the surveillance camera, a dark shadow was faintly writhing. Most people might not have noticed, but Xingye is a shadow mage, so that shadow must be a shadow skill. Vampires are skilled in shadows, so that shadow is very likely Niedong. We were right to guard from a distance. Getting too close would have exposed us, Xingye thought with relief. After watching the video, it was basically confirmed that Lucienne was being targeted. That shadow must be a vampire. Looks like she really has become a target, Lingling said in surprise, growing more curious about how Xingye knew all this. Stop staring at me. Today we have to keep a close watch on Lucienne and not miss any opportunity, Xingye urged, diverting Lingling's attention. Since the vampire appeared yesterday, it's very likely they will make a move today. After confirming the hidden blind spot from yesterday, Xingye and Lingling headed straight there today. A few minutes later, the two arrived at an alley in an old street. This was the old district in the city center, with dilapidated buildings and sparse surveillance, perfect for making a move. Xingye held Lingling and jumped onto the rooftop, using shadow magic to become invisible and hide. He judged that the vampire was most likely Niedong. Although he was only at the warrior general level with average abilities, as long as he caught him, Xingye was confident he could kill him instantly. Time slowly passed until 8:30 p.m. The night shrouded the alley, so remote that almost no one passed by. The streetlights flickered on and off, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Xingye stood on the rooftop, replying to messages in the harem group chat. Mu Nugio asked if he wasn't coming home for dinner tonight. Xingye said the mission was important and he had to stay on guard. Everyone reminded him to be careful and wait for his return. Lingling suddenly reminded him, Xingye, stop chatting, Lucienne is off work and coming this way. She lightly kicked Xingye's knee. Xingye put away his phone, his eyes fixed on Lucienne walking into the alley. Lucienne felt someone was watching her. She looked around but saw no one, so she quickened her pace. From the rooftop, Xingye looked down. There was no one behind her. He thought Niedong hadn't made a move today. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the alley, transforming into a human shape, pressed against the wall staring at Lucienne, eyes full of greed. Staring for so long, finally I can enjoy a delicious meal. I'm really looking forward to the taste of the first drop of blood. Niedong couldn't suppress his desire and quickly approached his prey. If it weren't for the elder's restrictions, he would have already caught a bunch of beauties to enjoy every day. Just as he was about to get close to Lucienne, suddenly a figure flew down from the rooftop. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a large pit was blasted into the ground. Niedong had just sensed danger but hadn't reacted yet when he was punched to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Xingye smiled and said, "This is the first time using brute strength after breaking through to the advanced level, a bit hard to control." His strength was already close to that of an ordinary commander-level demon. If he hadn't held back, the nearby old houses would probably have been shaken down. He walked up to a bewildered Lucienne and softly explained, "Don't be afraid, I am a hunter mage. That thing on the ground is a vampire, and it has set its sights on you." Lucienne looked at Niedong lying there, then glanced at Xingye, her heart shocked. Aren't demons very powerful? Aren't humans very fragile? How did the boy knock the demon unconscious with just one punch? Xingye asked her, "Can you stand up by yourself? Do you want me to help?" Lucienne tried to stand but found her ankle twisted, wincing in pain. Xingye had no choice but to carry her with one arm. Lucienne instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face pressed against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xingye held her with one arm and grabbed the unconscious Niedong with the other, calling to Lingling who had just come downstairs, "Let's go." They walked all the way to Lucienne's home. Lucienne lived in a residential building in the old city district. Xingye gently patted her but, signaling her to open the door. Lucienne was still a bit dazed. The boy she had just met was taking her home, and she felt both nervous and grateful. The door opened, Lingling followed behind, and as the three of them entered the house, they heard sounds coming from the kitchen. "Sister, why are you back so late? I'll start cooking right away." Before she finished speaking, a delicate girl came out of the kitchen and was startled to see a stranger. "Sister, did you bring your boyfriend home?" Lu Ru saw her sister being held by a handsome young man and immediately assumed she had a boyfriend. Lucienne blushed and hurriedly began to explain. No, he is not my boyfriend." The more Lucienne explained, the redder her face became. Xingye looked at the two sisters and found it quite amusing, so he took the initiative to speak. "I'm a hunter mage. Your sister was in danger just now, and I protected her. I got a bit injured on the way, so I carried her back." Hearing that her sister was hurt, Lu Ru immediately became anxious, her face full of worry. Don't worry, it's just a sprained ankle. Seeing her panic, Xingye quickly reassured her and gently placed Lu Xian on the sofa. Only after confirming it was just a sprain did Lu Ru relax. Then, Xingye explained the whole incident to them in detail. So, vampires targeted us? They specifically prey on young, beautiful girls for blood, and even turn ordinary people into vampires? Lu Ru and Lu Xian frowned, realizing reality was more dangerous than they had imagined. They had thought demons only appeared outside the Yin realm, but they didn't expect such threats to be hidden in a big city like Magic City. At this moment, they were not relieved by their escape, instead, they were even more afraid. Someone saved them this time, but what about next time? If Xingye hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. While the three were talking, Nye Dong, who had been thrown aside, gradually woke up. But all his bones had been shattered by Xingye's attack, and he couldn't move. Ah! Why does it hurt so much? Where am I? He tried to stand but failed, so he looked at the three on the sofa. When he saw Xingye, memories before losing consciousness flooded back. Who exactly are you? He suspected Xingye might be from the Blood Clan, given his overwhelming strength. If you want to kill me, other Blood Clan members won't let you get away with it. He hurriedly invoked his backing, trying to scare Xingye off. Xingye showed no reaction to his threats, even considering whether to clean up the vampires behind him as well. After all, he knew that the Northern Country Club where Nye Dong was located harbored quite a few vampires. Wouldn't it be a big gain to catch them all in one net? I'll tell you, my elder is a monarch-level vampire. Nye Dong continued to be arrogant. Xingye, impatient, used spatial telekinesis to directly pull out his fangs. Nye Dong was terrified losing his fangs meant certain death. Just as he wanted to beg for mercy, Xingye gave him no chance and used the Sharingan to control him. After dealing with Nye Dong, Xingye turned to look at Lu Ru and Lu Xian. The two sisters hugged each other tightly, clearly afraid of the just-awakened Nye Dong. After all, who wouldn't be afraid when facing demons? Xingye comforted them, don't be afraid, with me here, you won't get hurt. Hearing this, the sisters felt much more at ease. He suggested, let's exchange contact information. Tomorrow, I'll take you to awaken your magic. Although he still had to go to the Northern Country Club once, he had no time to stay long and had to postpone it until tomorrow. Lu Ru and Lu Xian were overjoyed at the prospect of awakening magic, and Lu Ru excitedly thanked Xingye repeatedly. Xingye sighed, thinking that in this world full of demons, ordinary people could barely protect themselves. After exchanging contact information, he took Lingling and the controlled Nye Dong and headed to the Northern Country Club. They contacted the Magic City Tribunal, commissioning them with a reward for finding or killing vampires, so they wouldn't have to take risks themselves. Professionals would handle it. The operation went exceptionally smoothly. The Northern Country Club caught 5 vampires, the strongest being at the advanced warrior stage, the rest ordinary warriors. The tribunal easily swept them up, and Xingye received a 350 million bonus as a result. The next day, Xingye brought the two sisters to the Oriental Pearl Magic Tower, where Qin Xiaomian greeted them. Seeing Xingye, she was surprised and suspicious. Xingye, you're here to awaken again? She thought he had broken through to the super stage. Xingye quickly explained, not me, it's these two who want to awaken. Qin Xiaomian then relaxed and smiled, saying, okay, I'll take them to awaken now. You wait here for a bit. More than 10 minutes later, Xingye left with Lu Ru and Lu Xian, under Qin Xiaomian's envious gaze. Did you two just awaken the shadow system? Lu Ru and Lu Xian nodded excitedly. 7 black stars slowly appeared, exuding a dense aura of darkness. I didn't expect their talent in the shadow system to be so strong. Xingye, however, looked complicated, as if feeling this was both a coincidence and inevitable. Perhaps it was because they were naturally attuned to darkness that they were attracted to vampires. Alright, I've helped you awaken your magic, but from now on you have to rely on yourselves, no slacking off. Xingye began to explain seriously. He himself practiced the shadow system and could teach a lot of experience. The two sisters listened attentively, taking his words as truth. After all, he was their benefactor, young and powerful, treating them well, like an ideal Prince Charming. While talking about magic, they went to the market and bought many things. Soon, they arrived at the new apartment Xingye had helped them find. The previous place we lived was remote and dangerous. This place is much safer. Pushing the door open, Sister Lu Xian walked into the kitchen to cook. Lu Ru tried to connect the 7 stars but failed repeatedly. Brother-in-law, why is controlling the stars so difficult? Lu Ru was a bit impatient. Xingye handed her a magical device. This is what I used back then, it suits you all. As their hands touched, he secretly took advantage. Bro. Brother-in-law, you're really bad. Lu Ru shyly withdrew her hand. Come on, Xiao Ru, stretch out your hand, I'll teach you how to control the stars. After being discovered, Xing Yi no longer hid it, revealing his true big bad wolf nature. Brother-in-law, wait until sister comes out. Lu Ru, whose hand was caught, did not resist. She knew that after awakening magic, both she and her sister would rely on the boy in front of them. Although he might have no official status and was just the master's close attendant, this was already the best outcome. Life was no longer troublesome, there was someone to depend on. Thank you, brother-in-law, love you. Lu Ru secretly kissed Xing Yi's cheek, filled with gratitude and a hazy affection. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Xian came out of the kitchen and happened to run into Xing Yi. Lu Xian's face instantly flushed red, like a little apple, and she hurried back to her room. Xing Yi, feeling the fragrance left by the girl, was in an exceptionally good mood. But Lu Xian seemed to see nothing and continued silently preparing the bowls and chopsticks. Xing Yi smiled and walked over, seeing her instinctively trying to hide in the kitchen. What's wrong, shy? Blocked, Lu Xian lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Xing Yi. No. No. If you want to be with my sister, I have no objection. Xing Yi smiled and retorted, then I want to take both you sisters. Xing Yi directly approached, cornering her by the table. I. Lu Xian stammered nervously. Seeing her so cute, Xing Yi stopped teasing her and gave her a way out. Alright, anyway, you two sisters are already mine. From now on, call me master in private and young master in public. Okay, master. Although Lu Xian was shy, she adapted quickly, her voice sweet and delicate. She wore a tight white shirt and a black pencil skirt, her long slender legs exuding temptation, extremely sexy. Xing Ye pinched her rosy little face, deciding to let her off this time after all, taking it slow is more enjoyable. It had been over a month since helping Lu Ru and Lu Xian awaken. During this time, Xing Ye's fire element advanced to high level 2, and both space and plant elements broke through to mid-level 1. Combat power and magic complemented each other, improving significantly. As usual, Xing Ye was training on the balcony. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone. It was teacher Tang Yu calling. Hello, Vice Chief Judge, do you have time to call your naughty student? Could it be that you're being pressured to marry and are preparing to marry me? Xing Yi started teasing as soon as he answered the call. After Tang Yu broke through to the advanced level, she received support from the family resources, her magical cultivation also improved, and her position rose steadily. Xing Yi also helped quite a bit. Hearing this, Tang Yu rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone. If Xing Yi were there, he would definitely sigh that he was being teased to the core. You're not a kid anymore, yet you tease your sister. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? I'm just afraid your mouth is too small to eat me. A hint of shyness flashed across Tang Yu's face. She swallowed and pretended to be angry as she said, Be serious, I have something important to tell you. Hearing her words, Xing Ye subconsciously trembled slightly under the starry night. That was the teacher's overwhelming pressure on the student. But this feeling instead stirred Xing Ye's impulse, and a thought of challenging the teacher's orders arose in his heart. Ahem, Teacher Tang Yu, just say what you need, I promise to complete the task. Xing Ye hurriedly suppressed the strange thought in his heart. Stop overthinking. I need you to go to Song City to help with something. Tang Yu's words immediately made Xing Ye think of the recent news about Song City, all reports about the virus. No need to say, it was definitely that old man Luo Mian causing trouble, and in the end, he wanted to frame Totem Shin Snake. Solving this matter is not difficult, but there must be benefits, no bargain should be missed. Helping is no problem, but what about the time it takes away from cultivation? Xing Ye looked hesitant, calculating carefully. Tang Yu understood his thoughts and didn't say much, directly asking, You bad guy, what do you want? Whatever I have, I'll give you. After all, Xing Ye was her most outstanding student, and she would fulfill whatever he desired. That's what you said. Tell me exactly what you want, let us handle things first, and I guarantee you'll get it. Having received a satisfactory reward, Xing Ye readily agreed. Upon arriving in Song City, Xing Ye headed straight to Tang Yu's luxurious apartment. He had been there many times, it was the place where they deepened their relationship. Once, after drinking, they almost crossed a boundary, but Tang Yu hadn't made up her mind yet. As soon as he entered, he saw Tang Yu wearing a black lace camisole, sitting on the sofa, her fair thighs still alluring. Her figure was hot, with full curves. Tang Yu stared at Xing Yi without blinking, her face showing shyness as well as pride, lifting her head and chest to show herself off. Stop staring, what are you dazing for? Can't get enough? Xingyi didn't hide it at all. How could I get enough? This kind of benefit is only for me to enjoy, I have to cherish it. He was right. If the boys at Tianlan Magic High School knew, they would definitely be envious and jealous. Tang Yu's figure was top-notch, perfectly proportioned, absolutely the goddess everyone dreamed of. She not only had the nurturing bosom of a caregiver but also the long legs of a mature woman and the charm of a sophisticated lady, practically like a fairy. When Xingyi praised her, Tang Yu felt happy inside, but on the surface, she coquettishly gave him a glare. Do you know about totems? Tang Yu asked. Totems? I know a little. Early humans relied on totems for protection to survive in a world overrun by demons, Xingyi answered. He understood what Tang Yu wanted to say but couldn't show it too obviously. The last time Tang Yu saw the totem serpent, he didn't explain much about the totem, so he could only play dumb. In fact, aside from the serpent, almost all the other great sage totems are either dead or injured, and those remaining have hidden away, no longer protecting humans. The azure dragon fell, its soul turning into a small loach that follows Mo-Fan. The white tiger might still be alive, nurturing the Tianhan white tiger lineage. In the Tianshan mountains the vermilion bird also perished, its feathers scattered across Lanyang city. The black tortoise is not dead and may be hiding in the deep sea. Tang Yu nodded and continued, there is a totem beast in Song City, the big snake you saw last time. I didn't tell you before to protect everyone, but now I need you to help me guard it. Xingye already knew, but hearing her say this made him even more certain that someone was deliberately framing the serpent. West Lake. Moonlight spilled over the water's surface, fish leaping in splashing waves. Xingye and Tang Yu sat in a small boat, rowing toward the center of the lake. Just as they reached the heart of the lake, a sharp hissing sound rang out. Hisses. Under the starry night, he subconsciously trembled. That was a supreme monarch-level totem mystic snake. The mystic snake was currently shedding its skin and was extremely sensitive. Xingye was a high-level mage and also had demonic lineage within him. He wondered if the mystic snake would recognize him. After all, the mystic snake had a long lifespan, had seen too much, and forgetting a person was quite normal. If the mystic snake was in a bad mood and swallowed him whole, it would be disastrous. Just as he was worried, the water surface churned, huge waves appeared, revealing the massive body of a creature. Soon, a snake head the size of a house emerged from the water, its snake eyes fixed on Xingye, clearly somewhat familiar, but not much. If it weren't for the fact that the snake found Xingye somewhat familiar, given that Xingye was a high-level mage, the mystic snake would probably have attacked long ago. Teacher Tang Yu, please explain quickly. Xingye's voice trembled. If he didn't know the mystic snake wouldn't harm him, he would have released the demonic power within him long ago. Tang Yu said nervously, everyone, calm down. It's not an enemy. It's Xingye. We met him last time. We're here to take you away. The black serpent finally calmed down, as if recognizing Xingye. It's a bit strange. This time, everyone's feelings towards you are more complicated. There's both caution and curiosity. What exactly do you have on you? Tang Yu's eyes were full of curiosity, convinced that Xingye must be hiding a secret. Xingye looked at the black serpent. That massive figure made his heart tighten. He recalled the demonic power in his spiritual world, as well as the Nine Tails chakra, Sharingan, would release, and other abilities. For a moment, he couldn't tell what the black serpent had sensed. After all, there were too many things hidden inside him to reveal them all. He could only say vaguely, maybe it's the dark power that made the black serpent wary last time, which has grown stronger with my shadow abilities. That power referred to the Sharingan, which was what had threatened the black serpent last time. The Sharingan was powerful enough to control anyone and any demon, so the black serpent's caution was understandable. Tang Yu nodded, that should be it. At that moment, Tang Yu's phone vibrated. Damn it! Someone is spreading rumors, trying to harm Xianxi. Tang Yu looked at her phone, unable to contain her anger. Xingyi leaned over to take a look and realized it was Luo Mian who was shifting the blame onto Xianxi. Next, that big fool Zhu Mang was being used to make a move against Xianxi. But there was still time. The senior leaders of Song City were divided into two factions. One was the Lingyin Tribunal, mainly focused on protecting the totem Shen snake, and the other was the Urban Hazard Strategic Group led by Zhu Mang. Their original intention was to eliminate hidden dangers, but they ended up being used by others. The two factions were now arguing fiercely. As long as they first transferred the Shen snake and then traced the source of the virus, Zhu Mang and his group would be powerless, and the Shen snake could clear its name. Tang Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she pleaded, Xingye, please help me. At this moment, the two were only 2 fists apart, the atmosphere tense and complicated. Xingye agreed, alright, but you have to listen to me. Xingye asked Tang Yu to take out the totem bead and sealed the Shen snake inside the bead. Is it really okay for us to take the Xian snake away like this? Tang Yu was a bit worried. After all, public opinion was currently pointing at the Xian snake. What is there to be afraid of? Do you really believe the virus originated from the Xian snake? We're just taking it to lay low until the source of the virus is confirmed, Xingye comforted her. Tang Yu nodded. While doing some mental preparation, Xingye rowed the boat back to shore. After docking, Xingye directly summoned the three-legged golden crow. Although summoning a commander-level summoned beast was not allowed casually in the city, this was an emergency escape, so rules didn't matter. The three-legged golden crow was over 20 meters long. Despite its size, it was still smaller than the totem Xian snake. Tang Yu looked at the three-legged golden crow in amazement. She hadn't expected that the little bird Xingye once had grown so large. She also admired Xingye's magical talent more and more majored in fire magic, yet his dimensional summoned beast had already grown to commander level, far surpassing her strength. Xingye jumped onto the back of the three-legged golden crow and reached out to pull Tang Yu up. Get on quickly, someone might have noticed us. Tang Yu steadied herself as Xingye urged the three-legged golden crow to fly at full speed. Before long, they arrived outside Baizhen. This was the city's outskirts, like the Xiefeng mountain station in Buqing, responsible for guarding the main city's defenses. Baizhen was currently sealed off by military mages, controlling the residents' movements. Xingye remembered that the source of the epidemic was in Baizhen, and there was a problem with the blood serum. He immediately sent a message to Lingling, asking her to come quickly to investigate the blood serum. Tang Yu leaned against Xingye's chest and asked curiously, "Which little girl did you message?" Xingye smiled and said, "Nothing much, just felt that this plague is very suspicious." He didn't plan to tell Tang Yu too much. Once Lingling arrived and secretly took a few packs of the blood serum, the truth would naturally come to light. "Let us go, first settle Xianxi. Leave the rest to me, and you obediently fulfill my wish." Tang Yu understood clearly what kind of reward the other party wanted. Obviously, it was her. After settling Xianxi and Tang Yu, Xingye returned to Baizhen and found the newly arrived Lingling. "How is it? Did you find where those blood serums were stored?" "There's a military supply warehouse in Baizhen. The blood serums should be there." Lingling didn't say much and directly reported the information and the exact location she had found. Xingye looked at the address of the military supply warehouse in the notebook and realized it was nearby. There must be heavy guards at the military supply warehouse, at least a dozen people inside and out. "Let us go at night." Lingling wasn't afraid at all of breaking into the military supply warehouse. Instead, she was extremely excited, her rebellious spirit ignited. Xingye wasn't worried. He practiced advanced shadow magic, so breaking into a border outpost's military supply warehouse was no problem. The guards wouldn't all be high-level mages either. At night, Xingye and Lingling came to the military supply warehouse under the cover of darkness. "This is the place. The blood serum should be inside. As long as I get a sample, I can run experiments and find the pathogen." Lingling was a little darling in the hunter world, and she was best at anything related to demons and monsters. "Lingling, wait here. I'll go in alone." As soon as he said this, the excitement on Lingling's face disappeared, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. "Be good, I'll buy you milk tea later." Xingye pinched her chubby cheeks, then turned into a shadow and silently slipped into the warehouse. The advanced Shadow Mage's shadow escape technique was effortless and went unnoticed by the guards. A few minutes later, Xingye returned with several bags of blood serum. The blood serum was ordinary supplies, easy to take without any trouble. "Done, let us get out of here quickly." Lingling took the blood serum, and the two quickly left without anyone noticing. Back at the small inn, Lingling immediately began studying the blood serum. It wasn't until late at night that Xingye, who was meditating, was shaken awake. "The test results are in. Just as you said, the serum contains infected blood from the Lingclaw plague rat. How despicable." Beyond anger, Lingling was even more curious about how Xingye knew this and could identify the source of the infected blood. The last time they sought out a vampire, it was the same, like he could foresee the future. She stared curiously at this increasingly inscrutable partner. "All right, I know I'm handsome, stop staring and quickly notify senior sister to investigate the case." Xingye knew this epidemic was widespread and that it was more appropriate to hand it over to senior sister Lang Qing. She is now the chief judge, with authority and the ability to mobilize more personnel to resolve the issue quickly. "Okay, I'll contact her right away." Lingling understood that even with evidence, no one would easily believe them. "It would be better to let my sister confront Zhu Meng and the others herself. It would save a lot of trouble." In addition, Xingye had Lingling and senior sister Lang Qing thoroughly investigate Luo Mian, digging up all his dirty dealings. Xingye didn't believe that this old guy could do things without leaving any traces. After a whole morning, senior sister Ling Qing sent a message asking them to go to the Lingying Tribunal. This was Xingye's first time entering the Lingying Tribunal. The environment was very unfamiliar, and if it weren't for someone guiding him, he probably wouldn't have found the way. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Xingye saw senior sister Ling Qing sitting cross-legged in the main seat, exuding a powerful aura like a domineering female CEO. Next to her sat Zhu Meng, with a full beard, glaring angrily at Luo Mian. Luo Mian was the mastermind behind this epidemic, and Zhu Meng was treating him like a monkey, so furious he was about to explode. Zhu Meng was seething with rage. If there weren't so many people around, he would have beaten him up already. Luo Mian kept his head down, completely avoiding Zhu Meng's gaze, already drenched in cold sweat on his back. I didn't expect all my dirty secrets to be uncovered by Leng Qing. Zhu Meng snorted coldly and said to Luo Mian, "You'd better confess now, or after this is over, I'll personally expose you to the Supreme Tribunal. Don't say you're a counselor then you won't get away with it." Zhu Meng's tone was ruthless this time. Being used as a pawn, no one was going to get off easy. Luo Mian looked at the evidence on the table, wishing he could rush forward and tear it apart. This evidence isn't necessarily true. I want the Supreme Tribunal to make the judgment. He knew he was exposed and could only stall until the Supreme Tribunal, hoping for a turnaround. After all, he was still a counselor, and Zhu Meng had no authority to execute him on the spot. The proper procedures had to be followed. Fine, I won't kill you just yet. First, let us take down Luo Mian." Zhu Meng didn't act immediately but ordered the chief guard to take him away. "Leng Qing told me it was you who discovered the source of the epidemic in time and exposed Luo Mian, this black sheep, who almost caused me a huge setback." Zhu Meng suppressed his anger and looked at Xingyi, who had just entered. He knew it was Xingyi who had secretly taken away Xianxi, thus preventing a bigger mistake, so he said no more. More importantly, this young man was already a high-level mage at a young age, with a steady temperament and reliable in his actions. Seeing such talent, Zhu Meng even wanted to recruit him into his own team. He was well aware of his own hot temper and needed a smart and steady assistant to keep him in check. And Xingyi was undoubtedly the best candidate. "Counselor Zhu Meng, you flatter me. I'm just doing what needs to be done, and I actually prefer being a hunter." Seeing the intense look in Zhu Meng's eyes, Xingyi immediately guessed his meaning. After all, Tang Yu and Zhang Kong had looked at him with the same expression before. Being seen through by a kid, Zhu Meng's rugged brows twitched slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, hunter, once this is over, I will give you the reward you deserve." Before he could finish, someone suddenly rushed in. Trouble! A large number of white demon eagles have broken through the defenses and are flying towards us. Zhu Meng was about to lose his temper, but seeing the panic of the newcomer, his anger immediately dissipated. "If we don't extinguish them, it won't work. If we don't stop them now, the white demon eagles will really come to destroy us. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with these demons, coming at a time like this?" Zhu Meng slammed his fist on the table, leaving a dent. Tang Zhong, who had been silent beside him, looked at the damaged table with pain, but it wasn't the time to say much. "Counselor Zhu Meng, the reason the white demon eagles are so frenzied is related to the plague. The blood serum contains the infected blood of the Lingclaw plague rats, and the white demon eagle's favorite food is the Lingclaw plague rats, which is why they are swarming here." Leng Cheng stood up and said this information was told to her by Ling Ling. "What do we do then? How do we solve the plague?" Zhu Meng was not good at handling such complex issues and simply gave up thinking. "The antidote has been found. It's a special herb that grows in the western ridge, the eagle red grass." Ling Ling took out the experimental data. Zhu Meng was overjoyed at this and thought to himself that it really pays not to overthink things. He needed to recruit more smart people. Good. Immediately dispatched the Sky Eagle troops to fetch it. Before he could finish speaking, another message arrived from his subordinates. "Counselor, the Sky Eagles just rebelled and have all been killed." Zhu Meng's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, suppressing his anger. "Then what should we do?" Xingyi glanced at Luo Mian, who was pressed into the corner, and said thoughtfully, "Counselor Zhu Meng, my summoned beast can fly and is very fast. Let me go." Zhu Meng beamed with joy upon hearing this. Good. Now there's no problem. From now on, everyone listens to your orders." He once again felt the benefits of having capable helpers and decided to go back and dismiss a batch of useless people. Xingyi accepted the task, not just to take credit, but also to lure Luo Mian in the corner. Sure enough, Luo Mian looked up at him once, then quickly looked down again. Xingyi had already set his sights on him. After arranging the task, Xingyi, Ling Ling, and Lang Cheng walked out of the conference room together. Xingyi didn't rush to Shiling to find Ing Hongqiao, but quietly said to Leng Cheng, "Senior sister Leng Cheng, do me a favor and collect all the problematic blood serums in Song City. I have a big use for them." Although Leng Cheng didn't understand why he wanted all these useless things, she still nodded and went to make arrangements. "What exactly do you want so many problematic blood serums for?" Leng Cheng didn't ask too many questions, but as a good partner, Ling Ling naturally couldn't help but want to know. Xingye didn't say much, fearing that if Luo Mian found out, there would be trouble. After all, Luo Mian was a transcendent mage who also mastered the shadow system, who knew what special abilities he might have. "My genius girl Lingling also has things she doesn't know," Xingye teased with a smile. Lingling refused to be outdone and gave his knee a little kick with her small foot. "Humph. If you don't want to say, then don't. I'm going to catch up on my beauty sleep, don't bother me." She hadn't slept for 2 days. If she kept going, her development would definitely suffer. She needed to rest first. After Lingling left, Xingye began to take action. Lang Qing was really impressive, so young and already the chief judge, extremely efficient, quickly gathering all the blood serums. Xingye put the blood serums into a storage space he had created using his spatial abilities, then summoned the three-legged golden crow and flew toward the cave where Tang Yu and Xianxu were hiding. "Xingye, you're finally back. Are you okay? Has the suspicion been cleared?" Tang Yu hurriedly ran out to ask. "It's cleared. I also have a way to help Xianxu get through the molting period faster," Xingye said as he pinched Tang Yu's butt. After their last flight in the air, Xingye dared to openly take advantage of Tang Yu. "Don't squeeze so hard, it hurts," Tang Yu protested. Xingye delivered the blood potion to Xian Snake. Although it was toxic, it was an excellent tonic for Xian Snake, the ancestor of all poisons. With the help of the blood potion, Xian Snake quickly passed through its shedding period, restoring its strength to the Supreme Monarch level. "Teacher Tang Yu, you go back first. I have some matters to attend to with Xian Snake." Xingyi put away Xian Snake's rank totem pearl, mounted the three-legged golden crow, and flew toward Xiling. With Xian Snake escorting him, Luo Mian dared to come out. No matter if he was a shadow-type super rank, they all had to die. Xingyi believed Luo Mian wouldn't confess obediently. He would definitely try to find a way to make amends, and now was the perfect opportunity. With the help of the three-legged golden crow, Xingyi quickly found the special herb growing in Xiling, the eagle red grass. The return trip was very smooth, but as he neared Song City, his brow furrowed. Could that old Luo Mian really be so cowardly? Is he really planning to wait for death? Xingyi wondered. He had clearly prepared a grand gift to cut off future troubles, but the result was disappointing. Just as he thought Luo Mian was too timid to show himself, the sun in the sky suddenly darkened. A massive black curtain appeared abruptly. "This is the Knight Commander S. Dominion?" "No, it's the super rank Magic Knight Commander S. Dominion." Xingyi recognized that Luo Mian had arrived. At first, he thought it was a high-rank shadow-type magic, but the coverage was too vast. It was definitely not ordinary high-rank magic, but super-rank magic. After a mage reaches the advanced stage, magic begins to vary but is still limited to fixed skills. Only by breaking through to the transcendent stage, relying on talent and control, can magic break free from fixed patterns, with each person's transcendent magic being unique. Luo Mian's shadow-type transcendent magic is a powerful domain of the Nightmaster. "Kid, hand over the eagle red grass you picked. I might still consider sparing your life." Luo Mian suddenly appeared before Xingye, arrogantly commanding. Xingye disdainfully refused to say more, fearing the other might blurt out something that would cause trouble. Although he was not a villain, he still first released the Xian Snake as insurance. Just as Luo Mian was threatening, Xingye threw out a totem orb. "Decided. Come out. Totem beast. Xian Snake." A thick teal-green mist spread out, covering Luo Mian's Nightmaster domain. This was the Xian Snake's unique poisonous mist domain. The Xian Snake had long sensed Luo Mian's intent to harm it and unleashed its full power without mercy, determined to kill him. Seeing the blue mist, the once arrogant Luo Mian suddenly felt uneasy, but greed made him unwilling to give up. After the Xian Snake appeared, he didn't even have a chance to escape. "Xian Snake. Impossible. You're still in your shedding phase, how can you be this strong? You can't kill me." Luo Mian refused to accept defeat, desperately self-hypnotizing. True or false, only she knows. "Xian Snake, attack. Let him taste your power." At Xingye's command, the Xian Snake quickly closed in on Luo Mian, whipping its tail fiercely. Bang! The massive body of the Xian Snake possessed incredible strength. Luo Mian was struck and didn't even have the strength to resist. The power gap between the two was too great. Luo Mian was only a level 1 transcendent, barely able to contend with a minor lord. The Xian snake was a supreme lord. The difference between humans and demons was enormous. Being instantly killed was only natural. But the Xian snake was clearly not satisfied and repeatedly whipped the corpse. Luo Mian was almost turned into minced meat. While the Xian snake was whipping the corpse, Xingye was searching Luo Mian for illegal items. After the Xian snake killed Luo Mian, Xingye immediately searched the body and stripped off everything he had. Luo Mian is quite poor, yet he is learning to embezzle? Could it be that he hid the good stuff? What a pity! Xingye scanned 2 storage rings with his psychic power. The resources inside were only at the level of an ordinary super-tier mage, even less than Sangha. The total value was just a few hundred million. This old guy must have hidden the good stuff after all. He is a national counselor and can't carry too many things. Someone with a counselor's status wouldn't dare carry illegal resources on them, afraid of being investigated and losing their position. Forget it, be content. After all, it was picked up by chance. Has everyone vented their anger? We still have to deal with the Silver Dome Lord. With the white magic eagle attacking, Zhu Meng and the others were probably overwhelmed. Xingye planned to make his final appearance and achieve great merit. After the Xian snake swallowed Luo Mian, the man and the snake flew toward the fortress west of Song City. Above the western fortress, white magic eagles swarmed densely, like a locust plague. They were even more terrifying and dangerous. Among them were the commanding 4-clawed demon eagles, and the sole overlord of the western ridge, the Silver Sky Lord. Xu Mengzheng confronted the Silver Sky Lord. Though not good at thinking, Zhu Meng's combat ability was decent, having comprehended transcendental power. The thunder armor allowed him to exchange a few blows with the Silver Sky Lord. The Silver Sky Lord was a great monarch-level demon, a huge gap between demon and human. Being able to fight a few rounds was already remarkable. But as time dragged on, the disadvantage became obvious. Just when everyone thought it was over, a towering giant serpent flew in from afar. Arriving at the battlefield, the black serpent spewed poisonous mist, and its domain unfolded. The poisonous mist spread, and the weak white demon hawks instantly perished, with only the 4-clawed demon hawk able to hold on a little longer. Is that towering giant serpent from Westlake? It's here to help us? Xu Meng looked at the scene before him in disbelief, his heart completely turning over. He had once thought this giant serpent was a threat to the city, but in just a few days, it had become their savior. Is this the guardian deity of Song City? Elsewhere, the Black Serpent and the Silver Dome Lord clashed fiercely. The Black Serpent released its poisonous mist domain to counter the Silver Dome Lord's blade domain. Although the Silver Dome Lord had strong attack power, it was 1 level lower than the Black Serpent, so its attacks couldn't harm the serpent at all. Instead, the poisonous mist had already infiltrated its body. If the fight dragged on, the Silver Dome Lord was sure to die. As a Grand Monarch-level powerhouse, the Silver Dome Lord also realized the situation was grim. Under the dual suppression of the Black Serpent's poisonous mist and the totem skill Sky Monument Seal, it began to consider retreat. Shriek! Knowing the battle was lost, the Silver Dome Lord immediately sent the 4-clawed demon hawk to delay the Black Serpent while it fled toward West Ridge. After driving back the Silver Dome Lord, Xingyi landed on the ground riding the Black Serpent. At this moment, Zhu Meng and the others also arrived, having just driven away the remaining white demon hawks. Xingyi, this time we really owe you. I was wrong, the Black Serpent isn't a threat, but the guardian deity of Song City. Xu Meng quickly admitted his mistake, swallowing nervously from time to time, as the giant serpent before him made his heart race. He had once been one of the masterminds planning to eliminate it, and now he was filled with deep regret. After this battle, no one would doubt the safety of Xian Snake anymore. Are you planning to participate in the World Academy competition? Xu Meng saw that Xian Snake no longer harmed anyone and felt relieved, then started talking about rewards. Yes, I will participate, Xingyi nodded and said. Perfect, I have 2 national team votes, one is mine, and the other belongs to a retired senior. Both are yours. Make sure to perform well, Zhu Meng said before turning to leave. He didn't want Xian Snake to keep staring at him, feeling unsafe. After losing face this time and becoming Luo Mian's gun user, he planned to go back and teach Luo Mian a lesson. But when he returned, he found that Luo Mian had disappeared, actually swallowed by Xian Snake, and was now being digested. After Zhu Meng left, Tang Zhong walked over to Xingyi's side, smiling and nodding, looking very satisfied. I also have a vote here for you. I believe you will bring glory to the country. Tang Zhong handed the vote to Xingyi, who now had 3 votes. Just one more vote and he could become an official member of the national team. Of course, although he only had 3 votes and was still a substitute, with his strength, he would definitely become an official member eventually. It could be said that everything was steady and secure. After the epidemic was completely over, Tang Yu finally finished handling the mountain of official business. As for her secretly bringing Xian Snake along, no one mentioned it, since it wasn't really her fault. This time, Tang Yu not only wasn't punished but was promoted step by step, from deputy chief judge to probationary chief judge. The position was essentially still deputy chief judge because her magical cultivation was still lacking, so she could only be considered a probationary chief judge for the time being, preserving her promotion quota. Once she officially stepped into the transcendent rank, the deputy title would be removed, provided she performed well and made no mistakes. When Tang Yu returned to the apartment, she was stunned as soon as she opened the door. Xingye? Why are you still here? Xingye leisurely sipped the red wine she had treasured, speaking slowly, can't I be here? Teacher Tang Yu, have you forgotten something? You left your student hanging here for 2 days. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. She had been overwhelmed with official duties these past 2 days, already feeling dizzy and now even more confused. Frowning as she thought for nearly a minute, her face suddenly flushed, and she clenched her clothes tightly, like a shy little girl. That. I suddenly remembered, there was something I hadn't dealt with. She shyly tried to escape. But Xingye had waited for 2 days and would never give her the chance. 7 shadow stars connected into a star trail, transforming into a shadow that instantly blocked Tang Yu's way. Click. Xingye closed the door, leaving her with no way out. Tang Yu forgot that she was also a high-level shadow mage. The little lamb was trapped now. It was the big gray wolf's turn to enjoy the prize. Xingye grabbed Tang Yu in one embrace, her full figure instantly pressing into his arms. What do you want to do? She instinctively wrapped her arms around Xingye's neck, knowing what was about to happen but still nervously asking. Do it! Xingye answered simply and clearly. Tang Yu didn't understand at first, but after a while, she finally caught on. She held back her shyness, gave him a coquettish glare, thinking this bad guy's mind was full of all these naughty thoughts. After this cold joke, she actually felt less nervous. Recalling the moments they had shared and all they had been through, she now thought being this bad guy's woman wasn't so bad after all. You better not keep bullying me from now on, okay? Now, Tang Yu's heart was beginning to accept Xingye. She pursed her rosy lips, extremely alluring. I promise I won. Xingye said, then directly pounced, wanting to conquer this thorny rose. After 2 days of intense battles, Tang Yu finally lost. After all, Xingye had physical skills backing him. How could an ordinary high-level body compare? If he hadn't been afraid of hurting her, Xingye would have already switched to monster strength mode. Even without going all out, Tang Yu still couldn't hold on and fainted. After receiving his payment, Xingye returned to the magic city. Pushing open the apartment door, the long mist-warm atmosphere greeted him. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He walked into the living room and saw Itutu and Xinxia sitting on the sofa watching the children's channel. Sounds of chopping and cooking came from the kitchen, everything appearing harmonious and beautiful. Brother Xingye, you're back. Xinxia called out happily. Big bad guy, why did you take so long to come back? Did you bring me a gift? Itutu snatched the bag from Xingye's hand. As soon as the two saw Xingye, they jumped and bounced into his arms. Xinxia missed her brother, while Itutu was grabbing for the gifts. Xingye enjoyed holding these 4 soft and adorable bundles in his arms, his heart blooming with joy. He felt they had grown quite a bit. At this moment, Bai Tingting and Mu Nugio from the kitchen heard the noise and came out. Mu Nugio smiled and said, the meal will be ready soon, just a little longer. Then she went back to the kitchen to busy herself. Bai Tingting came over carrying a plate of cut fruit. Xingye, come eat some fruit. Xingye lay on the sofa, smiling. Tingting, you have to feed me. I brought you all quite a few gifts and I'm exhausted. Pinching Xinxia and Itutu's cheeks, Bai Tingting's face flushed slightly, but she used her slender fingers to pick up a juicy grape and brought it to Xingye's mouth. Xingye ate the grape while gently holding Bai Tingting's finger in his mouth, feeling the warmth and fruity aroma. At that moment, he finally noticed the outfits Bai Tingting, Xinxia, and Itutu were wearing today. Bai Tingting wore white sheer lace stockings, her long beautiful legs faintly visible, both pure and sexy. Xinxia wore pure white knee-high socks, looking innocent and cute. Itutu was much more uninhibited, not wearing any socks, her fair legs swaying. These 3 pairs of beautiful legs were truly captivating. Curious, she couldn't help but wonder what Mu Nugio was wearing today. Suddenly, Xingye remembered the gifts she had bought for them earlier in Song City and said with a smile, I brought you gifts, see if there's anything you like. After saying that, Xingye took out a large pile of packages from her storage magical tool. As soon as they heard it was gifts, the little bunny Tutu immediately hopped over and excitedly started rummaging through them. Ha! Why are they all kipeos, stinky Xingye? No snacks? All the bags contained various beautifully packaged kipeos. This time I went to Song City, which is famous for its Jiangnan water towns, and kipeos are well known there. Don't you girls all like pretty clothes? Xingye explained with a smile. Girls do like clothes, but except for Tutu, who always puts food first in her heart, everything else comes second. Besides Tutu's lack of interest, Xinxia and Bai Tingting happily picked out their choices. Even Great put down her food and focused on selecting kipeos. Just looking one tea do. Xinxia, Tingting, each of you pick one to try on, and I'll help you score them. Xingye said with a smile, her eyes shining with anticipation. He bought these kipeos not only as gifts but also because he wanted to see how they looked when worn. Prompted by Xingye, Xinxia and Bai Tingting immediately took action. They were also curious about how they would look wearing them. Seeing everyone going to change clothes, Tutu couldn't resist the urge and also picked one to join the fitting line. The three went upstairs to change, leaving Xingye alone in the hall. Suddenly, Muniojo, busy in the kitchen, came out and asked with curiosity, where are Xinxia and Tutu? Seeing her sisters all gone, she felt a bit worried. They went upstairs to change. This is prepared for you, go try it on quickly, I'll go cook. Xingye stood up and handed her a bright red qipao. This qipao matched perfectly with her burgundy hair and would definitely look stunning when worn. Muniojo stared blankly at the qipao in her hands, then glanced at Xingye who had walked into the kitchen and without much thought, went upstairs to change. Everyone had changed into the kipeos carefully selected by Xingye. Xingye brought out dish after dish of her specialties, and the four beautiful girls slowly descended from the second floor. Although each had her own charm, their cheeks were all tinged with a shy blush. The kipeos bought by Xingye were specially designed, adding even more charm. Bad guy, what do you think? Although shy, Tutu boldly asked Xingye for his opinion. Xingye looked her up and down and smiled, not bad, fits perfectly, just a bit tight at the chest. He generously gave his comments, and even Xinxia, Bai Tingting, and Munugio praised it. Although they were not small rabbits, their hearts were not as big as Ada Tutu's, and each of them was extremely shy. To ease the tension, Xingye decided to start the meal first, using it to divert their attention. An ordinary dinner unexpectedly turned into a romantic candlelight dinner. The girls gradually relaxed and began chatting as usual. Xingye was satisfied and secretly determined to win over these little white rabbits. As for the desire they stirred up tonight, he could only temporarily endure it carefully for now. For the next period, Xingye focused on training, wanting to quickly advance his space and plant systems to a higher level to increase his means of attack. Until one day, he received a call from Lingling. Hey, what does little Lingling want from me? I still need to train. On the other end, Lingling let out a childish hum, when is training ever not allowed? She also wanted to awaken magic and get away from the childish kids at school. Alright, what orders does Queen Lingling have? Xingye said with a smile. Lingling always gave him money, practically his provider for food and clothing. You're sensible. I found a good place, currently undergoing a fire tribulation, with fire element spirit seeds everywhere. Xingye was most troubled by the three-legged golden crow's food supply. As it grew, its appetite increased. Lingling had been helping him find fire vein sacred grounds, waiting to explore treasures to ease the little crow's milk powder crisis. Hearing about the fire disaster, Xingye roughly guessed where it was. Sure enough, Lingling said, this time the target is the northern corner of Liaoyuan, but it's very dangerous. You should bring a few good brothers with you. Xingye's mouth twitched. Lingling really couldn't hide her scheming nature. Such a dangerous place, and she still wanted him to bring brothers along. Moreover, Mo-fan hadn't received any news about Yan Ji yet. Lingling's information channels were not something Mo-fan could compare to. Alright, I'll call Mo-fan. He's just looking for contract pets, so I'll find him a fire element creature as a reward. As for Yan Ji, he'll accept her without hesitation. That kid Mo-fan can even train a ghost wolf beast to the monarch level. Giving in Yan Ji would be a waste. After hanging up, Xingye immediately dialed Mo-fan. Hey, who's this? What do you want from Grandpa Mo-fan? As soon as the call connected, Xingye heard that arrogant voice on the other end, and his expression immediately darkened. It's me, your creditor. Mo-fan was silent for a few seconds before laughing and responding, so it's Xingye. Sorry, I thought it was old Zhao inviting me for a drink. Go ahead, go ahead. Xingyi knew Mo Fan had that kind of carefree personality, so he didn't take it too seriously. Remember the favor you owed me back in Bo City? This time I need your help, and bring old Zhao along. That favor was the gratitude Xingyi had when he entrusted Mo Fan to escort the Earth Holy Spring. Because the escort was successful, Mo Fan later obtained a lot of the Earth Holy Spring, almost using up all these precious resources. Although the Earth Holy Spring originally belonged to Shan Youzhao, that wasn't important. What mattered was that Mo Fan still owed Xingyi a favor. Alright, I'll find old Zhao. So, where are we going this time? Liaoyuan North Point. What? Liaoyuan North Point was fraught with danger. Even Mo Fan knew it was full of demons and monsters, with a harsh environment, not a place ordinary people could stay. But thinking that a master like Xingyi was coming along gave him a much stronger sense of security, so he agreed. Alright. Let's go. After hanging up, Xanxia suddenly hugged Xingye's arm, pressing her round little body close. Brother Xingye, I want to go with you too. Seeing Xinxia's determined look, Xingye rubbed her little head, thinking she really needed some experience. After all, she had the soul of Parthenon within her, and sooner or later she would have to go to the Parthenon temple. This was fate. No matter how much she tried to avoid it, the high priestess Pamis of the Parthenon temple would find her. And Xingye couldn't protect her forever, especially since his own strength was not yet sufficient. She could only rely on herself. Alright, I'll take you, but you must behave, understand? Xinxia nodded obediently. Xingye looked at the little lamb in front of him, and a mischievous thought popped up in his mind. Just as he reached out to pinch her little face, a cough came from the balcony. Xingye, I want to go to the Liaoyuan North Point too. My cultivation has stalled recently, and I want to go train a bit. Blushing, Mu Nujio poked half her head out, clutching the balcony glass door. She had long known about the closeness between Xinxia and Xingye but usually chose to ignore it. This time, hearing they were going to the dangerous Liaoyuan North Point, she couldn't help but want to go along, so she interrupted while they were being affectionate. In fact, she envied Xinxia very much, being able to be with the one she liked without restraint. As for herself, before she could control her fate, she could only suppress her feelings deeply. She urgently needed power, and Liaoyuan North Point might be the best place for training. Alright, we set off tomorrow. Everyone get ready. Mu Nujio suddenly interrupted Xingye, and Xingye no longer felt comfortable being intimate with Xinxia. Xinxia was discovered by her good sister and shyly ran back to her room. Mu Nujio knew she had disturbed Xingye and awkwardly smiled to apologize. She was about to go back to her room to pack her luggage. Just as she went upstairs, Xingye's voice came from the sofa. Jiao, if you need any help, just say it. I might be able to assist you. Mu Nujio was momentarily stunned, then her lips slightly curled up as she simply replied, got it, I won't hesitate when the time comes. Her tone became much lighter, and the burden on her shoulders seemed to ease. Xingye glanced at her but said no more. During this time, Mu Nujio trained diligently, and Xingye noticed. Besides the upcoming academy competition, her cultivation had already reached mid-level stage 3. To break through to the advanced level, she must use the Star River vein, but she has no money and might have to ask her family for it. But Mu Nujio has a free-spirited personality and is unwilling to rely on her family. Caught in a dilemma, break through on her own, fight for a spot on the Guofu team with her strength, and gain freedom, or rely on her family and lose true freedom. Go to the northern tip of Liaoyuan, take her there to explore, accumulate more resources, and then money won't be a problem. Compared to Mu Nujio, Baitingting's goal is much clearer. She wants to study at the Parthenon temple. Xingye was very surprised when he found out, thinking she was taking too big a risk. But the Parthenon is a holy place of white magic, and as a healing type support, it makes sense for her to go there for advanced study. Let her go with Xinxia, so there is someone to look after her. After deciding, Xingye began meditative cultivation to improve his strength. Without strength, even the best plans are hard to accomplish. With strength, one can make a difference. Mo Fan called the others, and everyone agreed to meet in Dunhuang City. Wait, big brother, why did you bring Xinxia here? Don't you know how dangerous the place we're going to is? Just as they arrived at the meeting point, Mo Fan saw Xingyi had actually brought Xinxia along, and he immediately flew into a rage. He had entrusted his sister to Xingyi, and this guy actually brought her to such a dangerous place. It was truly infuriating. But Xingyi completely ignored Mo Fan and continued to be affectionate with Xinxia. To shut Mo Fan up, Xingyi summoned the three-legged golden crow and said to Xinxia, since you have trouble walking, just ride on the little crow's back. The three-legged golden crow, which was supposed to be flying in the sky, was now being used as a land mount and could only protest with shoo-shoo sounds. This time it's to find you some food, so bear with it, okay? After saying this, Xingye gave the little crow a big slap, and the three-legged golden crow immediately softened. Onlookers watching this behavior of slapping a commanding level demon beast couldn't help but twitch. It was truly rare to see. Mofen had nothing to say. Xingye used a commander-level demon beast to protect Xinxia, and he could only swallow his anger in silence. He looked away and made a firm decision in his heart: he must become stronger in the future, surpass Xingye, and teach him a good lesson. Brother Yi, long time no see. Your strength has grown so much, and even little Wu has become a commander level. I'm really envious, Zheng Xiaowo said with a smile as he walked over, his eyes full of longing. After all, this was the first time he had seen the transformed little Wu. Little Wu no longer looked like a crow but had become a handsome firebird. Monkey, aren't you an officer? You should have been assigned a mount by your superiors, Zhao Manyan, who was overly familiar, said as he put his arm around Zhang Xiuhuo's shoulder. Hey, have you guys forgotten why we came here? Lingling interrupted angrily, hands on her hips. Right, we need to set off quickly, but should we rent camels first? Chening, Zhao Menyan's cousin, asked. Xingye glanced at her, understanding why she was anxious but didn't expose it. She wouldn't believe it even if he told her now. No need, camels are too slow. Fan, you summon the swift star wolf to carry everyone. Xiao Wu and I will lead the way. Xingye shook his head. The three-legged golden crow is a commanding level great demon, no need to be afraid, just charge straight ahead. Although there are monarch-level demons at the northern edge of the blazing plains, it's not to the extent of being everywhere, so no need to worry too much. The group left Dunhuang City and headed toward the northern edge of the blazing plains. With the three-legged golden crow escorting them, the journey was safe and uneventful, not even encountering any demons. They kept traveling and soon arrived at the Shao'ang River area, where they finally stopped. Xingye knew clearly that many white sand demon soldiers were hidden beneath the Shao'ang River. For safety's sake, he decided to clear out these demons first with Xiao Wu. Zhao Manyan watched Xingye leading the powerful three-legged golden crow and felt envious. His own awakened magic system was practically worthless if it weren't for his family as well. He would have starved to death on the demon hunting path long ago. Xingye said, "You all wait here first, I'll go deal with the demons ahead." After speaking, he jumped onto the three-legged golden crow's back and flew above the Shao'ang River. He ordered, "Xiao Wu, burn the fire downwards, melt the sand, make the path easier to walk." The three-legged golden crow's flames surged forth, baking the sand until it was solidified, making it stable even for Fan's swift starwolf to step on. The flames instantly dyed the Shao'ang River red. The scorching sea of fire caused the white sand demon soldiers to flee in panic, but they had nowhere to escape. Just as the three-legged golden crow was unleashing its fire, the ground suddenly shook violently. A huge stone demon, more than 10 times larger than an ordinary white sand demon soldier, broke through the earth. White sand stone spirit. Xingye quickly recalled the information. This was a higher-level demon of the white sand demon soldiers, possessing a commanding level bloodline. Judging by its recent maturity, its strength was only that of a minor commander. Not particularly strong, Xingye was unafraid. "Xiao Wu, go check if there's anything good inside it." Although elemental spirits have no flesh and blood, they often contain precious resources within their bodies. Take Yanji, for example. She is actually a living heavenly seed, and her calamity flame can be absorbed by mages. However, elemental saints are rare, and absorbing them recklessly is very dangerous. The battle between the three-legged golden crow and the white sandstone spirit ended quickly. Although their levels were similar, the gap in their bloodlines was huge. The power of a commanding level three-legged golden crow almost reached the sublord tier. Fighting a minor commanding level white sandstone spirit was as easy as fighting one's own child. "Alright, little crow, let us go down and see what treasures this big guy is hiding inside." Although the white sandstone spirit was not an elemental saint, just an ordinary elemental spirit, it was much rarer than the lowest level elemental demon soldiers like the white sand demon soldiers. The three-legged golden crow landed directly beside the white sandstone spirit, and Xingye stepped onto its corpse. The white sandstone spirit was about 20 meters tall, taller than the three-legged golden crow, and its body was sturdier, but Xingye felt no pressure stepping on it. Bang! Xingye activated his super strength mode and smashed the white sandstone spirit's stone body fiercely, shattering it into pieces. Clang! When he struck the hard area, an unusually hard sound was heard, clearly much harder than the outer shell. Hiss, why is it so hard? In Berserk mode, Xingye's strength and defense can rival a commander-level demon, and it's clear this heart is no ordinary thing. After pulling it out, it turned out to be a special transparent stone with white spots. While studying it, a childish voice sounded. "Isn't this an earth spirit crystal? A precious earth-type resource. You got it from the white sandstone spirit? Lucky you. Jixing Wolf, along with Lingling, suddenly jumped beside Xingye, snatched the earth spirit crystal, and began to study it carefully. Brother Yi, are you okay? What else with this big stone man? Why is it so huge? Zhang Xiaohou arrived riding the wind track and stood on the white sandstone spirit. I'm fine, it's just that there's a commander-level demon hiding at the bottom of the Sand Confusion River. Hearing Xingye kill the commander-level demon as easily as chopping chicken, Zhang Xiaohou twitched at the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Just as Xingye was bragging with Zhang Xiaohou and Mo Fan. Xingye, come here, I found something. Mu Nugio's voice came from nearby. Approaching Mu Nugio, they saw her squatting on the ground, playing with two small stone figures almost identical to the white sandstone spirit. They were only about 20 centimeters tall, but looked exactly like the large white sandstone spirit. These two little guys are baby white sandstone spirits, just born recently, probably the children of the big white sandstone spirit. Mu Nugio pointed to a large sand pit not far away, which was where the white sandstone spirit was buried. In fact, these children were not true blood descendants. Whether elemental demons, elemental creatures, or elemental saints, they are all products of nature and cannot reproduce naturally. They can only be cultivated in special ways, just like Yenji fruits. Essentially, there is no real blood relation between each Yenji. They can be parent and child, or siblings. Oh wow, aren't these just the cubs of a commanding level demon? Selling them would definitely make a fortune. Mo Fan's eyes lit up, and he was almost drooling. Are you really just after the money? It's better to raise them yourself. The best stage to raise a demon beast is from when it's young. Zhao Manyan looked at Mo Fan's money-starved expression, shook his head, and then said to Xing Yi, Brother Yi, you killed the white sandstone spirit, so these two little white sandstone spirits naturally belong to you. If you want to sell them, just give them to me. I'm looking to boost my combat power. Although he wasn't a summoning type, he had money. After all, treasures like the contract ring exist. This magical tool allows non-summoning mages to also have contracts, bind the souls of creatures, and comes with a contract space, making it priceless. The Zhao family has enough financial power to get it. I want it too, Brother Yi, I'm just missing a contract beast. Seeing Zhao Manyan also making a move, Mo Fan was sure it was something good. At this moment, Lingling gave him a heavy hit. The selling price for a leader-level bloodline cub is very high, at least tens of millions. A white sandstone spirit, as an elemental creature, starts at 100 million. Do you have that much money? Although Mo Fan was a hunter of the blue sky hunt, he was not Lingling's partner. Lingling, as Xingye's partner, would never let him suffer a loss. Xingye looked at Lingling calculating on his behalf, feeling touched, and decided to cherish her from now on. Ah! Brother Yi, I don't have that much money, can I buy on credit? No need for credit, from now on, a portion of the money earned from commissions will be given to Xingye. Lingling was unceremonious, took out a piece of paper, wrote the contract on the spot, and had Mo Fan stamp it with his fingerprint. Xingye, here is the contract. From now on, Xiao Fanzi is your worker. She handed it to Xingye, who glanced at it and put it away. Alright then, old Xiao Fanzi, each of you pick one, and after that, we continue on our way. He himself didn't need a commander-level contracted beast growth was limited. If he knew where to find an emperor-level cub, he would have gotten one long ago. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan used several earth element spirit seed fragments and finally successfully contracted the little white sandstone spirit. Fortunately, they were cubs with low intelligence, otherwise, it would have been difficult to contract them. After passing through the San Wo River area, everyone moved forward at full speed. After a long time, a pillar of fire like a towering column appeared in their sight. Didn't they say the northern tip of the blazing plains was covered with fragments of fire-type spirit seeds? Why haven't I seen any at all? The surroundings were barren, and Mo Fan was feeling uneasy. He was carrying debt now, and if he didn't make money quickly, he'd really be left starving. Not to mention there was a gold-swallowing beast, which made the mission even harder. Chening pointed to the distant fire pillar mountain and hinted, there should be good stuff over there. Want to go take a look? Lingling took out a small computer and operated it a few times, saying, in a few hours, a fire calamity will descend. The entire northern tip of the blazing plains will be cleansed, and various resources will appear. No rush. In the next few hours, everyone explored nearby, occasionally finding some useful resources and a few battle general level demons. Xing Yi hardly intervened, letting them train. As night fell, the sky suddenly lit up with a fierce blaze, drawing everyone's attention. It's the fire calamity. So spectacular! Mu Nugio exclaimed. The sky was filled with crimson red, like an apocalyptic scene, stunningly beautiful. Zhao Manyan, who feared death the most, quickly suggested, "Let's fall back a bit, don't want to actually get burned to death." Everyone retreated, putting a good distance between themselves and the fire. He wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. "Is this far enough? Brother Yi, why is your bird still there? Aren't you afraid it will be roasted like a chicken?" Only then did everyone notice that Xingye's three-legged golden crow hadn't followed them and was staying firmly in place. Xingye explained, "Don't worry, it won't be burned to death. Even the true solar fire can't harm it, so this little fire tribulation is nothing." The three-legged golden crow was still absorbing the flames, treating the fire tribulation like a buffet. The flames drew closer and everyone moved back a bit. When the flames reached the three-legged golden crow, a miracle happened. The large flames were swallowed by it, creating a vacuum zone that kept expanding. "My God, Brother Yi! Your bird is amazing, it actually swallowed the fire calamity." Zhang Xiaohou was stunned. "What kind of contract beast is this? It's incredible, I've never even seen one before." Zhao Manyan was so surprised that he was speechless. What he most wanted to know was what kind of demon beast Xingye's summoned beast actually was. Mo Fan, standing nearby, looked at the three-legged golden crow with some familiarity, especially its 3 legs, which reminded him of a certain divine beast from his memories. However, he wasn't too sure, since this world was very different from the one in his memory. "It seems we've gone too far unnecessarily. Let us go and start treasure hunting." The three-legged golden crow had already absorbed all the flames in this area, and Xingye and the others were eager to venture inside. But they only dared to search for treasures nearby because further away, the calamity fire was still burning. After all, the three-legged golden crow was only a commander-level demon beast, not strong enough to absorb all the fire calamities. However, by absorbing the fire calamities, it had advanced from a mid-level commander to a high-level commander. The fire calamity baptism had turned the northern corner of Liaoyuan into a huge treasure trove. But one needed strength to explore deeply. Encountering demons without strength was a death sentence. The harvest was abundant. In a short time, they obtained many fragments of fire-type spirit seeds and fire demon stones, as well as more than a dozen spirit seeds of varying quality. Selling these would earn each person at least tens of millions. The fire calamity gradually subsided, leaving only the parched earth and the vast desert. "Alright, let's go check out Fire Pillar Mountain, there should still be good things there." Everyone wore smiles on their faces. Xingye was also preparing to deal with the Flame Princess's issue, but only Chainying did not show a smile. The group mounted the three-legged golden crows and ascended along Fire Pillar Mountain, finally arriving above the mountaintop. Xingye looked down and saw a flat rocky ground, but on it grew a strange giant tree. The tree had no leaves, its branches were twisted and branched extensively, with only a solitary fruit hanging on it. Anyone who saw it would feel that this tree did not have long to live. Is this the star language heavenly tree?" Lingling saw the tree and opened her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected that she, who originally just came to help Xingye get money for milk powder, would encounter something like this. She hadn't carefully investigated Liaoyuan Beijia before and was completely unaware of the birth of Yanji. Xingye's gaze fell on the star language heavenly tree, where he saw a figure like blazing flames, the flame which Jiang Feng, Chunning's biological mother. On the other side, Jiang Feng also saw the three-legged golden crow in the sky in Xingye's group. Her face immediately became alert, but after sensing the intense fiery pressure emanating from the three-legged golden crow, her alertness turned into surprise and nervousness, even mixed with some fear. After all, although Yanji was strong, she was no match for the legendary three-legged golden crow in terms of the flame realm. Their bloodlines were vastly different, one was at the monarch level, the other at the emperor level, a complete overwhelming gap. Yanji was the favorite of the flames, while the three-legged golden crow was the master of the flames, not even on the same level. Although the current flame which Jiang Feng had reached the sub-monarch level, facing the grand leader level three-legged golden crow, she might not win. The flames were suppressed, and the bloodline gap was insurmountable. While she wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat, she definitely couldn't win. Despite her fear, the flame which quickly flew toward the star language heavenly tree, standing firmly in front of the fire calamity fruit like a mother protecting her child. Besides Xingye, the others were also quite frightened by the sudden appearance of the sub-monarch level flame which. "Brother Yi, could this be a monarch-level creature?" Zhao Manyan clung to Xingye's leg, trembling as she sought reassurance. "Yes, a sub-monarch-level demon." Xingye didn't hide it and spoke frankly. The flame which was very unlikely to attack them. "What is the fruit she is protecting? It looks very precious," Zhang Xiaohou asked directly. "Fire calamity fruit. My mother once came to the northern edge of the blazing plains, was burned by the fire calamity, and needed it to restore her appearance. Chening quickly explained, telling everything she knew. She knew it would be difficult to obtain the fruit the flame which was not someone she could deal with. In fact, Chuning's mother was once disfigured by the fire calamity and was saved by the flame witch, needing the fire calamity fruit to restore her looks. But all of this was the ghost woman's lie. Xingyi shook his head, thinking Chening and her father Zhao Yulin were truly foolish for not suspecting the ghost woman's identity after so many years. Perhaps Zhao Yulin never truly loved or cared for his wife, and his search for the fruit was just selfish greed. Chening didn't suspect anything, possibly because she had lived with the ghost woman since childhood and simply didn't dare to doubt that the mother beside her wasn't her real mom. After all, who would suspect someone close to them for no reason? As for the claim that magic cannot be faked, any excuse could explain it, such as the fire calamity invading the body causing magic to fail. Anyway, no one truly cared about her except Chening, and these more than 10 years had just passed like that. Xingyi didn't say this out loud, since Chening wouldn't believe it, only the flame witch's own words would be effective. Little Wu, go talk to her, tell her we mean no harm. Xingyi patted the three-legged golden crow, sending it to communicate. Now that Zhang Feng was a demon, it was more appropriate for the three-legged golden crow to make contact. Xiao Xiao. The three-legged golden crow called twice, and the flame witch's tense expression slightly eased, but she still stared intently at everyone. Xingyi let the three-legged golden crow land, then noticed how massive the star language heavenly tree was. Unfortunately, after this generation of Yanji was raised, its life was also nearing its end. When everyone landed, the flame witch's eyes fixed on Chening. If she weren't guarding the fire calamity fruit behind her, she would have charged over long ago. Seeing this, Xingyi quietly said to Xia, try to communicate with her. I think she has something to say. Xinxia closed her eyes, activated the soul link magic, and began communicating with the flame witch. Feeling Xinxia's power, the flame witch was overjoyed, finally able to speak with her daughter. Xinxia opened her eyes and looked gently at Chening, instantly understanding everything. The flame witch was Chuning's biological mother. The woman who had been following Chening all along was a fraud. What's wrong? Chening saw the look in Xinxia's eyes, her body trembling slightly, her heart racing. As Xinxia and the flame witch recounted the story, the truth gradually became clear. Chening's mother, Zhang Feng, had encountered a fire calamity over a decade ago and was swallowed while saving Zhao Yulin. She was supposed to die, but old Yanji saved her with the fruit of the fire calamity, transforming her into the current flame witch. Though her body became demonic, her soul remained that of the human Zhang Feng. After old Yanji's death, Zhang Feng inherited the mission to guard the star language heavenly tree, patiently awaiting the birth of the next flame witch. Everyone was deeply moved after hearing this painful story. Some praised old Yanji's mercy, while others lamented Zhang Feng's difficult life. Chening fell into silence. Zhang Feng spoke of her childhood and family, and Chening realized everything she said was true. Could this woman, burning with fierce flames before her eyes, really be her true mother? Then who exactly is the Zhang Feng in the Zhao family now? Zhao Manyan asked in surprise, hitting the very doubting Chening's heart. Chening grew confused, unsure of what was real. Could the mother who had accompanied her for over a decade actually be an imposter? Xingyi sighed and tried to steer the conversation. Chening, have you ever seen her true face? What makes you certain she is your mother? After all, the most important thing about this trip was to sign a contract with Little Flame Princess. Without clarifying the mother-daughter relationship, it would be difficult to take Little Flame Princess away. Zhang Feng's fate was tragic. She saved that ungrateful woman, only to be used to assassinate her real mother. Chening was silent for a moment before finally saying, that woman knows quite a bit about me and my family, but there are also many suspicious points. Father said she was disfigured by a fire disaster and her personality changed, but now that I think about it carefully, something seems off. Obviously, Chening's heart began to waver. The flame witch before her knew more than the fake mother. Xingyi nodded and continued to ask, Miss Flame Witch, have you ever told others about your family matters? Zhang Feng recalled saving a woman. Yes, she was a ghost woman I saved. I once mentioned family matters to her. After Xia finished speaking, the mystery gradually became clear. The problem likely lay with the woman Zhang Feng saved. She used the information to infiltrate the Zhao family, pretending to be crazy and foolish, and has been blending in until now. Chening almost believed this fact but still found it hard to accept. Knowing that mother and daughter needed time, everyone didn't disturb them and instead went treasure hunting nearby. Xia sympathized with them and took the initiative to act as a translator. After a day of exploration, Xingyi and the others set up tents in a clearing, planning to stay here for a few days. Within one day, they had already found many fire-type resources. This place was truly a treasure trove. After the sunset, Xingyi, Mo Fan, Zhang Xiao, and Zhao Manyan, these rough men, sat around the campfire. The girls had all gone to bathe. Zhao Manyan poked the charcoal in the fire and suddenly said, "Great Aunt is really pitiful, having stayed alone in this wilderness for more than 10 years. Xingyi responded, "It is pitiful, but at least now she has reunited with her daughter, so it's a good ending." He took out a newly acquired fire-type spirit seed and casually fed it to little Wu. Mo Fan, Zhang Xiao, and Zhao Manyan twitched at his casualness. Xingyi glanced at them and said, "Don't make that face. Your little white sandstone spirit will also get earth-type spirit seeds, just with less demand." He could already imagine how they would be in the future. Zhao Manyan didn't feel much pressure after all, his old father was still alive. It was hard to say what would happen once Zhao Yuqian took control of the Zhao family. In the following days, the group continued exploring near Huozhu Mountain, gaining many valuable items. Xingxia and Chening stayed on Huozhu Mountain to accompany Jiang Feng. With Jiang Feng there was no need to worry about their safety. Even if the ghost woman and her group arrived early, they were no match for Jiang Feng, who was at the sub-lord level. Chening had already recognized Jiang Feng and had not betrayed her, so the ghost woman couldn't harm her at all. A few hours later, as dusk fell, the group rode the three-legged golden crow back to Huozhu Mountain. However, when passing through the outer forest, they noticed many small birds suddenly flying away in alarm, clearly indicating someone had intruded. Xingye thought, could it be the ghost woman and Zhao Yulin's group? He decided to go down and check. After all, Little Flame Princess was at a critical stage of incubation and couldn't be disturbed. After instructing the others, Xingye jumped off the three-legged golden crow, performing a free fall. Although he had no wind wings, his physical defense was strong, and with spatial buffering, jumping down from several hundred meters was easy for him. Mo Fan and the others watched in amazement. After landing, Xingye followed the noise for a while and found a green military uniform jacket stained with blood. A military mage? Could it be Nanju? He remembered Nanju had brought military mages to Liao Yuan's northern corner to find the fire calamity fruit, and the mission was doomed to fail. He could take them to catch the ghost woman then. He casually found a tree and punched it. Nanju specialized in sound magic. She couldn't have missed such a loud noise. Soon, a powerful sound wave rapidly rushed toward Xingye. Xingye shouted, "Nian Kong air shield." Xingye focused on the star track, and his pupils instantly turned silver. The surrounding air was immediately disturbed, causing the sound wave to lose all order. Sound transmission depends on air. As long as the air is disturbed, concentrated sound waves scatter and become harmless. Not far away, Nanju, the woman in military uniform hiding behind a tree, looked at Xingye's spatial ability and thought of Ai Jiangtu, a famous figure in the northern military district. Although she had never met him in person, she felt the man before her was not Ai Jiangtu, who had a rugged appearance that didn't match this person. While Nanju hesitated about Xingye's identity, she was already discovered by him. "Come out, beauty, I see you. I'm a treasure seeker, no ill intent," came the voice. Nanju stopped hiding and confidently stepped out from behind the tree, alert like a mother leopard, ready to attack at any moment. Xingye's gaze swept over Nanju from head to toe, finally resting on her stunningly long legs. They were the longest legs he had ever seen, even more outstanding than Mu Ningxue and Mu Nujios, with model-level proportions that made her even more impressive. Nanju spoke first, "What can you show to prove your identity? This is the wilderness, I can't tell if you're friend or foe." Being cautious when encountering strangers in the wild was instinctive. If he hadn't known her identity, Xingye would have already controlled her with the Sharingan. Xingye didn't waste any words and took out his hunter's ID, which detailed information about each hunter. "This is my hunter's ID, take a look." He tossed the ID over. Nanju didn't catch it immediately but let it fall to the ground, then used a stick to push it aside and examine it. Xingye's brow twitched slightly but he said nothing. Nanju saw the large characters Hunter Master 1 star on the first page and unconsciously widened his eyes. Hunter Master? So young? Although it was only 1 star, the rank was already Hunter Master, and the cultivation level was listed as advanced. Judging by the age, he was probably still in college. The cultivation speed was astonishing, practically a prodigy. Nanju took a deep breath, calming his mood, and judged that the other party was most likely not an enemy. To become a hunter master at such a young age meant a bright future. There was no need to engage in robbery or murder, nor would he attack military mages without reason. After confirming there was no mistake, Nanju picked up the hunter's credentials. Sorry for attacking you suddenly just now. Here is your credential. After confirming the other party was fine, Nanju walked over to Xingyi and handed over the hunteress credential. No problem, I understand. By the way, is that your companioness clothing? I saw it hanging there when I just arrived. Xingyi took back the hunteress credential and pointed to the bloodstained military uniform hanging on the tree. Nanju walked over to take a closer look, hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Xingyi and pleaded, "Can you help me find my companions? I will reward you." She saw that the hunteress license listed him as a high-level mage, knowing that Xingyi's abilities were stronger than hers. At this point, she had no other options and had to ask for his help. Xingyi agreed without much thought. After all, it was just lending a hand, and they would be teammates in the future. The two of them searched the nearby area briefly, killing a few demons and gradually finding several teammates. But some people were still missing, and the situation looked grim. Thank you. After rescuing a few teammates, Nanju labeled Xingyi as a good person. She also felt that this guy was very likely to become an important member of the national government team, unless the mentors were mistaken. You're here to get the fire calamity fruit, right? I advise you to give up. You can't touch that thing, Xingyi warned. Nanju was also clear in her mind that the fire calamity fruit was simply unattainable. They suffered heavy losses as soon as they entered Fire Pillar Mountain, and she was very sober about it. Although there is no fire calamity fruit, there should be other things you want. Xingyi waved his hand and led the team toward the star language heavenly tree. The things he referred to were, of course, the wanted ghost woman. As they approached the star language sky tree, Xingyi sensed a strong fire element and immediately opened his eyes wide to observe. Through the trees, he saw the angry Jiang Feng, Mo Fan, and others, and also the ghost woman? They're here? What's going on? The ghost woman? You know her? Nanju saw the serious expression on Xingyi's face and, upon hearing the words ghost woman, immediately thought of that wanted woman. Don't ask, follow me, and you'll be greatly rewarded. Xingyi said, then ran straight ahead, with Nanju close behind. Soon, they saw a well-equipped team, among whom a person wrapped entirely in white cloth stood out. That was the ghost woman. Xingyi did not approach further and hid behind a large tree. If he remembered correctly, the ghost woman was skilled in curses, earth magic, and mind magic, and was also a high-level mage. To deal with her, they had to find the right moment, otherwise, if hit by her curse magic, the consequences would be severe. At this moment, Nanju quietly followed, hiding beside Xingyi. She frowned slightly when she saw the person in white. Why are you staring at them? The ghost woman you mentioned, is she the one in white cloth? Nanju leaned close to Xingyi and asked in a low voice. They were so close that Xingyi could even smell her subtle fragrance, but he calmly replied, that person in white cloth is suspicious, probably a wanted criminal, definitely not a good person. He spoke vaguely, not wanting to be too explicit. Nanju had already regarded Xingyi as a teammate and didn't pay attention to the details, choosing to trust him. Wait a moment, I will make a move. If that person in white cloth tries to cast a spell, you use sound interference on her. Also, you're pressing on me, get up for a moment. Pressed down by Nanju, Xingyi couldn't move. Sensing the somewhat ambiguous posture between them, he quickly stepped back to create some distance. Behind them, Zhao Yulin and the ghost woman Han Ti noticed Xingyi and were confronting Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng had exposed the ghost woman's plot through Xinxia, while Zhao Yulin was still confused. The ghost woman, realizing she was exposed, tried to forcefully make a move, but Xingyi shouted, Nanju, use sound interference on her. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying burst of fire magic erupted from Xingyi. Nearby, Nanju felt this powerful force and was astonished. It turned out that the Starry Night space system was not the strongest, there was even stronger magic within him. This pressure far exceeded the level of someone who had just broken through to the advanced stage. Surprised, she quickly connected to the stars and began to interfere with the ghost woman. The ghost woman was thrown off by the sudden sound waves, and the next moment, a scorching aura swept through the forest. Rose flame, heavenly flame, funeral hellfire. With the Nine-Tails chakra amplified sixfold plus the triple power of the rose flame, this fire-type advanced level 2 magic was incredibly powerful, almost half the strength of a super-level magic. Starry Night locked onto the ghost woman's spellcasting. Although Zhao Yulin and others were nearby, once their identities were exposed, they all quickly distanced themselves. Apart from some burns, no one was seriously injured. The ghost woman, engulfed by flames, had all the white cloth on her body burned away, revealing a terrifying face. Ah, no no no. My face. The ghost woman screamed in agony. Starry Night had no intention of killing her after severely injuring her, he withdrew the flames. At this moment, the ghost woman was neither fully human nor ghost, like a charred coal, with all moisture in her body burned dry. If not for the physique of an advanced mage, she would have long been dead. Such strength, are you really the same age as me? Nanju's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Xingye. As a mage from the military, she admired the strong, especially opponents close to her own age. She had always wanted to see Ajiangtu from the northern military district, but now she was certain that the man before her was no match for Ajiangtu. After dealing with the ghost woman, Xingye and Nanju's group emerged from the woods. Zhao Yulin was so frightened by the sudden attack that his legs went weak, and he hurriedly looked toward Xingye and the others. Seeing them dressed in military mage uniforms, he finally relaxed, thinking that as long as they were reasonable, there would be no threat to his life. Although somewhat relieved, seeing that the attacker was so young, he did not underestimate him but became even more cautious. After all, someone so young with such strength must have backing. Even if not, such a genius, if not cut down early, would surely become a dominant force in the future, so it was wise to befriend him. Xingye ignored Zhao Yulin and turned to Nanju, saying, "You all go confirm the identity of that man in the white robe. Forget about the fire calamity fruit." When Nanju approached, she also saw the fire calamity fruit on the star language sky tree, but at the same time, she noticed the flame witch. Although she couldn't sense her level, the oppressive aura was intense, very likely a monarch-level demon. Facing such an existence, Nanju naturally dared not act rashly. After nodding, she led people to confirm the ghost woman's identity. Xingye came before Xan Xia and Mu Nujio, asking with concern if they were injured. Zhao Yulin, from a merchant family, seeing that Xingye ignored him, steadied his legs, stood up, and went to find his eldest nephew Zhao Manyan to learn more about Xingye's situation. Hearing that Xingye was a high-level second-rank mage around 20 years old, commanding advanced summoned beasts, it was like cheating. He was sure to transcend ranks and reach forbidden spell level before 30 without question. After chatting with Xan Xia and the others, Zhao Yulin hurried over to try to make friends, but Xingye was not interested and said directly, "You should know about Jiang Feng's situation. She is no longer suitable to return to the human world. You should pack up and leave." Zhao Yulin's face darkened, but he nodded and began organizing the retreat. Jiang Feng had been emotionally detached for years. Humans and demons were different, and their fate was long severed. Xingye watched Zhao Yulin leave and finally relaxed. Little Flame Princess was very fragile now, and he didn't feel safe leaving these people around. Nanju came over to report, "Preliminary judgment, she is most likely the ghost woman." Although confirming identity was difficult, it was basically certain. After dealing with the ghost woman, Nanju chatted with Xingye for a while before leaving. The national government team's assembly time was approaching, so they would meet again then. In the following days, Xingye and the others stayed beside the star language sky tree. They went out treasure hunting during the day and returned at night to train and rest. Many things happened during this time. Jiang Feng trusted everyone deeply and even revealed the secret that the fire calamity fruit belonged to the Flame Princess. Xingye had known this for a long time and openly expressed his desire to contract with Little Flame Princess. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. Xingye had thought she would choose to raise the Flame Princess herself, since Jiang Feng was still alive. Instead, she said that Little Flame Princess would grow faster with him and pointed to the nearby three-legged golden crow voraciously eating fire element spirit seeds. Xingye was both amused and helpless but also learned some bad news. Does it normally take more than 3 months for Little Flame Princess to hatch? He stared at the fire calamity fruit hanging on the tree, feeling tense. If Little Flame Princess wanted to hatch faster, the Flame Witch would need to be sacrificed. Since the Flame Witch was unharmed now, there was no need for sacrifice, only fire catalysis, but the speed was very slow. What should we do then? We can't possibly wait 3 months, can we? Xingye was torn, neither wanting to leave nor feeling comfortable staying behind. Just as he was frowning in worry, the three-legged golden crow, having eaten the spirit seed for a few days, flew over and called out twice. "You're saying you can use the true solar fire to nurture Little Flame Princess and speed up the hatching?" Xingye asked in surprise. The three-legged golden crow nodded, even able to enhance Little Flame Princess's potential. It's worth noting that Little Flame Princess has a top-tier monarch bloodline, and a slight boost in potential would elevate her to the sub-emperor level. Hearing this, Xingye was furious and slapped the three-legged golden crow hard. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me wait so long for nothing." The three-legged golden crow chirped "Xiao Xiao," but Xingye ignored it and quickly sent it to nurture the fire calamity fruit. Under the roof, the three-legged golden crow had no choice but to obediently fly to the star language heavenly tree and use its flames to nurture the fruit. Once the true solar fire touched the fruit, it was quickly absorbed, and the fruit's color grew increasingly red. Brother Xingye, little crow's flames are really powerful, the fire calamity fruit is about to hatch. The translator, Xia, standing nearby, said excitedly. Xingye nodded without much surprise. After all, the true solar fire is high level, with strong and pure flame power, which is very beneficial for the flame princess's growth. Days passed, and the fire calamity fruit absorbed more and more flames, like a child who could never get full. Xingye began to worry whether the intense true solar fire would cook the little flame princess inside. But then he thought, after all, the little flame princess is a child of fire, her body made of flames. Besides, Jiang Feng nearby hadn't said anything. Just as Xingye was deep in thought, a sudden crack sound came, and the fire calamity fruit cracked open like an eggshell, a small hand made of flames reaching out. Ling ling ling, a voice clearer and more youthful than the flame which just came from inside the fruit, followed by a small flame flying out. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hurried over and caught the little flame princess in his hands. But the little flame princess tilted her head and glanced at Jiang Feng, then immediately started peeling the outer shell of the fire calamity fruit, munching on it noisily. The three-legged golden crow, having completed its task, looked at the weak little flame and found it uninteresting, then went back to gnaw on its spirit seed fragments. Elsewhere, Xingye was stunned because he heard the system notification sound he hadn't heard in a long time. Successfully contacted the special Fire Shadow Life Slug, reward, spirit summoning technique. Seeing the reward, Xingye was slightly surprised. The only common point between Little Flame Princess and the slug was probably that neither of them was an ordinary human. The summoning technique could contract with summoning beasts, but in this magical world, there were probably no summoning beasts. Could it be used to contract with demons? Something like summoning magic? Does that mean I have an extra contract slot? Xingye thought to himself. Carefully reading the description of the summoning technique, he found that this was indeed the case. The summoning technique could sign a blood contract with demons, summoning them through blood, effectively adding an extra contract slot in contract space. But unlike summoning magic, the summoning technique's contract was equal and required mutual trust, otherwise, it could easily be broken. Xingye instinctively looked at the flame which Jiang Feng beside him, who was the most suitable contract partner. Jiang Feng had absolute trust in him, so the blood contract could naturally be established. For other demons, unless they were newly born and pure in thought, it was difficult to trust them. He already had the three-legged golden crow in hand, and now with Little Flame Princess, he couldn't raise a third contract beast due to economic pressure. Unless he encountered a ready-made little snake demon, he would be happy to accept it. So for now, Jiang Feng was undoubtedly the best choice. After Jiang Feng and Little Flame Princess interacted closely, Xingye successfully contracted with Little Flame Princess. This little one was completely unguarded, and the contract mark was accepted as soon as it entered her body. Sure enough, after absorbing the three-legged golden crow's solar true fire, Little Flame Princess's growth potential significantly improved. Xingye directly broke through from a top-level monarch bloodline to a sub-emperor level bloodline. As long as he grew to his peak, he was very likely to reach the sub-emperor level, and even had a chance to ascend to a true emperor level. Inside Little Flame Princess, besides the Great Soul Seed level Calamity Flame, there was also a Pseudo-Heaven Seed level Solar True Fire. Although not as pure as the three-legged golden crow's Solar True Fire, the Pseudo-Heaven Seed's power was much stronger than the Calamity Flame's Soul Fire. After contracting with Little Flame Princess, Xingye turned his attention to Jiang Feng. Alright, Aunt Jiang Feng, my summoning system has a special contract slot, an equal contract. Are you willing to come with us? Using the lure of being able to visit the human world, watch Little Flame Princess grow, and occasionally see his daughter Cheneng, Xingye eventually tricked Jiang Feng into signing the blood contract in a daze, becoming an equal contract beast with him. Although she wouldn't be able to refuse Xingye's future requests, she had seen her daughter and didn't want to be separated, and also wanted to see her mother. Moreover, the star language heavenly tree had withered and would no longer give birth to flame princesses, so Jiang Feng's mission was complete, and she decided to go with Xingye. After completing the exploration of Liaoyuan North Point, everyone set off to return to Dunhuang City. Zhao Manyan looked at Jiang Feng and Cheneng sitting on either side of Xingye and sighed, realizing that this trip had truly taken both mother and daughter along. Everyone gained something from this journey, but Xingye undoubtedly gained the most, not only selling the little white sandstone spirit for over 100 million, but also successfully contracting Little Flame Princess, and having Jiang Feng as a powerful combat force. They stayed a few more days in Dunhuang City to let Jiang Feng and Cheneng get along well before Xingye and the group returned to Magic City. If it weren't for Cheneng needing to attend school, she probably would have moved to Magic City directly. Back in Magic City, Xingye began preparing to break through to the advanced levels of the plant and space systems. Now his plant and space systems had both reached intermediate level 3, just one step away from perfection. You want to switch to the fire system? Dean Xiao looked at the transfer application on the table and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A few weeks ago, Mo Fan had just switched to fire, and now here came Xingye really treating the school like home. Although he thought this, facing such an outstanding student as Xingye, Dean Xiao didn't say it out loud. After all, he still needed him to bring honor to Mingzhu in the future. Yes, Dean Xiao, I need the qualification to train at the 3-step tower. The summoning system doesn't have this qualification, so I want to transfer to the Fire Academy and participate in Challenge Week, Xingye explained. The summoning system already had few members, and Challenge Week held little significance for them. Dean Xiao nodded and finally signed. Alright, go ahead, but don't go overboard. A few weeks ago, Mo Fan already gave them a hard time. After getting the signature, Xingye left. Xingye quickly succeeded in transferring to the fire department and became a student there. After transferring, the first thing he did was sign up for tomorrow's challenge competition. Since today was the weekend, missing it would mean waiting another week, so he was eager to register. When signing up, he didn't notice the surprised looks from the classmates helping him. Was that person just now the Great Demon King? Seems like it, but isn't he from the summoning department? Did he transfer? This is definitely big news. The Great Demon King is going to stir things up in the fire department. As soon as Xingye left the gates of Mingzhu Academy, the news exploded. The forums buzzed with discussions, and many decided to go to the fire department tomorrow to watch the excitement. After leaving, he went to visit the two sisters, Lu Ru and Lu Xian. They had also joined the Qingtian Hunting Guild and became a somewhat famous shadow sister duo, taking on many commissions more than Xingye even, but their strength was still average. They had good talent but awakened their magic late and had less training time. Opening the door to the sisters' apartment, Xingye saw them sitting on the sofa practicing. The sound of the door opening woke them up. Brother Xingye. Xingye. Seeing Xingye, Lu Ru and Lu Xian immediately stood up, one grabbing slippers, the other helping him take off his coat, treating him like a lord. Xingye couldn't help but tease them. Ahem, do you still remember how to call me in private? The two sisters were stunned for a moment, then shyly shouted. Ma, master. Their faces were as red as apples, and Xingye felt overjoyed inside. The younger sister gave a massage, the elder sister fed him, attending to him thoroughly. They were extremely happy because it was Xingye who gave them a new life and showed them a bigger world. Perhaps too tired, Xingye soon fell asleep. He's asleep. Lu Xian took out a small blanket to cover him. Sis, what about the new clothes we bought before? Let's put them on and show Xingye bro when he wakes up, how about that? The clothes we bought before? Lu Xian looked confused, staring at her mischievous little sister. After buying so many clothes before, how could she possibly tell which one was which? Lu Ru smiled playfully, went back to her room, and took out 2 sets of black and white maid outfits. Seeing the clothes in her sister's hands, Lu Xian blushed, finally remembering the few pieces she had been tricked into buying by her sister. These maid outfits were not ordinary, they were the sexy kind, made of barely any fabric, revealing all the places that could be shown. Sis, hurry up and put it on. What if brother Xingye wakes up and doesn't see it? Lu Ru urged. Wait a minute. Before Lu Xian could react, Lu Ru pulled her to change clothes. After changing, the two of them went to the kitchen to make dinner together, waiting to surprise Xingye when he woke up. At dusk, Xingye was sleeping comfortably and slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him stunned him. Not only were the two sisters wearing special maid outfits, but they also had colorful bows tied around their necks, like gifts. Looking at this gift, Xingye swallowed hard. Brother Xingye, how do we look? Lu Ru walked over with a smile, completely unreserved. The fire in Xingye's heart was suppressed as he looked them up and down, smiling. Beautiful, but why are you suddenly dressed like this? Obviously, we are the gifts given to brother Xingye. Lu Ru leaned close to his ear, gently blowing, and brushed him with her long legs in black silk. Xingye was startled by her bold move and took a deep breath. Lu Xian's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She didn't expect her sister to be so proactive, and she couldn't fall behind, so she mustered the courage to join them. Xingye left them plenty of shadow system cultivation resources, enough for them to train for a while. Earning money to cultivate on their own was too slow, so he had to invest first. These resources were worth little to Xingye, he could easily afford to give some beginner-level resources. Refreshed, Xingye returned to the apartment to rest, recuperating, and preparing for tomorrow's challenge match. He wasn't too worried after all, he was a high-level mage, and going to the challenge match was like a dimensionality reduction strike. The next day, Xingye sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast prepared by Mu Nugio. "Aren't you participating in the challenge match today? Isn't it almost time?" Mu Nugio asked while spreading peanut butter for him. "No rush, the strongest always makes their entrance last," Xingye said as he hurriedly stuffed food into his mouth and rushed out the door. Only a mess remained on the table. Mu Nugio smiled and shook her head, tidying up like a dutiful wife and mother. Xingye hurried to the Fire Institute's arena and saw many hot and sexy girls. Truly worthy of the great institute, it was an eye-opener for him. Not long after, Wei Rong, the head of the fire department, walked in helplessly. The entire venue immediately fell silent. The teacher's aura was indeed extraordinary. Wei Rong scanned the audience, trying to find Xingye. Last time, he wanted to reprimand Mo Fan but ended up embarrassed. This time, he carefully checked Xingye's background. High-level mage, commander-level summoned beast, great demon king. These titles almost made him faint. How could he be a problem student? But the dean had approved the transfer, so he couldn't refuse. What troubled him more was that Xingye challenged Zhou the day after transferring, treating the Fire Institute like a training ground, and caused a huge stir on the forum, attracting students from other departments to watch, as if publicly executing the fire department. Looking at the audience, several times larger than usual, Wei Rong sighed and said, "I'm sure everyone has heard that Xingye transferred to our fire department. He is here today to challenge Zhou. That's the situation." He took out the battle list, which was full of trash players, feeling disdainful. These people were either clueless or just wanted to attract girls by defeating the great demon king. He didn't put the list up and said directly, "Due to the special circumstances, I've decided to let Xingye challenge the top 10 on the fire ranking directly." Then he called out, "Xingye versus 10th place Ding Yuman." He wanted to finish quickly and give the Fire Institute's promising talents some practice. At these words, many were surprised, but the most shocked were Xingye and Ding Yuman. Sitting next to Ding Yuman, Huang Xingli excitedly said, "Yuman, you're going to duel the great demon king. Go for it, defeat him." She had never met Xingye and thought he was just bluffing, no match for her best friend. Ding Yuman, however, looked listless and had no intention of participating in any challenge. Now forced to take the stage, she couldn't disrespect the department head and had to grit her teeth and walk to the center of the arena. Just as Ding Yuman stood firm, Xingye followed closely behind. "So this is the great demon king? Looks pretty ordinary. You think he has 3 heads and 6 arms or what? Great demon king, I'm your fan, we're on the same level. Great demon king is so handsome." The atmosphere inside instantly ignited. Some questioned Xingye's strength, some thought he was nothing special, but only those who had been defeated by him knew how formidable he was. Afterwards, he gained a large number of fans, even a dedicated support group. Amid cheers and doubts, Xingye and Ding Yuman were both ready. The two began to observe each other. Xingye was very interested in Ding Yuman. After all, she was a legendary woman, though her fate was somewhat tragic. Surprisingly, Ding Yuman originally had little interest, but now she was unusually excited about Xingye. This excitement even affected Xingye, making him a bit thrilled as well. As a psychic type afflicted, Ding Yuman sensed an unusually strong fire element within Xingye, a strength she had never felt before, far surpassing even the fire-type mutant Dongfan Lai. She mistakenly thought Xingye was an afflicted like herself. Seeing Ding Yuman's excited gaze, Xingye guessed her thoughts. That look was full of joy and friendliness, as if seeing a rare species. In fact, the fire potential and massive 9 tails chakra he possessed could fully rival a fire-type afflicted. He often wondered, since he was so strong, why hadn't he become a fire-type afflicted? Perhaps there was already a true fire-type afflicted in the world, he just didn't know. He even thought about eliminating that fire-type afflicted to inherit their power, just the thought made him incredibly strong. Just as their thoughts diverged, Wei Rong announced the duel rules: friendship first, competition second. Let the duel begin. As the match started, Ding Yuman launched the first attack. Seeing a so-called kindred spirit, her competitive spirit was ignited. Psychic ripple, psychic shock. She quickly sketched a star map and directly cast a mid-level spell. On the battlefield, Xingye felt an invisible spiritual force rapidly assaulting his mind. "Your psychic powers are useless against me, try my fire abilities." Xingye sneered and shouted. Roseflame Fierce Fist 9 palaces. A pillar of fire erupted instantly. Although Ding Yuman was a psychic victim, his mental strength was still immature and he couldn't withstand Xingye's attack at all. With the Sharingan, spatial abilities, and summoning powers, Xingye easily repelled this wave of attacks. A fist slammed the ground, 9 pillars of fire surged up, almost covering half of the arena. Ding Yumian stared at the intense flames, astonished. The starry night flames were several times thicker than the ordinary fierce fist 9 palaces, with tons of fire rolling and a shocking momentum. This move left Ding Yumian nowhere to escape. The first move decided the outcome. A slight mistake would mean death. If Ding Yumian countered with fire techniques, he might have delayed, but the result was already clear. Seeing this, Xingye withdrew his hand, and the flames gradually dissipated. Ding Yumian was sweating profusely from the smoke, looking somewhat embarrassed, but unharmed. Xingye deliberately controlled the fire to avoid fatal injuries. I lost, you're very strong. Ding Yumian admitted defeat, although he still had the armored demon tools unused. But this is just a duel. She doesn't want to ruin her relationship with Xingye because of it. Well, you're not bad either, just happened to run into me. Xingye said boastfully with a smile, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Ding Yumian saw his expression and smiled as she shook his hand. Xingye wins. Referee Wei Rong announced the result, and applause erupted from the audience. Those who doubted Xingye were left speechless, clearly aware of the gap between themselves and this great demon king. Alright, next up, Xingye vs. Wei Rong was about to continue. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, "Teacher, I forfeit. I'm 9th place, I forfeit." Wei Rong looked helplessly at this timid student, his face darkening, but he did not force him to compete. He had no choice but to skip him directly. Unfortunately, once there was one, there was a second. Everyone knew the opponent was hard to beat, and no one wanted to lose face for nothing. You bunch of cowards. Is there no one in the top 10 willing to step up? Seeing everyone forfeit one after another, Wei Rong couldn't help but scold angrily, feeling truly disappointed in thinking he had taught a group of weaklings. Teacher, I'll go. Just as Wei Rong thought no one from the Fire Institute dared to step up, a voice made his eyes light up. He turned his head and saw, to his surprise, it was Dongfang Lai. Are you sure you want to challenge Xingye? The smile on Wei Rong's face immediately disappeared, replaced by worry. After all, Dongfang Lai had been severely beaten by Xingye before. Yes, teacher, I want to challenge. Dongfang Lai said firmly. Obviously, after some reflection, he had pulled himself together. Alright, go ahead, and wash away the shame of those years. Wei Rong was inspired by his confidence, his heart ignited with anticipation, hoping for a miracle to happen. Dongfang Lai said nothing, walking straight up to Xingye, staring at him intently without any interaction. He tensed his nerves, preparing for the match to start, immediately connecting to the fire-type star. Ever since learning that Xingye switched to fire-type to participate in the challenge, Dongfang Lai had been eagerly anticipating this revenge. We must win today. The match begins. Wei Rong gave the order. Both of them began connecting the fire-type star particles simultaneously. Seeing Xingye use fire-type, Dongfang Lai felt even more confident he was naturally gifted with mutated fire star particles. He was definitely going to win this round. But the next second, he was stunned as the star map he had just connected to suddenly crashed. Impossible, he shouted in shock. That is high-level magic. Except for close people and some teachers, no one knew about Xingye's promotion to high-level mage. Dongfang Lai originally thought the other party was still a mid-level mage. If he had known it was a high-level mage, he wouldn't have come up to die. Mei Yan Heavenly Flame Funeral Flame Rain. Xingye cast the spell without hesitation. In the azure sky, flames rained down like a shower. Dongfang Lai and the audience were stunned. This flame rain was like a natural disaster. Barrier! Quick, open the barrier! The referees and teachers reacted swiftly. As the flame rain fell, the barrier was opened in time. Bang! 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 The sound of fireball explosions continued, the barrier shook violently, almost unable to hold. However, Xingye didn't intend to destroy the arena. He stopped as soon as the spell was cast. Is this advanced magic? Someone exclaimed. The Demon King is actually a high-level mage. What a prodigy! Big news! The Demon King shocks the Fire Academy with advanced magic. As the barrier blocked the magic, the audience gradually came to their senses. There was no fear of danger in their eyes, only a longing for powerful magic. Demon King! Demon King! Demon King! At this moment, Xingye became their idol and goal, and no one dared to question his strength. After defeating the top of the Fire Academy, Xingye left the arena amid cheers. Just as he stepped out of the venue, 2 girls came running after him. Xingye immediately felt a headache. This uncontrollable charm was truly troublesome. Xingye, wait a moment. Looking closely, it turned out to be Ding Yuman and her best friend. Is there something you need? Although he guessed the reason, Xingye still asked politely. Ding Yuman was extremely excited, only she could understand the feeling of finding a kindred spirit. But with her best friend nearby, she could only try to find a way to get her to leave first. Xingli, I'm a bit thirsty. Can you help us buy something to drink? Huang Xingli, who had been staring at Xingye like a lovesick fool, immediately agreed to leave obediently after hearing this. After Huang Xingli walked away, Ding Yumian couldn't wait to ask. Xingye, are you a victim? A breeze brushed through her long hair, her eyes bright and spirited, her heart racing. Xingye looked at her expectantly, hesitated for a moment, then decided not to lie anymore. I'm not a victim, I just have a stronger fire element. As soon as she finished speaking, Ding Yumian's body trembled slightly, tears welled up in her eyes, as if feeling deeply betrayed. In her emotional turmoil, her already fragile psychic power erupted. The huge gap turned her joy into sorrow, and the suppressed emotions exploded instantly. Although she tried hard to control it, the powerful psychic energy still went out of control. The energy fluctuations spread, affecting the nearby arena. The classmates who were originally laughing suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere turning strange. Even the teacher was affected. Xingye, who was closest to Ding Yumian, was even more affected. If it weren't for his strong mental power and Sharingan, he would have fainted long ago. Calm down, Ding Yumian. Seeing her losing control, Xingye helplessly activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan can induce hypnosis. He used hypnosis to interfere with Ding Yumian's brain, forcibly calming her down. The rampaging spiritual energy seemed to be blocked, instantly suppressed. To guard against accidents, Xingye put Ding Yuman into a deep sleep and even gave her a beautiful dream. Her originally gloomy mood was greatly alleviated as a result. This little girl is quite delicate in her thoughts, no wonder she's a psychic victim. Xingye held her, checking her mental state. He found that she had just exhausted too much mental energy and couldn't wake up for the time being, but it was nothing serious. Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was carried to the pavilion, Director Xiao hurried over. How are things now? Seeing that they were fine, he relaxed and asked about what had just happened. Xingye explained the situation and the misunderstanding Ding Yumian had about her. Director Xiao nodded, knowing that Ding Yumian was a disaster victim and understanding her disappointment at the time. I know what happened, but how did you control her mental outburst? He had been unable to solve this problem for many years. Xingye half-truthfully said, I know a bit of hypnosis, and I controlled her through hypnosis. In this world, there were many secondary professions, and being a hypnotist was reasonable. Director Xiao nodded after hearing this and did not ask further. Then please spend more time with her, she is also a poor child. After saying this, he left. Not long after, Ding Yumian gradually woke up. You're finally awake. Xingye looked down at her, his face full of smiles. Ding Yumian looked at his handsome face and deep aura, her face instantly flushed, even her ears felt hot. In her excitement, her spiritual energy began to stir again. Xingye was prepared and once again activated his Sharingan, using its powerful eye power to suppress the fluctuations in her spirit. Ding Yumian felt her spiritual energy about to explode again, panicked inside, but her emotions instantly calmed down. She found that Xingye's eyes seemed magical, emitting a power that made her calm. Your eyes have a strange power, what is it? After calming down, she asked curiously. My eyes aren't anything special, I just know a bit of hypnosis. Xingye had no intention of revealing his secret and wasn't afraid of being seen through even while wearing colored contacts. He casually brushed off Ding Yumian's question. Are you okay now? Should I put you down? Xingye looked at the dazed Ding Yumian and gently pinched her little bigu. Only then did she feel something was wrong. Realizing she was in an ambiguous position with Xingye, Ding Yuman suddenly jumped up. Her face flushed and her heart raced intensely. Xingye had been suppressing her mind all along, preventing her from losing control. Realizing her unstable state, Ding Yuman quickly calmed down. Living like this must be really hard for you. Seeing her cautiousness, Xingye actually felt a bit of pity. Ding Yuman, however, was very happy. Although she knew Xingye was not the kind of afflicted person like herself, his power could suppress her outbursts. I'm fine now. Where are you going? I want to go with you. Yumian. Great Demon King. I'm back. Let me tell you, something unexpected just happened. Just as Ding Yumian was about to stay, Huang Xingli hurried back and began to explain the urgent situation that had just occurred. She had no idea that all of this was actually caused by Ding Yumian. After chatting with the two youthful and beautiful girls for a while, Xingye left. Before leaving, Ding Yumian secretly asked for his contact information and address, planning to follow him. After handling these matters, Xingye, taking advantage of the early time, headed straight to the three-step tower to use the recently gained cultivation opportunity. His plant and space systems were both stuck at intermediate level 3 and needed assistance to break through. Although he could naturally break through, it was too slow. As a regular customer of the three-step tower, he smoothly entered the tower for cultivation with his credentials. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Xingye's spatial and botanical skills both advanced to a high level, almost mastering their corresponding constellations. Just 3 steps out of the tower, a spatial rift appeared before his eyes. Xingye immediately knew which mischievous glutton it was. Sure enough, a crimson figure appeared right after. Its whole body was bright red, radiating heat waves, with a pair of big eyes staring at Xingye. Ling 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 daddy, I'm hungry, food. Little Flame Princess raised her tiny hand and pounced into Xingye's arms, not to hug, but to rummage through his pockets for the spirit seed fragments she loved. Looking at the adorable creature in his arms, Xingye was both amused and exasperated, so he took out quite a few spirit seed fragments from his storage space for her. Although Little Flame Princess's bloodline wasn't as strong as the three-legged golden crow, nourished by the true solar fire, her potential and starting point had improved significantly. Now she was already at the level of a great battle general, thanks in no small part to Xingye's daily careful care. Well fed and well nourished, she naturally grew fast. After leaving Mingzhu Academy, Xingye returned to his apartment and opened the door to see Ada wearing only underwear. Wow! The great demon king is back. Coming home to such a big treat right away, the joys of sharing a rental are quite something. After changing clothes, Ada pouted and said, you came back without saying a word. Wow, is this the Little Flame Princess? So cute! Ada excitedly ran up to Xingye, his eyes fixed on the Little Flame Princess on his shoulder. Xingye had returned from the northern corner of Liaoyuan just a few days ago, and Ada hadn't seen the Little Flame Princess before. The Little Flame Princess was holding a spirit seed fragment, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Ada. Great Demon King, lend me the Little Flame Princess to take care of for a while, I promise I won't let her go hungry. Ada put her hands on her hips, full of confidence. Xingye glanced at her and said, you're so careless, you even lost the Little Flame Princess before, so forget it. Ada was quite angry and immediately resorted to pestering relentlessly, grabbing Xingye's arms with both hands. Great Demon King, I want to duel you one-on-one, no magic allowed. She knew her magic couldn't match Xingye's, and she had a better chance in hand-to-hand combat, though actually she still couldn't win. Her chest heaved violently, drawing attention. Starry Night, entangled by Itutu, was both happy and headache-ridden, deciding to teach her a good lesson. Tutu, stop messing around, Starry Night just got back and is very tired. At this moment, Nyunugyo came out of the kitchen carrying a fruit plate, placed it on the table, tugged at Itutu's clothes, and said helplessly, you silly child, you never grow up. Humph. Itutu was unwilling to admit defeat, knowing she was no match for Starry Night. This was just their usual play. Nyunugyo pulled Itutu aside, sat next to Starry Night, and while peeling an apple, said, my wind element has already broken through to the advanced level. I performed well in the national competition, so getting a substitute team member spot is no problem. The experience at Liaoyuan North Point had raised Nyunugyo's plant and wind elements to a complete intermediate level, only lacking the breakthrough of the Star River vein. After many days of treasure hunting at Liaoyuan North Point, Starry Night earned quite a lot of resources. After selling them, he had almost enough money for a Star River vein. Although still short by over 10 million, Starry Night lent the money to Nyunugyo and suggested she break through the wind element first and major in it. Elemental magic resources are cheaper than white magic plant elements, and after reaching the advanced level, they can be paired with soul seeds, making it the most cost-effective. Nyunugyo obediently followed the advice and successfully broke through to advanced wind element. Hearing the good news, Xingye nodded and said, congratulations, you've finally taken the first step to break free from your family's fate. He lightly patted her little butt, teasing her. Nyunugyo blushed and stuffed the freshly peeled apple into Xingye's mouth. Next, Xingye focused on mastering the plant and space star powers, striving to quickly grasp advanced magic. Since several star powers had already reached advanced levels, controlling the stars became faster. At that moment, the doorbell rang several times, and only then did he put down the stars. No one's opening the door? He wanted to call Nyunugyo but suddenly remembered the girls had all gone shopping. The doorbell rang again. Coming, who is it? The doorbell's almost worn out. Xingye opened the door and saw Ding Yuman carrying a large pile of packages. Xingye, you finally opened the door. Help me carry these, they're so heavy. Xingye was surprised. Ding Yuman? Why are you here? It turned out she had asked for the address a few days ago and had really moved in. Xingye could only help carry the things. The living room was piled with stuff, and he wiped his sweat. Ding Yuman looked at the girl's pillows on the sofa and smiled. You really do live with Mu Nugio and the others. The school rumors are true. Xingye asked, why did you come? Ding Yuman said softly, because you can suppress my psychic powers. Being with you, I'm not afraid of losing control. Xingye laughed, could it be that you plan to stay with me forever? Unexpectedly, after pausing, Ding Yuman actually nodded. This time it shocked him greatly. Usually, he was the one teasing others, but this time he was being dominated by a woman. Xingye was quietly reflecting on whether he had become weaker when Ding Yuman suddenly asked, are you going to participate in the World Academy competition? Xingye instinctively replied, yeah, why? Ding Yuman said, the Mingzhu Academy nomination competition is about to start, just reminding you not to forget. Ding Yuman was gentle and virtuous. As soon as she moved in, she started helping Xingye manage things. Hearing about the nomination competition, Xingye instead recalled that the ancient city catastrophe seemed to be about to erupt soon. Seeing he didn't answer, she asked again, the competition starts in a few days, you haven't signed up, right? Xingye replied perfunctorily, it's nothing, I don't plan to participate. Although he only had 3 ballots in hand, while 4 were officially required, he didn't care after all, he could become an official team member based on strength. Now he had a better plan. Ding Yuman wanted to remind him of the competition's importance, but Xingye's mind was elsewhere, so after a brief response, he went out. He took the tram to Song City and contacted teacher Tang Yu. When they met, Tang Yu was already sitting on the sofa, busy with documents while starting to undress, her tone seductive. Xingye's heart tightened, silently cursing that this temptress really knew how to torment, but since he was invited, he couldn't refuse. After some intimacy, Xingye took the opportunity to find an excuse to borrow the Xian snake. This Xian snake was a supreme monarch-level combat power, very helpful against the ancient city catastrophe. Saving his city not only gained magical resources but also shaped a positive heroic image, even allowing one to apply to become a city honor counselor. Although it held no real power, it granted voting rights on major projects, a formal status with considerable rights, and fewer obligations. If there were any obligations, it was to step up when the city faced major disasters. Seen this way, the responsibility was actually not small. This time going to the ancient city, he was even more determined because he wanted the ancient king's armor. That was a necromancer artifact, possessing 1/3 of the underworld king's status. As long as he got this treasure, he would have one more trump card. Moreover, obtaining the ancient king's armor was equivalent to controlling the entire undead empire. Then, with the emperor's power plus the undead empire, plus the mobile war fortress Shaiyuan, no holy city or angel would be worth mentioning. He wouldn't choose suicide like instructor Zhang Kong. Even if he had to die, he would drag the holy city down with him. After borrowing the Xian snake, Xingye casually found a wild place to release it, since it was impossible to keep hiding it in the totem pearl forever. In the following time, he focused on cultivation in the apartment until he received news from Mo Fan about Zhang Xiaohuo's death. Has it come? Xingye's expression turned grave as he stared at the news and messages Mo Fan sent on his phone. The headline read, Ancient City Undead Chaos, Military Suppression Fails, Zhang Xiaohuo and others annihilated. Besides this, Mo Fan kept sending messages, Xingye, Xiaohuo might be in trouble, I'm going to find him. I might not come back, you have to take good care of Xinxia. If I die, don't think of me, don't miss me. Xingye looked at the string of messages, his mouth twitching. This wasn't telling him not to miss him, it was clearly trying to drag him into trouble. Alright, stop nagging. You go find a guide in the ancient city first, I'll be there soon. After replying to the message, he left the apartment, preparing to recall the Xian snake still out in the wild. He originally planned to go to the ancient city with Mo Fan, but the impatient Mo Fan had probably already set off, so he could only wait for him to arrive before going to the Hunters Alliance to find a guide. Meanwhile, at the airport, Mo Fan was delighted to learn that Xingye was also heading to the ancient city. After all, with a high-level mage like Xingye protecting him, it was much safer. After recalling the Xian snake, Xingye headed straight to the Magic City airport. After a short flight, he arrived at the ancient city. At this time, the sun was about to set. Unlike the bustling Magic City, people in the ancient city instinctively went home to sleep at night. Although protected by the in-realm, ancient customs made them adhere to this rule. Before sunset, the outskirts of the ancient city were basically safe because the undead feared the sun. But once night fell, the outside became a playground for the undead and a graveyard for humans. The undead became active, and flights to the ancient city gradually ceased. Xingyi caught the last batch leaving the airport but was questioned by the guards for a long time. After showing his Hunter Master certification, Xingyi was quickly allowed through. Entering the urban area of the ancient city, he looked up at the gray, hazy sky, knowing that this city would soon face disaster. All he could do now was to do his best to protect the city. Although the preparations were still insufficient, and even the top-tier fire-type soul seed that old Zhao had asked someone to find was not found, at least Zhang Feng and Xianxu brought some. Thinking about the soul seeds, he felt a surge of frustration after searching for so long. He still hadn't found a suitable one. Either the synthesized ones had no domain, or the amplification was extremely low. Although he planned to first find a transitional soul seed and get a heavenly seed later, it was difficult to even obtain a soul seed, making the heavenly seed even more distant. In the end, he decided to take it slowly. After all, there was still the great soul seed level Calamity Flame of Little Flame Princess and the pseudo-heavenly seed level True Solar Fire. His own soul seed had to be the best. After a moment of hesitation, Xingyi went straight to the inn where Mo Fan was staying. Most of the people here were hunters or tourists. When Mo Fan saw Xingyi, he was so excited that tears streamed down his face. "Brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me in Xiaohou. If you need anything in the future, just come to me, de Mofan." As soon as he entered the room, Mofan hugged him, but Xingye got goosebumps and quickly pushed him away. "Pay back the money you owe me first." Mofan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. The money owed was from the last time he bought the little white sand spirit, and it still wasn't fully paid off, though quite a bit had been repaid. After all, he still had to support the old wolf and the little white sand spirit. "Have you found the guide outside the city? Don't get lost out there." Xingye took a soda from the fridge, sat down, and asked. "Found one, but the guide charges a lot." "Yi ge, can we split the cost?" Mofan sat down, rubbing his hands, looking like he was broke. Indeed, he was carrying debt behind Xingye's back and had no money on him. Xingye ignored it and went back to his own room. After all, he believed in Mofan's ability to make money. This little debt wouldn't crush him. Mofan watched Xingye walk away, feeling bitter inside. The next day, the two of them had a simple breakfast and went to find the guide. Outside the city gate, a special group caught their attention. Leading the group was a short-statured guy whom Xingye recognized as the guide Mo Fan had found. Scanning the group, he noticed a woman wearing a black veil. Although her face was covered, her graceful figure, slender waist, honeyed hips, and long, fair jade-like feet were particularly eye-catching. She was definitely a stunning beauty. Moreover, he had long known she was a beauty. When Taiya's adopted daughter, the saint of Parthenon Assyria. Although Xingye had never met her in person, he knew she was a clever and cunning little vixen. Unlike teacher Tang Yu, who was all charm and no brains, this saint was smart, not to be trifled with, and extremely threatening. While Xingye was observing, the two of them had already approached. The short man came up to Xingye, sizing up his face, which was much more handsome than his own, and immediately showed a look of disdain. But Xingye ignored him and used a bit of spatial magic to apply pressure on him. Ouch! The short man couldn't take it and fell directly onto the muddy ground, fortunately without serious injury. Seeing how weak he was, Xingye didn't continue to torment him. "Sir, I was wrong, I apologize, I'll take good care of you later." The short man stood up, his attitude instantly becoming respectful. He knew Xingye was no ordinary person. Spatial magic wasn't something just anyone had. Assyria nearby noticed the scene and was somewhat interested. But she had seen many rare magics, so this was nothing special. What truly attracted her was the strange dark energy emanating from Xingye, accompanied by powerful mental strength. Thanks to the fallen angel's soul within her, she could sense this power. "Are you also going to Yanyang village?" Assyria took the initiative to speak, wanting to learn more. It was her professional habit to investigate the unknown. "Yes, I am." "Why?" Xingye sized her up. Indeed, she was a versatile saint with an incredibly alluring figure. "Nothing much, just that I feel a special dark energy on you. If you're willing to sell it to me, I can make an offer." Assyria was straightforward, bluntly asking to buy the secret. Xingye was somewhat surprised that the other party could sense his shadow-type power. She clearly felt the Sharingan that coexisted with the shadow type, but had never seen it before and didn't know exactly what it was. At the same time, she was also surprised that she was actually willing to pay for secrets. But thinking carefully, the other party was an information dealer, so it was certain they had bought others' secrets before, and speaking bluntly was normal. After all, foreigners were not very modest and spoke directly. "Introduce yourself before buying secrets?" Xingye asked faintly in return. "Yi Mengi, Yezi Yi, Mengjing Meng, Ina, just call me Mengi." Asariya spoke each word clearly, fluent in Chinese. The two of them started chatting like this. Asariya wanted to extract Xingye's secret about dark energy. Xingye obviously had no intention of selling it. As a fallen angel, she was especially eager to know about that dark energy, which might make her stronger. She had to keep cozying up, hinting, "You pay, I give you what you want." Truly a scheming woman. But Xingye knew what kind of person she was, never missing a chance to get a bargain verbally, but actually giving nothing in return, freeloading mostly. She also muttered in her heart, even teacher Tang Yu and Xin Xia Han Ti told her secrets, why should she tell him? While they were chatting, one of the two Parthenon guardian knights said to the short man, "Everyone is here, let us go." Asariya immediately realized she had been outsmarted and was furious. Xingye watched her getting angry but unable to vent it, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The short man knew Xingye was an expert, so he was full of confidence for this mission. He checked the map to set the direction and led everyone toward Yangyang village. Everyone was a mage, so they traveled quickly. They walked from daytime into dusk, and the sky darkened. The undead only appeared at night. To prevent attacks from the undead, the silent strong man took a few gray garlic cloves out of his backpack. "It's getting dark, everyone eat something first." Imofan was starving and immediately took one, eating while saying, "You should V said there was food earlier. Walking all day, starving to death, not cool, brother." Just after one bite, he immediately gagged, "Ugh, what is this? Tastes like shit." Imofan felt like he had eaten an Oreo, experiencing what Laoba felt. He threw the remaining half-gray garlic on the ground, violently scratched his throat, almost vomiting up his breakfast. "I give up, do you carry shit on you? Why does the garlic smell so bad?" Imofan once suspected that the guy had stuffed poop into the backpack, but he didn't expect that the gray garlic naturally had a strange smell. "Bro, this stuff is supposed to be like this, I didn't put any poop in the bag. If you don't eat it, when the undead catch you later, you'll have to deal with it yourself." The burly man's face was calm as he directly shoved the gray garlic into his mouth. Seeing him eat so calmly, Imofan admired him in his heart. This guy was really tough. But he himself was still reluctant to eat it, so he looked over at Xingye. Although Xingye wasn't afraid of undead attacks, for safety's sake, he also forced himself to swallow the gray garlic. Mold H flavor, crispy snap," Xingye commented. Seeing even Xingye eat it, Imofan had no choice but to endure his disgust, bend down to pick up the half-gray garlic left on the ground, wipe it clean, and continue eating. Asariya and her two attendants glanced at the gray garlic and also forced themselves to take a bite. Beneath her veil, a trace of bitterness flashed across the beauteous face. Obviously, her status as a saintess couldn't block out this poop smell. Not long after they started eating, skeleton undead suddenly emerged from the flat ground where they had been standing. Fortunately, everyone had eaten the gray garlic, masking their living scent. The undead seemed not to see them and all bypassed them, wandering aimlessly elsewhere. After confirming safety, everyone continued on their journey. After walking for a long time, following the lead of the short man, we finally arrived at Yangyang village. But the village before them had long since become ruins, a scene of chaos. Everyone was shocked except Xingye. Whereas the village? How could such a big village end up like this? The burly man shouted in terror, rushing madly toward the ruins. This must have been attacked. Are there any other villages nearby? Let us go to the next one. Xingye's expression was calm. Logically, Zhang Xiaohou should be in one of the nearby villages. Maybe we should just go back? The short man's face turned pale, starting to back out. Go back? Don't even think about it. If we don't find Zhang Xiaohou, don't even think about getting a refund. Imofan said firmly. The short man wanted to ask for a refund, but Imofan refused outright. We don't have enough gray garlic left. Going to the next village might not hold out. The burly man frowned as he walked back, his voice trembling slightly. Taking on some undead alone is no problem. If we can't hold out, we'll eat more gray garlic. Asariya analyzed calmly. Don't worry, as long as it's not a monarch-level undead, I can handle it. Lead the way. Xingye was completely unconcerned, as if those undead were just minor lackeys. The reality was much the same. The power of the three-legged golden crow was enough to kill commander-level foes and could even contend with low-level monarchs. If that didn't work, at worst, he could call out Jiang Feng. As long as it wasn't a mid-level monarch or above, it wouldn't be a big problem. If that still failed, then the Xian snake would have to appear, but that would definitely alert the enemy and disturb the Black Church Court. Xingye didn't want to use the Xian snake lightly, only as a last resort. In the ancient city, probably only the 8 directions deadlords had reached mid-level monarch status, though the existence of other deadlords couldn't be ruled out. But those other dead lords likely had no intention of showing themselves now. As for why he didn't ride the three-legged golden crow to travel, the divine bird had its pride. It was fine when people Xingye knew rode it before, but if anyone rode it now, how could this three-legged golden crow still maintain its status? Xingye spoke casually, but everyone thought he was exaggerating a bit. Still, no one said much. Only Mo Fan and Ashariya thought differently. Mo Fan had witnessed the strength of this powerhouse, as well as the commander-level three-legged golden crow and the sub-monarch-level flame witch. Ashariya believed Xingye's trump card was that special dark energy. She herself had a similar ace that could instantly boost her combat power. She was increasingly interested in Xingye, feeling they were kindred spirits. With her dark eyes slightly narrowed, Ashariya began to have different thoughts. She not only wanted to uncover his secret but also wanted this young magical prodigy to fall under her sway. The journey was relatively safe. They occasionally encountered a few small skeletons, all easily defeated by the team. Everyone thought they would safely reach the next village, but the heavens had other plans. Rumble. Lightning tore across the sky, thunder deafening. Dark clouds quickly covered the sky, plunging the world into darkness. Then, raindrops fell like peas, growing heavier and heavier. The dwarf looked dejected, wearing a mournful expression. Are we really this unlucky? Mo Fan looked confused, not realizing the seriousness. It's just rain, why so upset? Someone nearby explained, you don't know? Rainwater washes away our stench. The undead can smell the living, and then they'll attack us. After hearing this, Mo Fan snorted coldly and quietly moved closer to Xingye. Just as he settled into position, the ground suddenly shook violently. Roar, roar, roar. A huge mass of flesh burst out from underground, at least 20 meters wide and tall, its real size astonishing. It's a commander-level flesh tumor corpse servant. Xingye didn't expect such a giant to be buried beneath his feet. In the rain curtain, the newly awakened flesh tumor corpse servant saw a delicious meal and was about to feast heartily. This is bad, boss, save us. A commander-level undead is here, it's your turn to act. The short man was so scared by the giant creature that he almost wet his pants and hurried behind Xingye. Xingye ignored him and connected 7 summoning stars. Silver moonlight flickered, and a dimensional rift over 20 meters wide tore open in the air. Whoosh! A crisp bird call sounded as a three-legged golden crow flew out of the rift. Upon appearing, it immediately targeted the flesh tumor corpse servant it despised. Without hesitation, the three-legged golden crow spewed scorching solar fire, instantly engulfing the entire flesh tumor corpse servant. Roar, roar, roar. Although there was no pain, the flesh tumor corpse minister felt the three-legged golden crow's disgust towards it, burning with rage. It grabbed something from the ground and smashed it fiercely into the air. But the three-legged golden crow flew nimbly, easily dodging, rendering the flesh tumor corpse minister's attacks completely ineffective, only to be toyed with. The short man and his companions kept their distance, staring at the three-legged golden crow in the sky, too shocked to speak. A commander-level summoned beast? They, along with those proud guardian knights, stared at Xingye and the three-legged golden crow in astonishment. Who would have thought that a young man who looked just over 20 years old would possess such a powerful summoned beast? How could the gap between people be so vast? Ashariya was also surprised. She had thought Xingye's trump card was that special dark energy, but it turned out to be far more than that. This person had even more secrets. Only Mofan was not surprised on the scene, as he had long witnessed Xingye's strength. While everyone was still stunned, the three-legged golden crow had already ended the battle and flew back to Xingye's side. This power gap once again shocked everyone. Although both were commander level, the difference in combat power was so enormous. Well done, you can go back first. Xingye ignored their surprise, retracted the three-legged golden crow, and walked toward the corpse of the tumor zombie minister. At this moment, the sarcophagus of the sarcoma had been burned to a pile of ashes. As Xingye approached, a blue light floated out from the dust. Essence? Not bad luck. He had intended to take the undead crystal, but unexpectedly gained an extra reward. He took out a silver soul vessel from the storage space and successfully contained the leader-level essence within it. This soul vessel has been upgraded to a higher level, capable of holding more remnants and essences. It's no longer the one teacher Tang you gave before. As for the one teacher Tang you gave earlier, he didn't sell it and kept it. After all, it was a gift from his own woman, and throwing it away wouldn't look good. After retrieving the undead crystal, Xingye returned to the team. Invincible, boss, you're really strong. That little commander 1T last a few rounds under your summoned beast. As soon as he came back, the short guy ran over to flatter him, speaking rapidly like he had eaten rainbow candy. Asaria, standing nearby, stared at Xingye, trying to see through his secrets, and became even more determined to turn Xingye into one of her own. All right, the rain is getting heavier, let us find a place to take shelter first. Feeling uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, Xingye used the rain to divert their attention. I know a place, boss, follow me. The short guy led everyone to a spacious cave. Inside, Mofan and the burly man released fireballs and light, instantly illuminating the surroundings. They lit a campfire, and everyone sat around to dry off the rain. Xingye glanced at Asaria, who was wrapped in a coat, thinking that this vixen was really on high alert, giving him no chance at all. Ling ling ling, I'm out. The crimson flame ceramic doll crawled out from the contract space and sat in Xingye's arms. Ling ling ling, daddy, it's time to eat. The little glutton started rummaging through his pockets as soon as it crawled into his arms. Xingye shook his head with a smile and took out a few fragments of fire element spirit seeds to feed it. Wow, boss, this little flame kid is eating spirit seed fragments? The short man and the others were stunned. Those were precious spirit seed fragments. Seeing this, Asaria also showed surprise, staring at the little flame princess, thinking that Xingye's opportunity and magical talent were truly extraordinary. Just as she was about to ask more, Xingye said calmly, no special background, just self-taught. Usually a hunter, killing monsters and adventuring, strength built from fighting monsters. Smelling the fragrance on her, Xingye didn't hide anything and answered frankly. Hearing that the other party had no backing, Asaria became even more excited, clearly more alert. That's great. Being a hunter is so hard and dangerous. Why not become my guardian knight instead? She stood up and made an elegant yet solemn gesture, saying, my name is Asaria, the saintess of the Parthenon temple. As long as you agree to be my exclusive guardian knight, I can give you honor, status, money, cultivation resources, magical tools, magical artifacts, even heavenly seeds and divine seal blessings. She excitedly listed all she could promise, even removing her veil to reveal an absolutely beautiful face. Her appearance was rare, with well-defined features, both elegant and heroic, carrying a unique beauty seldom seen in Eastern girls. Miss Asaria, you're a bit too close, Xingye reminded her. She was so excited she pressed too tightly, and looking down, he could see her fair chest dampened by the rain. Sorry. She quickly stepped back. Her excitement was understandable. Xingye's potential was truly astonishing. That avian summoning beast completely outmatched undead of the same level. If the firebird grew stronger, it would definitely become a top-tier monarch, possibly even ascending to emperor. The fire elemental spirit flame princess was also a top-tier monarch, and with that special dark energy, Xingye's future potential was limitless. Capturing him and nurturing him would be a huge advantage, no matter what dangers arose or in the struggle for the position of goddess. The goddess election was rife with undercurrents. Without great power, one would only be pushed around. It was perfectly reasonable for her to be eager to win over Xingye. Apart from Xingye, the others were stunned upon hearing Asaria's identity and promise. The two attendant knights looked envious, their eyes reddened. Setting aside those expensive and rare resources, the exclusive guardian knight was no ordinary guardian knight. That was the saintess's personal knight, who only obeyed the saintess's orders and was not bound by the temple. For a guardian knight, this honor was incomparable. However, for Xingye, reputation, status, and money didn't matter. Once he was strong enough, he would naturally have them. Exclusive guardian knight sounds cool, but if I have to obey your orders, then I can't be your husband. Asaria's eyes had lit up when she heard the first half of that sentence, thinking she was finally about to capture this magically gifted prodigy with huge potential. But the second half of the sentence took a turn, saying it was all a lie, just to tease her. Her eyes changed from sparkling to blazing with anger. You bastard, she shouted angrily. Ah, you're biting me. Crazy woman. Xingye shouted. Having been teased by her all along with no results, Asaria was so furious she couldn't stand it anymore and bit Xingye's neck directly. Then she stood up and instructed the accompanying knights, you two stay here, especially that guy who always takes advantage of me, keep a close watch. I'm going to rest for a while. Though she said she was going to rest, she actually wanted to avoid Xingye. After biting him, she feared he might lose his temper and do something extreme, so she needed to calm down first. But obviously, she was overthinking. Xingye rubbed his neck and muttered, sharp-tongued girl, looks like you're not cut out for biting sausages. The two foreign attendants didn't understand the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, but the short one nodded in approval as soon as he heard it, thinking, the boss is truly extraordinary, even able to handle this stunning woman. When Asaria just took off her veil, they almost thought they had seen a fairy. It rained heavily for 2.5 days, and everyone spent the time in the cave. No one felt bored. After Asalia realized she couldn't win over Xingye, she completely reverted to her little fox spirit nature. She and Xingyi kept bickering, determined to gain the upper hand in their verbal sparring. The two became playful rivals, and Asalia even bit Xingyi twice. Naturally, Xingyi wouldn't just take the hits the third time Asalia tried to bite, she almost lost a tooth to Xingyi's monstrous strength mode. After that, she dared not bite recklessly and switched to pinching with her hands, nearly causing a big incident. When the rain stopped, everyone continued toward Hua Village. Although Hua Village was dilapidated, it was better than the ruined Yangyang Village, still having a few rundown houses and bloodstains. The short one unexpectedly discovered people hiding at the well's mouth. With everyone's help, over 100 villagers trapped in the well were gradually rescued. As soon as Zhang Xiaohou appeared and saw his still-living good brother, Mo Fan hugged him excitedly. Xingyi, however, was not as excited. He had long known that this monkey was fine and was just pretending to be dumb. As he was preparing to organize the villagers to return to the ancient city, Asaraya walked over. Asaraya, why haven't you left yet? We're going back to the ancient city soon, and won't have time to keep you company, Xingyi said directly, accustomed to this kind of teasing. You scoundrel, I want to hire you as my bodyguard to protect me on my upcoming journey. Do you agree? Asaraya ignored Xingyi's words and straightforwardly stated her purpose. Obviously, although their relationship was tense now, she still couldn't let go of the idea of poaching Xingyi. After observing him these past few days, she also understood Xingyi's personality. He only cared about immediate benefits and wasn't interested in empty promises. So talking to him about heavenly seeds or divine seal blessings was far less effective than just offering money directly. Hire me? Xingyi pointed at himself, looking very surprised. Yes, you're a hunter, I pay, you work. Simple, Asaraya said with a wink and a smile. I'm not cheap. If is 100 million enough? As long as I'm in the ancient city, you protect me. Asaraya didn't hesitate to name her price. Ahem, Asaraya, no, Saintess, from now on your safety is my responsibility. I am your knight now. Xingyi originally wanted to refuse, but hearing such a high reward, he was left speechless. 100 million, just to protect one person, who would refuse? Hearing Xingyi call her Saintess, Asariya's vanity was greatly satisfied. It was the most pleasing thing she had ever heard in her life. Of course, she spent this money not just for vanity, but also to mend the rift between them. No one wants to make enemies with a magical prodigy. Although it hadn't reached hatred, 3 days of mutual bickering had made their relationship hard to repair. Looking back, she thought she had been too childish to have argued with this guy in the first place. But this man was like her nemesis. Whenever he spoke, he teased her, and she always got angry. They were truly enemies from a past life. This 100 million was actually a gift from her as an apology. After all, she might need his help again in the future, and hiring a mage alone wouldn't cost this much. After receiving the black card loaded with 100 million, Xingyi finally believed Asariya wasn't joking. What a wealthy rich lady. After a brief explanation to Mofan, Xingyi left together with Asariya. The villagers didn't need to worry. Mofan would escort them back to the ancient city. After all, Mofan's magical cultivation was quite high now, and his fire element had reached advanced level 1, so escorting villagers was no challenge for him. With the money as motivation, Xingyi and Asariya got along exceptionally well, chatting and laughing along the way, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. The two almost became travel companions. Through inquiries, Xingyi learned that Asariya came to the ancient city because of that mysterious gray-white man, who had bought information about Saran from her. No wonder the gray-white man knew that the ancient city's high-ups had Saran, which explained the plan for house arrest. As Xingyi pondered, Asariya sighed, Xingyi, it's such a pity that someone as talented as you isn't at the Parthenon temple. I believe you could become even stronger. She still wanted to win Xingyi over. To her, Xingyi had long become an obsession in her heart. Xingyi responded calmly, everyone has their own path. If I went to the Parthenon temple, it might actually limit me. Asariya smiled and said, didn't you say you wanted to be my husband? Not keeping an eye on me, afraid I'll be taken away by someone else? Xingyi rolled his eyes, you sly fox, who could fool you? You're the one who fools others. The two began bickering again. At that moment, a squire knight whispered, Your Highness the Saintess, the trade target has appeared. Asariya stopped and looked into the distance. A man in a gray-white robe walked slowly, his figure tightly concealed, only his sharp hawk-like eyes shining with intensity. He scanned the squires behind Asariya, then glanced at Xingyi with surprise before turning to Asariya, Are you Yimeng of the Parthenon temple? I am gray-white. Did you bring the items? Asariya nodded and took out a scroll from her storage magical device. Yes, check it. The man in the gray-white robe pulled out a mysterious box. Both sides exchanged money and goods simultaneously, completing the transaction quickly. Xingye was very interested in the box but did not act rashly. Seizing it by force wasn't the only option. Once he caught this sly fox Asheria, her things would naturally belong to him. If he truly angered her, who knew what trouble might arise? It was better to endure for now. After the trade ended, the man in the gray-white robe glanced at Xingye again. Xingye noticed but paid no mind. He believed that even if the man knew him, he bore no ill will. After all, he had performed outstandingly among the younger generation. Being noticed by big players was normal. After the man left, the escort mission was nearly complete. The saintess should return to the Parthenon temple. Xingye looked at Asheria. Your Highness the saintess, let's return to the ancient capital. The coronation ceremony of Saran was about to begin, and his free time was limited. Asheria smiled and said, You are still my guardian knight. Where we go is up to me, but indeed, there is nothing more to do, so let's return to the ancient capital. She enjoyed teasing Xingye, who helplessly shook his head, thinking she was like a sly fox. After more than a day, they returned to the ancient capital. The city remained peaceful and quiet. No one knew disaster was approaching. Xingye looked at the gloomy sky and warned Asheria, I advise you to leave the ancient capital early, or you might not be able to leave when the time comes. Asheria was stunned, a question forming in her mind. How did he know? Could he also understand Sarana's secret? Before she could ask, Xingye turned and said, Forget it, whether you leave or not, you won't escape the calamity. I have some matters to handle. I'll be your guardian knight another day. With that, he headed toward the Clock Tower Magic Association. Asheria watched his back, her curiosity greatly increased. How interesting, I actually feel reluctant to leave and want to see what he will do next. She decided to stay. On the other side, Xingye arrived at the Clock Tower Magic Association. The towering clock tower was extremely conspicuous, and the ancient hall's atmosphere was completely different from the Pearl Tower of the Magic City. Just as he stepped into the hall, a receptionist in a cheongsam was about to approach, but a familiar figure arrived first. Kid, I didn't expect you to be in the ancient city too. Xu Mang looked at Xingye in surprise. Xingye was equally surprised and thought meeting Xu Mang was a good opportunity since he still didn't know how to meet Han Ji. A classmate of mine went missing near the ancient city, and I just found him. Xingye said without hiding anything. Xu Mang nodded, knowing that among Xingye's classmates there was a military mage. As a counselor supporting Xingye's entry into the national government team, he had investigated thoroughly and was well aware of Xingye's background. Since you found him, hurry back to school to train. Don't embarrass yourself at the national government competition. Xu Mang reminded him, as poor performance would also embarrass him. Xingye shook his head. I discovered something big. What is it? Xu Mang frowned, feeling something was wrong. Xingye said seriously, there are several ancient villages outside the city, you know that, right? Yes, the villages were destroyed, and the villagers entered the ancient city this morning. Xu Mang replied. The village was destroyed by the Black Church, not the undead. Xingye lowered his voice. Hearing Black Church, Xu Meng's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief. Seeing Xingye's serious expression, he knew the other was not joking. Are you sure? Xu Mang asked again. Xingye nodded. Without hesitation, Xu Mang said, All right, I'll take you to see Han Ji. The matter of the Black Church was very serious. After the last incident in Bo City, the higher-ups hated them deeply but were powerless. Xu Mang walked over to the receptionist. Take us to see Chairman Han Ji. Seeing him dressed in a counselor's uniform, the receptionist quickly nodded and led the way. Xingye thought to himself, having a counselor's identity really made things easier, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see Han Ji alone. Soon, they arrived at an office. Xu Mang, do you need me for something? And who is this? Han Ji closed the file and asked. Xingyi, explain clearly what you know. Xu Mang gestured for Xingyi to speak. Xingyi recounted again the situation of the village outside the city being destroyed. I can confirm it was done by the Black Church. You should find that military mage classmate of mine. He has been infected by the forgetful worm. After hearing this, Han Ji's expression immediately grew serious, and Xu Mang also furrowed his brows tightly, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. The actions of the Black Church near the ancient city were far from simple on the surface and had already seriously threatened the city's safety. Who knew what other crazy plots this group of lunatics might be planning? All right, I'll have someone bring your classmate here right away. Han Ji ordered immediately. Soon, Zhang Xiaohou was brought in, followed by a bewildered Mo Fan. Hey, Xingyi, weren't you being kept by that rich woman? How come you're here now? Mo Fan teased as soon as he saw Xingyi. Xingyi glared at Mo Fan and said bluntly, "Shut up, no time to waste on you. Monkey, stick out your hand." He completely ignored Mo Fan and directly grabbed Zhang Xiaohuo's arm, rolling up the sleeve. On the arm was a clear mark that looked like a centipede. "It's really a forgetful worm." Hanji immediately grabbed Zhang Xiaohuo's hand upon seeing it and recognized the type of parasite. The forgetful worm devours a person's important memories. Once all memories are restored, it signifies the approach of death. The fact that the forgetful worm was used means your classmate must have heard some crucial secret, Zhu Meng said solemnly, staring at the mark on his arm. The Black Church is definitely planning a major move, and the target is very likely the ancient city. Hanji said nothing more and immediately cast a super tier healing spell to start removing the forgetful worm. Before long, the forgetful worm was successfully removed, and Zhang Xiaohuo's memories flooded back like a tide. "Ah!" he cried out in shock. It's Mu he said tremblingly. "He is the Grand Steward Hu Jin of the Black Church. They are conspiring a huge plot in the ancient city." Zhang Xiaohuo revealed everything he had seen and heard. Hanji and Zhu Meng's faces grew increasingly grim as they listened. "What? That old Muhi is actually a lackey of the Black Church? I always thought something was off about him, and it turns out I was right." Mo Fan roared angrily, confirming his suspicion. "We must act quickly. The Black Church is very active in the ancient city, and this place could become the next Bo City at any moment." Xingyi said seriously, "Don't forget how many undead surround the ancient city. If the tragedy of Bo City repeats, the ancient city will be destroyed." He kept emphasizing the severity of the situation, desperately reminding Hanji and Zhu Meng to take this crisis seriously and prepare as early as possible. Sure enough, after being frightened like this, Hanji, president of the Bell Tower Magic Association, began to think in the worst-case scenario. Especially after learning that Muhi came from Bo City, the horrific image of the ancient city being trampled by a million undead armies appeared in his mind. "No, we must be fully prepared." Hanji waved his hand, patted the table, and turned to ask Xingyi, "Young friend Xingyi, what do you think we should do?" Although he was quite powerful and had decades of experience handling affairs, he had almost no contact with the Black Church and couldn't guess what those lunatics might do. It seemed that Xingyi knew the Black Church well and had experienced the Bo City disaster. This time, the Black Church's plan targeting the ancient city was discovered because of him. Even Zhu Meng trusted Xingyi a lot, which made Hanji value his opinion even more. "I think we should first send the ancient city's residents into a safe barrier. That way, if something really happens, we won't have to spread our forces thin protecting the residents." Xingyi was a bit surprised that Hanji asked him, but he still shared his idea. "Isn't this exactly what they did when Bo City faced disaster? Protect the residents first, then secretly investigate the Black Church, and finally seek help from surrounding cities to buy time." "Good, let us do that." Hanji pounded the table to finalize the decision and began ordering his subordinates to act. After leaving the Magic Association, Xingyi, Mo Fan, and Zhang Xiaohuo walked down the street. They couldn't help much now. Next, Hanji and Zhu Meng would inform the other leaders of the ancient city and let them decide the city's future. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohuo walked ahead, while Xingyi frowned and fought behind them. He had just triggered the reward, successfully contacted the Hokage character Minato Namake's reward, Corpse Demon Extermination. Hanji was the guardian president of the ancient city, and Minato Namake's was the Hokage who protected the village. Both were quite a match. But Xingye was a bit troubled by this Corpse Demon Seal sealing technique, because using it once meant the soul would be taken by the Grim Reaper, almost a mutual destruction. While he was pondering whether he could find a loophole in the rules to avoid death, Mofan in front turned his head and shouted, "Olji, why are you walking so slowly? The green tea guy is still waiting." Coming. Although Xingye had some ideas, he didn't dare to rashly use this deadly sealing technique and decided to try his method only when absolutely necessary. The three of them walked straight into a restaurant. This was the one Mubai had reserved. Old classmates reunited after a long time, and as the host, he naturally had to treat them. As soon as Xingye entered the private room, he saw several familiar faces. Years had passed, and everyone had changed quite a bit. Wang Sanpang and Zhao Kuan-san hadn't changed much, though their bellies were rounder, clearly living well. The green tea guy Mubai had changed the most, his aura more composed, almost unrecognizable. "Xingye?" A familiar voice came from behind. Xingye turned around and almost didn't recognize Zhou Min. She had changed so much, her appearance and temperament had improved, a real transformation. Xingye complimented her on learning to wear makeup, not expecting the once fiery girl to start caring about beauty. She never wore makeup before, Wang Sanpang revealed. Zhao Kuan-san teased that she must have just found out Xingye was coming and then put on makeup. Zhou Min was glared at and shyly said, "She." "Xingye, long time no see." Xingye was a bit confused, feeling something was off about her. The atmosphere quickly became lively. After not seeing each other for a long time, everyone naturally chatted happily. Xingye sat next to Mubai and casually asked, "How is life in the ancient capital?" Mubai felt the pressure and asked, "Have you broken through to the high level?" Xingye nodded. Everyone already knew about it. The University Alliance is a coalition of various universities connected to the Magic Association, so the high-level information of Xingye is naturally made public. Others were amazed. Lacking the strength to be selected as exchange students, they could only watch Xingye's videos. Zhou Min said enviously, "You have such strong talent. I've been practicing hard and only reached intermediate level 2, but you're already at the advanced level." Her eyes were full of admiration. "You're pretty impressive too, having cultivated yourself to intermediate level 2. Zhou Min didn't expect Xingye to progress so quickly. Thinking about it carefully, her talent is actually quite good, even better than the monkeys, and she has always been a top student. If she had cultivation resources to support her, she might have already advanced to mid-level stage 3, preparing to break into the high level, and might even have the potential to ascend to the transcendent stage. I'm already at the high level now, so why is no one praising me?" Mofan suddenly interrupted, looking very proud. The result was only met with everyone rolling their eyes. "By the way, what about Su Xiaoting? How is he doing?" Wang Sanpang chewed on the meat and also came over to chat. "He's pretty good, got a girlfriend, and the last time I saw him he was still at intermediate level 2. Not sure if he has been promoted to level 3. Since joining Mingzhu, Xingye rarely contacted Su Xiaoting. After all, they were usually in different colleges and had no particular reason to reach out. Occasionally, they would chat on the phone and only met up when they happened to run into each other. "He has a girlfriend now? Really makes me envious." Wang Sanpang enviously served himself another bowl of rice. Su Xiaoting isn't bold enough, but Xingye has already had 5 or 6 girlfriends. After taking a few sips of mare's urine wine, Mo Fan spilled all the romantic escapades of Xingye. Xingye's face darkened. The others were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, all giving thumbs up. Even Zhou Min's mouth dropped open. The atmosphere was a bit strange, so Xingye quickly said, "We've eaten enough, let's hurry up and start the next activity." "The next activity is going to KTV, but I don't want to go, I'm in a bad mood." Except for Zhou Min, everyone else was envious and jealous upon hearing that Xingye had so many girlfriends. "Let's go outside and kill some undead, anyway Zhou Min is on duty today, let him lead the way." Mubai wasn't interested in singing and wasn't good at it either. "I have no objections." Zhou Min wanted to see Xingye's skills and find out how big the gap was. Let's go, let's kill some undead and make some money. I still have debts to pay." Mo Fan was very willing. The group left the restaurant and followed Zhou Min to the outer city. The ancient capital was divided into an outer city and an inner city. Although there were 2 layers of city walls, only the inner city had protective barriers, and space was limited. When the undead attacked, the residents of the outer city would bear the brunt, and rivers of blood were inevitable. However, Xingye saw many mages from the Magic Association, who were escorting residents into the inner city in batches. It seemed that Han Ji and Zhu Meng had already persuaded the ancient capital's high officials such a large operation could not be decided by just 1 or 2 people. How strange, notifying the elderly and children to enter the inner city has something big happened. Zhao Koan glanced around at the officials with a puzzled expression. Xingye, Mo Fan, and Zhang Xiao understood what was going on but said nothing. Upon reaching the city wall, Xingye noticed the space was quite large, with military mages, hunter mages, and even merchants setting up stalls. Zhou Min led the group to a small pavilion, where 2 students wearing the ancient capital academy uniforms were on duty. The environment around the ancient capital was special, requiring many people to stand guard at night. The academy also assigned many tasks, such as guarding the city walls and hunting undead. After accumulating points, one could go to places like the 3-step tower to continue training. Although the ancient capital academy was not as prestigious as the imperial capital or Mingzhu academies, it was still among the nation's top. As Xingye and the others just entered the pavilion, they saw Zhou Min on duty along with some others. Especially when they saw Zhou Min standing very close to a strange man, the students nearby couldn't sit still. Seeing that Xingye was about their age, their confidence surged, and their arrogance almost overflowed. Xingye frowned, glanced at Mo Fan, and thought to himself, shouldn't this plot be triggered by him? He was most annoyed by these troublemaking lackeys and didn't want to waste words, so he directly threw his hunter's license over. One of them took the ID, mockingly opened it, and said, "What's this? Let me see." But when he saw the words "1-star hunter master," he was stunned instantly, his expression stiffening. This must be a fake ID. How old are you? He was still stubbornly denying it, but Xingye directly used spatial power to pin him to the ground. Bro, I was wrong. After being knocked down, he immediately became weak, knowing he had provoked a big shot. The hunter's license was extremely important, and no one dared to fake it. After Xingye finished lecturing him, he was too lazy to bother. Another student, seeing his companion beaten, didn't dare to make a sound and quickly pulled him away, afraid they would really be thrown off the city wall. Zhou smiled and said, "I know those two, they're just some guys with a bit of strength in the class. Xingye, you don't have to pay attention to them." After Xingye taught them a lesson, Zhou was even happier. Since entering the ancient capital academy, he had occasionally encountered some trouble. If his strength wasn't strong enough, he would have been harassed by even more people. Those two just now were only some of them. It's nothing, keep killing the undead. Xingye didn't care about these little incidents at all. Worrying about them all day would definitely drive him crazy. Let's go make some money. Mofan also completely brushed off what had just happened. Now he was more concerned about whether he could earn money by killing the undead. Then, the group killed quite a few undead near the city walls. Most were servant level, occasionally encountering warlord level. After all, everyone was here for entertainment and didn't want to go on a real rampage. In the team were also Wang Sanpang and Zhao Kuan-san, two novice mages whose magical cultivation hadn't improved for years. If they ventured deep into the undead horde, those two big guys would have been minced meat long ago. "Xingye, the axe-wielding corpse general is coming," Zhou on the left wing shouted. "Here it comes." Xingye immediately focused on the skeleton holding a long axe on the left. Judging by the aura, it should be a newly advanced minor warlord level. Spatial rhythm compression. Xingye cast a spatial spell, instantly crushing the axe-wielding corpse general into powder. Just as Xingye easily killed the undead, a woman with a black veil on the city wall stared at him. "I didn't expect he also has spatial abilities, and his spiritual power realm is not low, at least mid-level, equivalent to having a soul seed blessing," the woman thought to herself. A nearby attendant couldn't help but ask, "Holy Maiden, are you not planning to return to the Parthenon temple now?" This woman was Ashariya. She was attracted by Xingye and wanted to understand this man better. As an information broker, she had to find out everything. Just as Xingye and the others were getting excited from the fight, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the north. The sound was like a shockwave, shaking the earth and threatening to burst eardrums. A roar from a monarch-level demon. Xingye thought. This power was definitely a monarch, and a legitimate one, 2 levels stronger than Jiang Feng. Fortunately, it's not on this side, or Xiao Wu and Jiang Feng would have to intervene. At this point, it should be the ghost tyrant. Xingye looked north, sensing that a large undead army had already gathered there, clearly targeting the ancient city. Sure enough, as the roar faded, a purple light enveloped the entire city, visible to everyone. "It's here." Xingye frowned. The appearance of the ghost tyrant was just the prelude to disaster. When the rain fell and the sun rose, the undead still had not dispersed. The real disaster was only just beginning. "Xingye, that's the purple alert." Mo Fan recognized the familiar scene and recalled the tragedy of Bo City. Bo City had the blood alert, signaling the arrival of commander-level demons. The purple alert meant a monarch-level demon was attacking the city, an even greater danger. "Xingye, let's hurry back to the city," Zhou said calmly. People who have experienced disasters become strong and rational. She was no longer the weak mage she once was. Although not powerful enough to solve the disaster, she already dared to face her fears head-on. "Let's go." Xingye nodded and led the old classmates toward the city. Along the way, they encountered a few weak undead, which were instantly killed by everyone working together. Upon entering the city, a loud voice rang out. "Intermediate-level mages and above, report immediately to the North Main City Tower. Novice mages, stand by." The North Main City Tower is located at the North Outer City Gate, where the assembly signal was sent from. "Are we going to the front line?" Mo Fan's body trembled slightly, still shaken. "Let's go. The undead are attacking the city. No one can escape." Xingye's expression was grave. Facing millions of undead soldiers, there was nowhere left to escape. Mo Fan no longer objected and followed to rush to the North Main City Tower. It was already overcrowded there, mostly with mid-level mages, many holding positions in the ancient city, with few idle mid-level mages. Trainees like Xingye, Mo Fan, and Mu Bai were even rarer. "Is this all?" A hoarse voice sounded. On the stairs leading to the higher floors, Xu Meng, with a full beard, came down, followed by a palace guard and a commander. Seeing Xing Yi, gratitude and relief appeared on his face, along with helplessness. "It's Counselor Xu Meng." Everyone respectfully addressed him. The counselor's status was noble and rarely seen in daily life. Xu Meng glanced at Xing Yi, pointed north, and said solemnly, "I'm glad you all could come, but I have some bad news to tell you." He paced anxiously back and forth in the hall, his expression grave. 30 kilometers due north, a Sha abyss has appeared. And it's still moving closer to the ancient city. Xu Meng struggled to get the words out. When mentioning the Sha abyss, he sighed as if he could hardly believe it himself. Sha abyss? How is that possible? The mages of the ancient city were shocked upon hearing the news. The Sha abyss is a furnace from hell, extremely terrifying. Now it was approaching the ancient city. If it got any closer, everyone in the city could be doomed. "Were we summoned here to resist the Sha abyss?" asked a mid-level mage. "To truly resist the Sha abyss is tantamount to seeking death. No, I want everyone to guard the city walls tonight. As long as any undead approach, kill them on sight. Meanwhile, a few of us high-level mages will go eliminate the newly appeared Ghost Ravager Tyrant." Xu Meng said loudly. He would never sit idly by and wait for death. Eliminating even a little danger means a sliver of hope. "As long as it's not a direct confrontation with the Sha abyss, I'm fine with it," one trainee said. Everyone was willing to stay. After all, the ancient city was their home. "Count me in, my strength is decent." At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black long-haired gauze stepped forward, a confident smile on his face. "Hunter King Du Shao, you're also in the ancient city." Seeing him, Xu Meng's determination to take the initiative grew even stronger. "Take me with you." Xing Yi stepped forward. But everyone was stunned when they saw his young face. Mu Bai and Zhou Min both thought Xing Yi was crazy to dare to confront the monarch with advanced cultivation. Only Mo Fan smiled slightly, as if he had seen through everything. "Kid, don't be foolish. Hurry back. This old bone of mine doesn't need your help." Xu Meng glared at Xing Yi and said irritably. Xing Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, said nothing, and directly released Zhang Feng. As soon as the fire witch of the sub-monarch level appeared, the temperature on the city tower instantly rose by several degrees, and this was her deliberately controlled. Otherwise, the mid-level mages would have been roasted dry long ago. Everyone was shocked by the fire witch before them, even momentarily forgetting to breathe. "Is this the elemental spirit?" King Hunter Du Shao recognized her. Xing Yan nodded. Although Zhang Feng was not a pure elemental spirit, it was close enough. With the sub-monarch level Zhang Feng, combined with Xu Meng and others, they were more than capable of killing the ghost moth tyrant. Xing Ye temporarily did not plan to use the trump card of the Xian snake. After all, the corpse of the mountain peak was a supreme monarch, and only the Xian snake could deal with it. Just as he was calculating the combat power, Xu Meng's face broke into a broad smile. After all, the sub-monarch was also a monarch, and with their several super-tier cultivations, victory was within reach, and the extermination of the Ghost Su tyrant was imminent. "You're impressive, kid, to actually have such a trump card." Xu Meng patted Xingye on the shoulder, surprised that he possessed a monarch-level elemental holy spirit. "All right, no time to lose, let's set off now." With the support, Xu Meng was full of confidence. Listening to the two conversing, everyone was astonished. They didn't expect such a young Xingye to be accompanied by a monarch-level great demon. Xingye then allowed Zhang Feng to possess him and took the lead in flying toward the ghost eel tyrant. On the way to the ghost tyrant, the sky was drizzling, and Starry Night encountered many undead, all of whom were burned to ashes by his ball of flame. Relying on the Archduke-level Zhang Feng, advanced level 2 fire cultivation, combined with infinite nine-tailed chakra and brute force mode, Starry Night was confident he could take on the ghost tyrant alone. "If I had demon type, could I go head-to-head with the corpse of the mountain peak?" he thought. But that was just resistance. Winning would probably be difficult. Xu Meng and the others closely followed, watching Starry Night turn a large number of undead into ashes with a wave of his hand, all marveling at the power of the elemental spirit. After all, only the elemental spirit can possess mages to fight. Starry Night had already flown above the ghost tyrant. Below, besides the ghost tyrant, there were many servants and battle general level undead, even a few commanders. Without hesitation, Starry Night unleashed magic, arranging crimson stars into a magnificent constellation. Heavenly Flame Funeral Hellfire. Advanced level 2 fire magic poured out, magma like a fiery rain from the sky, instantly engulfing the ghost tyrant and the surrounding undead. The Great Soul Fire level Calamity Flame released by Starry Night was extremely hot and highly effective against undead. Except for the commander level undead and the ghost tyrant, the rest instantly turned to ashes. The commander-level undead were heavily wounded, their combat power greatly reduced. The ghost tyrant, though slightly stronger, was charred black all over. So strong? Xu Meng and the others who arrived witnessed the power of Starry Night's magic and were astonished. Let us finish this quickly. The Lord level is indeed powerful. I'm struggling to fight alone, everyone, join in. Starry Night said, looking at Xu Meng and the others. Alright. A new round of battle began. Xu Meng directly unleashed the Transcendent Power Elemental Battle Armor, and the two great destructive magics of thunder and fire wildly bombarded the Ghost Tyrant. As a light-type super-level mage, Hunter King Du Shao quickly built a light-type star palace under the cover of the others. The Ghost Tyrant tried to stop them, but each time was blocked by Starry Night and Xu Meng. Divine Judgment Demon Slaying Sword. A massive light sword descended from the sky, striking directly at the Ghost Ravager Tyrant. The demon slaying sword was composed of golden demonic energy, its blade vast as if connecting heaven and earth, instantly pinning the Ghost Ravager Tyrant to the ground. The once indestructible bones began to crack. Punishment of the Thunder Seal. 12 Thunder Punishments. Wind obliterating 1,000 blades, 1,000 leaf wind blades. With wave after wave of super tier magic falling, the Ghost Ravager Tyrant finally collapsed. Super tier magic is indeed powerful. Watching the mighty spells, Xingye also felt a yearning. If he had super tier cultivation right now, combined with Jiang Feng, wouldn't he, the Ghost Ravager Tyrant, be easily defeated? Just as Xingye silently vowed to train harder, Xu Meng said, Xingye, we're lucky. The Ghost Ravager Tyrant dropped its essence spirit. You take it. Only then did Xingye notice that the Ghost Ravager Tyrant had indeed dropped an essence spirit. Aren't you guys taking it? He didn't rush to grab it but looked toward Xu Meng and the others. After all, it was a joint effort to kill it. Although Xingye was a bit greedy, he respected the rules. Hunter King Du Shao laughed, young friend Xingye, you take it. Us old folks won't compete with the young. The corpses and undead crystals are enough for us. This greatly increased Xingye's goodwill toward him. Seeing that Xingye wasn't blinded by the essence spirit worth over 1 billion, even nearly 2 billion, showed commendable character. Then I won't be polite. Since the big shot said so, Xingye naturally accepted. He took out his soul-devouring magical weapon and stored the Ghost Ravager Tyrant's essence spirit inside. The price of Monarch-level essence spirits varies greatly. Sub-Monarch level is about 1 billion, small Monarch level over 1 billion. A standard Monarch level like the Ghost Ravager Tyrant S is worth around 2 billion or more. Higher-level essence spirits increase in price exponentially, the rarer, the more expensive. After securing the spoils, everyone returned to the city walls. The sun rose on the horizon, bright and warm, lifting everyone's spirits. But Xingye frowned, noticing that the undead still surged toward the walls. Wait, the sun is already up, so why haven't the undead retreated? Everyone noticed this anomaly. Their earlier good mood vanished instantly, replaced by shock and fear. This scene could no longer be explained by common sense. The morning light was faint, the rain continuous, and for 1,000 years no spirit had dared to appear during the day. Congressman Zhu, do you know the Fountain of Fury? Xingye asked. Of course I know, isn't that the Black Templars? Xu Meng didn't finish his sentence, as if he suddenly understood something. Are you saying this rain was caused by the Black Church? Xu Meng was stunned, staring at the falling rain. Xingye nodded, it's not just the rain that's a problem, the high rises in the ancient city are also problematic. At this moment, a mysterious gray-white figure appeared, accompanied by several guard mages and senior officials of the ancient city, and ascended to the city tower. They were originally guarding the east, south, and west floors, but were obviously summoned by the gray-white person, indicating the situation was urgent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the gray-white person, except Xingye, who was staring at another woman, the elder Lingxi of the ancient capital Hunters Alliance. She is actually the Black Church Cardinal Saran, the wife of the Holy Sun Ventai, and the biological mother of Yi Xinsha. Although her identity is known, she has not yet shown any flaws, nor does she have an obvious reason to make a move. Acting rashly, without the help of Xu Meng and others, Xingye would find it difficult to deal with this crazy woman alone. Moreover, she might be hiding a spatial magical tool that allows her to escape instantly. If she manages to escape, the trouble will only grow bigger in the future. Xingye can only hold his position for now and look for a countermeasure. While he was thinking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the greatest villain of Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Reward, Rinne's Sharingan. Xingye was stunned. This reward was simply godlike. The 9-Tomo Rinnegan, almost invincible. But he immediately sensed that this eye required a massive amount of energy to activate. This made him feel complicated, like holding a gun without bullets. But if he could use the Nine Tails chakra, maybe he could use it temporarily. He also discovered that the abilities within the Rinnegan Sharingan were slightly different from Kaguya herself. Besides Kaguya's original Tensei Mikazuchi, there was an additional ability similar to the Bentenjin that could strongly control others. Just as Xingye was pondering, Hanji followed closely behind. Let me tell everyone about the current situation in the ancient city. Compared to the suddenly appearing gray-white person, everyone trusted Hanji's words more. Bring the person up. Hanji clapped his hands, and two guard mages immediately escorted the two people up. Looking closely, it was Mu He and Fang Gu. Mu He is an important member of the Black Sect Yen and a key pawn under the red-robed Archbishop Saran, the Grand Deacon of Hujin. According to the intelligence provided by Zhang Xiaoho, Hanji immediately arrested them. He then revealed in detail the identities of Mu He and Fang Gu, as well as the fact that Saran was infiltrating the upper echelons. Damn the Black Sect Yen, they actually have a high-ranking member disguised as Saran? Xu Meng and the others immediately took a few steps back, their eyes filled with hostility, beginning to suspect their companions. Just as trust was gradually breaking down, a piercing scream came from afar. Howl! Through the light rain, everyone looked up to see a huge skeletal winged creature flying close to the clouds. It was as massive as a city tower, its bones cold and chilling the Grand Lord-level skeletal tyrant. The skeletal tyrant, Lord of Skeletons, a super undead whose fearsome reputation surpasses even the ghost tyrant. One of the 8 fallen kings under the ancient throne. It has actually awakened. Hanji broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing that skeletal lord of the underworld. Everyone was terrified beyond belief. Only Mu He, who was being restrained, laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. The sacred scripture. This is the sacred scripture. You're all going to die. Xingye was annoyed by his noise and suddenly kicked him hard, forcing him to shut up. Enough nonsense. If you die, we won't die with you. After kicking him, Xingye felt a bit better. Then he took out a bead and said, everyone step aside, let me handle this. In the chaos, Xingye threw out a bead. It's you, Xian Snake, come out. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura rapidly spread. In the cyan mist, a massive blue-black creature appeared faintly, its enormous body soaring into the clouds. The servants and warlord-level enemies outside the city were instantly crushed into meat patties. When the Xian snake fully appeared, its snake body stretching for several kilometers was incredibly shocking. Its huge head hung in the clouds, snake eyes staring at the people on the city wall. This is the guardian god of Song City, Xian Snake. You actually called it forth. Xu Meng was both shocked and delighted, hope rekindling in his previously desperate heart. The guardian god of Song City is truly powerful. Hanji was excited and envious Song City actually had such a powerful guardian deity. If the ancient capital also had such a living protector, this crisis might have been easily overcome. Xingye ignored everyone and pointed at the skeletal netherlord in the sky, saying, Xian Snake, try to see if you can kill it in a short time. He understood that killing the skeletal netherlord quickly was almost impossible. Although Xian Snake was a supreme monarch and the skeletal netherlord a great monarch, the level gap was not large. Even the Silver Dome Lord had not fully suppressed it, making killing it even harder. Xingye was eager to slay the skeletal netherlord because once it appeared, the strongest of the 8 directions dead lords, the Mountain Peak Corps, would soon follow. At that time, a great monarch plus a supreme monarch would greatly increase the pressure. If it couldn't be killed, it had to be severely injured. As Xian Snake was unleashed, the skeletal netherlord had already flown several kilometers outside the city walls. It stopped, raised its main head, and black energy rapidly gathered in its fleshless throat. Black light shimmered in the dragoness mouth. The bone dragoness breath was about to be unleashed. However, Xian Snake acted swiftly, whipping its tail against the skeletal netherlord's lower jaw. The dragon breath that had just been expelled exploded inside its mouth, shattering the skull and scattering white bones. The skeletal netherlord lost balance and fell from the air. Bang bang bang, the massive body crashed into the ground, crushing countless skeletal undead. Xian Snake pursued relentlessly, engaging in close combat and even spraying highly corrosive poisonous mist. Even a great monarch's body struggled to resist the poisonous erosion. Seeing this, Xingye released Zhang Feng to assist. The gap between a sub-monarch and a great monarch was large. Zhang Feng output from the rear, both safe and effective. Elemental holy spirits excelled in elemental damage but had relatively weak physical defense. The skeletal netherlord was suppressed by Xian Snake and roared for help. At this moment, another overlord undead quietly appeared not far away. It was as huge as a mountain, each step shaking the earth, causing even the sturdy city to tremble. Following closely was Sha Yuan, almost reaching the ancient capital. Han Ji clenched his fists, veins bulging. Seeing hope suddenly shattered, he felt deep despair. Xu Meng gritted his teeth. He had always supported the latent threat strategy but had not noticed this sudden disaster. Fortunately, the young Xing Yi's warning allowed them to prepare, or it would have been a dereliction of duty. Once the mountain peak corpse appeared, Shen Snake immediately became alert, even releasing the skeletal netherlord it had been suppressing to let it retreat to the sea of skeletons to heal. As the leader of the 8 Directions Dead Lords, the mountain peak corpse's strength had reached supreme monarch level, making it appear of Shen Snake as an overlord of that era. With 2 overlords confronting each other, constant vigilance was necessary, leaving no time to deal with the skeletal netherlord. The Shen Snake and the corpse of the mountain peak formed a delicate balance, but no one believed it could last long. Once the skeleton lord of the underworld recovered, the situation would deteriorate instantly. Seeing that the corpse of the mountain peak was temporarily not making a move, Han Ji turned to Zhu Mang, Fei Zhao, Ling Shi, and other senior members of the ancient city, waving to summon a squad of forbidden guard mages. The forbidden guard mages immediately surrounded everyone. Although they looked shocked, they understood Han Ji's intention and fell silent. Han Ji said, "Although there is only one Saran, to save the ancient city, I have to trouble everyone. If we can quell the catastrophe, I will apologize to all of you." Before he finished speaking, a purple soul chain flew out, tightly binding everyone. Han Ji turned to glare at the captured Mu He, his face grim, directly grabbing his neck and dragging him in front of everyone, threatening coldly, "Saran is among you. I advise you to tell me now how to save the ancient city, or I will kill them immediately. The moment the undead besiege the city will be the death of you and Saran." Han Ji had no other choice at this moment but to pin his hopes on the Black Church to stop the Sha Yuan's advance. As long as Sha Yuan stopped, the ancient city still had a chance. Ling Shi took a deep breath, her gaze firm as she looked at Han Ji. "Chairman, do you really trust the Black Church? Even if they tell us away, it might not be true. It's better to release us and fight the 8 directions of undead kings together." Her sense of justice almost made it seem like a holy light was about to shine on her face. Xing Yi watched coldly, knowing the beheading plan was unlikely to be carried out. Saran wouldn't be foolish enough to die with the ancient city, and Mu He was very likely to reveal a way to stop Sha Yuan. Xing Yi instinctively wanted to use the Sharingan to force Mu He to confess, but he chose to endure, wanting to see if Saran would reveal a flaw out of fear, so he could expose her true identity then. Without concrete evidence, rashly arresting or killing her would likely make it difficult for Longwei to continue staying through the night. Arbitrarily killing an elder of the Hunters' Alliance is an extremely serious crime. The standoff between the two sides continued. Han Ji was clearly determined, preferring to mistakenly kill 10 people rather than let Sarung go. "Hee, Han Ji, your reckless actions make my heart race with fear. I have to admit, your move is clever, but I will never let Lord Saran die." Mui glanced over Zhu Meng, Fei Zhao, and other high-ranking officials of the ancient capital, his gaze briefly resting on Ling Shi, before finally staring at Han Ji, who was clutching his own neck, and spoke slowly. Afterwards, Mui detailed the method to stop the Sha Yuan and the secrets of the ancient royal tomb. "This is all what you said, how do I know you're not lying to me?" Han Ji heard about entering the Sha Abyss and was full of disbelief, feeling that Mu He was playing him. After all, that place is a death trap who could jump in and survive? "I know you don't believe me, but Zhang Xiaohou has long known the way to block the Sha Abyss, it's just that I used the forgetting worm to seal his memory. Your treatment wasn't thorough, he hasn't recovered." Mu He glanced at Zhang Xiaohou behind Xing Yi and continued, "Once he takes this antidote, you'll be able to verify the truth." After speaking, Mu He took out the antidote. Han Ji immediately snatched it and handed it to the royal guard mage to give to Zhang Xiaohou. No one doubted it unless Mu He intended to harm Saran, he wouldn't have poisoned him. Moreover, although Han Ji was a transcendent-level healing mage, he couldn't be sure that Zhang Xiaohou was fully recovered. After taking the medicine, Zhang Xiaohou's memory returned, confirming that everything Mu He said was true. The ancient king's tomb is indeed hidden within the Sha Abyss. Hearing about entering the Sha Abyss, Fang Gu, who had turned over a new leaf, also mentioned that the descendants of the ancient king could enter it. Just as Zhang Xiaohou, Su Xiaoluo, and Mo Fan were arguing over who would go to the abyss, Xing Yi stepped forward and interrupted, "Stop arguing. I can enter with 100% certainty, so let me go." Everyone was stunned. "Do you know what you're saying? How can you guarantee you'll get into the Sha Abyss?" Xu Meng questioned. "A young mage like Xing Yi shouldn't risk his life. The future of the Dragon Kingdom depends on them living to shoulder heavy responsibilities. If anyone should be risking their lives, it should be us old-timers charging forward. Even Fanggu couldn't guarantee it, so why is this kid so confident? My summoned beast, the flame, naturally counters the undead. Getting into the Sha Abyss won't be a problem, Xingye said, summoning the three-legged golden crow. The divine bird appeared like golden flames, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The three-legged golden crow, a divine bird of pure yang energy, can transform into the sun and wield the solar divine fire, naturally countering the undead. Ordinary undead get hurt just by seeing the sun, and the solar divine fire of the three-legged golden crow can easily enter the Sha Abyss. Now that the Sha Abyss is unguarded and weak in both offense and defense, the three-legged golden crow can come and go without difficulty. Logically, the three-legged golden crow could take him in without issue, and could also carry super-tier mages like Hanji and Xu Meng. But Xingye didn't want too many people to know about this, so he only brought Fanggu along. Fanggu could also be used for navigation and would be dealt with afterward anyway, since he wasn't a good person. This way, no one would know what happened inside the Sha Abyss. As soon as the three-legged golden crow appeared, everyone felt the power of its flames. This time, Xingye really could enter the Sha Abyss. Ha ha ha, great! You've saved the ancient city again. This time you survive, just say what you want, we'll go bankrupt helping you. Xu Meng patted Xingye's shoulder, extremely excited. Although the senior officials felt guilty, hope was rekindled on their faces. Only Lingxi, disguised as Salon, looked at Xingye with a kind smile, but her eyes hid resentment and helplessness. Xingye was her son-in-law, and she knew he had lived with her daughter Xin Xia for many years. Although they weren't overly intimate, she approved of him. As Yi Chang's mother, she had once sealed Salon's memories and was satisfied with Xingye as a son-in-law. But now that she was Salon herself, her son-in-law dared to oppose her, which made her extremely irritated. Just as Salon was feeling troubled, Hanji and the others discussed the plan to escort Xingye into the Sha Abyss. Don't worry, with Xianxi and a few of us super-tier mages escorting you, getting you out won't be a problem, Hanji said seriously. After the plan was finalized, the group split into two teams. Super-tier mages without flying ability were responsible for delaying and caring for the injured skeletal Sha Lord, while those with flying ability, like Hanji, Xu Meng, and Chief Guard Lu Huan, escorted Xingye close to the Sha Abyss. Lingxi from the Hunter Alliance was also in the team, skilled in wind magic and an important member of the escort. Although Xingye now possessed the powerful 9 Magatama reincarnation eye, he still remained highly vigilant toward Salon. She was a madwoman who could do the unexpected at any moment. A single misstep could lead to disaster with unpredictable consequences. After a brief discussion, everyone immediately took action, each performing their duties, preparing to set off. Meanwhile, Shen Snake also knew it had to fight the corpse of the mountain peak, with the goal of holding back the supreme monarch to buy time for Xingye and the others. Go! Roar, roar, roar! The totem Shen Snake and the corpse of the mountain peak instantly erupted into a fierce clash. Seeing the confrontation between the two supreme monarchs, the ancient city military mage chief instructor Feijiu and ancient city judge Wang Qi immediately launched an attack on the skeletal nether lord. Mid-session bonus. With the two obstacles restrained, Hanji glanced at Xingye behind him and reminded, "Wait a moment, we will protect you, stay close." Xingye nodded, "Don't worry, my summoned beast flies very fast." The three-legged golden crow is extremely fast. If it weren't for the concern that other eight-direction fallen lords might suddenly appear, he would have already flown into the Sha Abyss alone with Fanggu. Xingye sat on the three-legged golden crow, using spatial magic to lift Fanggu, suspending him in midair. Fanggu's face was full of dissatisfaction, lamenting the huge gap between people. Xingye ignored him and ordered the three-legged golden crow to rush at full speed toward the Sha Abyss. Hanji stayed by his side. After all, there were still Sarung operatives lurking among the upper echelons of the ancient capital. Xu Meng, Ling Shi, and the others formed a protective circle on the outskirts, surrounding Xingye. A distance of more than 20 kilometers was not far for a mage. Under the protection of the group, they reached the edge of the Sha Abyss. The three-legged golden crow carried Xingye closer to the hellish furnace ravaged by chilling winds. Everyone instinctively looked toward the Sha Abyss, seeing darkness so deep and countless undead, as if it were the entrance to hell. As the weakest high-level mage, Xingye felt the strongest pull, barely managing to stabilize himself by forcing his monstrous strength mode. Fanggu had already been sucked in long ago, and Xingye himself was barely holding on. How could he care about him? Anyway, he wouldn't survive. Xingye, we can only escort you this far. If we go any further, we'll be sucked in too. Hanji and the others dared not approach any closer. The suction they faced was even stronger than what Xingye felt, since they didn't have Xingye's physical constitution or the divine fire protection of the three-legged golden crow. Just as Hanji and the others were preparing to leave and Xingye was about to jump into the Sha abyss, he suddenly sensed an unusual shadow fluctuation. Sarong? Xingye immediately locked onto a figure behind him. Such keen perception. You really do have strong magical talent. Sarong, having somehow deceived Hanji and the others, had personally come here. Xingye, are you willing to be mine? I can give you everything. Facing a magical genius like Xingye, even Saran couldn't help but feel moved. If she could win him over, her strength would greatly increase. Dream on, it's more like you became mine. Xingye refused without hesitation. After all, he has a family. How could he possibly go crazy with Saran? Jiang Feng. Merge. In an instant, the flame-witch Jiang Feng merged into Xingye's body, and his strength directly soared to the level of a legitimate monarch. Seeing that the negotiation was futile, Saran drew his slender sword, instantly used Shadow Escape, and launched an attack on Xingye. The two wasted no words and directly engaged in a fierce battle. Wind cleaving thousand blades. Saran began constructing the Star Palace, and Xingye immediately became alert. Sha Yuan was dangerously close. Such powerful magic was practically suicidal. If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you, you crazy woman. Ha, are you scared too? Then let's die together. Saran revealed a crazed, sinister smile, preparing to unleash a super tear spell. Xingye took advantage of the dense shadows near Sha Yuan to cast shadow mimicry, temporarily controlling Saran. Little Crow. The three-legged golden crow quickly brought Xingye before Saran, using its strong body to restrain her and prevent the spell from being cast. But too late. Minfeng Qianren chasing Wind Strike. Saran ultimately succeeded in casting the level 3 advanced wind magic. She centered herself and instantly released a flurry of blade-like wind slashes. Xingye, Saran, and the three-legged golden crow were all blown away, countless sharp wind blades cutting across them. The intense wind field and spatial suction dragged them all into the depths of the death abyss. Falling into the death abyss, the three-legged golden crow shielded Xingye and Saran with its wings. The powerful solar divine fire repelled the malice of the death abyss undead. Inside the wings, Xingye was covered in wounds, his clothes torn, gripping Saran's neck, shouting angrily, "Crazy woman, are you looking for death?" Casting advanced magic at the edge of the death abyss. With a demonic physique, Xingye easily controlled Saran. We're not dead yet. The subdued Saran showed no fear. Instead, she pressed herself against Xingye's chest. At this moment, her clothes were in tatters, almost as naked as Xingye. The two of them pressed tightly together. Don't move, okay? If the knife accidentally cuts somewhere important, your happiness for the rest of your life will be gone. Saran smiled seductively, gently rubbing little Xingye with her long legs. If my happiness is gone, that's your loss, got it? Although Xingye appeared to be choking Saran's neck, controlling her life and death, in reality, his own lifeline was tightly controlled by Saran. Her slender sword was pressed against his groin, and any movement could cause trouble. Be good, let go of Sister's hand, and Sister will sheath the sword. Saran said softly, her fragrance wafting over. You sheath the sword first, then I'll let go. Xingye wasn't stupid. He couldn't easily hand over his lifeline to this crazy woman. After all, pretty crazy women are the best at deception. The two were at a stalemate, neither willing to give in first. Time passed by the second, Saran's sword pressed closer and closer, and Xingye's face darkened with impatience. Damn woman, you're the one who forced me. Let me show you how I control you. To protect his happiness for the rest of his life, Xingye gathered his spiritual magic energy and suddenly opened his 9-hook jade reincarnation eye. Saran was about to make a move, but upon seeing those unusual eyes, she seemed to fall into a trance, losing control of her body and staring blankly at Xingye. Ha, a woman dares to challenge me? Xingye laughed proudly, but instantly felt a third of his mana being drained. Knowing he couldn't delay, he began to unleash his eye technique, imposing an absolute command on Saran's mind, forcing her to obey him even if she was conscious. Unexpectedly, halfway through the technique, his mana was completely drained, and even the 9 Nagatama reincarnation eye was forcibly shut down. Hiss, it hurts so much. Does this thing consume mana so quickly? Will the eye technique even work? Xingye's heart was uneasy. Saran woke up and stared at him, saying, "What did you do to me?" She intended to continue attacking, but found herself unable to perform any actions that would harm Xingye, only able to control non-harmful behaviors, as if she had been given a command. Xingye's lips curled slightly, confirming the eye technique had taken effect, and coldly ordered, "Saran, kneel for me." Once the command was given, Xingye expected Saran to plop down on her knees. But all he got was her coquettish eye roll and a sarcastic remark, "Do you think you're the Pope? You want me, the Cardinal, to kneel?" Xingye furrowed his brows, thinking, could it be that the eye technique failed? Sarung can't hurt him now either, so this counts as half a success. However, he couldn't directly control Sarung either, feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, he couldn't control such a charming and still alluring young woman. He looked at Sarung's fair, exposed body and suddenly realized, not being able to command her doesn't mean he can't have her. Anyway, she can't hurt him, and physically she's no match for him, so forcing her should work. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Xingye looked at Sarung with a gleam in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" "I'm the red-robed archbishop." In Sarung's panicked gaze, Xingye held her tightly, whispering teasingly in her ear, "Sarung, you don't want to be trained by me here in this Sha abyss, do you?" The burning breath made Sarung dizzy. She knew that in the chaotic Sha abyss space, she couldn't use spatial magic tools to escape. She also couldn't hurt the other party, which made her a sitting duck. She hadn't expected it to be this miserable. How could this happen? Sarung pressed her delicate hand against Xingye's chest, gritting her teeth and glaring angrily. But Xingye was enjoying it, lowering his head to look at her trembling delicate body. Sarung had a curvy figure, with the largest breasts Xingye had ever seen, bigger than teacher Tangyu, Bai Tingting, A2, and Xinxia. After all, she was Xinxia's mother, with an even more enchanting and alluring figure, a slender waist paired with full, round hips, exuding charm. "Don't you bastard!" Sarung clenched her legs tightly, gasping for breath, her hands weakly pounding on Xinye's chest. Xinye became even more unrestrained, groping her up and down. Sarung bit her lip, not daring to make a sound, and her hands shifted from resisting to holding onto Xinye. "Ah!" Xinye laughed as he looked at Sarung trembling against his chest, her eyes hazy and flushed, incredibly captivating. Time passed, and the two finally arrived at the Sha abyss. The three-legged golden crow spread its wings, noticing the flames on its body had dimmed significantly, clearly having consumed a great deal of energy. "Thank you for your hard work, little Wu. Go back and rest first." Xinye gently patted its wings, intending to retract it into space, but found the space was disturbed and unable to connect to the summoning dimension. Out of helplessness, I could only let the three-legged golden crow stay by my side temporarily. Fortunately, after consuming some fire-type spirit seed fragments, it recovered quite a bit, and its feathers became more vibrant, but it was still far from its peak condition. After soothing little Wu, Xingye turned her head to look at Salang, who was still lying on her, eyes tightly shut, pretending to be dead. Seeing her like this, Xingye squeezed her hard. Sarlang lowered his voice and couldn't help but moan softly, but still pretended nothing had happened, forcing himself to play dead. She had no other choice now. She couldn't fight, couldn't run, so she could only play dead, hoping the man would stop bothering her. Unfortunately, this was just what she thought. At this moment, Xingye was enjoying her sensuous body. "This is you forcing me to use my ultimate move, don't blame me." Xingye was helpless and had to resort to his last resort. While Sarlang was still wondering what other tricks he might have, suddenly both of them made different sounds at the same time. Sarlang, truly a top-notch beautiful young woman, managed to push Xingye away. You bastard, shameless lecher." She gradually came to her senses, her face flushed red, angrily scolding Xingye. At this moment, she didn't look like the lofty red-robed archbishop at all, but more like a bullied little girl, wronged and scolding the bad man who had bullied her. Seeing that she was still cursing him, Xingye directly grabbed her back and threatened while pinching her small face, "If you curse again, I'll make you regret it." Salang immediately shut up, not daring to speak anymore. But tears slowly welled up, sparkling and moist, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Bocheng's plan quietly failed, Yikanglang died mysteriously, and the ancient city's plan completely collapsed. Nothing happened, and even her body was lost. Her innocence was taken away by this bad man in front of her, and the most terrifying thing was that he was her son-in-law. Mother and daughter were both schemed against by him, suffering a huge loss. At this moment, Xingye completely shattered Salang's inner strength. She finally cried, pouring out more than 20 years of grievances. Since Wantai's death, she had been fleeing alone with the young Xinxia, with no one willing to help, no one offering a hand. The holy city wanted to capture the mother and daughter, and even Parthenon was watching them. At that moment, the whole world seemed unbearably dark, and they were utterly helpless. On the other side, Xingye was shocked to see Salang crying. He never expected this crazy woman to shed tears. Faced with this state of Saran, Xingye momentarily didn't know what to do. "I'll let you go now, stop crying." After being released, Saran's emotions seemed to be relieved and gradually calmed down. Wiping away her tears, her gaze returned to that cold and ruthless red-robed archbishop look. "Don't glare at me, I'm not bullying you anymore. You were the one playing dead just now." Saran glared at Xingye fiercely, making her a bit overwhelmed. It won tea because of the fierce look, but those moist eyes were too captivating. Having just experienced a tide not seen for years, her face was full of springtime charm, making it hard to resist. Xingye was afraid that if she looked a few more times, she would make a mistake. After all, there were more important things to do. Behave obediently, or don't blame me for being unkind. Xingye looked at the beautiful young woman in a red dress, who was taking a piece of clothing out of the storage magical tool, his tone unfriendly. Got it. This time, Saran had learned her lesson, knowing that one must bow under the eaves. For some reason, she didn't dislike this feeling of being restrained. Instead, her heart raced faster. Saran, should I call you by this name, or by Yi Chang? Seeing her so obedient, Xingye couldn't help but start to train her. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist again, pulling her close, leaning her against himself, testing her submission. When Xingye called out Yi Chang, Saran's body trembled slightly but quickly calmed down. Whichever name you like, just call me that. Yi Chang leaned lightly against Xingye's chest, exceptionally obedient. Of course, she was now reluctantly backing down, otherwise, she would have already counterattacked with high-level magic. Forget the name Saran, how about I call you Yi Chang or Little Chang, how does that sound? Xingye said as he pinched Yi Chang's rounded buttocks, forcing her to answer. Okay. Then tell me, how did you trick Han Ji and the others just now, coming to find me alone? Xingye pressed harder, commanding her to answer. Oppressed, Yi Chang's breathing grew heavier, and she instinctively pushed back harder. When I set out, I had an important shadow-type high-level mage take Ling Xia's place. Yi Chang honestly recounted everything that had happened, without hiding anything. Not bad, now tell me about your strength. Xingye looked at her with satisfaction, his gaze gradually softening. Peak of the light element, level 3 advanced of the wind element, level 3 advanced of the poison element, level 2 advanced of the shadow element, Yi Chang added. Mental power is at the 8th realm. Xingye was somewhat surprised to hear this. She didn't expect her to be at the pinnacle of the light element, and the other elements were also strong. With this strength, combined with her intelligence and determination, almost no one could compare. If he hadn't just used the 9 Magatama Rinnegan, he probably would have been tortured to death by her long ago. Now, that danger no longer exists. Xingye smiled and pressed his hand more boldly against Yi Chang's waist. She felt a subtle reaction in her body. Afterwards, Xingye didn't bother her anymore. He changed his clothes, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and began to observe the surroundings. In the distance, a white jade-colored palace came into view. This palace was unusual, its whiteness eerie, exuding a sinister and deathly aura. Isn't this a palace built for the dead? Xingye's heart jolted. As he approached, he found the main gate wide open. Someone got here first, Xingye guessed, most likely Fang Gu. Yi Chang also looked at the gate and asked, aren't we going in quickly? I'm curious about what's inside. Don't think about things you shouldn't, Xingye warned. The owner of this palace is the ancient king, an imperial-level existence. Don't seek your own death. He pinched Yi Chang hard, reminding her not to be too reckless. After all, he himself was afraid to touch the ancient king's armor that was a deadly thing. While teasing Yi Chang and hurrying along, the two quickly arrived at the Soul Gallery. The paintings on the wall depicted some beautiful women, but Xingye felt that Yi Chang, leaning against him, was far more captivating. Don't look at those paintings, they hide soul traps you can't withstand. Seeing Yi Chang fascinated, Xingye pinched her but to bring her back to her senses. He was fine himself, relying entirely on his Sharingan and the 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Those traps couldn't catch him at all. These paintings were not as soul-stirring as Yi Chang is now. If he weren't worried about the ancient king's armor being worn by Zhang Kong, he would have taken Yi Chang by force long ago. After Xingye's warning, Yi Chang also understood the danger of these paintings and immediately lowered her head, not daring to look further. The two safely passed through the Soul Gallery and arrived at a spacious front palace. The front palace was entirely built from pale white stone jade, with a floor so smooth it reflected shadows. Around were many massive pillars, each requiring 4 or 5 people to encircle, carved with inscrutable runes. In the center of the palace stood a stone platform, holding a crystal-clear demon lotus. In front of the platform stood an old man, Fang Gu. He knew all the secrets of the Sha Yuan's checkpoints but was helpless against the eternal demon lotus. It could neither be destroyed nor absorbed, he could only watch helplessly. The footsteps of Xingye and Yi Chang immediately caught Fang Gu's attention. Xingye? You're still alive. And you? Fang Gu looked at Xingye in surprise, thinking he was dead. Then, seeing Yi Chang, his eyes instantly widened. It wasn't anything else, but because Yi Chang's beauty was unbelievable, she was the most charming woman he had ever seen. Yi Chang's previously obedient gaze instantly turned cold, and a powerful airwave blasted toward Fanggu, knocking him against the stone platform. Seeing this, Xingye did not stop her. Instead, he felt Yi Chang deserved the lesson. I didn't give the order. Why did you act on your own? Yi Chang explained, it was him looking at me with that bad look, I couldn't help it. Her gaze returned to obedient once more. Xingye gently pinched her, not using much force. Punishment must be measured to make her obedient. Got it. Yi Chang gradually got used to being compliant. Xingye warned Fanggu, don't offend this woman, she is Saran. Fanggu immediately behaved after hearing this. Xingye ignored Fanggu and called the three-legged golden crow following behind to devour the eternal demon lotus. When the three-legged golden crow first arrived, it told him it could swallow the eternal demon lotus. Xingye thought it would require effort in using a trump card, but it turned out to be so simple. Now it was great. Not only could it upgrade the little crow, but it was also much easier. After devouring the eternal demon lotus, the three-legged golden crow's power rose from the Grand Commander level to the Advanced Commander level, just one step away from the sub-monarch. The eternal demon lotus is gone, let's go. Xingye said, and without waiting for Fanggu's reaction, he held Yi Chang and moved forward. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Fanggu's eyes, but he obediently followed. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with white jade statues, all sculpted as slender women with graceful figures and delicate jade feet, naked and extremely enchanting in appearance. Xingye looked at them calmly, still feeling that Yi Chang beside him was more charming. Fanggu, however, looked at them with bright eyes, but he did not dare to linger and continued forward. Before long, they reached a jade platform next to a bottomless black hole, where the wild wind howled, and a slight misstep would lead to falling into the abyss. Xingye stared at the black hole, thinking there must be treasures hidden inside, perhaps something like a wind element, but it was not accessible now and would have to wait until later. Standing on the platform, 10 bridges appeared before him. This is the bridge of 9 deaths and 1 life. Only one bridge can be crossed, the others lead to dead ends, Fanggu whispered from behind, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Xingye nodded without saying much, his sharp gaze fixed on him, the 3 Tomo Sharingan flashing in his eyes. Which bridge do you think is good? Xingye asked. Fanggu pointed to one of them. Not bad. Xingye nodded approvingly, not killing him immediately. He already had a plan in mind, using Fanggu to better control the ancient king's armor robe. For Xingye, controlling Fanggu was easy, but in Yi Chang's eyes, Xingye had become extraordinarily terrifying. He could silently control others' thoughts, a power even the Black Church did not possess. Mind magic could only suggest, interfere, or imprison, but could not completely control thoughts. Don't overthink it. See how powerful I am? You can't hurt me. I've already given the order. If you don't obey, I'll take full control of you and turn you into a puppet. Xingye sneered to scare Yi Chang. Yi Chang's body trembled slightly, and he whispered, no, I will obey obediently. She would rather die than become a puppet without thoughts. After all, living like this is truly a torment. Before long, the two reached the bridge that Fanggu had pointed out. As expected, at the end of the bridge, a silver mirror came into view. Xingye knew that this silver mirror was a spatial teleportation portal, and the other side led to the Blood Throne. Without hesitation, he embraced Yi Chang and stepped through it. Passing through the silver mirror, the scene shifted. The surroundings were dim, and a massive altar appeared before them. The altar was shaped like an ice crown, with huge stone steps beneath it, several times taller than a person. It was clearly not designed for mortals, but more like it was prepared for gods or giants. Looks like it really is the life bridge, Xingye said softly. Choosing the wrong path would have unimaginable consequences. He did not want to be attacked by countless lost souls. His gaze turned to the highest point of the altar, where a blood throne stood. The throne was filled with long swords, but no one sat upon it. The only thing left was a dark black armor robe sealed by the passage of time. The armor robe exuded an evil aura, as if it condensed endless malevolence. Xingye opened his Sharingan and immediately saw a powerful lingering soul residing within the armor robe. This lingering soul was likely the spirit of an ancient king in life, or a form of regret. After all, this eternal emperor once pursued immortality. Over time, this regret turned into extreme evil thoughts, persisting even after death. That thing is hard for you to control. The armor robe hides a strong evil aura that even peak light type masters might not be able to command. Xingye looked at Yi Chang, who was lying on his chest, his gaze fixed on the evil armor robe as he warned her. I can feel that malice. Yi Chang nodded and looked up at Xingye. You came here for this armor, right? Can you really control it? If this person can truly master the armor, I probably won't be able to escape his control for the rest of my life. After all, besides sensing that strong evil intent, she also perceived the supreme power of the armor. Once someone successfully controls it, they will possess unparalleled great power. I wasn't very confident before, but your appearance has filled me with confidence. Now I can give it a try. Xing Ye's words were full of anticipation, causing Yi Chang to roll her eyes at him. Even she found this cliché pickup line embarrassing. But on the other hand, Yi Chang's arrival gave Xing Yi the nine-hooked jade reincarnation eye, this godlike cheat. With the nine-hooked jade reincarnation eye, subduing lingering souls is effortless. It's just that Xing Yi currently lacks the energy to activate this cheat. But he had already thought of a solution, because the answer lay in her embrace. Xiao Chang, you should have quite a few magical artifacts that can instantly replenish mana, right? After all, you were once the mistress of the Parthenon temple. Xing Ye's left hand wrapped around Yi Chang's slender waist, pulling her close to his chest, while his right hand cupped her small face, gently pinching it. Yi Chang stared into Xing Ye's eyes, their gazes locked, the atmosphere tense. Under the blood throne, the man wore a black robe, the woman's red dress fluttered, like the final act's curtain call. The two were at a stalemate, Yi Chang clearly hesitant. After all, Xing Ye was her enemy, and just half a day ago they had been fighting desperately. Now he wanted her help, it was truly shameless. She instinctively looked away, but Xing Ye forcibly pulled her back and lightly pecked her red lips. Yi Chang didn't react much after all, he had touched her all over along the way, her purity was gone, so what was a kiss? Helping you is helping myself. You want revenge on the holy city and the Parthenon temple. If I gain the power of the armor, maybe I can help you, Xing Ye said, staring at her, trying to make her understand the benefits of cooperation. Yi Chang rolled her eyes and complained, I don't know if you can help me, but if you really get the armor's power, I'll definitely become your captive bird. She knew Xing Ye desired her, having fondled her all the way, and feared that once he got the power, he would lock her up. Just as Xing Ye felt he had no other options but to be forceful, Yi Chang pulled out several necklaces from her storage magical tool. These are magical artifacts that can instantly restore mana. Remember, you promised me you wouldn't lock me up as a canary. After saying this, she pushed against Xing Ye's chest and broke free. Helping Xing Ye was her best choice for now. She had no strength to take revenge on the holy city and the temple, her purity was gone, so these mana-replenishing artifacts didn't matter much. Starlit Knight looked at the magical weapon in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Chang's arrogance, he felt she still needed a good lesson, but that would have to wait until he obtained the power of the armor. He turned his head toward the blood throne, knowing that wearing the armor would grant him the power of an emperor. But to be safe, he planned to have someone else wear it first, then control that person. If he wore it himself, he feared becoming an undead, losing all the fun. After making up his mind, he looked at Feng Gu, who was under his control behind him, and teleported him next to the blood throne. The long-sealed armor sensed the breath of a living person and became unusually excited, releasing invisible spiritual waves. When Starlit Knight approached, he immediately felt a powerful magical force urging him to put on the armor. It was as if wearing it would solve all problems and easily achieve all goals. But those who truly survive may no longer be their original selves. This temptation works on ordinary people, but it was ineffective on Starlit Knight, who possessed the 9 Magatama reincarnation eye. His heart remained unmoved. Sensing its failure, the armor suddenly flew off the throne and lunged at Starlit Knight, attempting to possess his body. Starlit Knight's expression remained calm as he gathered magical energy on his forehead and forcibly activated the 9 Magatama reincarnation eye. Although his magical energy was insufficient, with the help of Yi Chang's magical tool, he barely managed to open his eye. The lingering soul within the armor was forcibly drawn out, and the armor immediately lost its life force, falling heavily to the ground. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such power? The ancient king's lingering soul asked in surprise. Though fragmented, his vision was extraordinary and instantly sensed the terror of Starlit Knight's third eye. This power was not only strong but also filled with the unknown. Starlit Knight was unwilling to say more and directly used the pupil power of the 9 Magatama reincarnation eye to instantly reduce the lingering soul to ashes. Seeing the lingering soul easily destroyed, Starlit Knight had expected a fierce battle but was surprised by how effortless it was. On reflection, it made sense. Even after Zhang Kong wore the armor, he could only resist the lingering soul through sheer willpower, indicating the lingering soul was not very strong. Back then, Zhang Kong probably only had the cultivation of a high-level mage and relied on willpower to repel the undead army. The lingering soul's strength was evident. As for the talk of willpower, persistence, and Qin reasons, Starlit Knight thought they were just excuses before absolute strength. Willpower was useless. After dealing with the lingering soul, Starlit Knight had already used 2 magic energy replenishment necklaces and only had 4 left. Without hesitation, he controlled Fanggu to wear the armor, then activated the 9 Magatama reincarnation eye again, completely taking control of Fanggu and turning him into a fully obedient puppet. After completion, only 1 mana necklace remained, consuming a huge amount. Xingye knew clearly that this magical item was expensive, and Asuriya also had only 1, which she was wearing. Seeing that he had used up 5 at once, Xingye cursed himself silently for being wasteful. But the gain this time was not small. He directly gained an Imperial level combat power. My special ability really works. I couldn't control Yi Chang before because I didn't have enough mana. Xingye felt the mental link with Fanggu and knew he could now fully control him. At this moment, Fanggu's memories had been erased, turning him into an obedient puppet. After obtaining the armor robe, Xingye used the mental link to check on Shaiyuan's situation and found that he was still outside the ancient city, not entering inside. Stop Shaiyuan, and bring back the undead army and the 8 directions dead kings. Yes, master. Fanggu, wearing the dark black imperial robe, half kneeling before Xingye, responded respectfully. Seeing Fanggu's complete obedience, Xingye was satisfied and felt all his efforts were worthwhile. Unfortunately, his 9-tailed chakra energy was almost depleted, and he didn't know if it could recover. If not, his fire-type strength would have to rely on resources to break through to the super tier and forbidden spells in the future. Soon, the 8 directions dead kings appeared under the blood throne. The altar space was spacious enough to accommodate even the corpse of a mountain peak. Why is one missing? Xingye looked and found that only one of the 8 directions dead kings had come, as if someone was absent. Your Majesty, are you looking for me? A seductive voice whispered in his ear. Queen Joyo, stop joking. Upon hearing the voice, Xingye immediately thought of who was missing. He looked over and saw Queen Joyo dressed in red ancient attire, like a woman from ancient times. Unexpectedly, Xingye had such a divine eye, Queen Joyo thought to herself. She had been observing from the side and had also seen it when Xingye used the 9-hooked jade reincarnation eye earlier. As the wisest being under the ancient throne, she needed to see if the one inheriting the armor was worthy of the ancient king's power. And now, it seemed Xingye far exceeded her expectations. The new king's potential was far greater than the ancient king's. I'm not even wearing the armor, so why call me your majesty? Xingye teased, looking at Queen Joyo's satisfied gaze. Your majesty just loves teasing me. The armor is just a lifeless thing. As long as your majesty can inherit the ancient king's power, you are the true heir of this great empire. Queen Joyo laughed, flattering and currying favor with the new king. Hearing this, Xingye knew that this wise figure recognized him. Queen Joyo, I have something I need your help with. Xingye spoke. Your majesty, please speak. I will do my utmost to serve. Since she acknowledged the new king, she naturally became his most loyal follower. Whatever the king said was law. Whatever the king wanted to do, no matter the cost, it had to be done. After I leave, you must quickly subdue those ownerless undead. Soon, I will lead you to battle in the underworld and seize the true throne of the king of the dead. Xingye's power had reached the imperial level, and his ambitions swelled accordingly. The Ocean God clan would inevitably launch a full-scale invasion of humanity sooner or later, so he needed to accumulate enough strength to face them. If he didn't first seize the throne of the king of the dead, it might be taken by the queen of the emperor's shroud skeleton from the underwater undead, and then the undead empire would be targeted. Rather than passively taking hits, it was better to strike first, capture the king of the dead, then subdue the queen of the emperor's shroud skeleton, becoming the sole lord of the undead. Yes, your majesty. The 9 Nether Empress was extremely excited. She had originally thought that following a human new king would at least guarantee 100 years of stability, but she hadn't expected Xingye's ambitions to be so grand. With war to fight, the 8 undead lords were also thrilled. After all, they were naturally bloodthirsty and warlike, having been cooped up for 100 years and nearly driven mad. After making the arrangements, Xingye dismissed the 8 undead lords. They still had the task of subduing the undead. At that moment, through Fanggu's spiritual link, Xingye discovered there was still one person in the Sha Abyss. Upon sensing, he recognized it was Zhang Kong, who had sneaked in. Without hesitation, Xingye ordered Fanggu to expel him. This was his backyard. No unauthorized personnel were allowed inside. After handling these matters, Xingye turned to Yi Chang, who was standing beneath the throne. Their eyes met. Since his ascension, she had been watching him closely. She saw how he obtained the armor, and when she saw that third eye, she suddenly remembered that it was because of that eye that she couldn't harm Xingye before. She originally possessed this divine eye, and now with the power of an emperor-level warrior added, this caged bird probably will never be able to fly away. When Yi Chang was distracted, Xingye had already teleported in front of her using spatial magic. Without a word, he picked her up and headed toward a room inside the Sha Abyss. The space here was spacious, with many separate rooms. After all, it was the work of an ancient king, nothing was missing. After entering the room, Xingye directly threw Yi Chang onto the bed and began to undress and remove his armor, preparing to properly train this beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang did not resist. Instead, she cooperated by removing her clothes. She had long known that by choosing to help Xingye, this day would come sooner or later. Since resistance was impossible, she might as well enjoy it. After all, this man had inherited the power of the undead emperor and would one day go to war with the holy city. Her hatred would ultimately have to be avenged by this man. Seeing how sensible Yi Chang was, Xingye was very pleased and rushed forward without hesitation. As time passed by the second, Yi Chang seemed to be venting the pain in her heart, pouring out years of accumulated grievances all at once. That useless Wantai not only abandoned me and Xinsha, but his body was also no good. We only had that one time. After I got pregnant with Xinsha, he died. Yi Chang revealed the truth she had uncovered over the years. Although she was utterly desperate when the holy son Wantai died back then, she was not foolish. Wantai had become the holy son, the strongest of the Parthenon temple. How could he have died so easily? She felt that the trial against Wantai had gone too smoothly, like a mere formality, hiding a conspiracy behind it. Xingye did not hold back and directly dropped a bombshell. Wantai never died, he is now the Dark King. This statement had no effect on Xingye but struck Yi Chang like a thunderclap. Bastard! So he has been directing and acting all along. He just wanted to use the power of human faith to become the Dark King. Xingye's words pieced together the truth. The judgment was fake, the death was fake, only becoming the Dark King was real. Yi Chang was so excited she could hardly control herself. After finally learning the truth, she became more proactive and more charming. The past loves and hatreds faded with time. At this moment, she only wanted to take ruthless revenge on Wantai. The way to take revenge was to become Xingye's woman, to be infused with his aura. She even had a bold thought: should she get pregnant with Xingye's child, and after the child is born, let Wantai from the Dark Realm know. She wondered how he would react. Confused? Didn't Parthenon hunt you and your mother down back then? Aren't you going to avenge that grudge? Xingye looked at her confused eyes and guessed she had lost her goal. With this reminder, a light rekindled in Yi Chang's eyes. You little bastard, you're right. I will make that old Mother Superior taste the bitterness I endured back then. She pointed her spear at the Parthenon temple. Xingye's lips curled slightly. That place wasn't good anyway, it would be better to mess it up. Then let Xinsha take over and turn the Parthenon temple into Xingye's backyard. Little man, what are you thinking about? After being successfully developed by Xingye, Yi Chang gradually began to take the initiative, becoming increasingly addicted. Half a year passed quickly. During this time, Xingye was almost always training Yi Chang within the Shaiyuan, occasionally going out to report the situation to Han Ji and others. He told them that Fanggu had become the ancient king, and that Nian was his hometown, so he chose to withdraw his troops. But not a word of this was true. After understanding the situation, everyone was extremely grateful to Xingye, even inviting him to Huashan for half a year of secluded cultivation. Xingye refused without hesitation. Secluded cultivation was not suitable for him. It was better to take the 8 directions fallen lords and rob a few more tombs. There were many treasures hidden in the tombs. Although he declined the Huashan secluded cultivation, Xingye proposed to become a glory counselor of the ancient capital. As expected, he received the support of the ancient capital's high-level officials. He has achievements, strength, and the title of hero of the ancient capital, so becoming an honored counselor is not difficult. But the application takes time. After all, the counselor position is not a low one. You want me to give Xinsha a little brother or sister? Yi Chang, who had been nurtured for several months, looked even more beautiful and charming. She was now full of allure and extremely seductive. Alright, I don't have much time left, I have to go. Yi Chang, who was wiping her body, was stunned when she heard Xingye was leaving. After half a year, she had long gotten used to being controlled by this bastard. Now that he was leaving, she actually felt out of place. You're not going to imprison me here, are you? After spending time together, she knew Xingye was actually easy to talk to. But if she were really imprisoned, wouldn't she become his exclusive plaything? What are you thinking? Come out with me later. I don't care what you want to do in the future, but don't do anything boring. If you want to take revenge at the Parthenon, figure it out yourself. If not, wait until I have time. The Parthenon must be taken, but the timing has to be right. Otherwise, if the Holy City intervenes, things will get more complicated. Yi Chang knew she wouldn't be imprisoned and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Got it, I won't cause you any trouble. After being trained by Xingye for half a year, she was extremely obedient and didn't dare to disobey. Couldn't beat him, couldn't fight him. If she dared to be disobedient, the training would continue until she obeyed. Not bad. Seeing Yi Chang so obedient, Xingye nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't afraid of her causing trouble after half a year. He had figured out the limitations of commanding with the 9 Magatama reincarnation eye. Yi Chang couldn't harm him, couldn't reveal secrets, and couldn't hurt the people around him. Apart from not being able to directly control this woman, she posed no threat to him in any other way. Even if he let her go, there was no need to worry. With the power of the reincarnation eye, he could find her anytime. After taking the good things from the Sha Abyss, Xingye left with Yi Chang. Back outside the ancient capital city, he glanced at Yi Chang lying on him, patted her butt, and said, "Let's go, my little canary. Don't hide when your master looks for you." Yi Chang rolled her eyes and replied with a smile, "If the master isn't afraid of being drained by me, then come find me." After saying that, she quickly escaped using a spatial magic tool. Xingye was completely unconcerned, planning to continue training her well next time. With his constitution, how could he possibly be drained? After returning to the ancient city, Xingye was summoned by Han Ji to the Bell Tower Magic Association. Upon reaching the top floor, he saw several senior officials of the ancient city, along with a few unfamiliar faces. He deliberately took a few extra glances. "This time we overcame the crisis thanks to you, young friend Xingye. The ancient city will never forget your kindness." Han Ji smiled broadly, speaking warmly. This disaster was unprecedented. If it weren't for Xingye uncovering the Black Church's conspiracy and evacuating the people in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His performance was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to preventing the disaster. This is undoubtedly a historic and great victory. Chairman Han, you flatter me. I was just fulfilling my duty as a mage, a responsibility I cannot shirk for the people of the ancient city. Xingye responded humbly, earning the admiration of Han Ji and the others. Young and promising, he is definitely a future pillar of talent. Good, your application for the ancient city honorary counselor has been approved. I will also publicly acknowledge your merits so that heroes are not buried in obscurity. Han Ji patted Xingye on the shoulder with satisfaction, his face full of smiles. As long as his achievements are made public, Xingye will surely become a leading figure of the younger generation. The national government team can easily join without relying on votes and can firmly hold the captain's position. The status of honorary counselor gives him the greatest power within the team, with even the mentors only on equal footing with him. Alright, let's do it this way. Xingye nodded in agreement. Outsiders would only see his courage, strategy, and luck, without revealing his trump cards, so he wouldn't be targeted. This honor, combined with the position of counselor, would naturally keep those petty people at bay. Fine, besides these, what else do you want? Everything the ancient city has, it's all yours. Han Ji waved generously, indicating that the entire ancient city could be emptied out. Xingye had deep gratitude toward the ancient city. Even building a shrine in his honor would be no problem. Han Ji was not stingy at all with resources and money. But for the moment, Xingye really hadn't decided what he wanted. Asking for Xinghai Tianmai would be too greedy. After all, he already secured the position of counselor, and asking for more would seem impolite. I remember there is a piece of glazed phoenix feather in the ancient capital museum, right? It would be great if you could give it to me, Xingye said after thinking for a moment. The glazed phoenix feather is a magical artifact woven from the sacred feathers of the holy totem vermilion bird, extremely valuable and powerful in magic. It surely contains a considerable amount of the vermilion bird's totemic source power. I wonder if the three-legged golden crow can absorb it. It's okay if you can't absorb it, at least it can be used as equipment. Glazed phoenix feather? Han Ji frowned, recalling that there indeed seemed to be such a treasure. However, he felt that Xingye was asking for too little. A glazed phoenix feather that could only be displayed, plus a seat in the council, hardly took away any real resources. Besides the glazed phoenix feather, is there really nothing else you want? Don't be shy, Han Ji said with a smile. Xingye raised an eyebrow. Since he was already here, why not ask for a little more? Then give me some fragments of fire element spirit seeds. Just as Xingye was about to leave Magic City, eating and taking what he wanted, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. My guardian knight, you really kept this saintess waiting long enough. That resentful voice sounded in his ear, giving him goosebumps. But hearing the familiar voice, he instinctively turned around to look. Asaelia was dressed in hot pants and a short denim jacket, with a black bustier underneath, looking fiery and bold, completely lacking the dignity and grace of a saint. The two attendants who had been behind her earlier were nowhere to be seen, probably sent back to the Parthenon temple by her. After all, a fallen angel doesn't need those two weaklings for protection, they might even be a hindrance. Unexpectedly, she stayed in the ancient city, just waiting for him. Knight, do you want to keep admiring your saint out here on the street? Asaelia said with a proud smile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Not long after, inside a cafe in the inner city of the ancient capital, Xingye and Asaelia sat facing each other. The table was filled with various exquisite pastries and 2 cups of coffee. My guardian knight, you are truly powerful. Commanding the monarch, leaping into the abyss, saving the ancient city, becoming a counselor brave, resourceful, bold, and confident. I'm really starting to fall for you. Asaelia stirred her coffee with a spoon while resting her cheek on her hand, gently biting her red lips, her eyes sparkling, occasionally casting flirtatious glances. She looked sexy and charming. Xingye teased, since you've fallen for me, how about we talk all night tonight? You get to know my strengths, and I get to understand your depths. If the Parthenon knights had heard this, they would have drawn their swords and fought by now. Asaria glared at him. I've heard you have dealings with many girls and even lived with some. You're such a scumbag, yet you dare to court me, the saintess. From the moment Asaria left the ancient city with Xingye and jumped into the abyss, her curiosity about him skyrocketed, and her fondness grew. After all, who doesn't like a brave hero? This admiration for strength is a girl's nature. Over the past few months, she had been frantically gathering information about him, using all her skills as an intelligence dealer to dig up every detail of his background. She learned he came from a small town, had no connections, and relied entirely on his own efforts. He had been hunting demons for years, registered as a natural spirit type, but with rich magical talent, suspected to have dual talents. Asaria thought for a moment. Xingye's current strength was already impressive. Although that monarch demon snake wasn't his true form, the sub-monarch level elemental spirit he contracted was formidable. Having super-tier strength at such a young age meant his future was definitely extraordinary. Such a magical prodigy would be a pity not to win over early. He was still growing rapidly, making it the best time to invest. Offering help in times of need is better than adding to success. Waiting until he fully matures to invest would surely reduce the effect. Lost in thought, Asaria was not disturbed by Xingye, who quietly admired her delicate face and thought of Yi Chang, her adopted daughter. He wondered what beautiful scenes they would create together, and with Xinxia, this family would be complete. Suddenly, Asaria took out a bank card and pushed it toward Xingye. This is a no-secret gold card with 300 million inside. Consider it my sponsorship for you. If you have any reasonable needs in the future, you can come to me. She continued, but if I encounter danger or need your help, as long as it's possible, you have to assist me. Of course, you will be paid. Xingye looked at the card, raised an eyebrow, and didn't he take it immediately? Asaria was puzzled he refused free money? But when she saw Xingye's eyes, smiling yet full of meaning, she immediately understood that what this man wanted most was not money, but her. Such a greedy man. Asaria sneered coldly, hesitated for a moment, then stood up and leaned in with a pretty face. That touch was soft and tender, warm and moist like jelly. Xingye didn't expect her to actually take the initiative. Once he realized it, he immediately turned the tables and forcefully pushed her teeth aside. To avoid being disturbed, Xingye also set up a spatial barrier, distorting the surrounding scenery so outsiders could see nothing. The two exchanged sharp words, acting out a game of pursuit and evasion that lasted for several minutes. Huff huff huff, bad man, this is my first kiss, is the price enough? Asaria pursed her lips, tears glistening in her eyes. And that guy just now even secretly touched me, what a loss. This is just a deposit. If you want my help later, the price will be more than this. Xingye licked his lips and said proudly. Asaria snorted coldly, fully aware of what this price meant. But as long as he can protect her at critical moments, what does it matter to him? What she wants is a man who can protect her. All right, I should go. I've waited for you for months, and the first thing you do when we meet is steal my first kiss, so heartless. Asaria pinched Xingye's waist fat, full of grievance. Do you want me to see you off, my saint? Xingye smiled slyly. Cut it out, I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me again. She pouted and handed him a silver white token engraved with Greek letters. If you can't wait to become mine, take this and find me at the Parthenon. See you next time in Venice, my knight. With that, she swayed her hips and walked away. All right, see you in Venice. Watching her walk farther and farther away, Xingye was unhurried, thinking that this saintess couldn't escape his grasp. He planned to take the Parthenon directly, and by then both the goddess and the saintess would have to obey his command. After receiving the glazed phoenix feathers and spirit seed fragments prepared by Hanji, Xingye, Mubai, Zhoumin, and the others had a small gathering before leaving the ancient capital. As for Mo Fan, that guy had already left months ago. Just returned to Magic City, Xingye immediately received several text messages from the national government team mentor. The general content was that the nomination competition had ended. Although he only had 3 recommendation votes, due to his status as a council member and his strength, he had already been internally appointed as the national government team captain. Those 3 recommendation votes were basically useless now. Actually, there are now 5 votes, the original 3 plus 1 given by Han Ji, and 1 from himself as an honorary council member. Having more votes is useless. I can only sell them or give them away. Many people want to buy them, especially families hoping to gain fame in the World Academy competition. They are willing to buy votes so that outstanding disciples from their families can participate, striving for international reputation or investment cooperation. Therefore, the price of the votes fluctuates greatly. Because they are rare, there is no fixed price. But they won't be too expensive. After all, it's just a ticket to enter the world stage. As for giving them away, when Xingye thought about giving them away, he immediately thought of Mu Nujio. She was like a little canary longing for freedom, trying to escape the constraints of her family. I wonder how many votes Jiao Jiao has. I'll check when I get back. He glanced at the text messages National Government Assembly time and place, realizing there was still more than half a month left, so there was plenty of time. Back at the apartment, as soon as he opened the door, Xingye saw Mu Nujio sitting on the sofa practicing. Possibly hearing the door open, she opened her eyes. Xingye? Are you hurt? Her pale cyan eyes fixed on him as she came over to check his body from left to right. Hurt? I'm so strong, how could I be hurt? Xingye was puzzled, not understanding what she was talking about. You did such a big thing, didn't you think about your own safety? Mu Nujio said as if educating a child. Xingye was stunned and then realized she was talking about what happened in the ancient city. Jiao Jiao, how did you know? I thought it wasn't public yet. Xingye was pressed down on the sofa for inspection, surprised that the news about the ancient city had spread so quickly. After confirming he was unharmed, Mu Nujio handed him a grape and said, "You underestimate the Mu family's intelligence network. For such a big event, how could there be no rumors? The power of the great clans infiltrates all industries. Any major disaster is quickly uncovered. Besides, so many mages were present at the time, many saw him summon the Black Serpent and the Flame Witch, and the ancient city's high-ranking officials escorting him to the abyss of demons. With just a little investigation, the general situation is clear. No one died in the ancient city disaster, and it's obvious who saved the city." Xingye nodded without much thought. Anyway, the news would be public sooner or later. What about Xinxia and the others? Why are you the only one in the apartment? Seeing the apartment so quiet, he felt a bit worried. What if all the canaries flew away while he was gone? If that really happened, he would be sad for a long time. Don't look so glum, your little canaries are all still here. They just went out to play and will be back soon. Seeing Xingye's expression, Mu Nujio understood what he was thinking. After all, they had been together for almost 2 years, and she was well aware of his temperament and personality. Ahem, Jiao Jiao, how many votes have you got from the national government team so far? Xingye was seen through, coughed, pretended not to hear, and quickly changed the subject. There are only 2 votes. I'll work harder and should be able to get into the national government team as a substitute. Don't worry. Mentioning the votes, Mu Nujio's eyes darkened. It was already very difficult for her to get 2 votes. One was won in the nomination competition, and the other was exchanged with family contributions. But she was still 1 vote short to barely make it into the national government team. Even if it was just this last vote, she didn't know where to get it. She was just afraid that Xingye would worry about her. Oh, don't worry, I was actually planning to help you get the vote, but it looks like I'll have to sell it. Who should I sell it to? Xingye saw through her difficulty. Mu Nujio was stubborn by nature and didn't want to rely on others. You want to sell the vote? Are you crazy? Not participating in the national government competition anymore? Mu Nujio could hardly believe Xingye's words. Stop, don't shake me, I'm dizzy. I'm now an honor counselor, directly appointed as the national government team captain. What? You became a counselor? Mu Nujio hurriedly shook Xingye, trying to sober him up, almost making his head spin. Upon hearing that he had become a counselor, she immediately stopped, her mouth agape in surprise. Xingye briefly recounted his heroic deeds in saving the ancient city, adding a bit of boasting. All the big shots in the ancient city begged me to become an honorary counselor, so I had no choice but to agree. Mu Jiao listened, stunned for a long time, and finally slowly accepted this fact. So should I call you counselor now? She teased with a smile, but inside she was very happy. Living under the same roof, she had long fallen for Xingye. But because of family constraints and an uncertain future, she had never dared to show her feelings. I'm still me, your future husband, and I can be that now too. Xingye boldly wrapped his arms around Mu Jiao's slender waist, shamelessly taking advantage. He thought she would look at him with disdain, but unexpectedly, this time she was just conflicted and didn't argue. Xingye's eyes lit up. He felt that Mu Nujio was truly wavering. Could it be because he had become a counselor, making her see the possibility of a future together? Before, he was just a hunter without status, at most a student with magical talent. Mu Nujio, on the other hand, was the eldest daughter of a prestigious family, born into the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. The probability of them being together was almost zero. The Mu family would definitely not agree. After all, the family valued matching social status and prioritized interests above all. But now that he was a counselor, his status matched Mu Nujio's, so even if she was the younger one, the Mu family wouldn't oppose it. Thinking of this, Xingyi held her and whispered in her ear, I'll sell you 2 votes from the national government team, how about that, Jiao Jiao? Hearing this, Mu Nujio's cheeks immediately flushed, and she whispered, I don't have that much money. Even if I sold everything, it wouldn't be enough. A single vote costs at least tens of millions, and some even offer over 100 million. 2 votes would be nearly 200 million, which she simply cannot afford. In the starry night, hearing her soft and sweet voice, he wanted to tease her even more. Mu Nujiao was ambushed and couldn't help but let out a soft, delicate sound, her eyes also becoming moist. Under the starry night, he spoke gently, Jiao Jiao, I want to buy you, buy your heart, buy you as a person, alright? He slowly comforted her, starting from her legs, gradually moving upward, until the starry night intoxicated her, made her confused. Seeing that she was already stunned, he kissed her without hesitation. Mu Nujio felt her breathing become difficult, and her mind even more sluggish. Jiao Jiao, let's go back to the room and continue. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, letting her hold his neck, and walked towards the room, a few pieces of clothing falling to the floor. After the door closed, Mu Nujio turned into a well-behaved little lamb. Xingyi kissed her again, drawing the air from her mouth, making her head spin. Over the past few days, their relationship had rapidly heated up like a blazing fire. Mu Nujio had just given away her most precious thing, feeling a bit empty inside. But Xingyi's strong response and deep affection made her become dependent on him. After taking her, Xingyi not only handed her 2 ballots but also found the pseudo-horror demon seed obtained earlier in the desolate city from the storage magic tool. This seed is similar in nature to elemental seeds and can strengthen magical abilities. Mu Nujio was very happy to receive it. This thing is extremely rare, even more precious than spirit seeds. To obtain plant seeds, one must hunt rare plant demons. The girl was in a great mood after receiving such a precious gift. Following Xingye's advice, the 2 of them tried almost every magic they could develop. On the apartment sofa, Mu Nujio wore disheveled clothes, clearly having just undergone intense training. A few minutes later, she opened her pale cyan eyes, a flash of delight crossing them. Jiao Jiao, how is the quality of this plant seed? Xingye asked. Mu Nujio smiled and replied, very good. My plant magic power has increased 2.5 times, the plant's toughness has improved, and it even gained a vampiric ability. She stretched out her tender hand, connecting 7 stars, and cast a binding spell on the balcony, directly crushing the stainless steel pipe there. Oops, this will cost money. Mu Nujio then withdrew her magic. Although she had damaged something, she was still happy because her plant abilities had greatly improved. Although she is currently majoring in wind magic, she cannot give up the plant magic she has followed for many years. Her wind magic already has a spirit seed, and now her plant magic also possesses a plant seed, making her overall setup quite good. This increase is truly exceptional, Xingye nodded in praise. After all, the pseudo-horror demon is at the advanced warrior stage, with a 2.5 times multiplier characteristic, almost equivalent to a minor spirit breed. Just as Mu Nujio was about to continue the experiment, the vibration of a phone interrupted their conversation. Stop it, the phone is ringing. Someone must be looking for you. We'll continue another day, Xingye said. Taking the opportunity, Mu Nujio escaped back to her room. Although she didn't want to leave her beloved Xingye, the 2 had been inseparable these past few days and needed a little rest. Xingye reluctantly answered the call. Xinye. Someone claiming to be from the Parthenon is here looking for Xinxia. You need to come quickly. On the other end, Ding Yuman's voice was urgent. Xingye furrowed his brows, then relaxed. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he quickly rushed to the scene according to the location. On the street, two groups of people were confronting each other. On one side were two elderly foreigners, and on the other side were Xinxia, Bai Tingting, Ding Yumian, and Itutu. The sisters were shopping when suddenly two strange men appeared, claiming they were taking Xinxia to study and even tried to forcibly take her away. With no other choice, Bai Tingting and Itutu revealed their identities, scaring the two men. After all, even a strong dragon can't suppress the local boss not wanting to escalate the situation. They could only hold their ground. I understand. After hearing Xinxia's explanation, Xingye understood the current situation. Who are you? Why are you meddling? Daikias, seeing Xingye ignore them upon arrival and even contact the person they were trying to take away, immediately spoke harshly. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Xingye raised an eyebrow and threw out two badges. I am a Dragon Kingdom counselor and a friend of the Parthenon Temple as Saintus. I suspect you are impersonating temple personnel to abduct girls, and I am here to arrest you. Xingye's face was cold, clearly ready to take action. He hated people showing off in front of him and felt they needed to be taught a lesson. Wait, counselor. Glocken, who had been watching the fight earlier, saw the badges and quickly ran over. Having mingled in the Parthenon for many years, he recognized the badges as genuine at a glance. This young man was truly a Dragon Kingdom counselor and a respected guest of the Saintus. Counselor, we really are from the Parthenon Temple. Here is proof. Glocken took out credentials and handed over a storage ring. Seeing this, Xingye also refrained from taking further action. Moreover, Xinxia was safe to begin with. He just couldn't stand Daikias. The old hand Glocken saw through Xingye's thoughts and shouted at Daikias, "Come here. Apologize to the honored guest of the Holy Maiden." Daikias felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly, but he still forced a smile and apologized to Xingye. The matter was settled. After all, Xingye wasn't a bad person. Lord Xingye, the Parthenon Academy is the dream place for all white magic students. You also have to consider Xinxia. Seeing the situation, Glocken advised Xingye. Xingye knew very well that Xinxia had the Parthenon divine soul inside her. If she didn't go to the temple, she might never awaken it, which would be a huge waste. As for Azusa's conspiracy, he wasn't worried. If necessary, Fanggu, along with Xian and the Undead Empire, could easily sweep through Parthenon. Xingye didn't answer immediately. He looked into Xinxia's sapphire-like eyes and said, "Xinxia, do you want to go to Parthenon Academy? Feel free to say it, I will support you." Rubbing her head, Xingye thought for a moment and decided to leave the choice to Xinxia. After all, she was the one involved. If Xinxia decided to go to Parthenon, I would protect her future and help her become one of the most honored women. But if she wanted to stay, even if the high priestess of the Parthenon Temple or the Pope Pamish of the Black Church came, it wouldn't matter. Xinxia pondered for a while, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Brother Xingye, I want to go to the Parthenon Academy. Only then can I keep up with you and help you in the future. As one of the earliest to follow Xingye, she knew how strong his magical talent was. She understood the huge gap between herself and Xingye. Sheer effort alone wouldn't be enough to catch up. Although being by his side was very happy, if danger arose, she could only hide behind him. It had always been Xingye protecting her. But she also wanted to become someone useful, not just a useless ornament. This was a good opportunity. As a healing mage, she knew the Parthenon was the holy land of white magic. As long as she got into the Parthenon to study, she could improve and close the distance between herself and Xingye. Seeing Xinxia's determined eyes, Xingye nodded and said, "If you want to go, then go. Don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you, come to me, or use this token to find Asuriya. She will help you." Xingye rubbed Xinxia's head and handed her the token given by Asuriya. Although giving another woman's belongings to Xinxia might upset Asuriya, he believed she was magnanimous. Feeling Xingye's care, Xinxia showed a sweet smile, her eyes slightly moist. Got it, brother Xingye." At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world contained only the two of them. Bai Tingting, Ding Yuman, and Itutu all envied Xinxia. Glocken beside them was also moved. No wonder so many outstanding girls surrounded Xingye. He was powerful, high status, and handsome. After comforting Xinxia, Xingye walked over to Glocken and said, "I allow Xinxia to go to the Parthenon, but I'm telling you in advance, if she suffers any grievances or is suspected, regardless of right or wrong, I will tear down your Parthenon temple." He knew the two were not very high level and couldn't really handle trouble. But at least they could protect Xinxia until she became a probationary saintess. For any further trouble, Asuriya would help, and as for Azusa, he would handle it. Hearing this arrogant statement, Dicaius couldn't help but want to show off. You are. Alright, Lord Xingye, rest assured that you can entrust Miss Xinxia to us. I, Glocken, will risk my life to ensure she doesn't get hurt even a little. Before he finished speaking, Glocken slapped the back of his own head, stars flashing before his eyes, forcibly silencing Dicaius. Following Dicaius this time was truly the biggest mistake he had ever made. The man before him treated even the saintess with courtesy, clearly not weak in strength. How could this fool have no self-awareness at all? If this guy were to participate in the World Academy competition, the Dragon Nation team might very well win the championship this year. But none of that was his concern now. The most important thing was to take Yi Xinxia back and report. By the way, there's also Bai Tingting. She's a healing mage with good talent and will study alongside Xinxia. Is that alright? Xingye glanced at Bai Tingting, who had previously expressed a desire to study at Parthenon. Now that she could go together with Xinxia, it would be good to have a companion. Perhaps she could even become a capable assistant to Xinxia. The two sisters could manage the Parthenon temple together and support each other. No problem. Glocken was delighted to have gained a promising new talent, especially since she was a descendant of the Bai family from the Magic City. Tingting, you don't mind, do you? Xingye asked her again. I'm fine with it. Thank you, Lord Xingye. Upon learning that she could study at the Bai Magic Hall Parthenon, Bai Tingting was overjoyed. What made her even happier was that Xingye actually remembered her wish to go to the Parthenon. At this moment, Bai Tingting's gaze toward Xingye was as tender as flowing water. Then, Lord Xingye, can Miss Xinxia come with us? Glocken smiled proudly, as if he already saw the dawn of the mission's completion. As long as they brought Yi Xinxia back to the Parthenon, this trip to the Dragon Kingdom would be a success. What's the rush? Let us wait a few more days. Hearing that they wanted to take Xinxia away immediately, Xingye naturally disagreed. After all, once they went to the Parthenon temple, they would be separated for several months, so he needed to spend some quality time with Xinxia. Although reluctant, Glocken had no choice but to agree. After all, if Xinning took her away by force, she was afraid she would have to be carried back. After returning to the apartment, Xingye no longer held back. With time tight and tasks urgent, he directly carried Xinxia into the room and began their intimate entanglement. At first, Xinxia was shy. After all, her sisters were just downstairs and would surely guess what the two were doing. But as the intense sensations brought by Xingye grew stronger, she gradually forgot everything, immersing herself completely, unable to extricate herself. On the first floor of the apartment living room, Ituta looked up curiously at the upstairs, occasionally hearing faint sounds. Why did Xingye bring Xinxia upstairs as soon as he got back? Are they whispering secrets? The big-breasted white rabbit looked puzzled, clearly eager to know what was happening upstairs. She even felt like sneaking up to take a look, worried that Xingye might be bullying her good sister. Tutu, be good, don't go up, don't disturb Xingye and Xinxia, Muniojo said, blushing as she hurriedly held her back. Except for the silly Tutu, all the girls knew what was happening upstairs. The faint meowing sounds made them blush, their hearts race, their breathing deepen, and their bodies heat up. Yumian, have you also done it with Xingye? Bai Tingting suddenly blurted out a question that made everyone blush. Ding Yumian was stunned for a moment, her face turning even redder. Everyone stared at her, full of curiosity. Of course, only Bai Tingting was truly curious. Ituta didn't understand what they were talking about at all. Muniojo had already experienced it and knew the feeling. No. I haven't yet, but I know Jiao Jiao has done it with Xingye. Ding Yumian lowered her head and answered softly, also selling out Muniojo. She knew because one night she went to find Xingye, entered his room, and saw him intimately close with Muniojo, which stunned her. As a result, she was pulled in two. Although nothing fully happened, it was almost there. Bai Tingting was dumbfounded after hearing this. It turned out that in the apartment, only she and Yumian hadn't been taken by Xingye yet. In her view, someone as silly as Ituta could be easily tricked by Xingye at any time. So many people are already with Xingye. Bai Tingting felt unwilling. Thinking that in a few days she would follow Xinxia to Parthenon, she looked towards the second floor, listening to the faint voices, her heart beginning to stir. Time slowly passed. Xingye spent almost the entire day with Xinxia. Until night, when they were about to sleep, the door was knocked. Xinxia blushed and patted Xingye. Brother Xingye, someone is knocking, don't bully me anymore. She directly pushed Xingye out, stopping him from misbehaving further. Alright, I want to see who is being so naughty. Xingye sighed helplessly and went to open the door. When the door opened, Bai Tingting stood there wearing a thin white nightgown. Before Xingye could speak, Bai Tingting nervously asked Xinxia inside the room. Xinxia, can I borrow your brother Xingye for one night? Just one night. Bai Tingting's mind went blank, and she stammered her words. Oh, okay. Xinxia was a bit surprised but still instinctively agreed. Hearing this, Bai Tingting immediately grabbed Xingye's hand and rushed into her own room. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Huff! As soon as the door closed, Bai Tingting collapsed weakly against Xingye's chest, breathing heavily. You're quite bold today. Xingye looked at her, understanding what she wanted. She wanted to give herself to him completely before they parted. Is that okay? Xingye knew her intention and stopped teasing her, not wanting to make her angry. Bai Tingting replied softly. Without hesitation, Xingye picked her up and slowly dismantled her defenses. Ha! P.S. Bonus time. Time passed little by little. Xingye, Xinxia, and Bai Tingting spent these days sweetly together. Happiness continued until Xinxia and Bai Tingting had to leave. Xingye, have you packed everything? Mu Nujio was carrying big and small bags, thinking about what else to bring. No need to bring anything else, Jiao Jiao. Those instructors from the national government team won't let us take things with us for the training. Xingye shook his head empty-handed, feeling that Mu Nujio had increasingly taken on the aura of a married woman since she transformed from a girl. But that was quite nice too. Is that so? Mu Nujio thought it made sense when she heard that. Then bring less. By the way, Xingye, the money from your 3 ballots has arrived. I'll transfer it to you later. While packing, Mu Nujio suddenly remembered that she hadn't given the money to Xingye. No need, Jiao Jiao, you keep it for now. Originally, there were 5 tickets for the national government team. Xingye gave 2 to Mu Nujio, and the remaining 3 were sold to unknown buyers. So they entrusted Mu Nujio to sell the tickets. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she knew many families who bought tickets and sold them for 200 million. After a simple arrangement, the two took a plane to the imperial capital. The national government team's south gathering place was the dueling arena of the imperial capital's academy. Xingye arrived with Mu Nujio just in time to meet Fengli and other national government instructors. Ha, it's Xingye, truly a hero among the young. Fengli smiled broadly upon seeing Xingye. Although their statuses were equal, Xingye had the support of the entire ancient city's populace behind him. The power of the people is the most formidable. Offending Xingye means the people of the ancient city will not let it go. Tomorrow Fengli will definitely make the headlines, and he probably won't even be able to keep his position as a national government instructor. He'll have no choice but to go home and farm. Xingye's strength and achievements are outstanding again, and he is still young, so he can't be easily offended. After a few casual words, they walked into the duel arena. Quite a few young men and women had already gathered around. It seemed everyone had arrived early, and most of the people were there. Just as Xingye finished talking with Fengli, a short boy wearing glasses came over. Hello, Captain, my name is Jiang Yu, majoring in. Ah, you're Xingye? Finally, I get to meet you. As he spoke, a girl with smooth blonde hair and a full chest swayed her waist as she walked over. My name is Jiang Shaoxu. I heard about what you did in the ancient city. How dare you jump into the Sha abyss? What exactly is inside? Her face was full of admiration and curiosity as she stared at Xingye, trying to see if she could uncover any secrets from his expression. Jumping into the abyss to save the ancient city was truly crazy, but she liked this kind of madness. Xingye twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at her delicate oval face and sexy figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Captain Xingye, please tell me what's in the abyss, I'm really curious. Jiang Shaoxu saw him hesitate and immediately used her secret weapon charm. She squinted and smiled, her voice sweet and coquettish, her movements alluring, her long beautiful legs gently rubbing together. Xingye couldn't help but gasp. She and Asuriya were both reincarnated fox spirits, but there was a difference. Jiang Shaoxu's seductive charm through body and words was cultivated, while Asuriya's allure came from deep within her soul, captivating at a glance. Xingye thought Asuriya was a great fox spirit, while Jiang Shaoxu was just a little fox spirit. Alright, Miss Jiang Shaoxu, stop tempting me, it's useless. Xingye still looked very young. Even Asha couldn't move his heart, let alone her. Heartless man. Jiang Shaoxu pouted and rolled her eyes, but she became even more curious about him. After all, he was a legendary figure. Who wouldn't want to know about him? She also noticed Mu Nujio standing beside Xingye. A sly smile appeared on her pretty face, clearly harboring ill intentions. Mu Nugio, being stared at like this by Jiang Xiaoshu, couldn't help but get goosebumps, feeling that this woman was going to steal her man. In this magical world, powerful men were the easiest to be fought over by women. Then Guan Yu and the others also took the initiative to greet, wanting to leave a good impression on the captain. After all, in the upcoming trials, the captain held great power and influenced everyone's scores. Even the little schemer Nan Rongni and the jealous Mu Tingjing came over to make their presence felt. They were reminded by their family not to offend Xing Yi, the honored counselor, as he was deeply loved by the people of the ancient city. Xing Yi's status was special, and no one dared to provoke him lightly. Although Nan Rongni and Mu Tingjing were proactive, Xing Yi did not want to pay attention to them. Being too kind to such women would only lead to being bullied. If they caused trouble, Xing Yi wouldn't mind letting Yi Chang step in to teach them a lesson. At this moment, a dark-faced man with an imposing presence approached. It was Ai Jiangtu. Captain, I'm Ai Jiangtu from the Ai family, Ai Tutu's older brother. My sister has caused you trouble. Ai Jiangtu's skin was dark, and he forced a smile as he saluted. Xing Yi was now a counselor, so saluting had become necessary. He had once been defiant towards Xing Yi, especially knowing that Xing Yi lived with his sister, which was against regulations. He had even wanted to confront Xing Yi. But after hearing that Xing Yi had saved the ancient city, his resentment vanished, and he thought it was good that his sister was with him. Xing Yi. Xing Yi nodded in response, unaware of his thoughts. At this moment, a tall woman with shoulder-length black hair and long legs approached. Her calves were slender and strong, her thighs full and long. She had the longest legs Xing Ye had ever seen. Most astonishingly, she even had defined abs. Xing Ye had never seen a girl with such a physique before. She was Nan Ju, whom he had met once at Liaoyuan North Point. Xing Ye, we meet again. Should I call you captain or honorable counselor? Nan Ju teased, giving a military salute. When saluting, her large chest trembled slightly, immediately capturing Xing Ye's gaze. Judging by experience, she is wearing a chest binder, sealing away her astonishing power. If unleashed, it would be extraordinary. Xing Yi has always believed that seeing is believing, so he decisively rolled his eyes. Hiss. Impressive, truly extraordinary. Xing Ye, what's wrong? Nanju saw Xing Ye gasp sharply and couldn't help but show concern. Although it was only their second meeting, Nanju had a good impression of Xing Ye. Last time, he not only helped her catch a wanted criminal but also made a great contribution. He even saved a city. As a military mage, she greatly admired Xing Ye's strength and courage. Such a man, Nanju really appreciated. It's nothing. You can call me whatever you want, don't be polite. Xing Ye waved his hand, brushing it off casually. Others didn't know Xing Ye's background. Seeing him so easygoing, they also relaxed, thinking the upcoming trials wouldn't be too difficult. Just after exchanging greetings, Xing Ye noticed that a familiar person had not yet arrived. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill sweep over them. They saw a girl with long silver white hair, proud and noble like an elf in the snow, walk into the duel arena. Isn't that Mu Ningxue? Wasn't she expelled? I heard she was listed as a substitute and might be expelled soon, but it still depends on what the mentors say. Mu Ningxue's appearance sparked quite a bit of discussion. The Mu Ningxue family became notorious due to the ancient capital incident, with 2 members joining the Black Church, one of whom is a high-ranking official. She ignored the gossip and walked straight up to the mentor, saying firmly, I know I'm already on the blacklist, but I came today to prove myself again. She spoke every word seriously. After all, this was her only chance. If she cannot perform well in the World Academy competition, the Mu family line will probably be ruined. Mu Ningxue, you. The petty jealous woman Mu Tingjing was about to make a move, but Xing Ye spoke up. Instructor Fengli, I think Mu Ningxue is quite capable. Having an extra substitute is no problem. Let her join the team for experience. Mu Ningxue was stunned when she heard Xing Ye's words. She knew Xing Ye was now a council member and didn't expect him to help someone like her, who might be seen as part of the Black Church. Instructor Fengli, seeing that even Xing Ye said this, found it hard to refuse. You are quite capable. We will resubmit the application and keep your substitute qualification. With just a few words, Mu Ningxue's status was preserved. It seemed effortless, but in reality, it concealed hidden schemes. If it weren't for Xing Ye being a council member, this ice crystal/bow probably wouldn't even be usable today. Mu Ningxue knew clearly that only with Xing Ye's backing could she remain so composed. Xing Ye, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. She walked up to Xing Ye, pursing her lips, struggling to hold back the tears in her eyes. Is that all you have to say? Xing Ye looked at her exhausted appearance and sighed inwardly. He thought that the Mu family driving her away wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least now Mu Ningxue was free, no longer a puppet of the ice crystal/Bao. Just as he was thinking this, red lips pressed against the corner of his mouth, then quickly pulled away. There are too many people here now, this is all I can give you. Mu Ningxue shyly lowered her head, her words faltering. Xingye raised an eyebrow. When there are fewer people, can you give me more? It was rare to see her looking so cute, and he couldn't help but tease her. Ahem. Suddenly, a deliberate cough interrupted him. Mu Nugio squinted, staring at the two of them. Just as the battlefield was about to begin, a careless figure appeared at the door. Who else could it be besides the always late Mo fan? Feng was ruthless with this kind of unpunctual guy. You're Mo fan, right? You're late. Hurry up and join the team. I'll say a few words, then you all set off for training. Feng Li's face was stern, a head full of black lines. If it weren't for the other mentors intervening, he would have scolded him a long time ago. Seeing Feng Li so fierce, Mo fan quickly sped up his pace and returned to the group. At this point, everyone gathered together. There were Xingye, Mu Nugio, Mu Ningxue, Jiang Xiaoshu, Nanju, Mu Tinjing, and Nan Rongni. Also Ai Jiangtu, Mo fan, Zhao Manyan, Zhang Yu, Guan Yu, and Zhu Jiming. After everyone arrived, Feng Li briefly explained the training rules. Then he collected all their belongings, including identification. Everyone instantly became unregistered, and Xingye was also forbidden from using summoned beasts. At the start of the training, the mentors dropped them off outside a small fishing village. The task was to find their own way to the Sakura country. No way, they really just left us here? Mo fan complained with a face full of grievance, shouting non-stop. Mo fan, stop arguing, calm down, you're giving us headaches. Zhao Manyan couldn't help but advise him as well. Stop arguing? Old Zhao, you know I can't swim. Now without ID or money, do you want us to swim to the Sakura country? Mo fan, having his money confiscated, jumped around wildly as if he had lost a treasure. Xingyi pointed to the few broken boats beside the fishing village, about to continue speaking. Suddenly, his head was punched by Xingyi, waking him up quite a bit. Don't act like a nagging wife, first go check the nearby port, Xingyi said. To get to Sakura country, they definitely had to take a boat, so it was best to understand the situation first. Nanju nodded in agreement. There's no better option now, going to the port to take a look is the right move. They were military mages, and the start was not bad at all, at least there was a city nearby, not a desert. Zhang Yu worriedly said, even if we find a boat, we can't board it. Now our identities are unregistered, we have nothing. Unless we smuggle ourselves in, boarding requires identity checks, and being caught means failure. Xingyi didn't want to say more. We haven't even taken the first step yet, thinking too much is useless. The beginning is always the hardest, let's act first. After speaking, he led everyone toward the fishing village, inquiring about the way to the port. After several hours of travel, they finally saw the port of Feiniashi. The location is good, but why is this city so desolate? The second son of the Zhao family immediately saw the potential here but couldn't understand why development was poor. Xingyi looked at the blue sea and said, the poor development is due not only to internal reasons but possibly also to sea monster disturbances. Let's help them eliminate the monsters. In a few years, the Ocean Deity Clan will launch a full-scale invasion of the land, putting coastal cities in grave danger. Disasters also hide opportunities. The sea monsters coming ashore bring abundant underwater resources. The little fox Jiang Xiaoshu immediately understood Xingye's plan. Captain, you want to help them clear out the sea monsters in exchange for a ticket to Sakura Island? Yes, this building looks impressive. Zhao Manyan, use your skills in trickery and deception. Xingye led the group into the building. Thanks to Zhao Manyan's bluffing and clever deceit, they met Lin Junxian. Lin Junxian was a major merchant here and was often harassed by sea monsters, which troubled him greatly. Can you really deal with the sea monsters? The city government sent hunters before, but the results were poor. I hope you're not lying to me. Lin Junxian looked at the young men with suspicion. In his view, these were all students from the academy. Although they had cultivation, they lacked real combat experience and would collapse at the first sign of trouble. This has nothing to do with you. Since we've taken the job, we're confident. You just need to give us the information on the sea monsters and keep us updated. Jiang Xiaoshu said confidently. Her confidence came from Xingye. After all, this man had saved the ancient city before. Dealing with sea monsters was nothing to him. Alright, but if anything happens to you, don't blame me for not caring. Lin Junxian was helpless about the sea monsters. After all, it didn't cost much. It would be best if they were dealt with, but if not, it would just be back to square one. A dead horse treated as a living one. Don't worry, we won't let you be responsible. Xingye was very familiar with the sea monsters that had been plaguing Feiniashi. They were just a group of chilling demons, the strongest being a commander leading minor warriors and servants, really nothing significant. Seeing Xingye so confident, Lin Junxian also felt a bit hopeful. Alright, it's getting late. You all rest first, I'll go prepare the monster hunting equipment. Going out to sea is more troublesome than on land. Medicines and other supplies are essential. Early the next morning, Lin Jun leisurely prepared the boat and supplies. Outside Feiniashi, there are vast sea areas and many uninhabited islands, often occupied by sea monsters. On the azure sea surface, a white speedboat sped swiftly toward the sea area. What kind of clues are these? They don't make any sense. Ajiangta looked at the materials in his hand, his face full of bitterness. Don't bother looking, it must have been done by third-rate hunters. I've seen too many cases like this, and they're almost always wrong, Emofan said at a glance, recognizing it was all done by amateur hunters. No wonder the problem hadn't been solved for so long, and they hadn't even found a few sea monsters. That's normal. There are many types of sea monsters, and without specialized training, you wouldn't recognize one even if you caught it. Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses, looking like a scholar. He was a disciple of Pang Lai, the strongest summoner mage in the country, who had deep knowledge of demons and monsters. Even from a single hair, he could identify the species and gender. During the discussion, Xingyi walked over, glanced at the scattered materials, took out a nautical chart, and pointed to a small island, saying, "The last time we wiped out the demons, the island they reached was this rocky island. They were ambushed while resting at night and suffered heavy losses. We're going there." With the goal set, Xingye did not hesitate and ordered full speed ahead. There were several water mages on the ship, making movement very convenient. Before long, everyone saw scattered reef islands on the sea surface. The reef islands, having been weathered by long-term wind, rain, and seawater erosion, had uneven surfaces. After bypassing these reef islands, they soon saw a rocky island, covered with rocks and almost devoid of other life. Scattered on the island were old tents, torn clothes, and medicine boxes, obviously left by the previous demon hunting team. As soon as everyone landed, they found many useful clues, such as claw marks on the rocks and some fragments of red skin. While everyone was showcasing their skills, Xingye was also using her abilities. Mu Ningxue tightly grabbed the large hand Xingye had placed on her waist, struggling urgently. Xingye, let go of me, I want to go find the sea monster too." Xingye sneered coldly, "Miss, do you really want to score 0 on your first trial?" Not only did he not let go, but he also pulled Mu Ningxue close to his chest, forcing her to lie face down. Feeling his intense breath, the girl's mind grew dizzy, and after a short struggle, she completely gave in. Lying against Xingye's strong chest, Mu Ningxue listened to his powerful heartbeat, her own heart pounding fiercely. Her cheeks flushed, and her small mouth greedily inhaled his breath. Xingye looked at her and couldn't help but lean down to gently bite her lips. The sudden kiss made Mu Ningxue tremble slightly, but she no longer resisted. The two of them immersed themselves in this sweetness, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a rough shout broke the silence. "Captain! Where are you?" Mu Ningxue immediately snapped back to reality, turned around, and put some distance between them. Ajiangtu and the others approached. "Captain, what are you doing here? Your face is all red. Did you encounter a siren?" Ajiangtu instinctively thought Mu Ningxue's flushed face was due to a battle. Xingye calmly blurted out, "That's right, we just saw a little siren, but it ran away." No one doubted this, except Nanju, who noticed Mu Ningxue's heartbeat was unusually fast. As a sound-type mage, she had heard countless heartbeats and sensed this was not the nervousness of battle. Although suspicious, she kept silent. Questioning the captain was taboo, as it could shake the team's cohesion and the captain's authority. "Captain, we caught a little chilling monster, take a look." Ajiangtu threw the juvenile chilling monster onto the ground, controlling it with spatial magic. Ajiangtu specialized in spatial magic, with cultivation and mental strength slightly stronger than Xingye's, so handling this servant-level little chilling monster was easy. Xingye stared at the little chilling monster's belly, noticed it was swollen, and immediately used spatial power to cut open its abdomen. Everyone looked puzzled. Why did the captain cut open the redling monster? Could there be treasure hidden inside? The next moment, everyone gasped sharply. There was actually a baby hidden inside. The baby's corpse instantly changed the atmosphere. Some were shocked, some angry, and most of the girls turned their faces away, unable to look. Xingye washed the baby's body with seawater, then handed it to Zhao Manyan to purify using light magic. Nanju frowned and asked, "How could there be a baby inside a sea demon's belly? Was it stolen from the city? Stealing children?" And from a servant-level sea demon? That's absurd, almost impossible. Then, they caught several more small redling monsters and found that one of them also had a baby inside its belly. This is definitely not a coincidence, there must be a conspiracy behind this. Everyone was burning with anger. Even Xingye, who knew the mastermind, could hardly hide his fury, but their power was limited and they couldn't intervene directly. Captain, what should we do now? AI Jiantu asked heavily. First clear out the sea monsters, then return to Flying Bird City to uncover the truth. Xingye was resolute. The mastermind is hard to deal with directly, but the accomplices can definitely be found. He raised his hand and used Mind Void to grab a redling monster, looking at Zhang Xiaoshu. Zhang Xiaoshu, is there any way to find other redling monsters? Zhang Xiaoshu saw the controlled redling monster and immediately understood the intention to use it to find the redling monster's lair. I'll try. She cast a psychic spell, and the intense fear nearly broke the redling monster. Though Zhang Xiaoshu appeared frivolous on the surface, her abilities were actually quite impressive. After leaving a psychic mark, Xingye kicked the redling monster away. Terrified, the redling monster quickly fled in a certain direction. The group's anger had not subsided. The little redling monster thought it had escaped, but little did it know. The group had already boarded a speedboat, silently following at a distance. The little redling monster was very fast and soon led them to several scattered small islands. These islands looked shattered, scattered across the sea, each only a few hundred meters in diameter. Seeing these small islands, everyone frowned. The islands were too small, making battle extremely unfavorable for them and instead enhancing the redling monster's advantage. Ningxue, can you freeze the sea between these islands? Xingye looked at the silent Mu Ningxue beside him. Freeze all of it? Everyone was surprised to hear this. The area was so large, could Mu Ningxue do it alone? Okay, but I want to be able to fight while maintaining the magic. Mu Ningxue seized the opportunity to speak up. She knew that strength was the key to staying on the team. Everyone was surprised to hear that she could really do it. Freezing such a large area of the sea surface and ensuring the ice was thick required both the mage's magical power and talent. Even the ice mage Mu Tinjing felt she couldn't manage it. Alright, Jiao Jiao, you stay to protect Ningxue. The rest of you come with me to clear the redling demons on the island. Xingye called out the nickname for Mu Nuogio. Mu Nuogio's face flushed, but she nodded seriously. After assigning the tasks, Mu Ningxue immediately released the ice domain. The cold swept like a fierce wind, the water surface quickly froze, and the ice spread rapidly outward, sealing the sea between several small islands. Except for Xingye, everyone was stunned. Mu Tinjing was even more dumbfounded, knowing she lacked Mu Ningxue's talent and couldn't achieve such large-scale freezing. The front is all frozen, the boat can't move. We'll have to walk onto the island. Xingye jumped off the boat first, stepping onto the frozen sea surface. After everyone landed on the island, they began clearing the redling demons. Imofan's destruction magic, AI Jiangtu's spatial magic, Nanju's sound magic, and Guan Yu's wind assassin skills all showed their prowess. Xingye was too lazy to get involved and just paddled along, since these redling demons were too low level to be worth fighting. At that moment, suddenly there was a loud boom. The ice surface was shattered by a heavy strike, seawater gushed out, and a dark shadow burst from beneath the water. A wild roar echoed all around. No! As the mist cleared, a more than 10-meter-tall redling demon stood on the broken island, its aura powerful, far beyond that of an ordinary battle general-level creature. Commander! The Red Rift Demon Commander has arrived. Zhang Yu immediately recognized it as a commander-level redling demon. With the commander's appearance, the once solid ice began to crack, and sea demons underwater broke through the ice. Soon, one after another, the redling demons emerged from the water, closing in on Xingye and the others. Everyone be careful, leave the leader to me, don't let the other redling demons get close. Seeing a formidable enemy, Xingye clenched his fists, ready to fight. Can you handle the leader alone? Do you want us to help? Nanju's sound-based magic whispered in Xingye's ear, clearly worried about him facing the battle alone. Don't worry, I can do it, Xingye replied confidently, quickly connecting to the spatial star track. The redling demons attacked fiercely, and the presence of Xingye's high-level magic was already felt underwater. Xingye chanted the star track, manipulating a huge boulder ahead to rise from the ground and hover in midair. Amidst the flickering silver light, the rock sped toward the redling demon. The redling demon didn't dodge with a swipe of its sharp claws, it tore the rock into pieces. As the rock shattered, a massive ball of crimson flames surged forward. Taste the hellfire! Xingye continuously cast fire magic, using firepower to suppress the Crimson Rift demon. The battle was one-sided, with fire, shadow, space, and plant magic pouring down like raindrops, forcing the Crimson Rift demon to retreat step by step. It was only a minor commander. One demon and one person were pushed onto the ice surface, even separated from the others. Grrrrrrr. The enraged Crimson Rift demon roared, cracking the surrounding ice layers. The seawater was agitated by the roar, spurting into water columns 50 to 60 meters high. Bang! The ice beneath Xingye's feet shattered, and the water column suddenly shot out. The water pressure was terrifying. Being hit would shatter one to pieces. But Xingye transformed into his brute strength mode, with power and defense at the commander level. The water column only caused him a moment of pain, leaving him unharmed. So this is your skill? You really are a water mage. Xingye stepped out of the water column, his clothes torn but his body completely intact. Seeing this, the Crimson Rift demon was burning with rage. It had always thought bipedal beasts had fragile bodies, but to find him completely unharmed was an utter humiliation. Warm-up's over, I don't want to waste any more time, Xingye said coldly. The Red Rift demon stomped anxiously, but Xingye transformed into a melee mage and launched a fierce close-range attack. His fists were wrapped in scorching flames, combined with a powerful strike, sending the Red Rift demon flying. Xingye pursued relentlessly, launching continuous fierce attacks. Soon, the Crimson Rift demon fell to the ground, unable to rise. So fragile, Xingye mocked. Just as he muttered, a blue light drifted out from the corpse. Commander-level spirit essence. Xingye was excited and quickly used a soul vessel to collect this priceless treasure. Just as he was about to dissect the body to find more treasures, Jiangtu and the others arrived. Seeing Xingye standing on the Crimson Rift demon's corpse, they were stunned speechless. Only Mofen and Zhao Manyan remained calm. Mofen had seen big scenes before and knew Xingye was formidable. Zhao Manyan knew the flame which was with him, so a commander-level sea demon was no challenge at all. The others had thought Xingye was only ahead in cultivation, but they didn't expect his combat power to be so strong. Stop dazing off, help me dissect quickly. Don't let Ning Shui and Nu Jiao get anxious, Xingye urged. Everyone nodded instinctively and mechanically began to dismember the body. They were filled with doubts. Is it really so easy to kill a commander-level demon? Didn't it require a team of high-level mages? Why is the captain so strong? After the autopsy, everyone returned to the speedboat and headed towards Feiniashi. This battle completely changed their perception, and they finally understood why Xingye was the captain. Being able to single-handedly duel a commander-level demon and kill it easily, his strength far exceeded their imagination. Even if they all fought together, they might only barely withstand a few moves, and over time, they could very likely be killed. Most of them were only mid-level mages, completely unable to match a commander-level demon. But Xingye could, relying solely on himself, kill a commander-level demon in a short time. An utterly different level. Previously, when they heard that Xingye saved the ancient city and became a council member, they were half believing, thinking it was exaggerated. People like Zhu Jiming and Guan Yu didn't believe that someone their age could be so much stronger than them. But now, they had to admit that Xingye was indeed extraordinarily powerful. The previous arrogance and pride instantly vanished without a trace, and everyone immediately felt it was wiser to keep a low profile. If they caused more trouble, they would really be beaten to a pulp. By then, even their family wouldn't be able to help. After all, Xingye was a counselor who had saved an entire city. The group took a speedboat back to Feiniashi, and Lin Junxian, upon learning that they had truly wiped out all the Red Ling demons, greeted them with ecstatic joy. Even more surprising was that these young people had killed a commander-level Red Rift demon. This was an enemy that usually required high-level mages working together to defeat, yet they resolved it in less than half a day. Lin Junxian was no ordinary person. After years of business, his judgment was extremely sharp. He carefully observed these people and found they exuded strong confidence. Suddenly, he recalled that such young and strong individuals were exactly the age when the national government team began their training. That's right, they must be national government players. Everything made sense now. Alright, President Lin, we've cleared the trouble for you. It's time to prepare what we need. There are also some things we want to ask you about, AI Jiangtu said, inquiring about the baby's information. Unfortunately, the information obtained was limited, and clues were almost impossible to uncover. Everyone began using various channels to investigate, but Xingye did not participate. He had long known who the mastermind was, and no matter how much digging was done, it was useless. The accomplices could be handled by AI Jiangtu and the others. Sure enough, Feiniashi hid many dirty dealings, but the information was intermittent or tampered with. In the end, they could only remove the cancerous elements in Feiniashi but found no deeper clues. These matters had already exceeded their capabilities and could only be handed over to mentors like Fengli, with the Magic Association continuing the investigation. After resolving these troubles, they didn't waste much time. Early the next morning, Xingye and the others boarded the ship prepared by Lin Junxian, heading toward the Sakura country. Just as they sailed out of the Anjie Sea area, Zhang Xiaoshu, the little fox spirit, quietly approached Xingye. "Captain, come with me, I have something good to show you." After saying this, she took Xingye's hand and secretly led him into her room. The ship was not small and naturally had many rooms. Xingye was pulled into her room. "Little fox, you secretly brought me to your room, what are you up to?" Seeing her sneaky behavior, Xingye couldn't help but suspect that this little girl was about to do something shameful. "Hee, the captain is a guy, are you afraid that this weak girl will eat you up?" Zhang Xiaoshu entered the room, clearly much bolder. She casually picked up the red wine on the table, took a small sip, and then began to take off her coat. Not only the coat, she even took off her jeans. This sudden scene left Xingye with his mouth wide open, completely shocked. He knew Zhang Xiaoshu was a little vixen who liked to seduce people. But seduction or not, taking off clothes was just too bold. If the girl was this generous, he wouldn't pretend to be an old gentleman seeing what should be seen, he naturally wouldn't miss it. "Wait, this isn't underwear, it's a bikini?" Xingye looked closely and realized she was wearing a white bikini swimsuit. This bikini was even sexier than underwear, with astonishingly little fabric. Zhang Xiaoshu's skin was as fair and smooth as jade, her long legs slender and upright, and her slim waist exuded allure. The fabric across her chest was only a finger's width wide, faintly revealing a mysterious curve. Those full curves practically had the potential of a large D cup. "Captain, do you want to touch?" After sipping some red wine, Zhang Xiaoshu became bolder. She leaned close to Xingye, speaking seductively, deliberately pushing out her chest with a sly look in her eyes. "You said it." Xingye gave her no chance and grabbed her directly. Compared to other girls, her curves were even more rounded and charming. When dealing with a stubborn woman like this, the most effective method was to strike directly. "Ah!" Zhang Xiaoshu screamed when grabbed at a sensitive spot, her body weakly collapsing into Xingye's arms. "Didn't expect you to be bold on the surface but actually a pure little girl at heart." Xingye teased her while taking advantage. Bad guy, let go quickly." Zhang Xiaoshu's cheeks flushed red, feeling the man's big hands still sneaking attacks, her heart both angry and embarrassed. No teasing him, and now she herself ended up at a big loss. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She opened her mouth and bit at Xingye's neck, her hands also starting to grope, planning to get back a little capital. The two chased each other, almost touching every part of each other's bodies. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. "Ah!" The ambiguous atmosphere between Xingye and Zhang Xiaoshu was instantly broken. "Captain, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell the girls." Zhang Xiaoshu came to her senses and immediately broke free from Xingye's hand. She covered her nearly torn bikini, her full figure and pink skin were impossible to hide. Ahem, all right, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. I promise you one reasonable request." Xingye coughed a few times, realizing he had been too impulsive just now. "Captain, you better keep your word." Zhang Xiaoshu licked her lips, revealing a sly smile. Xingye's heart tightened, but since the words were already spoken, there was no taking them back. "Let me think about it. You're the captain and a senior official, and I'm just a little woman. If you were to marry me..." Zhang Xiaoshu deliberately dragged out her tone, making Xingye's brows twitch uncontrollably. "Hee, I haven't decided yet, so let us put that promise on hold." She suddenly changed her tone, like a mischievous little sprite. Xingye was so teased that he had nothing to say and had to get up, planning to go check on Mo Fan. A man must have backbone and not be led around. Seeing him about to leave, Zhang Xiaoshu quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes and coquettishly said, "Don't go, wait for me a moment." She even deliberately moved aside a bit to reveal an enticing view, as if making up to Xingye. After witnessing Xingye's strength, Zhang Xiaoshu made up her mind to definitely win him over. Whether he had a girlfriend didn't matter, she just had to take him. For now, she'd take advantage and hold on to his heart, that was the most important. "Ahem, hurry up." Xingye took the gift and his anger dissipated. Since the girl was so generous, a man couldn't be stingy. "Got it." Zhang Xiaoshu didn't care that there was a man in the room and turned around to start changing clothes. Soon, she appeared before Xingye wearing white shorts and a denim jacket. Little vixen, why are you dressed so conservatively?" Xingye asked with a smile. Hee hee, when you have someone you like, you naturally have to be more reserved, afraid of being disliked by someone, Jiang Xiaoshu winked and coquettishly teased. She was very clear in her heart that she had already fallen for him. From now on, she would only seduce the man she liked, so of course, she had to be a bit more reserved. Although dressed conservatively, in front of Xingye, she was still like a little vixen, extremely alluring. Hee hee, Xingye caught the meaning behind Jiang Xiaoshu's words and knew she was clinging to him. Ignoring her, he opened the door and walked out. A woman like Jiang Xiaoshu only needed a little sweetness occasionally. The more obedient she was, the more proud she became. Watching Xingye's back, Jiang Xiaoshu pouted, "Humph. I will definitely get you in the end." Xingye went to the bow of the boat and saw Emofan excitedly gesturing wildly, "Brother Yi. I just saw a huge black shadow under the boat." Emofan ran over, gesturing with both hands, excitedly talking non-stop. "Alright, that's just a totem beast, don't be afraid, it won't harm us." Xingye gave him a tap on the back of the head to calm him down. Jiang Xiaoshu also came over, surprised, and said, "Captain, you actually know about the totem beast?" Xingye explained the matter of the totem beast, and everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaoshu looked at Xingye with increasing enthusiasm, as if she wanted to devour him. She had planned to explore the totem beast using her brother's notes after the competition, but now that Xingye knew more than she did, she could just pull him along, making things much smoother. After confirming that the shadow was harmless, everyone relaxed, and the ship continued sailing according to plan. Spending a long time at sea inevitably gets boring. During the day, Xing Yi and Jiang Xiaoshu chatted enthusiastically, occasionally taking advantage of the situation. At night, he pulled Mu Nugio and Mu Ningxue to play duo Q games. Why a half-double row? Because with Mu Nuogio around, Mu Ningxue always sticks to her bottom line and doesn't let Xingye succeed. But for other tricks, she satisfies this fickle man. Although the days were monotonous, having the girls around made the time pass faster. The next day, the ship entered the waters of Sakura country and reached Anjie. Although everyone was still undocumented, the ship was properly registered and they arrived at the port smoothly. Standing on solid ground after such a long time, everyone felt how good it was to have their feet firmly on the earth. We're undocumented, so it's best not to get caught. Does anyone speak the Sakura language? Xingye looked around at everyone, his gaze mainly resting on Jiang Xiaoshu. She seemed to know quite a bit about Sakura country's culture. Although he had some basic knowledge of Sakura country's films and TV shows, it wasn't too deep. Since there were so many girls around, he could just ask them if he wanted to learn. Jiang Xiaoshu was about to show off a little when suddenly two Sakura country police officers approached. "Don't say anything, I'll handle them." The situation was urgent, so Jiang Xiaoshu immediately stepped forward and fooled the officers with fluent Sakura language. Xingye came over and whispered teasingly, "Not bad, little fox, your Sakura is pretty good. Don't forget, I'll be doing spot checks from now on." He especially emphasized the word spot checks. Jiang Xiaoshu rolled her eyes at him, thinking she had finally met a worthy opponent. I speak Sakura language, happy now?" She lifted her delicate face proudly, full of confidence. While the two were chatting happily, the team's sound mage Nanju frowned. Although the voice was low, she heard it. "Only a few days, and the captain and Jiang Xiaoshu are already this close?" She muttered to herself, but didn't think much of it, just feeling that the team's relationships were improving. After solving the language problem, everyone started looking for a place to stay. Without identification, they couldn't stay in regular hotels and had to go to a temple halfway up the mountain. After paying a considerable amount of incense money, the temple reluctantly took them in. In the room, Xingye sat on the tatami, looking at the ethereal Queen of the Nine Netherworlds and said, "Queen of the Nine Netherworlds, have you taken care of the matters I entrusted to you?" Since the training began, the Queen of the Nine Netherworlds had been following him, usually living in the contract space, and was neighbors with Little Flame Princess. "Your Majesty, the two little ghost children in the temple have been arranged by me. The male one has already been killed, and the girl named Miyata has been taken in as my subordinate. This is the wooden fish vessel you requested." Saying this, the Queen of the Nine Netherworlds gently leaned forward, her red palace dress fitting closely to reveal her voluptuous figure, then took out a vessel resembling an ordinary wooden fish. Xingye didn't look at it much and stored it in the storage space. He hadn't awakened the water element himself, so he couldn't use it. It was better to leave it to the women or decide after awakening. "Not bad, but why didn't you keep that male as a subordinate?" Xingye asked curiously. "Your Majesty, I am your woman, and my subordinates can only be women. That is the rule," the Queen of the Nine Netherworlds said. Although the dynasty was long gone, she still followed the ancient rules. "All right then. Xingye didn't care much about these trivial matters, but hearing her say that made him feel comfortable inside. This woman truly deserved to be the only female character, and she really knew how to please men. Even now as a ghost, she still understood a man's thoughts so well. If she were alive, men would have been drained by her long ago. Alright, you can go back to the contract space now. Xingye saw her still flirting there and couldn't help but call a stop. Out of sight, out of mind. Hee, as you command, my king. The Queen of the Nine Netherworlds said in an extremely charming voice, then transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. After she left, Xingye entered a state of deep cultivation, feeling that his fire element cultivation was about to break through to high rank level 3. Before long, the fire element smoothly advanced to high rank level 3, exceptionally smoothly. Since the increase in magic systems, the time needed to cultivate the fire element has shortened. Although the speed is a bit slower, the overall progress is good. He hoped to break through to the fire element as super rank by the time he reached Venice. The speed of improvement is okay. Fire element is slow, but summoning and shadow elements have already reached high rank level 2, and space and plant elements are at high rank level 1, Xingye thought. Although he sacrificed time cultivating the fire element, the other elements caught up and reached the stage of high rank minor perfection. Just as he was about to continue consolidating the fire element, there was a sudden knock at the door. Come in. Xingye wondered who it was. The door was pulled open, and Jiang Xiaoxiu, that little vixen, walked in. Captain, it's rare for you to come to Sakura country, and you still know how to cultivate? She smiled, grabbed Xingye's hand, and pulled him out of the room. Come on, accompany me shopping. If you behave well, there will be rewards. Faced with the beautiful woman's invitation, Xingye naturally agreed. During the shopping trip, he also took quite a few liberties. Just that little but was squeezed red by him. The wonderful night passed quickly. The next morning, after the Guofu team finished washing up, they gathered in front of the temple. Xingye had already dealt with the troubles caused by Narahara Sara and Miyata in advance, so the night passed peacefully without incident. As for those troublesome monks in the temple, Miyata would handle them. Brother Yi, where are we going today? Imofan yawned, still half asleep as he asked. We're heading to Osaka's Shuansho Pavilion to challenge the Sakura country's national team and fight for the Guofu badge, Xingye briefly explained the itinerary. To participate in the final World Academy competition, one must collect enough Guofu badges. After all, there are over 200 countries in the world, and not all can participate. Only 32 teams can truly enter Venice. Isn't that just gate crashing and causing trouble? I'm best at that. Let me go up later. As soon as Mo-fan heard about showing off and proving himself, he immediately perked up and stood straight. Isn't that the very reason he joined the Guofu team? Of course, he also planned to follow old Zhao to chase girls. However, that idea was probably going to be dashed. Mo-fan glanced at Xingye, who was surrounded by beautiful women, and a trace of envious tears flickered in his eyes. TCH, you substitute, just stay put quietly, this challenge thing isn't your turn. Zhu Jiming, as usual, mocked Mo-fan. It's not my turn, and they wouldn't send a useless guy like you onto the field. Don't you have any sense? Mo-fan was quick-witted and insisted on gaining the upper hand. After all, he was high level. How could he tolerate Zhu Jiming, a mid-level little karami, provoking him? The two were at odds all the way, quarreling at every turn. Xingye was already used to it and didn't bother to pay attention. After tiring of the quarrel, Xingye led everyone away from the temple and headed to Shixiong City train station. With the help of Jiang Xiaoxiu's psychic abilities, they resolved the identity issue. On the train, Xingye arranged the candidate for the challenge. This is the first battle, we must win decisively, those who go out must be strong. He scanned the members of the national government team and said calmly. Then let me go, I am a high-level mage. Mo-fan still craved this opportunity to perform. Brother Yi, the team battle can't do without defense, I guarantee I can be the strongest shield. Zhao Manyan also responded enthusiastically. There must be many female students in the Sakura National Pavilion team, and he would never miss this opportunity. Team battles are unlikely, most likely one-on-one duels. Xingye directly shattered Zhao Manyan's fantasy. So I plan to let Munugio go first, start off strong with high-level magic, and then adjust according to the situation. Although he didn't say it too absolutely, he still favored his own woman. After all, if she performs well, resources and fame will increase accordingly. As his woman, he definitely has to show a little favoritism. 2.5 hours later, the national government team arrived in Osaka. Just after getting off the train, Jiang Xiaoxiu took the girls shopping. I wanted to bring Xingye along, but he coldly refused. He had more important things to do. Let's go. First, let's check out the strength of the Sakura Country National Pavilion team. Hailing a taxi under the starry night, he took the remaining boys to Schweinshow Pavilion. No need to worry about the language, the driver knows a bit of international language. Soon, 2 taxis arrived at the Westgard Pavilion. The Westgard Tower backs onto a cliff, with wide river channels on both sides, as if artificially carved. As Xingye and the others approached the entrance, 2 guards dressed in samurai robes cast unfriendly glances their way. At that moment, a questioning voice rang out. "Hey, you guys are from the Dragon Kingdom, right?" The woman's voice was young but carried a hint of hostility. Xingye looked to the side and saw a woman standing there, holding a red umbrella, with purple hair draped over her shoulders, dressed in a kimono. Despite the loose fit of the kimono, her curvaceous figure was still eye-catching. Her features were delicate, and beneath her willow-shaped brows were a pair of purple, gem-like eyes. Mochizuki Chika. Xingye recognized her at a glance. In Schweinshow Pavilion, the only one who could rival Mu Ningxue and Mu Nugio in looks was her. However, she had a slightly tsundere personality. The more you gave in, the more chaotic she became. Snap! Wanyue Qianxuan suddenly closed her floral umbrella, placed one hand on her hip, and said in an unfriendly tone, "Didn't you see the sign at the foot of the mountain that says tourists are prohibited?" She walked up to Xingye, leaned forward, and exuded an intimidating aura. Up close, Xingye could clearly see the full curves beneath her kimono. The loose kimono couldn't hide her ample chest, at least a large G-cup, like 2 small cantaloupes. Xingye knew she was tsundere and didn't intend to explain, so he said directly, "We are the Longwei national team, here to challenge." Wanyue Qianxuan sized Xingye up and down, her eyes filled with contempt. "You're the national government team? I think you're just so-so." Her tone was full of disdain, very tsundere. Xingye frowned. He had seen many tsundere women, but never one who mocked him right from the start. Even Sa Lang was obediently under his control. This woman seemed to want him to discipline her. Xingye had experience with this kind of woman when they're but itched. It was just the right time to teach them a lesson. "You're too rude. I have to act as your guardian and discipline you." "What? You still want to take?" Wanyue Qianxuan didn't finish her sentence and suddenly knelt down. Kneeling, she looked completely confused, but when she looked at Xingye, her body involuntarily softened. If she could see the 3 Magatama in Xingye's eyes, she would definitely be even more shocked. What did you do to me?" Mochizuki Chika's anger gradually rose, but more than that, she felt fear. She had no idea how Xingye had taken control of her. This inexplicable power frightened her, yet was hard to describe. "Nothing much, just wanted to teach you how to be a charming wife." Xingye's lips curled slightly as he looked at her, trembling in fear, a complex feeling stirring within him. She clearly only submitted to the strong. Besides fear, Mochizuki Chika's breathing grew increasingly rapid. She was either too angry or somewhat enjoying it. This was very similar to Yi Chang back then, both unwilling to give in, becoming more intense the more they were suppressed. You're asking for death, let go of me." Chihiro Mochizuki blushed, bit her lip, her eyes moist, not at all like someone wronged, but more like someone begging Hashiyo to be rougher. "You really need to be taught a lesson, woman." Xingye unhesitatingly activated his pupil power, and Wanyue Qianxuan bent her waist and knelt down. In the land of cherry blossoms, this kneeling ceremony is a wife's sign of respect to her husband. Mochizuki Chika looked at Hashiyo's shoes, panting heavily as if she had just run several kilometers. She was full of humiliation, nervousness, and fear, but not anger, and began to reflect on whether her attitude towards Hashiyo just now had been wrong. "Qianxuan, what are you doing?" An old voice sounded, and Wanyue Qianxuan was startled, quickly standing up straight. She controlled herself, stood before Xingye, no longer proud and arrogant, only lowering her head, afraid to look at him. "Were you just performing a kowtow?" The person who came was the 3rd-generation hunting king, Wanyue Mingjian, his face full of disbelief. A kowtow is a wife's gesture of respect to her husband. "You haven't seen him for just a few minutes, and you've already acknowledged him? Young people these days are too casual." No. My legs went weak, I accidentally fell." Mochizuki Chika glanced at Seiya secretly, saying nothing. Mochizuki Meiken frowned, looking at the two with a thoughtful expression. "They are from the Dragon Nation's National Guard team. They weren't rude just now, were they? You should work on your temper." No. Mochizuki Chika lowered her head and answered softly. Mochizuki Meiken found her strange, scolded her a bit, then looked at Seiya. "You must be the captain of the Dragon Nation's National Guard team, right? Truly a man of outstanding appearance." Mochizuki Meiken smiled and greeted everyone from the National Guard team. Lord Mochizuki, Chika has a bit of a temper. I can help teach her. I have plenty of experience in this area. Miss Chika, don't you agree? Xingye was too lazy to expose him. He wanted to test her, and teasing Wang Yue Qianshuan was no problem. This. Wang Yue Mingjian looked at Qianshuan. She neither denied nor admitted it, still keeping her head down. Then let Qianshuan show everyone around the West Guard Pavilion, Wang Yue Mingjian said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qianshuan's body trembled slightly. She was about to refuse but looked up and saw Xingye's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, and immediately obediently nodded in agreement. After giving instructions, Wang Yue Mingjian left, leaving her alone. At this moment, she felt as if she was once again controlled by Xingye, extremely nervous. Has she been dealt with now? Someone whispered. The captain is really impressive, amazing. Everyone knew what means Xingye had used to subdue this young lady from the Sakura country. Don't be nervous. As long as you obey, I won't make things difficult for you, Xingye approached her and said softly. Mochizuki Chihara listened to the breath by her ear, her body trembling slightly. She nodded, her attitude becoming humble. She opened a small red floral umbrella, leaned against Xingye, and held up the umbrella. Xingye-kun, I was rude just now. Please forgive Chiharu. She bowed slightly, apologizing. Xingye nodded with satisfaction, thinking this woman was naturally obedient and easy to train. Let us go. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and walked toward the West Guard Pavilion. Imo-fan and the others, seeing how impressive the captain was, all gave thumbs up and followed. Only 2 guards remained standing there, their hearts shattered. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Uji family from the Sakura country would become someone's obedient girl in just a few minutes? Mochizuki Chiharu led everyone to tour the West Guard Pavilion but remained nervous. Seeing her like this, Xingye couldn't help but want to tease her. What is on the other side of that bridge? Imo-fan asked, pointing at the bridge. The East Guard Pavilion, it's where serious criminals are held. You can't go there, Wang Yue Qianshuan answered seriously. Upon hearing East Guard Pavilion, Xingye suddenly remembered that Wang Yue Qianshuan's brother might be imprisoned there. He immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered, Wang Yue Qianshuan, you have a brother, right? He disappeared? I know where he is. Wang Yue Qianshuan had just finished explaining the East Guard Pavilion to everyone. Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly became excited, her eyes full of longing. Don't worry, he's in the East Guard Pavilion. Serve me well now, and tonight I'll take you to see him alone. Xingye knew that to control her, he had to first break her pride, then give her a reason to willingly comply. Sure enough, once this news came out, Wang Yue Qianshuan's nervous demeanor immediately turned charming. Qianshuan knows what to do, she said softly. Saying this, she took the initiative to wrap her arm around Xingye's, pressing her proud figure tightly against him and began an active approach. Facing such a charming Qianshuan, Xingye also enjoyed it. After all, her service was indeed excellent. Saya-kun, does Chiharu's massage feel good? Mochizuki Chiharu deliberately used a red paper umbrella to block the people behind her, openly getting close to Saya. Not bad, but it still feels a bit lacking. Saya had a big appetite. This little sweetness wasn't tea enough to satisfy him. He unceremoniously reached out and rubbed Chiharu's waist. Ugh, the sudden action made Chiharu blush. Although shy, she endured it to please Saya. After all, to save her brother, she had to rely on his help. While being taken advantage of by Saya, Chiharu seriously acted as a guide, leading the National Mansion team to introduce the West Guard Pavilion floor by floor. The West Guard Pavilion had 3 floors. The top floor housed the conference room, watchtower, and archives, which were off limits. The middle floor was well equipped with a training ground, meditation room, forging room, pharmacy, library, and a small cinema. The lower floor was for reception, with a luxurious environment. After all, this was a major clan of the Sakura country. After touring for over half an hour, Chiharu led everyone back to the first floor of the lower pavilion. The banquet was held here. The reception hall of the lower pavilion was extravagantly decorated, resembling a castle hall. To welcome Saya, important figures of the Mochizuki clan were all present. The strong members of the Guardian Academy were all arrogant and proud. But seeing Chiharu, whom they regarded as a goddess, obediently serving Saya, many felt heartbroken. Chiharu didn't mind at all and continued to gently pour tea and water for Saya. Soon, the banquet officially began. Girls like Jiang Shashu had also arrived, and everyone was present. The story of Counselor Saya saving the ancient capital has long been heard in Sakura country. Yeah, truly a heroic youth. The disaster in the ancient capital attracted global attention. It was the rise of the undead empire. Everyone thought the ancient capital was doomed, but Seiya reversed the situation, shocking the whole world. Naturally, the Mochizuki clan dared not offend Seiya and all fawned over him. Even the Guardian Academy instructors didn't think they could win the upcoming competition. Seeing the teachers all fawning over their opponents, the neglected academy members felt extremely depressed. Especially seeing the goddess Qianquan serving Xingye like a little wife made them even more furious and unbearable. After the tea ceremony, everyone began to enjoy the banquet. Xingye didn't sit on the ground after all, he wasn't used to kneeling, so he sat upright on a small stool. Wanyue Qianquan knelt beside him, gently feeding him. She wore a kimono, her figure plump, especially her rounded hips like a full moon, full and perky, particularly eye-catching. Her attentive care made Xingye feel very comfortable. Xingye Koan, the sake isn't very strong, try some, Wanyue Qianquan said as she picked up a small pot and poured him some wine. Not bad. Did you learn how to serve others since you were little? Xingye looked at her curiously. This woman was really perceptive, almost knowing what he wanted to eat before he did. Somewhat. Most girls in Sakura country learn how to take care of their future husbands when they are young. As the lady of the Wanyue family, naturally, I am no exception. Wanyue Qianquan's face flushed slightly. Only then did she realize she had already been serving Xingye as if he were her husband. Hearing this, Xingye couldn't help but twitch his index finger. If the occasion were appropriate, he really wanted to be her husband. After the banquet ended, everyone took a walk to the arena. To earn the National Academy badge, a challenge was essential. In the first match, Xingye sent out Munugio. She unleashed high-level wind magic, shocking the entire audience and winning easily. The Sakura Country Academy members, who originally wanted to regain face through the duel, immediately hung their heads in despair. In the second match, Guanyu volunteered to step up, and Xingye directly sent him into the arena. Although it wasn't as easy as Munugio's match and Guanyu was injured, he ultimately won. Third match, Captain, who will you send? Nanju asked. I'll go up and relax a bit while I'm at it. Xingye pointed to himself and stood up. Everyone was stunned, thinking this was just a challenge and there was no need to use a trump card. Xingye ignored them and walked onto the duel platform, smiling as he said, Miss Qianquan, let us have a little activity. Wanyue Mingjian was stunned when he heard Xingye call out Qianquan's name. He wanted to remind him that Qianquan was not a contestant from the national government, but he held back. He also wanted to see just how strong this magical prodigy who could save an entire city really was. Wanyue Qianquan didn't expect to be called out. Seeing Xingye standing on the platform, she suddenly recalled how he had bullied her at the West Guard Pavilion gate at noon. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Fueled by rage, she stood up and walked onto the duel platform. Wanyue Qianquan, I want to use that ability to control you. Just come at me and I'll show you your place. He was completely adept at handling tsundere women like her. A light suppression once was never enough, he had to crush her hard. Only by making her fully realize her weakness could she truly obey. Wanyue Qianquan seemed to detect Xingye's disdain, and her tsundere spirit flared up again. At the referee's command, a blazing wave of fire instantly erupted around Xingye. Everyone in the audience felt the air suddenly heat up as fire elements rapidly condensed. Fire magic is so strong. The high-ranking members of the Wanyue clan exclaimed in surprise. Although they had long suspected Xingye was high-level, his power still shocked them. This surpassed most high-level mages and was definitely beyond a mere novice at that rank. Compared to the excitement of the others, Wanyue Mingjian was much calmer. When they first met, he saw Qianquan kneeling before Xingye and guessed she was being suppressed, and now it was indeed so. He only hoped they wouldn't lose too badly, otherwise, the reputation of the Wanyue clan would be ruined. Violent wave flood roll. Seeing Xingye use fire, Qianquan did not hesitate to try to suppress it with mid-level water magic. My flames, can you suppress them? Heavenly Flame Funeral. Xingye, too lazy to test, directly unleashed high-level fire magic. The sky was filled with flames falling like meteors, forcibly evaporating Qianquan's water attack. Ghostwood Hand Grasp Kill. Qianquan was unwilling to be outdone and released high-level plant magic. Although plants are weak against fire, this was the only move she could use. Plant magic? I have that too. Although Xingye rarely used plant magic, he was not weak in it. Would release Ghostwood Hand Grasp Kill. He cast plant magic of the same level as Qianquan, but the difference was that his would release was a symbiotic plant species rooted in the spiritual world, making it stronger. As Xingye unleashed plant magic, the arena was instantly enveloped by a cage of vines, trapping Qianquan. Qianquan looked around, trying to break free. Just as she was about to act, a vine suddenly wrapped around her, binding her hands and feet tightly, leaving her unable to move. You woman, 3 days without a beating, and you start causing trouble. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her, and Xingye instantly materialized. He held Qianxuan's delicate cheek with one hand, while vigorously rubbing her full chest with the other. Xingye Kuan, Qianxuan was wrong. At this moment, Wanyue Qianxuan clearly realized she was no match for him. He had never been serious from the start, he was just scolding her. Oh? Where did you go wrong? Xingye's lips curled slightly, and he rubbed her hand a little harder. Ugh! Pinched until it hurt a bit, Wanyue Qianxuan let out a soft sound, her eyes moist, but obediently said, Qianxuan shouldn't be naughty. Now, Xingye Kuan needs to punish Qianxuan. She looked completely submissive, and Xingye felt a tickle in his heart. Without hesitation, he bit her tender lips and took a light taste. The sudden kiss made Wanyue Qianxuan tremble slightly, but she quickly went along with it. After more than 10 seconds, Xingye finally let her go. Alright, remember your place. Come find me after the battle is over, understood? He pinched her cheeks and looked into her eyes. Ununderstood, Xingye Kuan. Wanyue Qianxuan blushed, her eyes dazed, just stirred by the kiss. After letting her go, Xingye released the plant-type magic. It's out. It's out. Quick, see who won. Master Qianxuan, don't lose. The vines disappeared, and the trainees guarding the Sakura country held their breath. Seeing that both Xingye and Wanyue Qianxuan neither fell nor were injured, everyone was stunned. Who actually won? Just as they were puzzled, Wanyue Qianxuan took a deep breath and said voluntarily, I lost. After saying that, she hurried back to the audience seats, her whole body weak and powerless, her strength not yet recovered. Although she lost all 3 matches, even the instructor Wanyue Qianxuan was defeated, at least she didn't lose face. That battle was truly spectacular. Please accept our national government medal. Wanyue Mingjian smiled and handed over a medal badge engraved with a cherry blossom pattern, symbolizing victory over the national team. All right. Xingye nodded and accepted, carefully putting away the medal. The exchange match ended not too late, and everyone held entertainment activities on the second floor, singing and watching movies. Xingye didn't go along, he was quietly pulled into a room by Wanyue Qianxuan. Oh, this is where you live? So big, no wonder you're the eldest daughter of the Wanyue clan. Xingye looked around. The room was spacious and well equipped, with a small study, a small kitchen, and a small bathroom, all her private space. Xingye Kuan, you're joking. Even as the eldest daughter of the Wanyue clan, I don't just obediently listen to you, you know? After being truly defeated, Wanyue Qianxuan was full of admiration for Xingye. The other party was a true strong person, young and promising, even younger than her. Such an outstanding man would surely have excellent descendants. Wanyue Qianxuan had grown up in a traditional environment. The tradition of Sakura country was that women find excellent men, marry, have children, and continue the fine bloodline. This was actually a biological instinct, but Sakura country emphasized it even more. Is there a place to bathe? I'm all sweaty after the fight just now. Xingye didn't tease her, he was sticky himself and eager to take a shower. Xingye Kuan, there's a hot spring exclusive to me in the backyard. Let us go soak together. Wanyue Qianxuan said, taking out a purple bathrobe from the wardrobe. Hot spring? Not bad, go change your clothes and wait on me later. Xingye was blunt. Okay, Xingye Kuan, wait for me. Mochizuki Chika had a bit of submissiveness, secretly enjoying the command. The door opened, and she stepped out wearing a purple bathrobe, her purple hair pinned up with a few strands falling by her ears. The bathrobe was short, revealing her long, smooth legs. Her voluptuous figure made her look extremely sexy. Xingye Kuan, I have a gift for you to see. Mochizuki Chika happily unbuttoned the bathrobe, revealing her snow-white skin, wearing nothing underneath. Xingye Kuan, do you like my gift? She blushed and her heart raced. It was the first time she had so actively tried to please a man, her voice soft. Very good, quite nice. Xingye was not surprised. Come here, help me take off my clothes. Yes. Mochizuki Chika blushed as she slowly helped Xingye take off his clothes. Let's go soak in the hot spring. Xingye lifted her chin and ordered. Yes. The feeling of being controlled intoxicated her as she led Xingye to the hot spring pool. Chihiro Mochizuki took the initiative to massage Seiya, using a unique technique. Seiya felt her soft body and silky skin, thoroughly enjoying it. The hot spring accelerated blood circulation, and their bodies gradually grew warm. Alright, the massage ends here. I'm a bit hungry and still want to eat some sakura greens. Xingye slowly stood up, his gaze burning intensely at Wan Yueqianxuan. Xingye-kun, if you're hungry, I can go get some now. Wan Yueqianxuan innocently didn't catch the meaning behind Xingye's words and was about to prepare the food. Just as she stood up, Xingye suddenly embraced her. Wan Yueqianxuan instantly understood that the sakura greens Xingye wanted to eat were actually herself. Ing. Before she could think further, Xingye launched his attack. Everything that followed happened naturally. Several hours later, Chihiro Mochizuki lay in the room, her cheeks as red as an apple, her whole body tingling. After regaining her composure, she nestled against Xingye's chest and whispered, "Xingye-kun, can you help Chihiro?" The previous promise was to take her into the East Guard Pavilion. Their progress was rapid, not only because of Chihiro Mochizuki's strong-willed nature and the submissiveness Xingye awakened, but also because of that promise. "Alright, rest for a bit, then we'll set off." Xingye nodded. He wasn't a good man, but he kept his word. Thank you, Xingye-kun. From now on, Chihiro belongs to you." Chihiro Mochizuki unreservedly declared herself as Xingye's. "Not bad, I'm growing more satisfied with you." Xingye smiled, stroking her hair. Seeing her becoming more and more obedient, he was very satisfied with his results. During their earlier interaction, he deliberately suppressed her to awaken her hidden submissiveness, with remarkable effect. After a short rest, the two of them sneaked into the East Guard Pavilion under the cover of night. Using his advanced shadow abilities, Xingye easily avoided the guards and met Wan Yueqianxuan's brother. The moment he saw him, Xingye sensed that he was controlled by the Ninghua Evil Pearl, and the evil aura on him was very strong. Possessing demonic powers, Xingye instantly felt the danger. At the same time, he discovered that Honma Ichigo was not in the East Guard Pavilion and might be gathering the 8 souls of good and evil elsewhere. Soon, Wan Yueqianxuan successfully obtained the Ninghua Evil Pearl. Out of goodwill, Xingye warned her about the danger of the pearl and her brother's current condition. Really? Then what should I do? Mochizuki Chihiro was flustered upon hearing this, but she believed Xingye hadn't lied to her. "Let us go find your grandfather, Mochizuki Meiken. He should have a solution." Xingye knew that Mochizuki Meiken was actually powerless and might even shift the blame onto him. This was a perfect opportunity to get the old man to owe him a favor. After all, he was the Hunter King. Helping out wouldn't cost him anything. "Xingye-kun, can this pearl really make the summoned beast stronger?" the woman suddenly asked, catching Xingye off guard. "Yeah, why?" he replied. The woman handed him the Ninghua Evil Pearl. "Why don't you give it directly to the summoned beast? If you give it to Grandpa, you might never get it back." Xingye was a bit surprised to see her hand over the treasure without hesitation. He hadn't expected Mochizuki Chihiro to trust him so much. It seemed he had indeed underestimated her submissiveness. He also felt some sympathy for Mochizuki Meiken, who had raised his granddaughter for over 20 years, only to have her taken away overnight. "I know you mean well, but I still have to tell your grandfather. I'll keep the pearl for now, so you don't get misled." Xingye ruffled her hair and put the pearl away. Although Mochizuki Chika was reluctant, she still agreed. The two then went to find Mochizuki Meiken and told him about the East Guard Pavilion and the beads. The old man began to talk about the mistakes of his youth, and in the end shamelessly asked Xingye to hand the beads over to an old friend. "Alright, but Chika has to come with me." Xingye agreed without hesitation. That old friend was already dead, and the beads still needed to be modified by old Bao. Bringing Chika along was taking advantage of the opportunity in the Sakura country to properly train her. To make her completely his little female slave. Mochizuki Meiken was also happy. "No problem, Chika can stay as long as she wants." He could see that his granddaughter and Xingye already had a relationship, and he was satisfied. After leaving Mochizuki Meiken's room, Xingye directly picked up Chika, didn't return to his room, and headed straight to the small woods outside, ready to start a new scene. The little female slave who had been initially trained naturally had no right to refuse. That night, everyone in the West Guard Pavilion heard the little kitten's cries, non-stop throughout the night. Early the next morning, the people gathered at the West Guard Pavilion's entrance all looked lifeless, with dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't rested at all. Before long, Xingye appeared with Wan Yueqianxuan, and everyone was stunned. "Wan Yueqianxuan has to come to Tokyo with us because of something. Everyone should get along well," Xingye said while yawning. Although somewhat puzzled, the members of the Guofu team didn't say much. Only Zhao Manyan occasionally glanced at the captain and Wan Yueqianxuan, seemingly sensing something but not voicing it. He still wanted to stay firmly in the Guofu team and dared not offend the big tiger that is Xingye. Thanks to Mochizuki Chikaro, the national government team smoothly boarded the train. On the train, everyone looked half asleep, sitting in their seats dazed. I'm a bit sleepy, can someone tell a joke to lighten the mood? Mo Fan asked, looking at everyone. What joke? I listened to cats meowing all night, now I need to catch up on sleep, Yu complained, then immediately dozed off. Xingyi felt a bit awkward, realizing he had disturbed everyone's rest. Jiang Xiaoshu, seeing the gloomy atmosphere, said, when we get to Tokyo, I'll take you to some fun places, way more interesting than Osaka. Little Fox, when we get to Tokyo, we have to go to the naval battle city first, no fooling around. Xingyi coldly poured cold water on her. Just for a little while, Captain Jiang Xiaoshu secretly rubbed her leg against Xingyi, trying to bribe him to go easy. But Xingyi was already full and satisfied, not tempted at all. No way, the mentors are urging us, we have to finish the training tasks early to have time to play. At this moment, Xingye was like a sage, completely unaffected by temptation. Indeed, it's better to complete the training early. This time it involves a batch of resources. If we complete the task well, we can break through to the advanced level, Nanju added. Although Xingye was the team leader, he didn't manage things much. Nanju became his deputy captain and understood the training details better. Promotion to advanced level. This is a big resource. What good stuff is there? Zhao Menyan's eyes lit up. You, the substitute, don't even think about it. Even if there are resources, you won't get any, sneered the petty jealous woman Mu Tingjing. She only dared to mock Zhao Manyan and didn't dare to provoke Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Especially Mu Ningxue, who recently seemed to have an unusual relationship with the captain. Offending the captain would also be bad for her. So she could only target Zhao Manyan, the powerless pushover. TCH, nonsense, I don't want to bother with you. Brother Yi, do substitutes really get nothing? Zhao Manyan looked at Xingye and asked. Resources are indeed not allocated to substitutes. Xingyi spoke bluntly. Isn't this just working for nothing? Zhao Manyan smiled bitterly after hearing this, but didn't take it too seriously. Although his family had no background, they had plenty of money and could rely on family resources to advance to higher levels. Everyone was fighting desperately to compete for this opportunity and experience, except for Mu Ningxue. She was deeply troubled, and after the experience, she was very likely to be eliminated. There are only 3 substitutes. Mo Fan is advanced level, and Zhao Manyan has the support of the Zhao family behind him, so resources are not a concern. She, however, is alone and can only rely on herself to break through to the advanced level. Thinking of this, Mu Ningxue couldn't help but glance at Xingye. Xingye was smiling and looking at her intently. Is something wrong, Ningxue? Xingye asked with a smile. There was sadness in her eyes, and Xingye could tell at a glance what she was thinking. But he didn't expose her. The girl was sensitive about her pride, and it wouldn't do to bluntly reveal it. Mu Ningxue blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, and nothing. She felt completely seen through by Xingye, like a little lamb-stripped bear, waiting to be devoured by the big bad wolf. Xingye looked at her, calculating how to devour her completely. In his eyes, this girl was even more innocent than Xinxia. It was just that the ice crystal Sha Bao made her cold and taciturn. Mu Ningxue had been lively and cheerful as a child. Now she had even become friends with the little green tea bitch Nan Rongni, which showed her thoughts were simple, even a bit foolish. Who would have thought about their situation back home? Nanrong Ni has a family background. How could she truly make friends? Of course, Nanrong Ni's acting is so good that if Xingye didn't know her true personality, he would have been fooled by her fake friendliness. Benefit time. After the group arrived at Tokyo Station, they didn't waste any time and headed straight to the naval battle city. The earlier they completed their training, obtained resources, and advanced to higher levels, the better. Naval Battle City is a special war culture city on Tokyo's east coast, world-renowned. So this is Tokyo's Naval Battle City? Tall buildings everywhere, looks pretty new. There's really nothing special, except the stone materials used are different from elsewhere, and the streets are neatly laid out. Everyone looked around, feeling there was nothing remarkable. These buildings are uninhabited. They serve as protection against seawater and sea monsters, and are also used for mage battles. Because of frequent wars, buildings collapse and are rebuilt, which is why they look new. Xingye had been adventuring with Lingling for many years. Although it was his first time here, he still knew some details about Tokyo Naval Battle City. After the introduction, everyone suddenly understood a lot more and gained new insights. While chatting and preparing to report to the mission location, a loud explosion suddenly came from ahead, shaking the street violently and making their heads dizzy. The intense tremor made it hard for everyone to stand steadily. Xingye, who was walking at the front, instinctively looked forward. They saw a huge stone pillar, about 5 or 6 meters thick and over 20 meters long, flying across. Oh no! Captain, a rock is coming. Zhao Manyan, seeing the giant stone, knew his mid-level defensive magic probably wouldn't T-hold, so he immediately dodged behind Xingye, praying he could block it. Telekinesis. Xingye reacted quickly. With the thought of the star trail, a powerful psychic force surged like a wave. With a boom, the giant stone was instantly crushed, turning into white powder and scattering. Why did that stone pillar suddenly fly over? Look ahead. Jiang Yu was about to ask when two azure sea monsters suddenly appeared on the distant street. They were so tall their heads rose above the rooftops, looking down at everyone. Just as everyone was stunned, an internationally recognized broadcast sounded from the sky, "Attention all personnel, sea monsters have appeared in District 19. Non-combatants must evacuate immediately or enter shelters." The broadcast repeated 3 times, the voice echoing all around. Captain, should we intervene? AI Jiangtu was eager to fight, but as a military mage, he had to obey orders. He wouldn't act rashly without Xingye's command. Xingye calmly said, "Anyway, we're here to train, so it's a good warm-up. I'll take care of one, and the rest is up to you." Wang Qianshuan cannot participate. For him, eliminating 2 leader-level sea monsters was easy. But if it all depended on him, the team would be useless. He deliberately put some pressure on everyone to prevent them from thinking that leader-level demons could be killed casually and that they could dare to touch monarch-level demons. After assigning the tasks, Xingye let everyone take charge. The sound-type mage Nanju became the commander of this battle. After everyone left, Xingye summoned the 3-legged golden crow. "Xiao Wu, that blue sea monster is yours." He pointed to the Blue Valley fierce beast that was wreaking havoc. The Blue Valley fierce beast had a bulky upper body covered with steel scales that shimmered with a cold light. Each scale joint had sharp barbs, especially on its 4 hammer-like thick arms, which were full of barbs. Any strike from them would leave heavy wounds. Its lower body resembled a giant shrimp, covered in a blue armored shell with rows of sharp small legs. As soon as Xingye gave the order, the 3-legged golden crow spewed scorching flames directly at the Blue Valley fierce beast. As a leader-level advanced existence, the 3-legged golden crow easily suppressed it. Xingye paid no further attention and instantly moved to the top floor of a tall building to overlook the other side of the battlefield. Nanju and the others were also engaged in fierce combat. The main force consisted of breakthrough high-level mages AI Jiangtu, Mo Fan, and Mu Nujio, since only high-level mages had enough output to deal with leader-level demons. The others were responsible for restraint, control, and interference. Although the Blue Valley fierce beast was a leader-level sea monster, its combat power greatly diminished after leaving the sea. After adapting, the team's coordination improved, but they were still far from killing it. After all, there were only 3 high-level mages, and their strength was limited. Xingye approached them and reminded, "The sea monster's weak point is its head. Aim your attacks there." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's spirits lifted, and they began a fierce assault on the Blue Valley fierce beast's head. After more than 20 minutes of tug-of-war, the Blue Valley fierce beast was finally defeated, dying under the overwhelming numbers outside the main battlefield. After all, sea monsters out of seawater were like fish out of water, with greatly reduced attack power. The battle on the 3-legged golden crow's side ended even faster. Shortly after it began, the Blue Valley fierce beast had already turned into an iron-plated giant shrimp. After it died, everyone realized, did we collectively kill a commander-level sea monster? Jiang Yu looked at the corpse excitedly. This was his first time slaying a commander-level beast, and he felt very proud. Except for AI Jiangtu, Mo Fan, and Mu Nujio, most were mid-level mages, so killing a commander level was no easy feat. AI Jiangtu, however, was much calmer. He had seen a true magical genius like Xing Yi and knew how far behind he still was. It took so many people and so much time just to kill one commander. It was incomparable to Xing Yi. Xing Yi smiled and said, "Don't compare yourselves to me. Pack up the loot and get ready for the next mission." Everyone suddenly felt a bit dispirited, but Xing Yi quickly comforted them, "Don't be discouraged, let's go." Mo Fan remained carefree, long accustomed to Xing Yi's prodigious demeanor. If it were him, he probably would have become depressed and suicidal by now. Not just him, Zhao Manyan, Mu Nujio, and Mu Ningxue were also unfazed. After walking a short distance, the group arrived in front of a towering cylindrical building, the Magic Association of Tokyo, where they would take on missions during this training. Just as they entered the building, a man in his early 30s with a pointed chin approached, looking sly and shifty. "Hello, my name is Lai Hengbao, and I'm in charge of receiving you all," he said, his gaze frequently drifting towards several girls in the group, especially fixating on Nanju's long legs. Xing Yi said coldly, "Don't be looking around like that, or I'll gouge your eyes out." Then, using telekinesis, he lifted Lai Hangbao and let him experience the feeling of flying. Lai Hangbao was so scared that his whole body trembled, cold sweat pouring down, and he almost couldn't hold his urine. No one expected Xingye to suddenly make a move. Several girls secretly laughed. After being reprimanded, Lai Hangbao didn't dare to look around recklessly anymore. He clarified the rules and task details of the naval battle city, then hurriedly left. After understanding the situation, Xingye summarized it in 3 words: kill sea monsters. As long as enough are killed, the task will be completed quickly. However, he didn't immediately lead people to hunt the monsters. Lai Hangbao said there would be a big tide in 3 days, during which a large number of sea monsters would appear, so it would be easier and more efficient to wait until then. Upon learning they had 3 extra days of free time, the little fox Jiang Xiaoxu was the happiest and immediately took a group of girls shopping. Seeing Mu Ningxue didn't go, Xingye asked, "Ningxue, aren't you coming?" Mu Ningxue lowered her head and said softly, "No, I want to train." She also wanted to have fun, but without a family background, she might be eliminated after this trial. She was unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to force her way into the advanced level without any resources, so she could only train desperately. Xingye saw her stubbornness and said with concern, "Don't push yourself too hard. If you get tired, come find me." He knew he couldn't pressure her too much now. It was better to wait until she hit a wall and got frustrated, then take the opportunity to help her open up. After saying that, Xingye left with Wang Yue Qianshuan. Mu Ningxue looked at the boy's back, her eyes growing increasingly dim. At this moment, her feelings were complicated. On one hand, she hoped Xingye could become her support. On the other, her stubbornness refused to yield, forcing herself to endure. Mu Ningxue stumbled back to her assigned room, full of fighting spirit, wanting to break through the advanced barrier by sheer will. Elsewhere, Xingye and Wang Yue Qianshuan searched for that old friend based on the address given by Wang Yue Mingjian, but it was destined to be in vain. Soon, they learned that the old man had already passed away. Your grandfather wasn't very popular. His friends didn't even know he had died for several days. So what about that bead? Xingye raised his eyebrows with a smile, looking at the troubled Wang Yue Qianshuan. I don't know either. How about Xingye Kuan secretly giving it to the summoned beast? Wang Yue Qianshuan didn't forget to try to create an opportunity for Xingye. That's not a good idea. After all, it was entrusted by my grandfather. But I have a better plan, though it's a bit troublesome. Xingye smiled as he stared at the cherry blossom dish in front of him, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Chihara Mochizuki seemed to understand, her eyes charmingly curved as she said, "Saya-koan, please help me, I'll give you anything you want." She leaned against Saya's chest, enchanting and alluring. "Then we need to find a place with no one around to talk properly." Saya smiled, pulling her close as they walked toward the nearby woods. They were near the mountain temple, where there were hardly any people. The deep woods were even safer than the hotel. Mu Ningxue's attempt to break through the high-level barrier ultimately failed. After all, the young mage had only settled for a few years and was not qualified to challenge the high level. She lay on the bed staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, murmuring, "I failed." Strangely, instead of feeling discouraged, she felt a sense of relief. Instinctively, she opened her phone, scrolled to Saya's number, and stared blankly. 3 days quietly passed, and the tide arrived. Xingye led everyone to the assigned 20th district. We've been sent to the outskirts? When the tide comes, at least half the buildings here will be flooded, Mo Fan said nervously. Although I have witnessed the ancient city's devastation under the Starry Night and faced overwhelming hordes of the undead, I still find the vast ocean more terrifying. The big wave is coming. The first trial is so dangerous. I don't know who will survive to stand on the World Academy competition stage. Zhao Minyan's face was bitter. If it weren't for completing his father's mission to sow seeds around the world, he would have wanted to leave the team long ago. Enough nonsense. Intermediate mages pair up, advanced mages stand separately. Mu Ningxue, come protect me. No danger, I won't act rashly. Xingye began arranging tactics, deliberately glancing at the weakened Mu Ningxue. Needless to say, he knew she had tried to withstand the advanced barrier and failed. Her spirit was injured, she needed rest, and her combat power had decreased. Having her close was also to protect her, preventing her from being unknowingly trapped by someone like Nan Rongni, that little schemer. Understood, Captain. Mu Ningxue knew very well this was Xingye's special care. Soon, everyone looked toward the sea surface. A giant wave surged like a fierce beast, vast as a natural disaster. The tide is coming, everyone get ready. Xingye warned sternly, and everyone immediately connected their magic, entering combat mode. The giant wave churned 100 meters away, seeming ready to engulf everything. Boom! Waves violently strike the ground and buildings, the thunderous sound echoing, buildings being destroyed, and people standing on rooftops shaken by the impact. Seawater floods into the city, mixed with broken building debris. Buildings in the neighborhoods near the sea break and collapse, as if playing a game of boom beach. But the large number of buildings acted as a buffer, weakening the impact of the giant waves. The high tide rushed into the 20 blocks, divided by the buildings into countless torrents, flooding the streets and submerging the lower parts of the buildings. Hey, a lot of houses have collapsed here. Is this turning into an island survival scenario? Zhao Manyan grew more nervous and more talkative, complaining nonstop. The others were not at ease either. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, sweat broke out on their foreheads. Don't panic, maintain formation, focus on clearing the nearby sea monsters. Xingyi once again steadied the troops' morale. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from beneath the water, filled with panic. Damn, which irresponsible parents abandoned their child here? This is a total disaster. Zhao Manyan was both nervous and speechless again. On this battlefield, a child suddenly appeared, and who knows how many demons are in the water. I'm going to save him. AI Jiantu rushed forward. But Xingye stopped him with a single hand. A powerful silver psychic force swept out sharply, and the baby was instantly grabbed. Look closely, this is a sea demon. After we return, everyone needs to review the sea demon compendium. The captured baby immediately revealed its true form. It was an ugly sea demon. This is a Baichi demon. Jiang Yu shouted in alarm. Although he was under Pang Lai and knew many demons, sea demons were always a weakness for mages, since the ocean is so vast. Especially sea demons like this one, born with natural camouflage, they easily confuse people's minds. After being discovered, Bai Qiao instantly became fierce, his tentacle-like arms sharp as spikes, flashing with purple light, stabbing straight at Xingye. Looking for death. With a surge of psychic power, Xingye directly crushed Bai Qiao. Alright, now everyone must be extremely vigilant. If I have to make a move again, I'll have to copy the sea monster encyclopedia twice. Without some pressure, there's no motivation to move forward. Sure enough, everyone immediately tensed up after hearing this. After all, the sea monster encyclopedia is terrifyingly thick. Copying it once is deadly, copying it twice almost ruins your hands. The subsequent monster hunts went exceptionally smoothly. Occasionally, when encountering a commanding level sea monster, Xingye would assist, while the others handled the rest. Those who make it into the National Guard team may not be the absolute best, but they are at least elites. With Xingye as a strong backing, everyone had no worries and naturally performed excellently. After the tide receded, Xingye led everyone to clear out the remaining sea monsters near the neighborhood. Soon, the Tokyo Magic Association came to tally the prey. Because they killed several leader-level sea monsters, the final count easily met the 4-star squad standard, successfully completing the training mission. This time, Xingye took 40% of the monster hunting rewards alone. Although he hardly took any action, everyone in the Guofu team understood that without Xingye, survival would still be in question. Alright, the mission is completed ahead of schedule. Next, focus on secluded cultivation. After the mentor group arrives in Tokyo, the elimination list will be decided. Those who haven't broken through to the advanced level need to put in more effort. As he said this, Xingye inadvertently glanced at Mu Ningxue. Her eyes were full of confusion. Back at the residence, everyone returned to their rooms, and those stuck at the intermediate level began striving to break through to the advanced level. Only Xingye was the exception. He silently followed the despondent Mu Ningxue. It wasn't really quiet. Mu Ningxue was just too confused to notice someone following her. Xingye followed her all the way to her room. Mu Ningxue instinctively pushed the door open, and it closed automatically. She didn't notice anyone entering. After entering the room, she felt disheartened and lay on the bed, talking to herself. What should I do, without the Star River vein? I can't break through to the advanced level. I'm so tired. When no one was around, Mu Ningxue seemed to temporarily shed the heavy burden on her shoulders. She had no family support, and her father, Mu Zhuoyun, was also in trouble. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. Looking back, her life had been full of hardships. Her mother left when she was young, and the ice crystal/bow had tormented her ever since. She had finally grown up and broken through to the intermediate mage level, easing the ice invasion, but the home in Bo City was gone. Now the Mu family had become the target of public hatred because of 2 black church members. She helplessly cried out, "Xingye, who can help me?" Xingye's voice suddenly appeared in her ear, and she turned around in shock, realizing it wasn't a hallucination. "How are you here?" She blushed, her heart racing. "Aren't you calling me?" If you need my help, I'm here. Xingyi smiled and reached out to wipe her tears. Mu Ningxue choked up, unable to say a word. She had once imagined asking Xingyi for help, but when faced with the reality, she didn't know how to start. She had nothing now and could offer him nothing. Moreover, if anything happened between them at this moment, Xingye's reputation might be damaged. Stop talking, take it. I can't stand to see a girl cry. Xingye took out 2-star river veins from the storage magic device and handed them to her. He originally planned to give them only after fully winning her over, but seeing her cry like this, he couldn't force it and had to do this first, leaving the next time for later. Alright, I'm leaving now. Xingye stood up, but she grabbed him. Don't go. Mu Ningxue was afraid he would leave, holding him tightly. Xingyi looked at her flushed face and gently nodded, as if given permission. He pounced on her without hesitation. In no time at all, Mu Ningxue's clothes were stripped off. Wait. We. She was nervous and shy. She knew she had completely become Xingye's woman. Benefits. Afterwards, Xingye stayed with her intensely for a whole day, completely releasing this pure girl. But he didn't continue to torment her, allowing her to cultivate peacefully and break through to a higher level. Feeling refreshed, Xingye found Wanyue Qianxuan, who had been eavesdropping in the next room, and took her shopping in Tokyo. Actually, they went to the auction house to sell the sea demon spirit they obtained during the big tide 2 days ago, and then buy some useful resources. The main purchase was some fire-type spirit seeds. Little Flame Princess was practically a little glutton. No matter how many resources she had, she could consume them all. Fortunately, the returns were also considerable. Little Flame Princess had now broken through to the small commander level and was growing rapidly. The growth cycle of demons and monsters is long, so speeding it up requires a large investment of resources. After buying the resources, Xingye took Wanyue Qianxuan to find a spot for wild fighting. Just as they set off, they saw a girl wearing a black short skirt and a white school uniform who directly bumped into Xingye's chest. Who are you? What do you mean? Seducing my man? Wanyue Qianxuan glared angrily at the girl, furious. She didn't mind if her man had others, but such blatant provocation was like slapping her in the face, questioning her beauty. While Wanyue Qianxuan was fuming, Xingye found the girl strange. Wang, who is prettier, me or this woman speaking bird language? The girl looked up and flirted, her tone seductive. Xingye immediately realized the girl was controlled by the Nine Nether Queen. Nine Nether Queen, didn't I tell you to go back? Why are you back again? Xingye frowned. After just dealing with the 2 little ghost spirits of Yen Mingxi, he had sent the Nine Nether Queen back. Bringing a Great Lord level undead was a waste of combat power. It was better to have her complete missions. Wang, I got the information you asked for, so I came back. The Nine Nether Queen smiled charmingly, every frown and smile full of allure. You can't just use someone else's body without asking for her consent. Xingye sized up the girl. The Nine Nether Queen had good taste. The figure was average but full of the youthful vibe of a Sakura country schoolgirl, especially that skirt, even shorter than those back home, really nice. I asked her directly, afraid of scaring her. Juyuhu looked wronged, gently pinching Xingye's firm chest with her delicate hand. Alright, tell me what information you've gathered. Xingye put away his smile and asked directly. He had many tasks assigned, including subduing ownerless undead and finding Qinyuer and Xiaoyu, who were frozen in the Tianshan Mountains. He was looking for Qinyuer because he couldn't stand seeing a beautiful girl suffer injustice, and also to help Mu Ningxue find her teacher. Xiaoyu wasn't urgent. Besides the energy-rich Earth Saint Spring, a supreme monarch-level totem beast, and a transcendent mage named Song Feiyao, there wasn't much value there. Although the Earth Saint Spring was good, its use only slightly improved cultivation, and its combat power was quite weak. The Supreme Monarch's totem beast was just a bonus for Xingye at this point. The super beautiful mage was somewhat interesting. Originally, it wasn't urgent, but the 3-legged golden crow card had been stuck at the leader level advancement stage for a long time, and he wanted to try using the Earth Saint Spring to help it break through. Boss, we got both pieces of information. We found that girl named Qinyuer, but she is still frozen. Xiaoyu's location has also been locked down. Juyuhu spoke while gazing at Xingye with affectionate eyes, her little finger circling his sensitive spot. This made Xingye furious, but he was helpless against this mischievous subordinate. If she had a physical body, he would have long sent her flying to the heavens. Alright, I got it. Once I finish handling things here, I'll head back immediately. Although a bit annoyed by Juyuhu's provocation, he had to admit she was very efficient. When the time comes, he'll take the ancient king directly to Tianshan and Xiaoyu to settle these 2 matters. Unless the holy totem white tiger is still alive, the path will be swept clean without resistance. Whether it's the heavenly scar holy tiger or the Xiaoyu mage, they all have to kneel. Compared to the ancient king, they are simply trash. Not to mention the ancient king, even any one of the 8 directions dead lords can easily handle them. After giving instructions, Xingye let Zhu go back first, since she would only provoke him. Damn it! What are you standing there for? I know that woman from earlier, she ignited my fire. I want you to help me cultivate. Xingye grabbed Wan Yue Qianshuan's small hand and headed toward the hotel. In the days that followed, most members of the national government team were desperately trying to break through to the advanced level. This World Academy competition was not only a battle among the national government members but also a contest between the forces behind them. Take Zhao Manyan, for example. The Zhao family behind him spent money like water. Although his talent was somewhat lacking, with enough money thrown in, everyone had to make way. On the path of magic, you need at least one of money or talent, otherwise, you can only stay in place and watch others soar past. Of course, Xingye and Mo Fan were exceptions. Soon, the team members in the national government team who were still at the intermediate level also successively broke through to the advanced level. Mentors like Feng Li flew from China to Tokyo and saw the team members who had been completely transformed. Inside the Tokyo Magic Association duel hall, Xingye led the team in and saw several senior instructors standing with their backs to everyone, looking very imposing. Ahem, instructors, everyone is here. Facing this group of guys whose combined age was in the hundreds, Xingye's brow twitched as he spoke. Not bad, the training went without a hitch. I'm very satisfied. Everyone has broken through to the advanced level. Feng Li and the others turned around to scan the group, confirming everyone's cultivation level, unable to hide their surprise. Especially Mu Ningxue, he didn't expect her to break through to the advanced level. After all, Mu Ningxue no longer had Mu Shi's support behind her, so there was only one answer. Feng Li glanced at Xingye and suddenly felt that this guy's luck with women was really strong. But with this, he didn't know who to eliminate, since everyone had broken through to the advanced level. No matter who was eliminated, everyone would be dissatisfied. Since you all have broken through to the advanced level, then have a sparring match, and the weakest one will be eliminated. Feng Li thought for a moment and proposed this suggestion. After all, the overall strength of the team is very important, and this is the fairest way. When this proposal came out, the official team members like Mu Tinjing, Wan Yu, and Zhu Jiming were not very happy. Logically, the substitute members should be eliminated first, but now even they were in danger. On the other hand, people like Nan Zhu and Jiang Yu, who were confident in their own strength, didn't mind. Although they weren't the strongest, they weren't afraid of being eliminated either. Except for the captain Xingye and Ai Jiangtu, everyone else had to participate in the competition. Because these two were already advanced dual type, there was no need for them to compete. Although Mo Fan was also advanced dual type, he was a substitute player, so he had to compete as well. Nan Rongni was the only healing type mage in the team, with sufficient strength, so he generally wouldn't be eliminated. Xingye and Ai Jiangtu sat in the audience seats, their eyes fixed on the duel stage, mainly watching Zhao Manyan, Mu Tinjing, Guan Yu, and Zhu Jiming. These four were considered the weakest in the Guofu team. Zhao Manyan's strength had dropped a level because Xingye had taken the wooden fish of Baxia. Old Zhao still has the divine artifact embrace of the holy bear given by his father, so he probably won't be eliminated. Xingye still had some confidence in Zhao Manyan. After all, Zhao Manyan had quite a few defensive magical tools, and the players who had just broken through to advanced level couldn't do anything to him. Mu Tinjing, Guan Yu, and Zhu Jiming were of average strength, neither strong in offense nor good at defense. As a result, in the first round of one-on-one matches, the stronger ones all won. Mu Ningxue, Mu Nujio, Zhang Xiaoshu, Nan Zhu, and Mo Fan all emerged victorious. Mu Ningxue had just broken through to advanced level, but she had an almost complete domain, which was an advantage others didn't have, so her win was normal. Zhang Xiaoshu's psychic type was also very powerful, with strong mental strength, easily disturbing opponents. Nan Zhu originally had considerable strength, nothing much to say. Mo Fan and Mu Nujio were both advanced mages, no need to elaborate further. After one round of screening, 5 people remained: Zhao Manyan, Jiang Yu, Guan Yu, Zhu Jiming, and Mu Tinjing. Jiang Yu was considered unlucky, having lost to Mo Fan. Except for Mu Nujio and Mo Fan, who could cast advanced magic, the others still had a chance to win. Because the number was uneven, it was decided to draw lots to give one person a bye, who would directly enter the final round to challenge the weakest player. Everyone agreed. After all, being drawn meant saving energy, and if the weakest person couldn't be beaten, being eliminated was understandable. The draw result was that Zhao Manyan was chosen by the goddess of luck and directly entered the final round. The competition proceeded tensely. Jiang Yu defeated Guan Yu, Mu Tinjiang beat Zhu Jiming, and Guan Yu won against Zhu Jiming again. In the end, Zhu Jiming, who only knew how to release poison gas and poisonous insects, lost. The people who beat him were not very strong, their strengths were about the same. Mo Fan asked Xing Yi, "Old Yi, do you think old Zhao can win?" Xing Yi didn't hesitate, it's still hard to say. He was optimistic about Zhao Manyan but also knew that Zhu Jiming had the backing of a powerful family and might have hidden cards. When the match started, Zhao Manyan immediately used the guardian left by his father, the Holy Bear's Phantom, to transform into an ironclad turtle shell, rendering Zhu Jiming's attacks completely ineffective. The battle lasted half an hour, with both sides simply exchanging attacks, making everyone tense yet helpless. Zhu Jiming exhausted his magical energy but couldn't injure Zhao Manyan, so Feng judged Zhao Manyan the winner. Although he didn't defeat Zhu Jiming outright, Zhao Manyan's defense was extremely strong and more practical than Zhu Jiming, who only knew how to use poison. After confirming the elimination list, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhao Manyan almost cried with joy. Participating in the World Guofu competition not only enhanced the faction's prestige but also brought personal honor and resources. No one wanted to be eliminated. Originally, they were to rest for a day, but the Guofu team set off for the next stop. Suddenly, a sentence from Xing Yi made Feng Li's heart tighten. "Old Feng, I need to take leave to go back to my country to handle some matters." Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect the captain to leave. Feng Li's face darkened, and seeing this, Xing Yi quickly found an excuse. "I heard the National Pavilion has been losing continuously lately, so I might as well go back and practice with those challengers." Now that even Mu Nujio was no longer at the National Pavilion, probably only Dongfang Lai could still hold it up. Losing all the time was normal. Upon hearing this, Feng Li's expression immediately improved a lot, and he also thought Xing Yi's suggestion was quite good. After all, the National Pavilion's current performance was really dismal, becoming a training ground for challengers from various countries, which even troubled him. "Alright, I'll help you book an extra plane ticket later, and we'll go back together tonight." Feng Li thought for a moment and agreed, also appointing Ai Jiangtu as the temporary captain to lead everyone to the next stop. Then everyone dispersed to rest. But Xing Yi had no time to rest. In the apartment, Mu Nujio and Mu Ningxue sat on the big bed, looking at the man in front of them. "Xing Yi, why do you want to go back to your country?" Mu Nujio spoke first, full of curiosity. "Sigh, girls, don't overthink it. It's all for a better life for us in the future." Xing Yi didn't explain much and directly pulled the two beauties into a hug. Mu Ningxue became nervous as soon as she was hugged. After all, there was a third person this time. "I'm going back to my country tonight, so I might not see everyone for a while." Xing Yi comforted the nervous Mu Ningxue. Although Mu Nujio was also a bit nervous, she was much more familiar with him, so she was actually more composed. On the night of parting, the girls became increasingly proactive. The three played until night, and only then did Xing Ye reluctantly leave. Afterwards, he and several old men including Feng Li took a plane back to the country. After arriving in Modu, Xing Ye didn't rush to find Tianshan and Xiaoyu, since they wouldn't run away. He first met with Lu Ru and Lu Xian, experiencing the feeling of sisterhood, and then went to stroll around Mingzhu Academy. He remembered promising Feng Li to help the National Pavilion team regain their dignity. He also planned to meet Eileen first before returning to the National Mansion team. After all, Eileen is the first heir of the Victoria clan, a wealthy young lady from a top dragon taming family. Befriending her is definitely beneficial. If her future power grows, they might even cooperate with the Victoria clan, whose dragon taming skills are a great asset. Soon, Xing Ye arrived at the Mingzhu Academy arena. As soon as he entered, he saw a heated argument. "You Egypt team are really shameless. You lost but still want to keep challenging. Can't accept defeat, huh?" Su Zhaoting saw the old rival Egypt team and looked full of contempt, directly cursing. Not sure if he learned from Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan, his words were harsh but without any profanity. Mayastin glared angrily at Said beside him, clearly unhappy with these words. They originally thought the Dragon Nation's National Pavilion was weak and just going through the motions, so they only sent one person. Unexpectedly, the overall team was weak, but there were still a few experts. Although scolded, Neos had to admit defeat and brought up the rules. According to the World Academy competition rules, each national pavilion has 3 challenge opportunities. Said lost, but we still have 1 challenge left. Neos raised his chin proudly, showing his unwillingness to give up. Seeing the Egypt team so arrogant, other national pavilion players showed anger on their faces, but they also knew that if it was a team match, they would definitely lose. Because only two in their pavilion were capable, Su Xiaoting and Dongfan Lai, the others were too weak to be considered. Xingye quietly walked to Su Xiaoting's side. Su Xiaoting, about to speak, was startled when he saw him. Xingye, why are you back? Kicked out of the team? What terrible thing did you do? Su Xiaoting was excited and dissatisfied, thinking Xingye must have done something excessive to be kicked out. Xingye retorted, what kind of person do you think I am? Who brought you to do commissions? He had recommended Su Xiaoting to the Qingtian Hunting Institute and even took him on missions otherwise. Su Xiaoting Lun Ti have risen to mid-level rank 3 and become a guardian. As the two chatted animatedly, the Egypt team was already furious, being ignored like this for the first time. You two arrogant guys, enough. Neo's afro flared up, clearly furious. Xing Yi and Su Xiaoting only then realized there was a group of Egyptians nearby. Sorry, you guys have such low presence, I almost forgot you were here. Want to fight? I'll go with you. Xing Yi coughed and directly stepped onto the duel stage, ready to end this farce. Seeing this, Mios was furious and quickly followed up, you're also a member of the National Pavilion? Fine. I'll show you what happens when you ignore us. The Egyptian team said nothing more and all bet on how many minutes the vice-captain would take to end the fight. Only the captain, Sind, frowned deeply because he couldn't see through Xing Yi. As a dual-discipline advanced mage, his judgment was usually accurate. Xing Yi was at least an advanced mage. On the National Pavilion Team's side, instructor Bai Dongwei also frowned. When Xing Yi appeared, he wanted to intervene, but upon hearing Su Xiaoting call out Xing Yi's name, he realized this young man was the country's youngest counselor. Knowing it was Xing Yi, Bai Dongwei understood the situation was no longer under his control. On the stage, the duel between Xing Yi and Mios began. Xing Yi immediately summoned a minor commander-level elemental spirit, the Flame Princess. Little Flame Princess, possess me. The Flame Princess instantly merged into Xing Yi's body, flames spreading across the entire duel stage, like a fiery hell. This is a domain. Sin stared in shock as the fire element wildly gathered, finally confirming beyond doubt that Xing Yi was no ordinary opponent. Mios was also stunned, you're an advanced mage? Are advanced mages rare? Get ready to lose. Xing Yi responded arrogantly and with full force. Mios sneered coldly, so what if you're advanced? I am too. If you want to beat me, you're delusional. But she felt uneasy inside and immediately cast earth magic to build a sand shield for defense. Your delusions will be shattered soon. Attack! Xing Yi roared, flames swirling around him, crimson fire cascading like a waterfall, the scene magnificent and stunning. This was no ordinary magic, but a high-level flame technique released with the power of the constellations, imitating the fire calamity Xing Yi had once seen at Liaoyuan Beijia. Dongfan Lai, who was training in fire magic in the audience, looked at the flames with admiration. He had once underestimated Xing Yi, but now he regarded him as a target. Mios' sand shield was as thick as a wall, like a golden shield, but it was still scorched red by the flames, the sand turning into molten lava and eventually completely melted away. Mios! Vice-Captain! Vice-Captain, everyone exclaimed in shock. Seeing Mios' sand shield completely melted, the Egyptian team members were so anxious their hearts were in their throats, fearing Mios inside was being roasted. But before they could rush to rescue her, Xing Yi had already withdrawn the flames. After all, he wasn't from the National Pavilion. A few lessons for the Egyptian team members were enough, killing someone would be troublesome. After the fire was withdrawn, Mios was seen sitting dazed on the ground, her clothes slightly torn and only minor burns on her body. You brat actually did this to my vice-captain. Said shouted angrily when he saw Mios was okay. Before he could say more, team captain Shinda slapped him on the back of the head. Enough! Losing is losing, take Mios down quickly. After scolding said, Shinda apologized to Xing Yi on stage, sorry, we offended you. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed an ancient civilization, this time we lost. Shinda knew that even if he went up himself, he might not be able to beat Xing Yi. A single national government medal wasn't worth them fighting to the death. After saying this, he left with the Egypt team without further comment. We won. The Egypt team left. The National Pavilion team members shouted excitedly. Some people were discussing Xing Yi on the stage. Who's that handsome guy? He took down the vice-captain in one move, amazing. Is he Senior Xing Yi? I've seen him from afar. ISNT Senior Xing Yi, the captain of the national government team? How come he is back? Maybe he just looks like him. Seeing the Egypt team retreat, the National Pavilion team members got excited and started discussing Xing Yi. Xing Yi on the stage, realizing he was about to be recognized, quickly slipped away. Outside the arena, Su Zhaoting looked at Xingye with envy. Don't just watch, train hard, take commissions seriously and earn money. With your talent, advancing to the super rank is no problem. Xingye patted Su Zhaoting's shoulder. Your talent isn't bad either. Although not top tier, you're a civilian genius. As long as you don't slack off and keep your momentum, achieving the super rank won't be difficult. After their small gathering, the two parted ways, and Xingye prepared to head to Tianshan. At the foot of Tianshan was Shilan Town, a famous secluded town where many adventurers stopped by. Xingye didn't rush up the mountain but strolled around the town. After all, life isn't just about training their poetry in distant places too. It's nice to relax occasionally. After a short while, Xingye felt this place wasn't much different from ordinary tourist spots. Sigh, doesn't seem like there's much to see. Juyuhu, lead the way, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a charming voice echoed in his mind. Yes, my king Juyuhu clung to him, obedient and cautious, afraid of angering him. Under her guidance, the starry night gradually delved deeper into the Tianshan Mountains, arriving before a snow-covered peak. Corpse of the mountain peak, wake up, the king has come. Joyo then flew out from his body and shouted. The mountain peak trembled violently, revealing its true form, a massive undead, the corpse of the mountain peak. King, the road is dangerous. There is a powerful lord in Tianshan. I am called the corpse of the mountain peak, here to protect you. After saying this, Joyo bowed. Not bad. Xingye looked at her with satisfaction. She usually liked to act coquettishly to seduce, but when it came to him, she was serious and responsible. The corpse of the mountain peak growled lowly, lowering its head to let Xingye climb onto its shoulder. Let's go to the scar of Tianshan and help me find that silver-haired woman who was sealed. The cold wind was biting, and the peaks of Tianshan pierced the blue sky like sword ridges. The scar of Tianshan was a dangerous rift valley, where snow never melted all year round. It was said to be the residence of the snow disaster goddess, a forbidden place. But Xingye had two undead lord protectors, so he was not afraid of danger. As for not bringing Fanggu, it was because Fanggu was still merging the power of the armor robe. Emperor-level power was hard to control. Wearing the armor robe was only a qualification, the fusion still required time. What level could ultimately be reached depended entirely on the compatibility between Fanggu and the armor robe. A 100% inheritance was almost impossible unless an ancient king was resurrected. At least medium emperor-level strength could be achieved. King, what are you thinking about? So absorbed, Juyuhu teased. Xingye was lost in chaotic thoughts, while Juyuhu had already leaned against his chest, beginning to softly seduce him. Ahem, thinking about nothing. Xingye pretended to be calm. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Juyuhu's eyes were so deep that Xingye dared not look directly at them. The scenery of Tianshan is truly beautiful. At this moment, Tianji Mountain is snowless, the air is clean, and the ridgeline winds like a giant dragon, tall and majestic. Wherever the corpse of the mountain peak passes, the ancient eagles and demon tigers of Tianshan, along with other weak creatures, all avoid it. In front of the supreme monarch, they are nothing but weak demons, only able to flee for their lives, never daring to stay. Of course, deep within Tianshan there are also powerful monarch-level demons, but they are smart. As long as the corpse of the mountain peak does not threaten them, they turn a blind eye. Soon, the corpse of the mountain peak brought Xingye to the edge of a huge rift. This abyss-like rift cuts across the glacier, appearing extremely unnatural. Approaching it, one can feel a strong aura of ice magic, clearly man-made. This power, at least a peak ice element master, right? Qin Yuer? Or someone from the holy city? Xingye stared at the rift, silently sighing at Qin Yuer's tragic fate. In the prime of youth, yet frozen in this desolate place, it is truly heartbreaking. It's nothing. From today onward, I, Xingye, will protect you completely. He ordered the corpse of the mountain peak to stay behind and summoned the three-legged golden crow. Despite the cold, it was merely a chill to the divine bird possessing the true fire of the sun. Riding the three-legged golden crow, Xingye, along with Juyuhu, dove into the chillingly terrifying deep valley. The flames of the three-legged golden crow illuminated the surroundings, revealing countless ice blocks and a few special flowers and grasses growing on them, though of little value. As they went deeper, the cold became increasingly piercing. If not for the divine bird's fiery protection, Xingye would have found it hard to endure. Soon, the golden crow touched the hard ice surface. Are we there? Xingye looked around but saw no sign of the silver-haired beauty. Little crow, head to the coldest place. Xingye judged that the place where Qin Yuer was frozen must be the coldest spot. A few minutes later, a huge crystal-clear block of ice came into view. Sealed within the ice was a stunningly beautiful woman, her skin as white and smooth as jade. She wore a form-fitting purple down brocade robe, her curves exquisite, her proud figure fully revealed. Her full figure stretched the clothes, the curves exaggerated, as if about to break free from their constraints. Her silver hair made her look like a mature, larger version of Mu Ningxue. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, like a sleeping beauty. The queen of the nine netherworlds stared at Qingyue, frozen in the ice, then glanced at her king and softly scoffed. Clearly, she was displeased that Xingye was attracted to another woman, feeling that if she still had a physical body, she would definitely captivate her king completely. King, stop daydreaming. Get her out and do whatever you want, the queen of the nine netherworlds interrupted Xingye's gaze. Xingye coughed and pretended to be flustered. Little Wu, slowly roast her with fire, melt the ice, but don't hurt her. After saying this, he and the queen of the nine netherworlds stepped back, letting the three-legged golden crow use the true solar fire to melt the ice. The ice block freezing Qingyue was likely crafted by a peak-level ice mage from the Holy City. Normally, only mages of the same rank or supreme monarchs could break it. The Sun True Fire is uniquely powerful. Although slow, it can barely melt the ice. The main limitation lies in the strength of the three-legged golden crow, otherwise, the seal would have been broken long ago. As the ice gradually melted, Zhu Yuhu deliberately inquired about Qingyue's situation. She had already found a way to condense her physical body. All the women around Wang were enemies, and Qingyue was one of the strongest rivals. She is called Qingyue, sealed for almost 10 years, just over 30 years old, from the Qin family of the demon capital, a prominent clan. Because she is an ice element afflicted, she was forcibly sealed by the holy city. Xingye casually recounted Qingyue's history. She, like them, participated in the World Academy competition in her early 20s but was discovered to be an ice-type afflicted and has been sealed ever since. Although she is now over 30, suitable to be a wife and mother, the 10 years of sealing have left her mind still as innocent as Mu Ningxue. This old Songha guy is really disgusting, as a teacher to actually send students into the fire pit. After hearing this, Zhu Yuhu was full of contempt. In her era, teachers were like parents, but now they ruin their students. Yeah, otherwise the Dragon Kingdom would have had powerful ice-type forbidden spellcasters long ago. Xingye also scolded Songha angrily. That holy city is no good either, yet it controls the mortal world. The only one who can truly control the mortal world is our king. The queen of Joyo said excitedly, King, once we are strong enough, let's march on the holy city. The world can only belong to the king. Her words grew more fervent as she began urging Xingye to conquer the world. No rush, sooner or later we will confront the holy city head-on. They will never tolerate my existence. When he gained the power of the ancient king and became an emperor-level powerhouse, he was destined to oppose the holy city. As long as those angels know he is connected to the ancient king, his name will inevitably be placed on the archangel's death list. Unless the identity of the ancient king is hidden forever, the truth will eventually be exposed. The king is destined to be the strongest. This era belongs to you. The holy city is corrupt, and the future world will surely be reordered. The queen of Joyo leaned against Xingye, greedily absorbing his aura. Xingye shook his head helplessly, accustomed to her draining his young energy. Several hours later, the ice-sealing Qingyue finally melted, and the sleeping beauty collapsed softly as if boneless. Xingye's figure flashed, catching her just in time. But having been frozen for too long, Qingyue's clothes instantly shattered into pieces. Amid the bang-bang-bang sounds, her fair skin was fully revealed. Her body was as flawless as beautiful jade, displayed without any concealment before Xingye. A gulping sound echoed in the empty valley. Her figure was too alluring, with full curves gently rising and falling with each breath, making the heart race. Her slender waist was soft like a snake, able to easily pose in any position. Just as Xingye was intoxicated, Jodo pouted and reminded, Wang, if you don't dress her soon, what will you do if she wakes up? Qingyue was an ice-type afflicted, with strong cold tolerance, previously unable to wake due to being frozen. Now rescued, she could awaken at any moment. Got it. Xingye came back to his senses and took out the specially prepared clothes from the storage space. This set of clothes was custom-made, identical in style to Mu Ningxue's, only larger in size to fit the mature Qingyue. While helping her dress, Xingye observed carefully and was pleasantly surprised to discover that she was born with the sacred totem white tiger tattoo. The dressing process finished quickly, and Xingye felt a bit reluctant. After the clothes were on, Xingye silently marveled. Qinyuer's figure was even more exaggerated than expected. Even with the enlarged size, the fabric over the chest and hips was still stretched tight, appearing crowded. Looks like it needs to be made even bigger. I wonder if the future Ningxue will develop like this too. As Xingye admired this ice beauty's unparalleled face, the sleeping beauty in his arms seemed to be waking up. Xinyuer's beautiful eyes twitched slightly, her eyelashes fluttered gently, her pink lips parted, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those sapphire-like eyes flickered with confusion. Perhaps from sleeping too long, her mind was a bit sluggish. Xinyuer did not speak immediately nor push Xingye away. She just nestled in his arms, blankly surveying her surroundings. After several minutes, her gaze refocused on Xingye's face, showing confusion. Who are you? When she spoke, there was a hint of shyness in her eyes, clearly realizing she was being held by a stranger. She tried to stand up, but having been frozen too long, her legs would not obey. After several failed attempts, Xinyuer gave up. Although being held made her shy, the warmth made her feel a sense of attachment. My name is Xingye, I came to save you. Xingye said as he lifted her in a princess carry, then mounted the three-legged golden crow with Juyuhu, ready to leave. Xinyuer frowned, repeatedly murmuring Xing Yi, her eyes full of confusion and incomprehension. Juyuhu looked at Xinyuer in her arms and sighed, my king, her memory is currently confused, even intermittently lost, she needs time to recover. Xingye nodded in agreement as he looked at the still-dazed Xinyuer. After all, she had been frozen for 10 years. A blank mind was normal. Xingye's heart stirred, thinking, Instructor Zhankong, the waters behind Xinyuer run too deep, following you is just a death sentence. Better to leave it to me, and I will take over the affairs of the holy city. With that thought, Xingye no longer hesitated and gently rubbed Xinyuer's full hips. Xinyuer suddenly let out a coquettish sound, shy but not resisting. Xingye grinned mischievously, why don't you resist? Xinyuer whispered, you saved me, I want to repay you. Even abandoned by the world, she still held a pure heart. Feeling this innocence, Xingye was stunned, finding her innocence painfully endearing. At the same time, it confirmed one fact, Xinyuer really had forgotten a lot. At least now, she did not remember Instructor Zhankong, otherwise, she would not have let Xingye take advantage of her and repay him in this way. This is what you said. Since you want to repay me, then offer yourself to me. Seeing her attitude like this, Xingye simply stopped hiding. His goal was to completely control Xinyuer before she regained her memory. That way, even if she remembered something, she wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, he could have used the reincarnation eye to rewrite or delete her memories, but there was no need to do so. Memories are a person's experiences, containing both joy and pain, and it is these that make up the complete her. Offer myself to you? This. Xinyuer was so startled by Xingye's sudden request that she stammered, completely unsure how to respond. After all, they had just met, and her memories didn't include Xingye at all. Asking for such a commitment on the first meeting was a bit too fast. Seeing her troubled expression, Xingye's lips curled slightly, thinking she looked like a little girl. You still haven't recovered your memory and are unfamiliar with the outside world. How about coming with me? He stopped teasing and directly invited her to leave together. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Xinyuer showed hesitation on her face. Although she had lost much of her memory, she remembered that she was an ice-type afflicted, sealed by the holy city. Following Xingye, she feared she would bring trouble to him. And if she agreed, would it make her seem careless and unvalued? Xingye quietly looked at her, without urging, waiting for her reply. At this moment, Xinyuer's thoughts were chaotic, frequently stealing glances at Xingye, like a girl with a secret crush. Xingye could see clearly, but he didn't expose her. He began to feel that he had underestimated Xinyuer's dependence on him. I'm willing to go with you, anywhere you go, I'll follow. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, she finally agreed. She even unconsciously leaned into Xingye's arms, like a little cat wanting to be taken in. After all, she really had nowhere to go now. Although she remembered the matters of the Qin family and the Demon City, going back would most likely mean not being accepted. The accusations and anger from the holy city were not something they could bear. When Xingye heard her agree, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. As for the holy city? It was just an enemy that had to be dealt with sooner or later. Xingye wasn't afraid at all. Follow me, I promise I won't let you get hurt again, and the holy city won't take you away. Xingye wrapped one hand around Xinyuer's slender waist, while the other gently pinched her delicate chin, his gaze fixed on her icy blue eyes. Feeling this burning gaze, Xinyuer responded softly. Just as she shyly wanted to lower her head, Xingye suddenly kissed her, covering her sparkling lips. Woo-woo. Xinyuer instinctively pushed Xingye away, but her strength was insignificant. As the kiss deepened, she gradually relaxed and even hugged Xingye's waist in return. While the two were showing off their affection, Juyuhu nearby felt both envious and a bit annoyed, so she chose to return to Xingye's contract space to avoid this sweetness. Afterwards, Xingye took Qin Yuer away from Tianshan, casually picking some Tianshan sacred lotus along the way, intending to bring them to Lu Ru and Lu Xian to help restore their health. Because unfreezing took up time, it was already dark when they returned to Shilan town. Xingye decided to stay in town for the night. After entering the hotel, Xingye took the shy Qin Yuer into the room. Ahem, Yuer, cultivation takes a lot of resources, we have to save some. We'll just stay one night tonight, squeezing together is fine. After closing the door, he pretended to cough and took off his coat. I know, wasting money is bad. Qin Yuer's cheeks blushed slightly. Just a quick wash and then sleep, tomorrow I'll take you home. Xingye naturally wrapped his arm around her slim waist again. Although they couldn't go too far for now, taking some advantage was still necessary. He had originally wanted to have a couple-less bath with her, but her resistance was too strong, so he gave up. That night, the two squeezed together on the spacious bed. How could Xingye miss the chance to get closer? He didn't know when Qin Yuer would regain her memory it would be troublesome if they missed this opportunity. Xingye, don't squeeze so hard, it hurts. Feeling the large hand wandering on her chest, Qin Yuer let out a soft voice. It's okay, one kiss and it won't hurt anymore. Xingye covered her small mouth, preventing her from making a sound. The two kissed each other passionately in this heated atmosphere, gradually falling asleep. That night, Qin Yuer slept deeply and blissfully, feeling unprecedented peace and comfort. Their relationship quickly grew closer. For Qin Yuer, Xingye had already become her only support. P.S. Couples bonus. After waking up, the two shared a moment of intimacy before heading to the nearest city airport. They flew directly back to the Magic City and took Qin Yuer to the apartment of the sisters Lu Ru and Lu Xian. They didn't return to their own home, fearing that the mischievous Itutu would disturb Qin Yuer's rest. After all, the Tianshan seal had lasted 10 years, and it was inevitable that both body and soul were injured. Back at the apartment, the two sisters happened to be home training. Who's there? Lu Xian heard the door open and nervously thought it might be a thief. Xingye should still be with the National Mansion team. It's brother-in-law. Lu Ru was surprised when she saw Xingye come in. You're just in time. I want to introduce an elder sister to you. Xingye briefly introduced Qin Yuer and her situation. Yuer isn't suitable for public appearances. From now on, I'll trouble you to take care of her. Xingye said. Although a war with the Holy City was inevitable, they weren't ready yet, so it was better to delay it for now. No problem, Sister Yuer, leave it to me. I'll go buy groceries and make soup to help her recover. Lu Xian felt heartbroken after hearing Qin Yuer's ordeal. Yes, leave it to us. Lu Ru nodded repeatedly. Thank you all. Qin Yuer was moved to tears. Since childhood, she had been rejected by her family due to her afflicted constitution, long deprived of the warmth of a home. Xingye saw the three getting along well and smiled. He would have to return to the National Mansion team in a while and couldn't bring Qin Yuer along, but with Lu Xian and Lu Ru taking care of her, it should be fine. In the following days, Xingye didn't rush to Xiaoyu, staying in the apartment to win over Qin Yuer while waiting for the British team to attack the National Pavilion. With the help of Lu Ru and Lu Xian as insiders, the progress went very smoothly. On the apartment sofa, Qin Yuer sat on Xingye's lap, her face flushed as she kept shifting her body. So young, yet so many tricks, truly naughty, Xingye teased. After spending a few days together, Qin Yuer gradually regained her big sister aura and truly began to see Xingye as her little brother. You have to accept the consequences when you lose, Yuer, Xingye said with a smile, enjoying the massage as his large hands grew restless. These days, they played little games, gradually breaking down Qin Yuer's defenses. Except for the last step, the two had tried almost everything. Progress was rapid, and the ice beauty became increasingly dependent on him. Buzz. When the two were intimate, Xingye's phone vibrated. While enjoying the massage, he took out his phone. It was a message from Su Zhaoteng. Seeing the sender, he immediately guessed the seriousness of the matter. Xingye, the British team will come to the National Pavilion for a challenge this afternoon. Sure enough, Princess Irene had arrived. After reading the message, Xingye replied briefly and continued enjoying the massage. After all, it was only noon, so he didn't rush to leave and enjoyed some relaxation time. Ah, naughty. Qin Yuer pouted. Hiss, you're really rough. Xingye felt a slight pain and couldn't help but gasp. You're being disobedient. Seeing the boy looking defeated, Qin Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. But she had already gotten used to the playful scuffles these past few days. Alright, Yuer, I have to go out for a bit. After the play fight, Xingye tidied his messy clothes and kissed Qin Yuer on the cheek. Got it, come back early. Xinye tidied up the battlefield while giving a simple reply. Xingye smiled. He had adapted well these past few days. With Lu Ru and Lu Xian taking care of him, there was nothing to worry about. Leaving the apartment, Xingye turned and headed toward Mingzhu Academy. Lu Ru and Lu Xian lived in a suburban apartment some distance from Mingzhu Academy. Too lazy to take a taxi, Xingye summoned the three-legged golden crow for transportation. He had previously registered it while idle. As long as it didn't disturb others, it was allowed to ride within the city. With a flap of its wings, it soared upward. Xingye sat on the back of the three-legged golden crow, instantly flying into the sky over Modu. Looking at Modu from the sky has a unique charm. With a sigh, the man and the bird flew toward the city center. Although flying within the city was allowed, the three-legged golden crow was quite large, immediately attracting a lot of attention. But it was extremely fast, disappearing before anyone could get a clear look. Huff huff huff. The fierce wind howled, its momentum astonishing. As it approached Mingzhu Academy, the three-legged golden crow began to descend. Students on campus all saw a fiery giant bird flying overhead. Wow! Such a cool big bird. Isn't that Senior Xingye's summoned beast? Isn't Senior from the national government team? How come he's here? Not sure, maybe he came back for something? The juniors and underclassmen at Mingzhu Academy looked on with eyes full of admiration and envy. They had long seen various magical videos of Xingye and the three-legged golden crow on the forum. As juniors, it was acceptable not to know the dean of their own college, but it was absolutely impossible not to know Senior Xingye. At this moment, a tall blonde girl in the British team suddenly looked up. In the sky, the three-legged golden crow streaked like a falling star, its tail flames fierce and wild. Flying low, its momentum was magnificent, like a visual feast. What a beautiful fiery giant bird! Irene, with her blonde hair and golden eyes, suddenly widened her pupils. Her slender hand involuntarily reached out, wanting to touch the dazzling feathers of the three-legged golden crow. This was the second time she had felt such an excited yearning. The first time was when she was a child, going to see a giant dragon with her family elders. The power and noble bloodline left a deep impression on her to this day. And this fiery giant bird before her once again awakened that sense of awe. The bloodline of this firebird is even stronger than that of the giant dragon. I can't believe such a creature really exists. Eileen stared blankly at the departing three-legged golden crow, her expression dazed. She had grown up in a dragon-taming family and had seen all kinds of powerful dragons, countless hybrid dragons, pseudo-dragons, sub-dragons, and even young great dragons. Because of this, she held a deep admiration for demons with noble and powerful bloodlines. Probably a summoning beast at the advanced stage, a commander level 1. A teacher from the academy? Shade, a summoning major from the British team, looked at the departing firebird with envy in his eyes. Such a mount was incredibly cool, no man could easily refuse it. Moreover, since he was also in the summoning department, if he could contract such a summoning beast, ascending directly wouldn't be a problem. Wait, that big bird seems to have stopped near the arena. Is that the national team's mentor? Zero, the British team captain with green hair emitting a faint green glow, frowned. Having such a powerful summoning beast, could it be a national team trainee? If they were really from the National Academy, why would the British team even participate in the World Academy competition? They should have disbanded long ago to avoid embarrassment. Hey, Miss Eileen, why are you walking so fast? In no time, the British team noticed Eileen rushing hurriedly towards the duel hall. They could only jog to keep up. After all, Eileen was the little princess, not to be scolded or neglected. Inside the duel hall. This time, the challenger is the British team. Who's willing to step up? Bai Dongwei was selecting the elite soldiers. But the current elites looked somewhat dispirited. The National Academy students exchanged glances, with no one willing to step forward. Some even stepped back. Even Su Xiaoting and Dongfang Lai didn't want to steal the spotlight. After all, the British team had always been the favorite champions. Competing against them was like a joke on the international stage. They simply couldn't win. Seeing that no one was willing to take the field, Bai Dongwei looked helpless, but in his heart, he began to miss Xingye. Although he knew defeat was inevitable, he still decided to fight. After all, admitting defeat before the battle was too humiliating. The National Hall medal could be lost, but the morale must never be lost. Just as Bai Dongwei was about to select someone, a sudden hurricane swept through the sky. The three-legged golden crow landed directly on the huge fighting platform. Xingye jumped down from the bird's back and immediately retracted it. As soon as the people of the National Pavilion team saw him, they knew it was Xingye. After the last incident, they all understood that this great Buddha had temporarily left the National Pavilion team. Everyone's first reaction was, as expected of the National Pavilion captain, so willful. Let me help you deal with the British team, or else we'll lose badly. Xingye didn't say much and spoke directly. What he said was indeed correct. There wasn't a single high-level mage on the National Pavilion team. How could they fight? Hearing that Xingye was going to help defend the National Pavilion, everyone was overjoyed. Counselor Xingye, I'm really sorry to trouble you again. The National Pavilion team's mentor, Bai Dongwei, immediately became reserved. After all, although the other party was young, he was a real counselor. With the great Buddha stepping in, how could he refuse? Having the national government team captain defend the National Pavilion was a first, but it wasn't his decision to make. No problem. After helping this time and handling a few other matters, I should be heading back to the team. After that, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Xingye waved his hand, meaning his help was limited, and they would have to rely on themselves in the future. Alright, I will definitely be stricter with the National Pavilion team members from now on. Bai Dongwei immediately stood up straight, full of momentum. Xingye looked at him, twitching the corner of his mouth. Just as the two finished speaking, Irene, with blonde hair and golden eyes, ran into the duel hall. She first looked at Xingye, then glanced at Bai Dongwei. Seeing Bai Dongwei wearing the National Pavilion team mentor uniform, her eyes sparkled. Excuse me, was that fiery giant bird flying in the sky just now your mount? Is it your contracted beast? Irene asked excitedly, out of breath. Bai Dongwei looked puzzled, and seeing she was a foreigner, guessed she was a member of the British team. That flaming giant bird isn't mine, it's Counselor Xingye's. Bai Dongwei pointed at Xingye. It's not his, he wouldn't pretend. Xingye was right beside them. Upon hearing it wasn't his, Eileen immediately lost interest and turned to look at Xingye. Hello? May I ask, is that beautiful flaming giant bird yours? She asked in broken Chinese. Yes, it's mine. Why? Xingye was a bit confused too. What about the bird? Did it accidentally bump into her when it just arrived? Nothing much, just think you're amazing. Your bird is so big. Eileen gestured excitedly, her golden eyes sparkling as if stars were twinkling inside. This light was even brighter than when looking at Bai Dongwei. Probably because Xingye looked younger and smaller in age. This. Xingye twitched his brows hearing her poor Chinese. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Eileen from the British team, nice to meet you. Seeing Xingye a bit embarrassed, Eileen thought she hadn't introduced herself clearly, so she quickly extended her snow-white hand, wanting to shake his. At this moment, she was wearing a strapless hanfu, her chest tightly bound, making it look even fuller. The hanfu was not form-fitting besides her chest, her wide peach-shaped hips also appeared plump and rounded. Needless to say, her figure was definitely excellent. She obviously liked Longwood culture very much, with a red little piece knot hanging from her waist, looking festive. My name is Xingye, nice to meet you. Consider me a temporary member of the National Pavilion team. Seeing Eileen, he guessed she was the girl. Listening to her accented Chinese, Xingye found it quite interesting. After a simple handshake between the two, Eileen wanted to speak, but suddenly a shout came. Miss Eileen, you ran too fast. Other members of the British team came over, panting. Ahem, you must be the British team, right? How about we start the competition now? Guoguan team mentor Bai Dongwei glanced at the entrance of the duel hall and noticed that the three mentors from the Guofu team had also come to watch. Fengli was among them. He just wanted to finish quickly and send these great Buddhas away. Alright, let's start. Mr. Xingye, how about a one-on-one match between you and me? Eileen said excitedly, eager to see that noble-blooded big bird again. Eileen, wouldn't a team match be better? After all. Captain Zeluo instinctively tried to dissuade her. After all, Eileen's major was water, minor was mind, and auxiliary was light lacking strong destructive magic. A one-on-one match was too risky. Before he could finish, Eileen shot him a fierce glare. She wanted a one-on-one match to avoid interference from others. Thud. Miss, please be careful. Zeluo saw her serious expression and immediately shut up. Xingye watched the whole scene, surprised at how astonishingly serious the adorable Eileen could be. No wonder she is the Grand Duchess, strictly trained by the Victoria clan since childhood. As the heir, she exudes a queenly aura when serious. Mr. Xingye, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's begin. Eileen turned her head, her smile returning to her face. Xingye silently admired her impressive expression control. If Asaria is the cross-dressing saint, Eileen is definitely the queen of changing faces. Both of these women are recognized as the top beautiful and wealthy ladies in this world. No one can match them for now. Ordinary people don't even stand a chance to pursue them, let alone marry into their families. Only geniuses can even approach their level. Xingye felt a mix of emotions but still nodded and walked shoulder to shoulder with Aileen onto the duel stage. On the stage, Xingye and Aileen locked eyes. Be careful, I1T go easy on you, Xingye warned. Respecting your opponent means giving it your all. He knew Europeans weren't modest either. I1T hold back either. Irene replied, having already taken out her defensive magical artifact. She knew she couldn't beat Xingye and couldn't afford to be careless. Actually, she just wanted to test Xingye's strength and that fiery big bird. Both were ready. Bai Dongwei glanced at the three mentors in the audience and shouted, "The match begins." Xingye thought of the Star Trek, and the three-legged golden crow appeared. He knew Irene liked this little crow and asked about it as soon as they met. Irene saw the noble and beautiful firebird, her eyes shining, but she didn't forget to cast a spell. She used advanced magic. A blue star map appeared beneath her feet, forming a vast water constellation, dotted with golden elements, looking sacred and beautiful. Water Blossom Sky Dome. The blue waterfall barrier quickly spread, forming a seamless circular shield that surrounded Irene. She seemed to think it wasn't enough and continued connecting water stars. Xingye wasn't idle either. He summoned Little Flame Princess and commanded, "Little Flame Princess, possess me." Little Flame Princess instantly merged into his body, the air heating rapidly, and fire elements from several kilometers around were drawn in. Huge fiery wings formed behind him, and he soared up to the same height as the three-legged golden crow. The fire zodiac sign takes shape magnificently. Celestial Flame Funeral Hellfire. Xingye casts magic, and the three-legged golden crow spits out the accumulated solar divine fire, like heavenly fire descending. The sky above the arena turns crimson, flames rapidly falling toward Aileen. The girls on the ground are stunned. Aileen widens her golden eyes, unable to believe the first move is a destructive force. Too strong. Without hesitation, she activates all her magical tools, even bringing out her strongest defensive magic tool. Roar, roar, roar. Heavenly fire suddenly fell onto the arena, producing a heavy, thunderous sound. Miss Aileen. The British team below immediately tensed up. If anything happened to Aileen, their situation would be dire. The flames quickly dissipated. In fact, Xingye had withdrawn the fire. After the flames cleared, Aileen's figure appeared. Apart from her defensive magic being broken and some damage to her magical equipment, she was otherwise unharmed. This was all a result of Xingye deliberately holding back. Otherwise, Aileen would have likely turned to ashes by now. At this moment, Aileen wore silver knight armor, looking heroic and spirited, her golden hair dazzling, like the king of a Hogue. On the other side, Aileen, who was instantly defeated by Xingye, was stunned, completely unprepared for her loss. "Duke Aileen, are you alright?" The members of the British team rushed onto the stage, worried about her injuries. Captain Zero originally intended to step forward and challenge Xingye to stand up for his teammates. But Aileen suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed, "Mr. Xingye, you're amazing. You actually shattered my strongest defensive magical artifact." She ran excitedly to Xingye as if meeting her idol, her eyes shining brightly. Can I touch your three-legged golden crow?" Aileen said in awkward Chinese, causing Xingye some headache. Xingye nodded helplessly. Aileen happily stroked the golden red feathers of the golden crow, smiling with her eyes curved in delight. Seeing this scene, Zero twitched the corner of his mouth and silently withdrew his challenge, thinking it was better not to risk being scolded by his own young lady. The duel ended there, and the three mentors sitting in the audience exchanged smiles and nodded in satisfaction. Xingye took the opportunity to invite Aileen to dinner. "Miss Aileen, this is your first time in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Would you like to try some local delicacies? I'll take you." As far as he knew, Aileen was a foodie who loved spicy crayfish. Upon hearing the word delicious food, Aileen immediately nodded. "Great. We just got off the plane and rested a bit before coming to take on the challenge. We haven't even had a proper look around yet." Her golden eyes sparkled brightly, full of anticipation. The other members of the British team sighed as they watched the young lady being easily captivated by Xingye. They had nothing to say after all. Aileen was not only the young lady but also a noble Grand Duchess, and no one dared to control her. "Let's go, I'll take you to the food street next door. We need to fill our stomachs first to have the energy to play." "Okay." Aileen followed Xingye like a little tail, leaving only the disheveled British team members standing in the wind. On the food street, Xingye accompanied Aileen as they ate from one end of the street to the other. Xingye was already full, but Aileen's stomach was still flat, eating as if she had no bottom. He began to suspect that her stomach might be hiding a storage magic device. The two of them strolled and ate, and the blonde girl still wanted to keep buying and eating. Xingye quickly advised, Aileen, save some room, I'll take you to eat spicy crayfish. Spicy shrimp? Aileen was puzzled. Although she had eaten a lot of shrimp, it was the first time she had heard of the spicy flavor. Yes, let us go. Without saying much, Xingye took her gentle little hand and headed to his usual crayfish restaurant. Aileen was a bit stunned when her hand was held, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Soon, the two arrived at the restaurant. Seeing the bright red crayfish and the rough diners next door greedily peeling shrimp, Aileen hesitated. She was used to eating properly, and peeling shrimp with her hands made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Xingye noticed her confusion and quickly peeled a small crayfish for her, bringing it to her mouth. Aileen, open your mouth. With the delicacy at her lips, Aileen couldn't help but take a bite. The shrimp meat was small, and she accidentally bit down on Xingye's finger as well. Hiss! The wet, soft sensation sent a thrilling jolt through Xingye's mind. Aileen was immersed in the deliciousness, unaware of Xingye's reaction. Xingye transformed into a crayfish peeling maniac, repeatedly feeding her shrimp meat and his fingers into her little mouth. Her cheeks puffed up cutely more and more. Slow down, Xingye. Aileen struggled to keep up, eating in big bites. After nearly 10 minutes of feeding, the girl's little belly finally became noticeably round. Xingye personally made Eileen's belly grow. Ah, so full. But it was really delicious. Aileen rubbed her belly, her face full of satisfaction. In the noble Duke's mansion of Great Britain, the little princess of the Victoria clan now looked like a cute big tabby cat. Her appearance was irresistibly amusing. Seeing the pile of crawfish shells on the table, Xingye was surprised to find that such a small belly could eat so much. Thank you for feeding me just now, I'll help you peel them too. Aileen, full and satisfied, began clumsily peeling a bright red crawfish. It was obviously her first time peeling. She was flustered and accidentally splashed chili oil on her face. Alright, try this. Aileen smiled warmly as she picked up a piece of shrimp and brought it to Xingye's mouth. Xingye was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and bit down, his lips unconsciously touching Eileen's fingertips. That sensation brought a blush to the girl's cheeks, and a faint flush also appeared on her neck. Ha, these crayfish are a bit spicy, my face is all red, Aileen said, her eyes flickering as she comforted herself. She lowered her head and continued peeling the shrimp, feeding Xingye bit by bit. With each touch, her complexion gradually returned to normal, but her heart kept racing. The two of them ate several pounds of crayfish, taking turns biting into them. Although most of it was shell, the actual meat eaten was less than expected. Their intimate interaction made the young people at the neighboring table envious. Eileen's stunning beauty and exotic charm were simply flawless. Ha, I really can't eat anymore. After a round of feasting, Eileen's small belly was visibly full. Beneath the loose hanfu, her rounded abdomen was faintly visible. She still licked her lips with enthusiasm, elegantly wiping the spicy oil off her face and her slightly swollen red lips with a napkin. In just one afternoon, the well-behaved girl had been completely spoiled by Xingye. During a break, Aileen propped her chin on her hand, her golden eyes sparkling as she stared intently at Xingye. Tomorrow I have to leave to challenge the National Pavilion in the Sakura country. If we have a chance to meet again, I will definitely treat you to some great British cuisine. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Sure, but the next time we meet will probably be in Venice. Xingye nodded in agreement. The two chatted as they walked, enjoying the night view on the streets of the magical city, occasionally sneaking into toy stores, just like a couple on a date. It's getting late, let me walk you back. Xingye took the initiative to suggest. After all, he felt uneasy letting such a beautiful girl walk alone at night. Sure, the hotel we're staying at is nearby. The two smiled as they reached the hotel entrance. Can I have your contact information? Aileen smiled. She really liked Xingye, this special friend with outstanding magical talent. In her eyes, this man was definitely destined for greatness. Whether for friendship or future potential, she wanted to keep in touch with him. Of course. Xingye readily agreed. After exchanging contact details, they said goodbye and went their separate ways. After parting with Aileen, Xingye hurried back to the apartment of the sisters Lu Ru and Lu Xian, more accurately, now including Qinyuer. Pushing open the door, he saw the three girls under thin blankets, curled up on the sofa watching a TV drama. Hearing the door open, the girls all looked over in unison. What are you watching? Let me crawl under the blanket and watch too. Xingye took off his dirty clothes and without hesitation crawled under the blanket. Ah! Xingye! Don't touch around. The sudden intrusion of this big gray wolf made the three little lambs scream. After satisfying his urge, Xingyi picked up Qin Yuer and sat between Lu Ru and Lu Xian to watch a TV drama together. But while the girls were focused on the show, he was secretly causing mischief. Qin Yuer called softly, glanced at her attentive sisters, sighed in relief, then glared fiercely at Xingyi. "Sorry, little Yuer, I can't help it," Xingyi whispered close to her ear, his warm breath making her even more sensitive. But with Lu Ru and Lu Xian right beside them, she could only endure it. Looking at the well-behaved little Yuer, Xingyi wanted to tease her even more. The quilt rustled between them, the atmosphere ambiguous. Lu Ru and Lu Xian had actually noticed long ago, but since Xingyi was their man, they pretended not to see it, even cooperating with this troublemaker. None of the four were really watching the TV. Xingyi was busy causing trouble, and the two sisters watched with the corners of their eyes. Just as the mood heated up, suddenly two voices sounded, a hiss. Xingyi and Qin Yuer's movements immediately stopped. They had played too roughly and actually sparked a flame. An accident had happened, and Xingyi's mind raced quickly. If this wasn't handled well, Qin Yuer might really get angry. Xingyi looked at the girl in his arms, her head lowered and voice very low, then gave a glance to Lu Ru and Lu Xian beside him. Sister Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. Younger sister Lu Ru immediately understood and grabbed her sister's hand, saying, "Sister, I'm so sleepy, let us go back to our room first." After speaking, Lu Ru dragged her bewildered sister back to the room and slammed the door shut. Bang! After the two sisters left, Qin Yuer looked up at Xingyi, her face as red as a ripe apple, her ears flushed, pouting angrily, "You bad guy. Lu Ru and Lu Xian were just beside us a moment ago." Her face full of anger, she wondered how she would face people tomorrow. Xingyi smiled and said, "It's fine, they didn't notice. Otherwise, how could they have gone back to their room and acted as if nothing happened?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he kissed Qin Yuer's soft lips, leaving her speechless. Woo woo. She had wanted to resist, but Xingyi was too cunning, making her dizzy in an instant. Seeing that she had no strength left to resist, Xingyi didn't hesitate and completely won over this icy beauty. Woo woo. From then on, Qin Yuer was completely transformed into a woman. In the following days, Xingyi hardly left the apartment and stayed inside. He carefully took care of Qin Yuer, who was a bit resentful, until she was completely submissive before leaving. This mature woman really knows how to eat. It took several days to settle her. Walking out of the apartment, Xingyi rubbed his waist. Perhaps it was her first time tasting forbidden fruit, and since he was already 30, Qin Yuer went from shy to increasingly proactive, almost overwhelming him. Better hurry up and deal with the matter on Xia Island, that old man Feng Li is urging again. Looking at the several reminder messages on his phone, Xingyi imagined Feng Li's face full of dark lines. Quickly finish handling the Xia Island matter and return to the Gui team. He also missed Mu Nujio and Mu Ningxue a bit. Joyo ho. Putting away his phone, Xingyi called out once. A spiritual entity stepped out from the contract space. "Master, are you heading to Xiaodao?" Juyuhu bowed. She had been staying in Xingyi's contract space these past few days, waiting to accompany him to Xiaodao. "Yes, let us set off immediately." After saying this, Xingyi summoned the three-legged golden crow and flew up together with Juyuhu. Taking a plane was too slow, and Xiaodao was remote. Flying directly there was faster. After all, the three-legged golden crow was even faster than a plane. After flying for more than an hour, Juyuhu and Xingyi gradually saw a solitary island appear before them. The island was isolated from the world, with no bridges connecting it to the outside. As they approached the island's edge, a figure in armored robes suddenly appeared before Xingyi. "Master!" The ancient King Feng Gu knelt halfway in the air, speaking respectfully. Xingyi nodded, sensing the moderate emperor-level strength emanating from Feng Gu. Although not yet stable, it was already far stronger than the low-level emperor strength Shan Kong had when he obtained the armor robe. "How is the task I assigned to you going?" Xingyi asked. "Master, as you instructed, everyone on the island has been imprisoned," Feng Gu replied. For an emperor-level being like Feng Gu, imprisoning these people was effortless. Xingyi looked at them with little pity. Except for the guardian Song Feiyao, the others deserved their fate. But killing them outright would be too wasteful. In recent days, he had sent the sisters Lu Ru and Lu Xian to Feiniashi to mark out the territory for the future faction. There were mineral veins there that needed manpower to mine. These sinners from Xiaodao were just right to be mining slaves. After confirming the fate of these people, Feng Gu led Xingyi to a massive underground prison. The prison had been built by the people of Xiaodao themselves, but now it was used to detain them. Upon entering the dungeon, Xingyi saw one person locked in each luxurious single cell. All had been instantly transferred there by Feng Gu using spatial power, arranged in an orderly manner. When Xingye, Fanggu, and Joyo came in, everyone lowered their heads and trembled, not daring to look directly. Previously, Fanggu had only appeared above Xiaodao, and no one knew who he was. Grandma Zi and Grandpa Yi tried to catch him, but were struck down by a single glance, falling to the ground like kites with broken strings. The next moment, everyone on Xiaodao was transferred to the dungeon, and their magical powers were completely sealed. Only then did everyone realize that Xiaodao had encountered an existence not to be provoked, with a huge gap in strength, and no one dared to resist. Xingye ignored this group of useless people after all, they would all have to work as miners in the future, which could be seen as atonement. He walked straight to the depths of the dungeon, where those with higher cultivation were imprisoned. The guardian Song Feiya was probably in the innermost cell. When he reached the last few prison cells, he saw several respected elderly men and women on Xiaodao Island. Fanggu, turn them into undead. Xingyi gave the order to Fanggu without hesitation. These elders were all transcendent level mages. Since he couldn't trust them with their powers intact back in the territory, it was simpler to turn them into undead to fight alongside him in the underworld, resisting the oceanic undead, a form of atonement as well. Yes, master. Fanggu acted immediately. Before the elders could react, they had already become undead. Xingyi took a few more steps and noticed a young woman locked in one of the cells. She wore a colorful headscarf and a delicate bamboo hat, a short slanted waist blouse and dark wide pants, draped in a black outer garment embroidered with a black and gold phoenix. Most striking was her ample bosom, almost bursting the blouse. Her long, straight legs were equally alluring, nearly rivaling Nanju. Her face was exquisite though veiled, her brows and eyes revealed the aura of a beauty, carrying a unique serene charm. Song Feiyao. Xingyi didn't even need to ask to know who she was. She was young and possessed transcendent level cultivation. Hearing her name, Song Feiyao furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes full of confusion. She didn't understand how Xingyi knew her name, nor was she sure if he was the one who had imprisoned everyone on the island. She glanced at Fanggu standing loyally behind Xingyi. Clearly, Xingyi was the master, and Fanggu the subordinate. Who exactly are you? Why have you locked us up? Song Feiyao asked calmly, without resentment. She originally had no good feelings toward the people on Xia Island, especially those old guys imprisoning the Sea East Azure God. Now that everyone was locked up, she was actually glad. Without reinforcing the restraints, the Sea East Azure God's bonds would slowly fade and eventually regain freedom. So even though she herself was imprisoned, she bore no grudges and was even somewhat grateful. Who I am is not important, what matters is that you listen to me. Xingyi opened the prison door and walked in, lifting her bamboo hat and veil. Indeed a beauty, a pity to cover it up. Looking at Song Feiyao's cold and stunningly beautiful face, Xingyi nodded. Her beauty was probably unmatched on Xia Island. Among the cells he had inspected before, none was more beautiful than her. She carried an otherworldly elegance and a detached chill, like a woman cultivating in the deep mountains, far from the mundane world. Song Feiyao frowned, ignoring Xingyi's teasing, and continued to ask, "You're not going to kill me? I'm a super-tier mage." The man just now had killed several old guys in the neighboring cell. She was clear about that. But why didn't he move against her? She began to suspect that he might be after her body. Xingyi said indifferently, "As long as you obey, I won't kill you." Song Feiyao's potential was not bad, although her strength was accumulated through the Earth Saint Spring and weaker in actual combat. She was young and could break through to a peak forbidden spellcaster after some time of settling. Impossible. Don't dream, she responded coldly, her gaze icy and tone firm, but her steps involuntarily retreated, leaning against the wall. She knew the other's power was strong. If she forced a move, she would definitely suffer losses. Seeing this, Xingyi's mouth curved into a meaningful smile as he slowly closed in, cornering her against the wall. You. Song Feiyao's pupils contracted, not understanding how he knew about the Sea East Azure Goddess' existence. Had it been discovered? Knowing this put the Sea East Azure God in danger, and the man before her possessed great power. You don't hurt the Sea East Azure God. As long as you don't hurt it, I'll do whatever you want. Her expression instantly turned sorrowful, as if foreseeing a fate of being toyed with and abandoned. Xingyi watched her emotional fluctuations, his lips involuntarily curling up. Bullying a helpless girl excited him immensely. After admiring for a few seconds, Xingyi said satisfactorily, "Alright, I'm not about to specifically wipe out a monarch-level being, but if you don't obey, the consequences aren't guaranteed." He pointed toward Fanggu outside the cell, showing a wicked smile. Although the Sea East Azure God was quite powerful, to him it was just icing on the cake, far less important than the mid-level Emperor Fanggu. His main goal this trip was the Earth Saint Spring. The woman and the Sea East Azure God before him were secondary. I understand. As long as you don't hurt the Sea East Azure God, I will obey. Song Feiyao seemed resigned, quietly closing her eyes. She thought to herself, even if bitten by this hungry wolf before her, as long as it was fed, the Sea East Azure God would be safe. Xing Yi watched her close her eyes, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Alright, don't overthink it. Just know that if you obey, you'll come with me. He roughly guessed what she had just been thinking. She was really blinded by colored glasses. He wasn't that kind of bad man who bullied people at first sight. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the cell, silently vowing to show her his upright side. Song Feiyao felt that she had not been violated, slowly opened her eyes, and was surprised to find that Xing Yi had not made a move. At this moment, she began to doubt whether she had misjudged him. Was this guy really that good? Aren't you coming? Xing Yi's voice came from outside the cell. Coming. She was interrupted and hurriedly responded. Along the way, Xing Yi asked quite a bit about Song Feiyao. He learned that her cultivation had already reached the super rank great perfection, with thunder, wind, plant,